Chapter 51, Kui Long Second Update, Please Support. A mysterious light appeared on Hakran's body, blocking the attack of the giant tooth shark leader. Boom! A loud bang. This caused a wave of storms. Zai closed her eyes in fear and did not dare to look at what happened, slowly waiting for the arrival of the giant tooth shark attack. However, after a loud bang, Zai tried to open one of his eyes. Oh, it's okay. He saw a snake-shaped elf in front of him. This Hakran. At Dr. Oki's house, Zai often goes to feed Hakran. Zai was very happy to see that it was Hakran who saved his life. Fortunately, I caught up. Ye Chen finally rushed over from not far away. Zai, are you okay? Zai was stunned for a moment and quickly said with a smile. It's okay, thanks to your Hakran. It's fine, let's deal with him now. Ye Chen's face became serious. This damn giant tooth shark wanted to hurt Zai, which made him so worried. Hakran, let's get on. Hakran's figure appeared opposite the leader of the giant tooth shark, very domineering. I'll go, that's a quasi-god. That seems to be the quasi-god Hakran, a very rare elf. This is the elf of that young man. All the people who were frightened by the giant tooth sharks reacted, looking at the Hakran and the giant tooth shark leader floating in the air. Ye Chen didn't care about anything. Now he only had one idea, which was to defeat this giant tooth shark. Now I can only rely on him here. Zai's Pikachu has lost her combat power. Not to mention those who escaped. Ye Chen faced the mighty giant tooth shark leader. I wonder if this young man can defeat the giant tooth shark leader. Yes, if this young man can't beat the giant tooth shark leader, then wouldn't we be done? Then Hakran looks very powerful and he will definitely win. Among the crowd, a discussion about whether Ye Chen could win was started. However, Ye Chen was not afraid at all. In his eyes, a giant tooth shark leader with a level 50 elite quality. There is no need to worry about anything at all. Let's see how he defeated the giant toothed shark leader and avenged Zai. Hakran, use destroying light. As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, light shone out from Hakran's horn. A violent ball of light condensed and hit the leader of the giant tooth shark. Aou! When the destruction of the light was in the middle of the giant tooth shark leader, he did not hide. Boom! A loud bang. The leader of the giant tooth shark was hit by this blow and many scars appeared on his body. It can be seen that this blow has caused great damage to him. He roared, as if he was even more irritable. He hit Hakran directly. Ye Chen's Hakran had no intention of avoiding him, and he also wanted to fight the giant tooth shark leader head-on. Let him know how powerful he is. Aou! Hakran responded and also hit the giant tooth shark leader. Bang! 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 The sound of two elves hitting each other constantly in the air. Ye Chen looked up. The leader of this giant tooth shark has some skills and is worthy of being quite irritable. He even tried to hit Hakran even if he was injured. Hakran's anger was aroused by the leader of the giant tooth shark. He looked at the leader of the giant tooth shark fiercely and bumped into the place where the giant tooth shark was injured. Roar! 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 The scars on the body of the giant tooth shark leader who was hit by Hakran screamed in pain. Hakran gave the giant tooth shark leader a disdainful look. You're so fucking... The leader of the giant tooth shark became even more crazy, as if he was hitting Hakran with a desperate attempt. Zai saw this scene. I couldn't help but cover my mouth. This Hakran is too powerful. He actually fought head-on with this giant tooth shark leader. It's completely unsightly that they are so cute at Dr. Oki's house. They actually have such a irritable side. Zai said that she had a lot of knowledge. In the air, Hakran and the giant tooth shark leader were still hitting. Scars gradually appeared on Hakran's body. This body hit Hakran is not good at, but he insists on fighting with the giant tooth shark leader. Ye Chen had no way to stop him. Boom! Soon, the two collided again. This time the impact caused waves to stir up waves on the surrounding water surface. But this time it seems that the winner was decided. The leader of the giant tooth shark was hit by Hakran and fell into the water, losing his combat power. Great, that boy won, we are saved. Yet, Mom, I finally escaped. The people who were escaping exclaimed excitedly. However, Ye Chen's attention was not on them. After Hakran defeated the giant tooth shark leader, Ye Chen saw a familiar white light appearing on Hakran's body again. That is the light of evolution. A white light flashed. Hakran's body kept getting bigger. Elf, quick dragon. Attribute, dragon and flying. Quality, King of Heaven. Current level, LV55 level, owner. Chapter 52, Resolving the Crisis. Third update, please support. Chapter 52, Resolving the Crisis. Third update, please support. Ye Chen looked at Kuai Long after his evolution was successful, with a satisfied expression on his face. This is really an unexpected surprise. Unexpectedly, the leader of the giant tooth shark was still his lucky star. Let his Hakran evolve into a fast dragon. Kuai Long, beautifully done. Ye Chen couldn't help but praise Kuai Long, who had just evolved successfully. Roar! The fast dragon roared at the group of gathering giant tooth sharks and sharp-tooth fish. This group of giant tooth sharks saw that their leader was defeated by the elf in front of him. After hearing his roar, his whole body trembled one by one. In a short period of time, all these toothfish and giant tooth shark groups disappeared. There is no trace of what they have just appeared. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on this fast dragon. After coming over for a while, the escaped people rushed over. I saw that the port that was just filled with dentifrice and giant sharks was now empty. Thrilling waves kept rising in my heart. I'll go, are these all made by this young elf? It's so strong. His this strength. Although there were shocking waves in their hearts, they still came over to express their life-saving thanks to Ye Chen. This warrior, thank you for saving our lives. If it weren't for you, we would probably have been wiped out by this group of giant teeth sharks today. Yes, thank you very much, warriors. Thank you for saving me and my daughter. Thank you so much. Not only all the crowd rushed over to thank Ye Chen, but the little girl's mother also brought her daughter to thank Ye Chen and Zai. Thank you too. If you hadn't saved my daughter, I wouldn't know what to do in my next life. You are polite, we are all from Zhengzhen town. Of course we have to help each other. When everyone heard this, they were really a good person. Really a great person. However, everyone was soon even more surprised. They saw that there was not only a quasi-god behind Ye Chen. There are 30 other quasi-gods. Everyone took a breath of air conditioning. Hiss! This are these all warriors, your elf. I'll go, are so many quasi-gods from this teenager. Then what kind of identity does this young man have to have so many quasi-gods? In their eyes, only big figures can have elves of the level of quasi-god. And the young man in front of him actually has so many quasi-gods. How big is his identity? All of these speculations arose in their hearts. At the same time, they also envied Ye Chen for having so many quasi-gods. Quasi-god, they have only watched it on TV. Having a quasi-god is what they dream of. The boy in front of him could reach dozens of times their fantasy without having to dream. Is it just that the poor cannot imagine the happiness of the rich? However, they are envious. I dare not have any bad thoughts. After all, if you have so many quasi-gods, this young man's identity is definitely extraordinary, and they will definitely not be able to afford to offend him. There is no need to cause trouble for yourself. Everyone was only envious in their hearts and had no other manifestations. When the leaves Chen recovered from everyone's gratitude. He also began to think about why these giant tooth sharks and toothfish attacked the port. You should know that even if the toothfish and giant tooth shark are very irritable, they will not easily harm humans. There must be a problem with this. Ye Chen thought about what these people would probably know. Do you know why these giant tooth shark groups attack here? Ye Chen looked at these people and asked with a smile. Everyone shook their heads and said they didn't know. We don't know. However, we found that this has happened several times. Everyone nodded, saying that this was not the first time. This phenomenon has occurred over the past few months, and every time a large number of elves attack the port. There will be almost once or twice a month. But one of the people spoke out. What I can be sure of is that the previous shocks were not as serious as this time. In the crowd, you and I told Ye Chen what happened. Ye Chen lowered his head and fell into deep thought. What's going on? Since things happening here are so frequent, have you and the Elf Alliance reported what happened here? Putting aside his random thoughts, Ye Chen raised his own questions. We reported it to the Elf Alliance. The Elf Alliance sent us a message saying that the Dragon King will come here to solve the problem here this month. Hey? Are you not the Dragon King sent by the Elite League? Everyone saw that Ye Chen had so many quasi-gods, and they were all Hakran. The fast dragon that Ye Chen had just evolved and his powerful strength made these people think that Ye Chen was the king of dragons. Ye Chen smiled and explained. I'm not the Dragon King. Take care, I'll leave first. Ye Chen didn't plan to continue playing, so he took Zai back. Chapter 53, Apprenticeship of Master 4th Update, please support. Chapter 53, Apprenticeship of a Master 4th Update, please support. Ye Chen followed Zai back to Dr. Amu's yard. On the way, Ye Chen thought that what those people just said should be Yulongdu. It seems that Yulongdu will come to Zhengzhen town. Ye Chen's chance changed again. He originally planned to stay in Zhengzhen town for a few more days before he was about to start his trip to the next place. The Yulongdu is about to arrive, which has caused him to change his plan. He planned to stay in Zhengzhen town for a while, waiting for the arrival of Yulongdu. See if there is any chance to fight Yulongdu. Yulongdu is one of the 4 kings of Kanto. He is also the most powerful trainer in the Quartz League in the future. If you can fight with him, you will definitely learn a lot of fighting knowledge from him. The Sea of Learning is endless and hard to work on the boat, and the mountain of books has a path to diligence. In any aspect of learning, you can improve yourself by constantly learning. The same is true for elves fighting. Only by constantly fighting and fighting strong people can we learn from them what we cannot learn on campus. Even if you lose, Yulongdu, as a master of the Heavenly King level, can benefit you a lot. Thinking of it, Ye Chen couldn't help but look forward to the arrival of the Dragon Dun. On the way, Ye Chen and Zai were walking together and rushing to Dr. Damu's home. Xiaoji, is Pikachu okay? I put Pikachu into the elf ball to cultivate, and went to Dr. Aji's house to restore him with the elf repair instrument. This time, Pikachu suffered. Zai stared at Pikachu's elf ball. He was very worried about Pikachu's safety. Zai's love for Pikachu is obvious. Generally, trainers will put their elf into the elf ball. Ye Chen is no exception. The main reason is that his elves are too rare, and if they are kept outside, they will have big problems. There are not all good people in this world, but bad people. The elf hunter is such a group of people. So Ye Chen now puts the elves in the elves most of the time. As for Zai, he rarely puts him in the Pokemon ball after his love for Pikachu. This time, Pikachu was seriously injured, and Zai felt very guilty in his heart. If I were stronger, Pikachu wouldn't be injured and could beat that guy. I would have been as strong as Ye Chen. Such thoughts kept arose in Zai's heart, and he would never forget them for a long time. Suddenly, a light flashed in Zai's mind, and what Dr. Oki said to him before he set off. Let you and Ye Chen learn more. Yes. Ye Chen is so powerful, Dr. Damu asked me to learn from him. If I become a disciple, would I learn more? In Zai's mind, the idea of becoming a disciple appeared repeatedly in his mind. No matter what, I want to become a disciple. Zai didn't hesitate at all. Ye Chen, can you accept me as your disciple? What? Accepting disciples? Ye Chen was a little confused. What's wrong with this kid? Could it be that I was frightened just now? Why did I become a disciple? How young am I? However, Ye Chen soon recovered normal, looking at Zai with a serious face. I want to know why you want to be my apprentice. Zai thought for a moment and spoke. I want to learn to fight with you in elves. I want to become stronger so that Pikachu will not be as powerless as today. Zai looked at Ye Chen with sincerity in his eyes. Ye Chen was embarrassed to see him. Ye Chen looked at Zai's sincere eyes and Zai's loneliness along the way. It seems that this battle has a great impact on Zai. However, Ye Chen thought that Zai was a very smart and obedient child. It seems that it is good to accept him as his disciple. If you have the chance to return to the original world, others can pretend to say that the master Ji you like is my apprentice. Thinking of this, Ye Chen felt that taking a disciple seemed to be a good choice. I agreed. Ye Chen said lightly. Really? Zai asked uncertainly. Seeing his face full of beans, he knew that he was worried that Ye Chen would not accept him as his disciple. Ye Chen looked at him and nodded with a smile, affirming Zai's problem. Wow! That's great! Zai danced happily and started dancing. Pikachu, did you hear it? Ye Chen plans to accept me as his disciple. Zai's true love is indeed Pikachu. Whenever there is something exciting, the first thing he thinks of sharing is Pikachu. Zai looked at Pikachu and the elf ball and said happily. Seeing this, Ye Chen also smiled. At this moment, the depression along the way no longer exists. Instead, it is filled with joy. Seeing Zai so happy, Ye Chen also thought that he had to teach him seriously. It's not possible for such an expectant young man to teach him nothing when he sees himself. After all, Ye Chen knew that Zai was a simple child, and all his expressions were written on his face. I can't let such a simple child down. You have to hand over all the methods and combat methods of training elves to him. Chapter 54, Training Zai First Update, Please Support. Chapter 54, Training Zai First Update, Please Support. The next day, Ye Chen took Zai out. Ye Chen had already agreed to accept Zai as his disciple yesterday and took him out to teach him some knowledge about elves fighting. Good morning, Master. As soon as Zai saw Ye Chen, he said hello to him. Ye Chen was called a master for the first time and was a little uncomfortable. Just call me Ye Chen, don't call me master. I feel old when I am called. Ye Chen touched his head embarrassedly. Are I now a master level figure? Oh my god! Zai smiled, but she had not changed her words yet. Today is the first day after Zai became a disciple, and he is very curious about his master's heart. When his strength reached what level, he asked. Master, what kind of trainer do you think I can become in the future? This problem is a problem that has always troubled him. His strength cannot beat Ye Chen or Xiao Mao. He was curious about where he could go in the future. It just so happens that his master Ye Chen is a very powerful trainer who can even defeat the King of Heaven. Zai wanted to learn from his words what the master thinks about him. Ye Chen lowered his head and thought for a while. He knew this answer. He has watched the animation without seals, and Zai participated in the quartz competition, but unfortunately he stopped in the quarterfinals. The Rockets came in to make trouble during the game, causing Ash's main players Pikachu and Bibi to exhaust their physical strength before the game and missed the opportunity to participate in the game. Zai had to choose the untamed flamingo dragon to play. Because the fire dragon was not tamed, he did not listen to Ash on the field, and eventually lost the will to fight, and Ash failed. Ye Chen knew that if he said this result, Zai would definitely be very sad. However, looking at Zai's eyes as he was looking forward to it, Ye Chen planned to tell Zai the truth. If you say you have no problem attending the quartz conference with your strength, and I can get the top 16 in the quartz conference, but I can't make it to the top 10. At first, Zai was a little happy to hear that he could attend the quartz conference with his strength. However, when I heard that I couldn't even enter the top 10, Zai's face became very depressed. He felt that it would be fine if his strength hit the top 10. The master actually said that he could only reach the top 16. Zai also asked Xiao Mao about his situation. This time, Xiao Mao was even worse than Zai. He lost in the top 32. Looking at Zai's frustrated face, Ye Chen didn't know what to say at once. He felt that this was Zai's first time participating in a quartz competition, and there was still not much communication with the elves. In addition, his combat knowledge is not very sufficient. In the animation, Zai won one game with Xiaogong's command. He still has many shortcomings, and Ye Chen feels that Zai doesn't need to be so frustrated. Zai, if you are so frustrated, then will we still train or not? Ye Chen said directly embarrassedly. You have me now, and you have a golden thigh, so you don't need it at all worrying that I can't enter the top 10. After all, I am very awesome. Hearing Ye Chen's voice, a light of inspiration flashed through Zai's mind. Yes. Now I have a master. Are you still afraid that you won't be able to enter the top 10? My master is very powerful. Right. As long as you train with your master, your strength will definitely rise. Master, I understand. I'm not depressed anymore. I need to train well. Let's start training. Zai's face turned alive and he didn't look like he was just now. Once again, he turned back to that optimistic boy. Master, what kind of training do we need to do? Zai has never experienced much training and looks at Ye Chen curiously. Ye Chen looked at him with a smile. He had already figured out how to train Zai. If you want to quickly improve your strength, then the battle is the best way. Zai, I have arranged the training method for you. Yes. Master. Zai immediately looked serious. Come with me. Ye Chen took Zai to an open space. What's especially true is that the open space is filled with tires. Master, why are you bringing me here for? Why are there so many tires? Zai looked curious when he saw so many tires. This is the training I arranged for you. Ye Chen arranged for Zai the training method he had for Mu Xiaogong and Darklay. There is no way, if you use normal combat training. Ye Chen's elves are much stronger than Zai's Pikachu. If you fight Ash's Pikachu one-on-one, you will not give Ash any room for improvement. So Ye Chen chose this kind of training. Zai, I will let Darklay control these tires on the ground and hit Pikachu. You let Pikachu use energy attack to hit these tires. Yes, Master. Although Zai didn't understand what help these could be, the training arranged by the Master for him would definitely help him improve his strength. The Master will not lie to himself. Ye Chen summoned Darklay. Darklay, use his mindfulness to control these tires on the ground and hit Pikachu. Darklay heard Ye Chen's instructions and used his thoughts to exert his power, and the tires on the ground began to float into the air. Zai corrected her hat and said to Pikachu. Pikachu, let's go. Use 100,000 volts. Pick up E. After hearing Ash's words, Pikachu curled up all over and used 100,000 volts. The huge electric shock hit the tire. We have to increase our training. Ye Chen murmured beside him. Xiaoji, let Pikachu continue. Yes, Master. Zai frowned when he heard Ye Chen's words. Pikachu, let's let the Master see how powerful we are. Zai ordered again that Pikachu once again used 100,000 volts. This time, the 100,000 volts were obviously much stronger than the last time. Progress. Ye Chen praised Zai Zai without hesitation. Continue to practice. Yes, Master. Zai Zai was very happy and continued training with Pikachu. After a day of training, Ye Chen and Zai Zai both returned to Dr. Damu's house. Ye Chen, I just received the news that Yulongdu is about to arrive in Zhengzhen town. As soon as Ye Chen arrived at Dr. Damu's house, he received news from Dr. Damu. Outside Zhengzhen town, a man wearing a cloak was coming here on a fast dragon. Chapter 55, Dragon Fairy Second Update, please support. Chapter 55, Dragon Fairy Second Update, please support. Another morning, Ye Chen got up early as usual. He plans to continue training with Zai Zai today. After having breakfast with the elves, Ye Chen came to Dr. Damu as usual, waiting for Zai Zai to come. However, Ye Chen found that the atmosphere today was different from usual. I asked the people in the institute and found out that there were guests here today. Ye Chen was a little confused. Are the guests here? He came to Dr. Damu's laboratory and saw Dr. Damu leading a man in. Ye Chen, you are here. Let's see who's coming. Ye Chen looked around. When Ye Chen's gaze swept past Dr. Damu, Ye Chen found a figure. With fiery red hair, a powerful black cloak walking behind her. This familiar outfit. Dragon Fairy. The Dragon King, one of the 4 kings of Kanto. You must know that the king level is the most powerful person in this world. Each of them has the strength at the top of the pyramid of this world. And he, Yulongdu, is recognized as the most powerful among the 4 heavenly kings. However, Ye Chen was not very excited. He had known that Yulongdu would come. That's why I stayed in Zhengzhen town, waiting for him to arrive. This is Ye Chen. Although I'm not fighting at the age of time, my strength is very strong. Dr. Damu introduced Ye Chen to Yulongdu. Oh? You are Ye Chen. Yulongdu looked at the handsome young man in front of him. Ye Chen also looked at Yulongdu at the same time, and the two looked at each other with their eyes. This is Yulongdu, you should know him. Afterwards, Dr. Damu introduced the Dragon Fairy to Ye Chen. Ye Chen nodded, and of course he knew about Yulongdu. Yulongdu smiled slightly. Before I came, I had heard from Ye Chen a long time ago. According to the news, you solved the giant tooth shark group that destroyed the port before, right? Oh? There's still this. Dr. Amu spoke aside. Dr. Oki, Zai Zai, and I forgot to tell you. Ye Chen told Dr. Damu about the giant tooth shark group. Dr. Damu's brow frowned slightly. It seems that something is affecting the elf. I also suspect that someone is behind the scenes that influence the elf in the sea. So this time the Alliance asked me to come over and see what made the elves riot so much. On the side, Yulongdu also expressed his purpose for this time. At this time, Zai Zai and Xiao Mao also came to Dr. Oki's laboratory. My god! It's the Dragon King! Where? Where? Look! He's alive! 2 little guys came in rashly and screamed when they saw the legendary characters. It's not their fault. Normal people will look so excited when they see the 4 heavenly kings. The kings are all figures at the top of the pyramid, and ordinary people like them have no chance to see them. Now, they actually got into the King of Heaven so close. No wonder they yelled. Zai Zai, Xiao Mao, come here. Don't make a big fuss. Dr. Amu stopped them from making trouble at the first time, and then ended the 2 children for Yulongdu. This is my grandson Xiao Mao and my neighbor's child Zai Zai. Dr. Amu continued to smile and said. Zai Zai is Ye Chen's apprentice now. The eyes lit up when the dragon crossed his eyes. Ye Chen's strength is indeed able to accept disciples. Yulongdu continued to say. I never thought I could have such a powerful trainer here before. Yulongdu looked at Ye Chen with admiration. Look, the kings praise my master for being amazing. I can defeat you soon, Xiao Mao. Stop dreaming, the one who is amazing is your master, not you. You are the only one, I'm 20,000 years before I want to beat you. Zai and Xiao Mao started quarrel again. By the way, I have another thing I want to discuss with Ye Chen this time. Oh? What's up? Dr. Damo was even more excited than Ye Chen and asked for Ye Chen. Ye Chen blinked curiously. What will the king discuss with him? Looking at this group of curious people, he slowly spoke. I'm here this time to invite Ye Chen to become the search officer of the Kanto region of the Elf Alliance and my adjutant. My god! The League actually invited the master to become the League search officer. I'll go, Ye Chen is so awesome. The Alliance is willing to give him this position. I remember that all the League search officers are paid tens of millions of yuan in annual salary. I'm so envious. Zai and Xiao Mao were both shocked and envious. You must know that every boy has such a dream. That is to become a League search officer. Zai and Xiao Mao both have such dreams. Everyone looked at Ye Chen with anticipation and gave a reply. Ye Chen lowered his head and thought for a moment. I think it is unnecessary, but my own is a systemic man. Sooner or later, they will surpass these kings, let alone let him be an adjutant. I refuse. Everyone was shocked when they heard Ye Chen's words. What? Did you actually refuse? My god, what did I hear? Everyone, including Yulongdu, stood there in a daze. But soon, Yulongdu reacted and smiled regretfully. Every genius has his own ideas. You can't force it yourself. However, I heard from Kona that if you can defeat her, I also want to compete with you. I wonder if Ye Chen is okay. As he said that, Yulongdu still stretched out his hand. Ye Chen held Yulongdu's hand. I've long wanted to fight you. Bring it on. A strong fighting spirit burst out in Ye Chen's eyes. Looking at Yulongdu's eyes, Ye Chen said lightly. Bring it on. Chapter 56, Challenge the King of Heaven. Third update, please support. Chapter 56, Challenge the King of Heaven. Third update, please support. Ye Chen stared at Yulongdu, and he was very looking forward to fighting with Yulongdu. His hands were tightened. I don't know what elves Yulongdu will use to fight against him. Under the leadership of Dr. Oki, they came to the battlefield. Ye Chen felt that the cells in his body were excited. This is a master of the king level. Although I have already fought with Kana, the Dragon Du in front of me, it is the most powerful of the four heavenly kings of Kanto. Yulongdu looked at Ye Chen with a smile. The boy in front of him was indeed extraordinary, and he showed an excited expression when he fought with him. Yulongdu didn't say much, and directly released his elf. Quick Dragon! Come out! Elf, Quick Dragon! Attribute, Dragon and Flying. Quality, Quasi-Heavenly King. Current level, LV55. It turned out to be a Quasi-Heavenly King's quality fast dragon. High Dragon, Ye Chen himself has one, or a Heavenly King quality fast dragon. Yulongdu knew that Ye Chen could deal with the leader of the giant tooth shark that was destroyed in the port. His elf should be at level 50. He chose a newly evolved Kui Long to fight Ye Chen. After all, they are all king level trainers, so they can't fight against Ye Chen with their own powerful elf. If you say it out, wouldn't it be a bully? Ye Chen looked at this fast dragon, which was actually very amazing. He is truly the elf of the Heavenly King. However, Ye Chen was not afraid at all. Although his Darklay is only at level 45. He is not as good as his fast dragon in terms of level. But Darklay's quality reached the third level of God, far exceeding this fast dragon. Ye Chen took out his elf ball and threw it gently. Come out! Darklay! A white light flashed by, and Darklay appeared heroically on the battlefield. As soon as he appeared on the court, Darklay's strong momentum put a lot of pressure on Yulongdu and Kui Long. Yulongdu's brow frowned slightly. The god of nightmare. He has seen this kind of elves, which are a kind of illusion beast with very terrifying strength. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen could conquer such a little elf. Your strength is even more powerful than I thought. Before he started, Yulongdu praised Ye Chen. Please give me some advice from the Dragon King. Then I will fight with all my might. Taking a deep breath, Yulongdu entered a state of combat. Ye Chen was also fully focused. He wanted to defeat the Yulongdu in front of him. Both sides entered a state of combat and the game began. Quick Dragon, use Thunder Fist. Daklei, use your mindfulness. The two of them were very tacitly commanding their elves to fight at the same time. At the beginning of the game, Dr. Aji, who were standing aside, were closely watching their battle. Dr. Amu has seen Ye Chen fight with Darklei and Kona. Knowing that Darklei's most powerful thing lies in his mental power and skills. With the existence of black hole skills and evil fluctuations, Darklei always has the upper hand in battle. So he was not surprised that Ye Chen asked Darklei to use his mind power as soon as he came up. Zai, who was standing aside, also knew that Darklei's mental power was powerful. During training, his Pikachu was abused very badly by Darklei's mental power. This time I faced Yulongdu, the strongest in the 4 heavenly kings. Spirit. Ye Chen had to get up carefully. Delicate. The melee skill Thunder and Lightning Fist used by the Kuolong on the opposite side. 8. I definitely can't choose to resist his Thunder and Lightning Fist directly. 1. Darklei used his mind power to keep Kuolong at a certain distance from him. 1. Let's keep yourself safe in case you are killed directly by Kuolong. 7. Kuolong's Thunder and Lightning Punch was wiped out. Soon, Kuolong followed and wanted to attack Darklei again. 7. The mind power is activated again. 6. Darklei once again avoided Kuolong's Thunder and Lightning Fist. 6. Darklei avoided 2 consecutive attacks, and anger appeared on Kuolong's face. 6. Roar! 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 Kuolong roared at Darklei 3 times. It seems like saying, if you have the ability, don't run away. Face the head-on battle with me. Aou! Darklei responded to him. I'm not a fighting class, why do you have to fight close to you? You're so stupid. Although they couldn't understand the conversation between the 2 elves on the field, they also saw a lot of things. The master is really amazing. He can accurately judge the direction of Kuolong's attack and then avoid his attack. It seems that I have a lot to learn. Zai was on the side, frantically flattering the master. It seems that Ye Chen's strength has improved a lot more than last time. What a terrible genius! It's just how long it took to make so much progress. Dr. Damu is a top talent in elves, and he also knows very well when fighting elves. Yulongdu was also very surprised. He is truly a person who can defeat Kona. Although Kona and himself are definitely not commonly used elves, that is not something that ordinary people can defeat. They still have confidence in this as king-level trainers. It seems a bit difficult. Yulongdu murmured. Chapter 57, Darklei vs Kuolong 4th Update, please support. Chapter 57, Darklei vs Kuolong 4th Update, please support. Ye Chen also frowned slightly, and it was not his style to keep avoiding. We are going to launch an active attack. Darklei, use the fluctuation of evil. Quick Dragon, hide. Seeing Ye Chen taking the initiative to attack, Yulongdu didn't dare to let Kuolong resist Darklei's damage easily. He had seen the damage of such a elves, which was very terrifying. Moreover, Ye Chen's Darklei's speed was also very fast. Online to avoid Darklei's attack. When we find the opportunity, Kuolong will counter-attack Darklei. After all, he is a king-level trainer and has a clear understanding of the changes in the situation on the field. Darklei is not a vegetarian, after Ye Chen finished speaking. After moving for a distance for a while, after making a fake move, he used the evil fluctuations towards the Kuai Long. It was too late to say it, then it was soon. The Kuai Long seemed to have not reacted to Daklei's attack, just as the evil fluctuations were about to hit the Kuai Long. "Quick dragon, run!" Yulongdu shouted loudly. Swish! The fast dragon fled here with thunder. Boom! A loud sound. The direction where the fast dragon escaped was broken into a huge hole by the fluctuations of evil. It looks very amazing. It can actually cause such terrifying damage. I'll go, this destructive power is too strong. My floor. Xiaozai and Xiao Mao were very surprised by Darklei's damage. They have never seen such a harm. Dr. Damua felt a little sorry for his floor. Since Ye Chen came, he had to change the floor again. The battle between Xiaozai and Xiao Mao will not achieve such great destructive power. Yulongdu saw the injury, and a slight sweat appeared on his face. A false alarm. Fortunately, I realized that I was almost hit by this move. If I were hit, Kuai Long would suffer a lot of damage. Now, he is at a disadvantage. However, he was still very calm. The strength of the Heavenly King is not a false reputation. He calmly analyzed the current battle situation. If the close-range attack cannot reach Daklei, he can only use long-range attacks. Use ranged attacks to fight Ye Chen's war of attrition. Quick dragon, used to destroy light. When Kuai Long heard Yulongdu's order, he immediately gathered energy on his head and fought towards Ye Daklei. Ye Chen was not the one who asked Darklei to take the ultimate move on the spot. Daklei, use the shadow clone. Dodge his attack. Soon, other Darklei appeared beside Darklei, and they looked exactly the same. Most people can't find which one is true. The destructive light of the Kuai Long attacked Darklei. The destructive light passed through Darklei's body. Is it a shadow? Which one is true? Yulongdu touched his chin and analyzed which one was the real Darklei. Suddenly, Yulongdu's eyes lit up and he found it. Quick dragon, use destroy light to attack the second one on the left. Not good, I've been seen through. Daklei, hide. Yulongdu is worthy of being a king-level figure. He actually saw the shadow clone so quickly and found the real Darklei. I really can't underestimate these kings. Too strong. The destructive light of the Kuai Long attacked the locations of each Darklei. Boom! After a loud bang, a huge pit appeared on the ground at one time. In both battles, neither of them gained the upper hand. Yulongdu frowned again. Ye Chen was indeed very difficult to deal with and he didn't gain any advantage at all. He carefully analyzed the battle situation and considered what moves to use. Ye Chen's fighting spirit is also quite strong. Only by relying on Darklei's strength can I gain the upper hand in the two battles. However, if you keep going like this, the physical strength of the elves on both sides will be almost exhausted. Both of them had a flash of light in their eyes, and it was time to give it a try. Ye Chen, let's decide the winner with one move. Yulongdu looked at Ye Chen and said lightly. There is no need for the two to take off. Fight with all your might. Both of them were ready and shouted out at the same time. Daklei, use all your strength to create evil fluctuations. Quick dragon, use all your strength to destroy the light. Darklei put his hands in front of him, condensing a huge wave of evil. The fast dragon also condensed the destructive light on its head. Two energy waves hit together. Boom! The fluctuations of evil and the destructive light collided together. At this time, a huge explosion appeared in everyone's ears. What happened? It seems that it was not from the stage. It seems that something happened outside. Yulongdu and Ye Chen seemed to realize something and looked at the source of the explosion. The two looked at each other and decided to see what happened first. Daklei, come back. Hurry dragon, come back. Both elves left the place and came to them. They terminated the game and planned to go to the explosion to see what happened. P.S. The author's words. Although the data in this book is not particularly good, it is not as good as the pirate Naruto of the same period. However, thanks the family has always supported it. For some reason, Philo now has fewer and fewer authors of elves fantasy, and I believe everyone knows this. The new book has been put into the library, and now it takes several days to find a new elf fantasy. Maybe the authors have grown up, maybe those authors have changed their subject matter. It may also be that those authors can't hold on for some reason. But no matter what, I should always write about elves fantasy in the future. The beginning data of this book is okay. Until the previous 2 days, the data suddenly became much worse. I don't know what the situation is, I don't know how many readers are reading, and I don't know how many readers are willing to be pitiful to the author who can't afford to eat. Subscribe. Your subscription is the greatest motivation to support me in writing. Whether you spit or support me on weekdays, you will spit and support me because you read this book. My account has limited number of comments and cannot reply to every reader and friend. Here I will say sorry to you first. Then around tonight, I plan to go on the shelves. It is worth mentioning that I saw a friend in the book review area responding that the number of words in each chapter is too small. So after it is put on the shelves, the number of words in each chapter will increase, and the author will ensure that every chapter is a big chapter. Let everyone enjoy watching it happily and comfortably. Starting from today, the author will start working hard to make updates, and the amount of them will be put on the shelves. All day tomorrow, I took a day off just to list the shelves. And while ensuring quality, each chapter will never be less than 20 pages. Work hard to achieve explosive updates. A few days before it is released, it will be updated at least 30,000 words a day for a day. And I try my best to write quality, very beautiful. This is so sincere. Then there is the daily update after it is released. First of all, I have a chapter of 6,000 plus words. One chapter is the third update of ordinary chapters, and it is absolutely full of content. What I can guarantee for everyone is that as long as everyone has enough subscription support, I will work harder and more attentively to write and think about the plot. I'll do some calculations for everyone. Subscribe to a chapter, only a few cents are worth 5 cents. According to the guaranteed minimum of 3 updates and 20,000 words per day, 1 month is 90 chapters, 1 month and a whole month subscribe. Even if you subscribe and follow up every day, you only need to spend 4.5 yuan a month. And I spend a lot of time every day, checking information, thinking about plots, typing, and staying up late is a common thing. This is a fact. I write novels because I also like reading novels, and I like Pokemon very much. I hope to get everyone's support, and it costs 4.5 yuan a month, 4.5 yuan, and it's only the price of a bag of Wolong spicy strips. I don't know how many people still look at it, after all, the data is very bad these 2 days. Finally, please subscribe. Chapter 58, The Arrival of the Ultimate Strange Beast. Please subscribe and support. Chapter 58, The Arrival of the Ultimate Strange Beast. Please subscribe and support. Ye Chen, Yulongdu, and Dr. Damo hurriedly ran out of Dr. Damo's research institute. The explosion can mean that something bad happened. As an ordinary town, there must be something wrong with the explosion. Although some trainers may be training the elves to activate skills, there are 3 trainers present who are very clear about the elves' moves. They looked at each other and knew that this explosion was not an ordinary explosion. Could it be that elves attacked the real new town like last time? Ye Chen and Yulongdu immediately thought of the incident of giant teeth shark attacking the port not long ago. I am afraid that some elves were destroying the real new town. Ye Chen and the others hurriedly ran out of the institute and stood outside the door. The explosion comes from the beach. Dr. Oki pointed his finger to the north and shouted loudly. He was also very anxious. Based on his years of experience in studying elves, he could hear that the sound of elves attacking the port. Hurry, go there quickly. There should be an elf destroying it there. Yulongdu and Ye Chen looked at each other and nodded. There was no other way, so the elf who used the flight system flew over and caught up to stop it. Yolongdu pulled back and took out his own elf ball. "Come out! Quick dragon!" A white light flashed, and the fast dragon from Yolongdu appeared next to Yolongdu at once. "I'll check it out first." "Wait, I have it too." As he said that, Ye Chen took out the elf ball from his pocket and pressed it lightly. "Come out! Quick dragon!" A white light flashed by, and a fast dragon with a powerful aura appeared beside Ye Chen. "Hey! You have one too." Yolongdu couldn't respond at once. "Why did you have a fast dragon?" Group 8939644460. "It looks even stronger than mine. I have conquered a group of Hakrons, one of which has evolved into a fast dragon." Ye Chen smiled slightly and explained. "A batch. When did the quasi-god use criticism and quantification words? Even if he is the Dragon King, he doesn't have a group of Hakrons." He suddenly felt that he, the Dragon King, was a little unworthy of his name. However, Yolongdu soon turned his mind. The situation there was very bad. "You can't waste time here, so you have to hurry to support. Let's go together." Yolongdu stopped talking, rode on the fast dragon and rushed to the place where the explosion sounded. Ye Chen didn't say much nonsense, and learned to ride on the fast dragon with the dragon fairy and dared to go to the beach. Zai and Xiao Mao, who were still there, smiled bitterly. They did not have the flying elves. Rumble. A car sound appeared behind Zai and Xiao Mao. 8. Zai, Xiao Mao, get on the bus. 1. The two shouted and got into the car quickly. 1. 7. The fast dragon was very fast, and soon arrived at the beach where the explosion sounded. Yolongdu was the first to be hit, and he saw a mosquito with muscles damaging the seaside. 7. Elf, skeleton explosion mosquito, 6. Attribute, insect and fighting 6. Quality, quasi-heavenly king. Current level, LV50 level, owner. The entire beach was destroyed by him, and he was frantically attacking indiscriminately. There were a large number of people frightened by him around the beach and ran around. There were constant sounds of life-saving. Seeing the elf causing the explosion, Ye Chen was suddenly stunned. Isn't this the explosive mosquito of one of the ultimate strange beasts? Isn't this only available in the Arona region? Why does it appear here? Ye Chen was very curious. Similarly, Yolongdu also discovered this destructive explosive mosquito, and he was also very shocked. As the King of Heaven, he has seen many rare elves, and he has also seen these elves. This is a very tricky elf. This kind of elf actually destroyed around Zhengzhen town, and Yolongdu's face became solemn. "We have to solve it quickly," Yolongdu murmured. "Quick dragon, let's get on." As he said that, Yolongdu ordered the fast dragon to rush towards the explosive mosquito. Boom! A loud bang. The landing of Kuai Long stirred up a lot of sand, causing the explosive skin-burning mosquito to notice Kuai Long. "Look, everyone, it's Kuai Long. We'll be there if someone comes." Then, that familiar figure seems to be the Dragon King. "Yes, that's right, everyone, look, it was the Alliance who sent the Dragon King to save us. It's saved." The people who were frightened by the explosive mosquitoes and fled around, as if they had their backbone and stood still. At this time, Yolongdu was staring at the explosive mosquito with all his concentration. The elf in front of him was not a simple character. "Quick dragon, use the dragon's tail, give him some color." When Kuai Long heard Yolongdu's words, he turned around and threw his dragon tail heavily on the body of the explosive mosquito. The explosive mosquito was already excited by the sound of the fast dragon's landing. "Now that I came to my senses," the explosive mosquito rushed towards the fast dragon. The mosquito roared angrily and hit his body with his tendon flesh. At this time, Dr. Damu and the others rushed over. Looking at the battle between Yulongdu and the explosive skin mosquito, the two were in a stalemate. Ye Chen, we have to disperse the crowd around us quickly. Dr. Damua shouted to Ye Chen. Ye Chen nodded in agreement. This explosive mosquito is not an opponent that can be dealt with in just one stroke. If Yulongdu fights this explosive mosquito and affects these people around him, it will be a disaster from heaven for these people. Dr. Oki, you take Xiaozai and Xiao Mao to disperse the crowd. I'll watch here to prevent any extra attack from hurting them. Dr. Oki nodded seriously, and needed a strong person to watch in case of other accidents. Both Xiaozai and Xiao Mao are not strong enough to fight. Staying here will drag you down, and disperse the crowd is the best choice. On the other side, the explosive mosquito caught the tail of the dragon, swung it hard, and threw it out. Quick dragon! Kuai Long is not a simple character either. He turned around in the air and quickly returned to balance. His tail was actually caught by the explosive mosquito and threw himself out. Kuai Long felt very angry. Roar! The fast dragon roared at the explosive mosquito, expressing its dissatisfaction. The explosive mosquito looked indifferent and roared at the fast dragon. Hurry up, come on! Let him know how powerful we are. When Kuai Long heard this, he couldn't suppress his anger and rushed towards the explosive mosquito. The thrilling mosquito roared angrily. He was also not afraid of Kuai Long, and the two collided together at one time. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of physical collision echoed at the beach. The two elves collided together like they didn't know how tired they were. After a while, the sand on the ground was raised and lifted up on the air. Sand was scattered around everyone. What kind of elf is this that he can actually tie the Dragon King's fast dragon? It seems that this elf is very rare. If you catch it, you will definitely be able to sell it for a lot of money. Don't think about it, you're selling a lot of money. People are almost gone, are you still thinking about money? I don't even see if this elf is something you can deal with. These people who were dispersed by Dr. Oki began their discussion. Ye Chen noticed that the fast dragon and the explosive mosquito in the dragon dust were in a state of equal strength. But Ye Chen was not worried that Yulongdu would lose. The level of Kuai Long is much higher than that of this explosive mosquito. What's more, Yulongdu, a heavenly king level trainer. Dr. Oki. I understand why the elves attacked the port before. Dr. Aji and Ash have safely dispersed the crowd into a battle area for the dragon fairy and the blasting skin mosquito. They rushed over, sweating all over and gasping for breath. There are too many people. Fortunately, thanks to the help of the elves, they can bring the people to a safe place within a period of time. Master, you just said that you discovered the reason why the elves attacked the port before. Xiaozai came to Ye Chen with a curious look on his face. As everyone was gaze, Ye Chen said lightly. They should have been frightened by the explosive mosquitoes and fled into the inland sea desperately. What? A curious look appeared on everyone's faces. Ye Chen continued to say lightly, I don't know why the skin-burning mosquito came here from the Arona area and frightened the elves on the road. The elves in the sea were frightened by him and ran away. When they met the port, they thought it was to stop them from moving forward, so they launched an attack on the port. When the three of them heard this, Ye Chen's analysis made sense. There is no special reason, the elves will not be so irritable and attack humans. Master, that means that defeating this explosive mosquito can solve the problem of the elves attacking the port. Then the people in Zhengzhen town will no longer have to worry about the elves' attacks. You're right. Ye Chen nodded. Yulongdu, who was fighting on the side, also heard what Ye Chen said, his eyes gathered and his face turned cold. This is the source of all panic, and I have to completely solve it. Quick dragon! Use destroy light! Yulongdu no longer intends to confront the explosive mosquito, so he lets the fast dragon use it to destroy the light. You should know that destroying light is one of the most powerful tricks among all the elves. Now, the Kuai Long angrily condensed a powerful destructive light on his horns and attacked the explosive mosquitoes. Ye Chen and Dr. Damu and others also stopped discussing and quietly watched Kuai Long's attack. However, Ye Chen took out his elf ball and summoned Dark Lei to his side. Although he believed in Yulongdu very much, he felt something was wrong. Dark Lei, protect these surroundings. Ye Chen said softly. He expected the result of this round of attacks. He saw a beam of light shining white energy condensed from the fast dragon's head, turning into a comet-like galloping beam and rushed straight away. Boom! A destructive light containing powerful energy hit the body of the explosive mosquito. But at this time, a surprising scene appeared. This explosive mosquito actually kept moving and damaged the light. He shouted, "Mabuten, Mabuten." It seems to be saying, "Come again, you will not hurt me." He waved his hand and hit Kuai Long's body like a car that was accelerating by Bailey. "Quick dragon, use the lightning to flash, avoid it quickly." During the crisis, Yulongdu shouted. Kuai Long's reaction was very fast, and his body flashed instantly, and he escaped from the palm of the explosive muscle mosquito attacked him like lightning. "Hey, fortunately I avoided it. The strength of this explosive mosquito is really difficult to deal with," Yulongdu said to himself. Although he had long expected that this explosive mosquito was very difficult to deal with. But I didn't expect that I was so powerful. His fast dragon's destructive light could not penetrate the opponent's defense. Yulongdu's face looked complicated, thinking about defeating the explosive mosquito. The crowd that had just been dispersed by Dr. Damu and the others saw the explosive mosquito carrying a powerful destructive light with a powerful blow of damage to the dragon without any harm. They were stunned when they saw it. This mosquito-shaped monster is too strong, and it can directly resist the damage to light. I'll go, this strange mosquito is so powerful. I don't know if the King of Heaven can hold on. Among the crowd, some people began to think about whether to escape further. What if this king could not defeat this explosive mosquito? They are all ordinary people or some low-level trainers. When I saw Yulongdu using Fast Dragon, I subconsciously thought that Yulongdu was using his most powerful Fast Dragon. Now, the Fast Dragon and the explosive mosquito were fighting each other, and they mistakenly thought that Yulongdu could not defeat the other. Little did he know that Yulongdu only used the LV55 Fast Dragon, and his elves of the king level. Yulongdu did not take out the Yulongdu. The opponent is an elf of LV50. Even if it is a powerful squid mosquito, he cannot use a elf that is much higher than his level. As a king of heaven, he has the pride of heaven. Yulongdu looked at Kuai Long once and nodded. "Quick dragon, let's continue to use destroying light." The dragon Dun does not believe in evil, and it is a one-time use used to destroy the light. This time, the Kuai Long condensed a more terrifying white destructive light on his head. "Ma Buletin 10." The explosive mosquito shouted at the Kuai Long, and the muscles in the body gathered together and rushed towards the Kuai Long. Boom! The destructive light hit the body of the explosive mosquito with thunder. Ah! The thirsty mosquito was screaming and was forced to stop the attack, and suddenly stopped. "Beautiful job! Quick dragon!" Yulongdu was very excited to see that the explosive mosquito was finally injured. He looked at the skin-burning mosquito with a serious face, but it was not over yet. "Quick dragon, keep going!" Kuai Long heard the sound of Yulongdu and rushed towards the explosive mosquito. The explosive mosquito, who had just been hit by the destructive light, roared Mabushi. His body flashed and rushed to Kuai Long at a speed of 100 meters. The thirsty mosquito stretched out his strong hand. Bang! Kuai Long was hit. His body paused in the air and flew backwards like he was hit by a speeding car. Boom! With a loud bang, the fast dragon fell to the ground. But soon, Kuai Long stood up from the ground and roared angrily. Ye Chen and his friends stared at the fast dragon and the explosive mosquito on the field. His eyes lit up and he saw an elf flying over at an extremely fast speed. Then, what is that? Hearing Yechen's voice, Dr. Damu and the others turned their heads and looked at the side where Yechen pointed. They looked up and looked at the sky in the distance. There was a mosquito-shaped figure flying here at a very fast speed. Buzz! Accompanied by a loud bang, a huge mosquito-like elf appeared between the fast dragon and the explosive mosquito. This elf looks like a large artificial mosquito, with bulging muscles, as if full of red liquid, and small white bubbles rising vesicles. The muscles on the body are penetrated by white veins and there are black spikes on the body. Yechen couldn't help but frowned. A heavy expression also appeared on the faces of Dr. Oki and Yulongdu. Another skin-burning mosquito. Elf, skeleton explosion mosquito. Attribute, insect and fighting. Quality, quasi-heavenly king. Current level, LV50 level, owner. Originally, a thirsty mosquito was already very good at dealing with, but now another thirsty mosquito appeared. It is not a good thing that these two explosive mosquitoes appear here at the same time. As far as he knows, the explosive mosquitoes are very gluttonous and often secretly suck the elf. And his appetite is amazing, and he can easily suck a cabby beast into white paper. In other words, maybe people will be sucked by him. It seems that the situation has become very complicated. On the side, Yulongdu saw another skin-burning mosquito appear. His brows frowned tightly. Another explosive mosquito that appeared broke the balance between Kuai Long and the original explosive mosquito. He thought about whether to release other elves to fight. However, if he releases other elves, the level of the battle will rise to a higher level. At that time, the scale of the elves' battles became larger, and the harm to the real new town would be even greater. At that time, the crowd will have to evacuate further. However, it seems that time is not allowed. There is no more way. What should I do? Here comes another elf that is exactly the same as this one. Oh my god, one actually appeared. Is this going to destroy our real new town? No, this elf is already very powerful, and another one appears, that's all right. Everyone was stunned and began to worry. If two thrust mosquitoes jointly defeat the Dragon King's fast dragon, wouldn't they be very dangerous? They began to retreat one after another and fled to a further place. Daklei, go and help. Staring at another skin-burning mosquito, he said lightly. He saw the entanglement of Yulongdu, and was struggling whether he wanted to use other elves. When Yulongdu was planning to summon other elves, suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of the newly appeared mosquito. It's Daklei. Elf, Daklei. Attribute, evil. Quality, level 3 god. Current level, LV50 level, owner. After this period of training, Darklei's level also reached the strength of the pavilion owner level. At this time, Darklei appeared beside Yulongdu like a god descending to earth. Yulongdu turned his head and saw Darklei appearing on the field. It was indeed Yechen's Darklei. His heart couldn't help but relax. He knew Yechen's strength of Darklei. If it weren't for the booming muscle mosquito picking up at the beach, it wouldn't be sure who would win or lose in the battle between his fast dragon and Darklei. His Darklei is also the most powerful elf he has ever seen. More importantly, Yechen's Darklei is very powerful in quality. Since his Darklei took action, then I'll just hand him this explosive mosquito. He knew that Darklei was a very rare elf, and it was not a problem to deal with explosive mosquitoes. Yulongdu's eyes lit up, and he would just concentrate on solving the original explosive mosquito. Please note, look, a mysterious elf appears. It seems that I'm here to help. It seems that this elf is very powerful, we don't seem to have to continue running. The crowd that was running wildly towards the periphery gradually stopped and stood at the newly emerging Darklei standing against another mosquito with a thirsty Ma Buletin 10. Ma Buletin 10. The two thrillers seemed to be discussing something, constantly showing off their muscles and shouting to each other. And those fleeing crowds went back to watch the new battle. They decided to go back to see the situation first. The newly emerging elf looked very powerful, and they couldn't help but want to go and take a look. After they ran back for a while, they arrived at the place where they had just escaped. It was discovered that Darkley and the newly emerging skin-burning mosquito were already fighting. Darkley was not at a disadvantage in the battle with the newly appeared explosive mosquito, and it can even be said to be the newly appeared explosive mosquito. You should know that in their perception, the Dragon King's fast dragons only had a little advantage when they fought with the explosive mosquitoes. The mysterious elf that appeared was so powerful that it could actually suppress the powerful explosive skin mosquito. It can be seen that Darkley's powerful strength. It has far surpassed this fast dragon. These people were stunned. The aftermath of these two elves fighting in the air made people feel shaved on their faces. Novelstory directly kicked the newly appeared explosive mosquito into the air and fought fiercely with the other party in the air. After all, in the air, there will be less damage to the real new town. If you fight on the ground, the surroundings of Zhengzhen town will be damaged a little more severely. Those who are not far away will definitely be hurt. Moreover, in the air, Darkley's attack will become a little stronger. Ye Chen looked at the explosive mosquito who was kicked into the air and said to Darkley with a plain expression, "Darkley, teach them a good lesson." The words fell. Darkley roared, and his hands crossed in front of him to condense the wave of evil. The evil fluctuations with a powerful momentum rushed directly towards the explosive mosquito. The evil fluctuations condensed by Darkley instantly came to the front of the explosive mosquito. The huge body of the explosive mosquito was instantly beaten back by the fluctuations of evil. The huge wave of air sweeping over forced the people around to cover their eyes. Yulongdu, who was standing beside him, saw Ye Chen and Darkley fighting like this. His eyes lit up. Yes, he could also use this kind of combat method. Kui Long, we are like Ye Chen and the others, beat me up with the skin mosquitoes. As soon as he finished speaking, Kui Long understood the plan of Yulongdu. With a swoosh, he disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared behind the explosive mosquito. Kui Long kicked out his left foot at an extremely fast speed and kicked the explosive mosquito on the ground into the air. Ye Chen's method is really useful. Kui Long, keep fighting. Let him see how powerful we are. After saying that, the fast dragon rushed towards the explosive mosquito in the air again. The wings behind the thriller mosquito spread out and stabilized its body in the air. His companion did not react for the first time and was beaten by the mysterious elf. However, the same move is useless when using it. The explosive mosquito stabilized its body and hit the fast dragon rushing towards it. On Ye Chen's side, the other explosive mosquito was not as lucky as the one on Yulongdu. He was beaten by Ye Chen's Darkley in the air and was defeated step by step, and was beaten one after another. During the 3-minute battle, Darkley was hit by the explosive muscle mosquito. Transfer Group 72911. When Darkley rushed towards the thunder mosquito at one time, the new thunder mosquito chose to retreat. Ye Chen saw that the explosive mosquito wanted to escape. Ye Chen asked Darkley to stop and did not chase him. Seeing this explosive mosquito had the idea of running away, the explosive mosquito fighting the fast dragon in Yulongdu gradually developed a desire to retreat in his heart. The mysterious elf that appeared was so powerful that his companions were beaten to retreat step by step. He has already escaped to the distance, so should he run away? A bad feeling arose in his heart, which caused him to not concentrate when fighting Kui Long. Boom! The destructive light of the Kui Long hit the explosive mosquito. The explosive mosquito was hit and flew backwards. His thoughts were confirmed and he couldn't beat these people, so he quickly retreated. That elf was too powerful, and his companion had already escaped. If I continued to stay here, I might have to explain it here. Since there is no way to eat something, there is also the danger of being beaten. It would be better to withdraw to the original place. Retreat quickly. Without saying a word, the explosive mosquito stood up from the ground and raised a row of wings behind him. The wings behind him are constantly slapping, left here at a speed of running. Looking at the escaped thirsty mosquito, Yulongdu and his fast dragon were a little confused. We didn't even beat you and me just now, why did we run away now? Kuai Long roared a few words, expressing that he had not played enough yet. I hope this explosive mosquito will come back and play with him for hundreds of rounds. Yulongdu shook his head and looked in the direction of Ye Chen, his eyes full of complex expressions. It is a king of heaven, and it becomes very complicated to deal with 2 LV-50 level explosive mosquitoes. In the end, it was only by relying on this young man to solve the problem this time. He was a little doubtful, was he old? Ye Chen stared at the 2 escaping mosquitoes. He did not let Darklay continue to chase after him and conquered them. Because Ye Chen did not have the intention to subdue these 2 explosive mosquitoes. He didn't have the ultimate ball in his hand, even if he defeated them. It is also very difficult to conquer them with ordinary Pokemon. So it's better to repel them and give Zhengzhen Town a peace. Ye Chen believes that after this beating, the 2 of them will definitely have a memory and will not cause damage when they come back here. Ye Chen saw their fearful expressions from their expressions. It probably won't be back. Those who ran back to watch the battle saw a stunned scene in front of them. The strength Ye Chen showed just now was obviously much stronger than the 2 explosive mosquitoes and the fast dragon before. You should know that as soon as this mysterious Darklay appeared, he defeated the explosive muscle mosquito, which was comparable to the fast dragon, with lightning speed. It can be seen that the mysterious Darklay is stronger than the Dragon King's fast dragon. Yulongdu looked at Ye Chen's Darklay with narrow eyes. His fast dragon is already a very rare elf of quasi-king quality. However, when fighting the explosive mosquito, it was also very difficult. After using the whole body solution, the explosive mosquito was defeated. In other words, Darklay's quality is at least as high as the king. And what's even more terrifying is that the quality of this Darklay may be God. I just don't know if it is a level 3 god or a level 2 god. Thinking of this, Yulongdu was even more shocked. Ye Chen is so young that he can have this god. He has not achieved such success at Ye Chen's age. It seems that the future of this young man is unlimited. The people who escaped also showed a look of surviving the disaster, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Start discussing what just happened. I'll go, the elf coming out from behind is too domineering. He actually drove such a powerful mosquito away. That's right, that elf is too powerful, I'm attracted to fans. Yes, I was also impressed by the domineering spirit of that elf. The strength Ye Chen's Darklay showed just now made them feel a little shocked. They were also impressed by the strength shown by this elf. When Dr. Damu saw the 2 explosive mosquitoes running away, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Ye Chen's Darklay showed strong strength and defeated the 2 explosive mosquitoes. You must know that it is the ultimate strange beast and skin mosquito. He is a very powerful elf in terms of quality and strength. Ye Chen's Darklay can defeat the explosive mosquitoes so easily. Dr. Damu's eyes condensed, revealing his wise gaze. It seems that Ye Chen's Darklay is of very high quality. Could it be that he has misunderstood before? He shook his head. He had almost no way to get in touch with such a super rare elf, and it was normal to misunderstand it. However, Ye Chen is a little bit of a good life. At a young age, he not only has elves with such a high ceiling, but also 3 powerful elves with very high quality. What's even more annoying is that he still has 30 of his sacred sacrificial S. Dr. Oki looked back at his grandson and Zai. It is really difficult for his grandson to catch up with Ye Chen. And this kid Zai is lucky, so he asked him to study with Ye Chen. He started to think about it and became a disciple of Ye Chen. It seems that Zai's path will be much simpler in the future. Dr. Amul looked at them with relief. No one knew that Dr. Oki had thought so much about it. After Ye Chen defeated the explosive mosquito, Zai came to Ye Chen with interest. Master, Master, you are so awesome. You defeated the explosive mosquito that even the King of Heaven's fast dragon can't beat. You actually defeated him in a short time. Master, you are my idol. Ye Chen smiled and raised his hand. Zai is indeed a child, and he really thinks that Yulongdu is doing his best. Ye Chen touched Zai's head and explained to him patiently. Silly disciple, you don't really think that the dragon Du Tianwang used his full strength just now. Ye Chen glanced at Yulongdu and continued to say to Zai. The king of dragons and heavenly deserts is afraid that he will use powerful elves and cause huge damage to the real new town. Ye has never used his powerful elves to fight. Zai, don't underestimate any king. After saying that, Ye Chen touched Zai's head again. Ye Chen is getting better and better, Zai feels so comfortable to touch. Zai didn't feel anything wrong with the master touching his head. He was recalling his master's words. It turns out that I was thinking that the King of Heaven was just that little strength. Everyone thinks that their master is even more powerful than the King of Heaven. At this time, Yulongdu took Kuai Long and walked over from the other side. There was a faint smile on his face and he spoke. Ye Chen, thank you really this time. If it weren't for you, I was still thinking about summoning other elves. Ye Chen also looked at Yulongdu with a smile. The dragon Du Tianwang is joking. You are afraid of causing greater damage. I see that you are taking out the elf ball in your hand. Ha ha ha, you were actually seen by Ye Chen. If it weren't for you, my other elves would probably cause huge damage to the Zhengzhen town after they came out. Ye Chen also smiled. The silent, Wangde, between the two is still very sufficient. After hearing what Zai said to his master and Ye Chen, he kept muttering in his heart. The master is so amazing, everything he says is true. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the one who can fight against the King of Heaven. It is said that the master has fought with the two kings. If the master wins the challenge of the Quartz Alliance, he can fight with the King of Heaven. By the way, is the master the number one person in the younger generation? Zai's thoughts drifted farther and farther away, and he was imaginative. Dr. Damu saw Yulongdu coming over and asked. Long, this crisis has been completely resolved. Dr. Damu's face looked solemn and he said with some concern. The explosive mosquito is originally from the Arona region, but it actually appears here. It seems something is wrong. After hearing this, Yulongdu also put away his smile and said seriously. Dr. Oki, you're right. It's very abnormal that the explosive mosquito actually came here from the Arona area. Next, I will conduct a major search in the waters near Zhengzhen town. He paused and continued. This time, I feel very abnormal. It is very unreasonable that the ultimate strange beast in the Arona region will appear here. After hearing this, Dr. Damo nodded. Long, you need to thoroughly investigate the sea area around this Zhengzhen town. Otherwise, the people in the Zhengzhen town will fall into panic again. The repeated attacks of humans by elves may have a certain impact on the management of the alliance after the news is released. Dr. Oki said solemnly. The relationship between humans and elves cannot be deteriorated. Yulongdu also nodded solemnly, and he was also very clear about the seriousness of the incident. After reaching a consensus with Dr. Damu, Yulongdu turned around and said to Ye Chen. I'm going to search the nearby waters soon, and the situation is urgent. It's a pity that there was no winner in the duel with you this time. Yulongdu looked regretful. I still yearn for fighting with young people like Ye Chen who have talent and strength. Ye Chen is also a very regrettable. It was also a pity for him not to decide the outcome this time. Yulongdu stretched out his right hand and said with a smile. I hope I have the chance to fight you again in the future. Ye Chen also reached out and shook hands with the other party. Yulongdu then took out one of his business cards and handed them to Ye Chen. This is my business card, with my contact information on it. If you have any questions, please notify me. Ye Chen nodded slightly, stretched out his hand and took the business card passed by. In exchange with him, Ye Chen told Yulongdu his number. After Yulongdu wrote down Ye Chen's number, he looked at Ye Chen's appearance with a hint of expectation in his eyes. When you become stronger, let's have a real battle. Yulongdu also seemed to have discovered that ordinary elves may not be able to beat Ye Chen's dark lay. If it weren't for sending out your own elves, I'm afraid I wouldn't have beaten them. Ye Chen nodded slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. I'm looking forward to it too. This time, the duel with Yulongdu did not go to the end, which is a pity. The two communicated. Yulongdu said goodbye to Dr. Oki again. Dr. Damu, I'll set out to search the sea first, and I'll leave it to you here. As soon as he finished speaking, Yulongdu took out an elf ball. Come out. Quick dragon. A white light flashed by. A very powerful fast dragon appeared on the field. Elf, quick dragon. Attribute, dragon and flying. Quality, champion. Current level, LV98 level. Roar. After the Kuai Long appeared, he immediately roared. This power shocked everyone and the elves present. Goodbye, everyone. As he said that, Yulong Fairy rode on the fast dragon and flew towards the nearby sea. Ye Chen sighed, the King of Heaven is worthy of being the King of Heaven. The strength cannot be underestimated. However, Ye Chen didn't care too much. With a systematic existence, he would definitely be able to reach the strength of the Heavenly King. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the ultimate strange beast explosion mosquito and getting a reward, the opportunity to buy in the flash sale mall. The sound of the system appeared in Ye Chen's mind at once. It's time to go back, so you can't turn on the rewards of the system here. Summoned the Kuai Long, Ye Chen sat on him and rushed to Dr. Damu's house. Chapter 59 Another Divine Beast Egg. Please subscribe and support. Chapter 59 Another Divine Beast Egg. Please subscribe and support. Ye Chen was very excited when he heard the sound of the familiar system. After a while, Ye Chen rode the fast dragon back to Dr. Damu's house. In Ye Chen's room, Ye Chen opened his system impatiently. The familiar transparent system panel appeared in front of Ye Chen's eyes at one time. Product, Mysterious Elf Egg. Talk name, the Mysterious Elf Egg has the chance to hatch a divine beast. This time the flash sale system only displays one product. Ye Chen, who has a chance to kill in seconds, will certainly not hesitate. Of course I chose to buy it. System, kill this mysterious elf egg in seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for instant killing and successfully obtaining a mysterious elf egg. After the system sound fell, a dazzling white light flashed. A patterned elf egg suddenly appeared on Ye Chen's bed. Item, Mysterious Elf Egg. Source, Flash Sale Mall. Note: the mysterious elf egg will have a chance to hatch a little elf, and a small chance to hatch a divine beast. Ye Chen looked at the mysterious elf egg in front of him in surprise. At this moment, the elf egg can actually hatch out the divine beast. Although this is just a small probability. However, a divine beast is a divine beast, which is very powerful. Even the racial value of the third-level god has surpassed that of most elves. His own Darklay is an example. Darklay's current quality is a level 3 god. Now Darklay is very easy to deal with other elves. Whether it is attack power, speed, or defense, it is not comparable to ordinary elves. Even if the elves from the Yuzan family encounter a divine beast, they have to kneel down. If you can hatch another divine beast, the lineup around you will be even stronger. When I think about it, Ye Chen feels very excited. The things I bought in the flash sale system this time are also very useful. It is indeed a system-produced product, and it must be produced. Ye Chen began to look forward to it. I don't know what kind of elves my mysterious elf egg can hatch. Will your luck explode and hatch super beasts and so on? You will take off in an instant. Of course, the date of hatching of the elf eggs cannot be hatched in 1 or 2 days, and the dates are unstable. Maybe it will hatch in a few days, maybe it will have to wait for several months to hatch. Ye Chen placed this elf egg on the head of his bed and no longer cared about him. After experiencing several battles this day, Ye Chen's body also felt a little tired. Ye Chen cleaned up his house for a while, then lay on his bed and rested. Early the next morning, Ye Chen got up early again. Ye Chen and Dr. Damu and his friends had breakfast together. After breakfast, Dr. Damu kept Ye Chen. He seemed to have something to say to Ye Chen. Looking at Ye Chen opposite, Dr. Damu said lightly, "We recently discovered a mysterious remains around Zhengzhen town." Dr. Damu's words attracted Ye Chen's attention. Mysterious ruins? It sounds very tempting. Are there some mysterious treasures or something? He looked forward to Dr. Oki continuing to talk. Dr. Oki paused and continued. The remains discovered this time are very ancient, and there may be rare treasures and undiscovered things inside. After saying that, Dr. Damu's face turned low. "What's wrong?" Ye Chen said in concern. "However, our people were all sent out to check what happened in the waters around Zhengzhen town, and there were not enough people to explore the mysterious remains that appeared this time." Dr. Oki sighed. "So, I want to ask you to go to the ruins this time and check it out," Dr. Damu said solemnly. After hearing Dr. Damu's words, Ye Chen fell into deep thought. Speaking of the ruins, he was very interested. "I have no other plans recently, and I would like to ask me if I have Dr. Damu. Then I will explore and see, maybe there will be any unexpected gains. That is a ruin that has not been developed yet. Maybe there are some ancient elves or treasures." Ye Chen nodded. "Dr. Damu, just leave it to me with confidence. I will definitely explore this mysterious ruins well." "Okay, very good." Dr. Damu nodded with relief. He deserves to be Ye Chen, and he is very reliable in doing things. In the end, I have to rely on Ye Chen. I heard that there are many other adventurers coming around that ruin, so be careful. "Don't worry, Dr. Oki." Ye Chen patted his chest and said, "I had no problems at all." Dr. Damu gave Ye Chen a map of the ruins and told Ye Chen how to go. Ye Chen nodded, and he understood the way to the ruins. "Master, I heard you are going out for a risk." At this time, Zai and Xiao Mao ran in a hurry and said breathlessly, "Yes, Zai, I was entrusted by Dr. Oki to explore a ruin." Ye Chen reached out and touched Zai's head. "Master, can I go with you?" Zai blinked his eyes, looking expectant. "Zai, what about you? Stay here and practice well. Whenever your strength reaches my standards, I will take you on a trip." His apprentice's current strength is really too poor. Taking him out for an adventure is like bringing a bottle of oil. This time, he was not going to have fun, so it would be better not to bring Zai with him. Dr. Damu said that this was a ruin that had not been explored and I don't know what dangers would be, so it would be better to be careful. 643. By the way, I have never been to the ruins yet. What if you lose face in front of your apprentice? Then how can I be a master? Never take him there. Okay, master, I will definitely train well. Zai looked sad. The master doesn't take him with him, probably because he thinks his strength is not enough. If his strength is stronger, the master will not worry about him. His face became energetic again. I must train well and have strong strength. You have to work hard and wait for me to come back to check the results of your training. Ye Chen touched Zai's head again. Yes, master. Ye Chen and Zai and the others talked for a while, then said goodbye to them. He took out his elf ball and released the fast dragon. I'm leaving, you guys train well. Goodbye Dr. Oki, I will definitely have some exploration. After saying that, Ye Chen rode the fast dragon and left here and rushed towards the mysterious ruins. The map given by Dr. Damu is very accurate. Ye Chen took a while to find the place where the mysterious ruins were located. In order not to cause any surprise, Ye Chen chose to land in a place where there was no one. Kuai Long is a quasi-god. Ye Chen has such a rare elf at such a young age. This may cause some people who are ill-hearted to think that they will do bad things to Ye Chen. Although Ye Chen was not afraid of these people's attacks, this time he came here to check it out for Dr. Damu's research. Try not to cause disturbances and keep a low profile. After landing, Ye Chen walked for a while and came to the vicinity of the mysterious ruins. As soon as he arrived here, Ye Chen found that there were a lot of trainers gathered here. The trainers who can come to explore already have confidence in their own strength. Although the ruins have rare treasures, they are also full of great dangers. If you don't have the strength, you will be here and die. After Ye Chen came here, because he looked young, he was ridiculed by this group of people. Little brat, where is your adult? Which family? Don't you know that this ruin is full of danger? Who is not afraid of death and bringing the children here? This is not a place to play, get home and drink milk. When everyone saw that Ye Chen was young and didn't look like a child from a big shot. It looks like a rookie trainer. I must have heard that there is a mysterious ruin here, so come and see the fun. Bullying rookies is the greatest pleasure for these people. After hearing their words, Ye Chen frowned. I originally wanted to be low-key, isn't this forcing me to take action? He stared at these people who were talking, and Yun Danfan took out his elf ball. Since you all think that my strength is not good, I want to challenge the few who have just spoken out. I wonder if you have the courage to duel with me. Ye Chen looked at these people with a playful look and said. I plan to go into this ruins in a low-key manner. Really, I have to force me to take action. The three men were shocked when they heard Ye Chen's words. This rookie dares to be so arrogant. They were very angry and roared. Let me teach you what it means to respect powerful people. Humph, let me see how I teach you a lesson. Let you know what strength is. Ye Chen shrugged, is it powerful? Even you dare to say that you are strong? You guys go together, a group of native chickens and dogs, but you dare to say that you are powerful? I will still explore the ruins after you fight. Good guy, Ye Chen's words completely angered these three people. Boy, I want you to know what kind of punishment you will be punished if you disrespect us. Boy, you're not a little angry. Today I'll let me teach you a good lesson on your adult. Let me teach you what respect is to be respectful. Ye Chen's face also showed a slight anger. These people really hate them and don't have the ability to like to compete blindly. Haha, it's a real trick in your hands. Ye Chen is too lazy to talk about this. People waste their verbal talk. Instead of competing with them for the benefit of verbal talk, it is better to teach them a lesson with their strength. If you defeat them, you will know that you are powerful. Humph, let you see the powerful elf. The three of them took out their own elf balls, but they didn't care about how much they wanted to bully the few. Come out. Bayleaf. Come out. Uncle is weird. Come out. Big rock snake. Elf, Bayleaf. Attribute, grass. Quality, elite. Current level, LV50 level, owner. Elf, uncle monster. Attribute, poison. Quality, elite. Current level, LV51 level, owner. Elf, big rock snake. Attribute, rock and ground. Quality, elite. Current level, LV50 level, owner. Ye Chen looked at these three elves. The strength of these people seemed to be much stronger than that of ordinary people. But they met themselves. Ye Chen looked at them disdainfully. This time he wanted to beat them with a strong attitude and let them know the feeling of being killed instantly. Come out. Quick dragon. A white light flashed by, and a powerful fast dragon appeared on the field. Roar. As soon as the Kuai Long came out, he roared and the noisy people around him calmed down. Is this a quick dragon? I'll go, this young man is really not showing his appearance. Haha, This time those 3 people kicked the iron plate. Who made them keep bullying people who look like rookies? This time I'm going to be unlucky. When you walk by the river often, you can't help but get your shoes wet. Often bullying other people, these 3 people met Ye Chen and were retribution. The 3 of them also noticed Kui Long's strength and looked solemn. Brother, this fast dragon looks very powerful. What are you afraid of? Maybe he stole the family from him. He is so young, he will definitely not be able to control this fast dragon. Maybe we can take this fast dragon for ourselves. Quick dragon, this is a quasi-god. As he said that, the leading man among the 3 licked his tongue and smiled greedily. They didn't believe that this was what Ye Chen conquered himself, and guessed that Ye Chen stole the elf ball from his home and ran out. The greedy faces of these people fell into Ye Chen's eyes. Quick dragon, use the dragon tail and give me a move to defeat all their elves. Whether in terms of level or quality, his own fast dragon is far superior to the elf of the 3 of them. With Ye Chen's order, Kui Long's body instantly disappeared from the spot. When it appeared again, it had already arrived in front of the 3 elves. Kui Long turned around, his tail crossed and slammed heavily on the 3 elves. A huge force poured on his tail, directly knocking the bodies of the 3 elves away. When the 3 elves were in the air, their eyes turned into mosquito-coiled eyes and lost their combat power. In the end, they all fell to the ground with a loud bang. The attack happened in an instant, and everyone was watching incredibly what was happening in front of them. I'll go, this boy is too fierce. Oh my god, although those 3 people hate them, they are still very strong. They were actually killed in one move. Damn! How strong is this fast dragon? Oh my god, this infamous trio is finally punished. Everyone was talking about the powerful fast dragon and the mysterious boy. Some people lamented Ye Chen's powerful strength, and some people were very happy to see the 3 people who liked to be soft and afraid of hardship being taught a lesson. As the 3 parties involved, the 3 of them all widened their eyes and stood there in a daze. Their elves are not so weak. You should know that the trio are all famous in the team searching for relics. Now, he was actually killed instantly by this young man's fast dragon. Now they all reacted. This boy is not the rookie they imagined to steal the fast dragon from their home and come out to make a fuss. This is a master. What's funny is that they should have laughed at this boy just now. Then aren't they very dangerous? Brother, what should we do? Will we continue to explore this ruin? Yes, brother, we offended this kid. If he takes revenge on us later, then will we die for nothing after we go in? Brother, say something. Both younger brothers were a little anxious, they were afraid of death. After hearing the words of the 2 younger brothers, the eldest of the 3 lowered his head and thought, and finally sighed. Second brother, third brother, let's retreat. With such a strong strength at such a young age, the power behind us is not something we can afford. It's all my fault. I used to mock him before, let's go. The eldest brother of the 3 finally chose to follow his heart. Ye Chen's strength is already very strong. Moreover, if you can train such a powerful and young trainer, you cannot train it in ordinary families, and you must be a disciple of a big family. When they thought about them being offended by the disciples of the big family, they were scared when they thought about it. People like them who are lying on the expedition team have elves that are no match for them at all. If they send someone to chase them, they will have to finish playing. It's better to run away earlier. The 3 of them looked at each other, nodded, and agreed to this plan. As soon as the words came to an end, the 3 of them did not continue to look at Ye Chen and left here in shame. The 3 people's escape did not attract Ye Chen's attention. Just 3 explorers. Even though they were rude to themselves before, their goal was to explore this ruins. I came to explore this ruins, not to fight, but because these people were rude. Ye Chen took back Kui Long, sorted out his clothes, and walked towards the gate of the temple. After walking inside for a while, Ye Chen came to the gate of the temple. As soon as I got there, I found that many people were standing at the gate of this temple, and everyone had a sad face. What is the thing on this door? Oh, is this a mechanism in this door? This is too difficult, right? How to untie it? I've been busy for several days, but I still haven't figured out how to open this door. Ye Chen walked up and asked. You can't open this door. The person standing at the door looked at Ye Chen and found that he was a young boy and was about to say something. Someone immediately went up behind Ye Chen and said something in his ear. His face changed by 180 degrees. Yes, this gate mechanism is really too difficult. We have no way to open him. The man pointed to the mechanism on the door and said. Ye Chen looked in the direction he pointed. He looked closely and saw that this looked familiar and it looked so much like a puzzle. It seems that the door will be opened only if these 10 pieces are pieced into a complete pattern. Ye Chen looked at the pattern on the stone and felt that the pattern on it was a bit familiar. After a period of observation, he finally discovered the pattern of what it was. This is the legendary 3 holy beasts pattern. Shua Hun, Lei Gong, Yan Emperor. In the original work, it is a divine beast in Chengdu. Ye Chen's heart moved. Could it be that this temple has something to do with these 3 sacred beasts? Ye Chen no longer thought about it. Now he knew how to open the door. The most important thing is to open the door and go in and explore. No wonder these people can only stare at the door, and they cannot open the door. Even if they found this a puzzle, they couldn't find out what the pattern of the puzzle was. People in this world have no chance to see the divine beast. Not to mention the rarer 3 saint beasts. Even if a very few people have seen the divine beasts and the 3 sacred beasts, they have no chance to see the full picture. It is completely impossible for them to spell out the 3 sacred beasts in a complete manner. I'm afraid that only you can make it here. In order to save time, Ye Chen did not plan to continue to spend time with them. He went forward and planned to open the door. When the others saw Ye Chen going forward, they frowned. Could it be that this kid wants to go forward and try to open the door? It has been a long time since they were blocked at the door, and there was no result in them, and they were all a little discouraged. When I saw Ye Chen, the young boy, coming up, I felt disdainful. However, Ye Chen just showed his strong strength in front of him, and they didn't dare to say anything, and looked like they were waiting for Ye Chen to fail. Ye Chen ignored them and continued to move the puzzle in his hand. He just wanted to enter the temple. As Ye Chen's actions, everyone gradually discovered something. This, it seems like a puzzle? But what exactly is this pattern? I'll go, I've studied it for several nights but I didn't find it. After looking at it for a while, he actually found it. My God! This boy is so amazing, he is powerful, and he knows so much. I'll go. Did he know from the very beginning what exactly is on the pattern? It seems that this young man has a strong background behind him, otherwise he would not have known so much. Such thoughts came silently in everyone's hearts. Gradually, with Ye Chen's puzzle, the puzzle pieces were stacked together. The pattern gradually became clearer, and everyone found that it seemed to be the pattern of some elf. However, they have never seen it. However, they were sure that this pattern should be related to this temple, otherwise it would not have appeared here. After Ye Chen put the last piece of the puzzle on it, all the patterns made of the puzzle emitted a golden light. After this ray of light flashed, the gate and the pattern overlapped together. The gate of the temple suddenly trembled violently. And with the violent shaking sound, the gate opened. This made the people who had been gathered in front of the gate and waiting for a long time very happy and finally could enter the temple. This young man opened this door so easily. I'll go, it seems that I've lived to a dog these days. Heroes are young, they are not as good as young people today. This boy is so amazing, this operation is 666. After seeing the door finally opened, Ye Chen entered the interior of the temple. The crowd behind him also followed Ye Chen and walked in. Walking into the interior of the temple, there is a narrow and darkness. The passage is very dark around it. After walking for a while inside, the surroundings became darker and darker. Many people took out their own fire-type elves to light them. After walking for a long time, Ye Chen and his party saw a huge mural. Through the lighting of the fire-type elf, Ye Chen saw the pattern of a huge elf. This mural gives people a different feeling. This huge pattern instantly attracted everyone's attention. Ye Chen stood there, looking at the huge pattern. It shouldn't be, in theory, there is no danger in the ruins. Ye Chen felt something was wrong. At this time, a person who was not afraid of death went up and touched the pattern. Sudden boom! The entire temple suddenly shook, and the pattern looked moving, as if something was about to come out of the wall. The entire space inside the temple began to shake due to the movement of the pattern. Several people around Ye Chen fell to the ground and were injured because they did not stand firm. What's wrong? Why did the sky suddenly collapse and the earth break? I'm going. Has anyone who is unethical did anything? Originally, everyone was intact after they came in. They saw someone touching the pattern, and that's what it is now. They were all confused. What happened? However, Ye Chen was still quite calm. When the vibration occurred, Ye Chen retreated. He used the detection function that comes with the system detection function and started to check it out. Elf, unknown totem. Attribute, unknown. Quality, unknown. Current level, LV60 level, owner. The unknown totem at the museum owner level with a level of up to 60 is unknown, and its attributes and qualities are unknown. At the same time, Ye Chen used the detection system to check the levels of other people's elf. He took a look. No one present, except Ye Chen, could deal with him. Most of the people present were at the level of the previous 3 people, and some might not be able to beat those 3 people. What is this? Bayou. Use air slash. 9 tails. Use the jet flame. Flame horse, use jet flame. These people are not simple characters, and they quickly reacted. The elves who ordered their elves to attack this unknown totem. However, these summoned elves are no match for unknown totems at all. These elves' moves hit the unknown totem, and no ripples appeared on his body. Boom! The unknown totem seemed to be angry with these elves who tickled him. With a casual blow, all the elves were knocked away, and their elves instantly lost their combat power. Ye Chen looked at these people and shook his head. It is better not to come in, as these people will die if they come in. Suddenly, the sound of the familiar system sounded in Ye Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for inspiring side quests, defeating the unknown totem. Task reward, obtain 10 times the experience value. The system's voice lit up Ye Chen's eyes and actually triggered the mission. Ye Chen took out his elf ball and pressed it lightly. Daklei! Come out! Ye Chen also wanted to go deeper into the temple to explore, but he didn't want to waste time here. The unknown totem at level 60, Darklei has no problem dealing with the other party. Daklei, use the fluctuation of evil. After defeating the explosive mosquito, Darklei's level has increased again and his strength has become stronger. Of course, the power of evil fluctuations has become more and more perverted. Now, even this unknown totem cannot withstand the power of this evil fluctuation, and its strength is really terrifying. Darklei condensed an abyss-like wave of evil in front of him, and directly hit the body of the unknown totem. The unknown totem was impacted and fell heavily to the ground. Boom! The huge unknown totem fell to the ground, raising waves of dust. Everyone looked at Ye Chen incredibly and showed an incredible look. The unknown totem they had no way to deal with was actually killed by the boy in one blow. I'll kill it in one blow. We can't beat the elves that we can't beat even with hard work, alas. I didn't expect that this boy had such a strong elf. Everyone thought that the fast dragon before was already a very powerful elf, but they didn't expect that there was one more powerful one. Fortunately, I didn't mess with him before. The boy in front of me has absolutely a special background. After defeating the unknown totem, Ye Chen also heard the sound of the system and received the reward from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission, defeating the unknown totem. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, obtaining 10 times the experience value. 10 times of experience poured into Darklei's body, and his level was increasing rapidly as if he was riding a rocket. Ding! Darklei has obtained 10 times the experience value, the current experience value is full, and the level is automatically increased. Ding! Darklei's current level is LV60. Hearing the system prompt in my mind, this battle gained huge experience points. Darklei has all been promoted to level 60. With the quality of Darklei's 3rd level god, even the elf who is 10 levels higher than him, Ye Chen is confident of winning him. Elf, Darklei. Attribute, Evil. Quality, Level 3 God. Current level, LV60 level. This side mission made Ye Chen's Darklei's level suddenly leap to LV60, and he had already entered the quasi-heavenly king level. In Ye Chen's opinion, his Darklei has made a qualitative leap in strength compared to before. It seems that I am getting closer and closer to fighting with Kona and Yulongdu. Ye Chen turned his gaze to the crowd. In the battle just now, most people suffered considerable injuries due to the unknown totem riot. More importantly, their elves were all injured by unknown totems and needed treatment. So everyone planned not to continue moving forward, so they chose to go back directly. After all, temples are not safe places, and no matter how deep they go, they don't know what danger they will encounter. Moreover, the unknown totem that appeared just now shocked them and left a deep shadow in their hearts. If there were no elves by their side, they would not dare to imagine what would happen. After solemn thinking, they walked out of the temple. However, Ye Chen was not injured in this battle. He didn't plan to go back with these people. He just came in and got it shortly after he got it, and there was no treasure. In this way, the expedition team that was just overcrowded. And now Ye Chen is the only one left. However, Ye Chen didn't care, his eyes were fixed on the depths of the temple. I don't know what this secret is in this temple, it's so desirable. Ye Chen took a step forward and walked towards the depths of the temple. An hour later, Ye Chen came to the deeper part of the temple. At this time, it was pitch black around him. Darklei, the Lizard King, and the Kui Long were summoned by Ye Chen, beside him, guarding against all possible dangers. After walking a distance inside, Ye Chen came to the end of the temple. Ye Chen walked carefully. Sudden click. A sound rang out. Ye Chen seemed to have stepped on something. The ground began to shake. Rumble. Rumble. Ye Chen felt that the ground was rising. Did you touch any switch? Along with Ye Chen's thinking, a blue light rose in front of him. I stepped on the switch here and the thing rose from the ground. Is this the treasure of the temple? Ye Chen slowly came to the vicinity of this dazzling blue light, and Ye Chen clearly saw what was in the blue light. It was a blue crystal. It is inlaid in the middle of a disc-shaped stone. Ye Chen stretched out his hand and took off the blue crystal. This crystal was like Ye Chen's hand, and a dazzling light suddenly burst out from his forehead. Ye Chen closed his eyes to avoid the dazzling light. Suddenly, Ye Chen felt a huge force pouring into his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing the waveguide power inheritance crystal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully absorbing and obtaining the power of the waveguide. The power of waveguide, you can talk to the elves or detect the earthly direction. Note: only those who have passed the trial intact can be qualified to obtain this waveguide energy from ancient times. Ye Chen understood why he only triggered this mechanism until the end. It turns out that all the dangers in this temple are used to test the people entering. Only by walking to the end can we be recognized by the power of this waveguide, trigger this mechanism, and summon the waveguide power inheritance crystal. Ye Chen turned around and found that the dazzling blue light had disappeared. Instead, Ye Chen could feel the continuous surging energy in his body. He looked at Darklay, who was on the side of the alert, and reached out to touch his head. "Thank you for your hard work, Darklay." Darklay shook his head coldly. "This is what you should do, Master." Ye Chen was stunned for a moment. He understood what Darklay said for the first time. The power of this wave of guide is too awesome. As the original party, Ye Chen knew that wave guides are described as the spiritual energy that every creature has. Now I really have such magical abilities. He had fantasized about having such ability a long time ago. If you can talk to the elves, you will have a lot of fun in your daily training and daily life. Ye Chen saw the function of the waveguide power on the system screen. The power of the waveguide can not only allow Ye Chen to have a dialogue with the elf, but also use it to detect the earth, detect the surrounding environment, and create a barrier. It can be said that this is a panacea. This time I made a lot of money on the temple trip. After a while, Ye Chen found that there was a small platform around the stone. The things that can appear in the deepest part of this temple should at least be at the level of treasure something. Especially those hidden in the corner must be treasures. Ye Chen walked over quickly, and Darklay and the others were guarding Ye Chen. Although no danger has been discovered so far, just in case, they are protecting Ye Chen in an endless manner. When he came to this platform, Ye Chen found a dragon-shaped jade pendant on the platform. Ye Chen wanted to use the system's detection function to view this dragon jade pendant. A scene that surprised Ye Chen appeared. The system's detection function did not work. This is the first time that the system's detection function has not worked. Ye Chen looked at the dragon jade pendant in his hand in surprise. Something that cannot even be detected by the system must be a treasure. Take it back and see if anyone knows this thing. Ye Chen put the dragon jade pendant into the system space. He was planning to make this trip to the temple. It was already worth the journey. He had obtained the power of this wave of guide. Not to mention this mysterious dragon jade pendant. A period of time passed, and Ye Chen walked around the temple. Hard work pays off. He discovered another secret room. Ye Chen took Darklay into it. As soon as you see it, you will see a simple stone table. On the stone table, there were all kinds of top-quality evolution fossils. Ye Chen was surprised. There are so many evolutionary fossils, and it seems that at least there are dozens of dollars. Ye Chen knew that every piece of evolution is priceless in the market, and every piece is priceless. However, Ye Chen will definitely not sell it, and he is not short of money. Keep it for yourself, won't it taste good? Ye Chen smiled and put these evolution fossils into his system space. After looking around and confirming that he had no leftovers, Ye Chen nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the pieces of evolution fossils lying in the system backpack, Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction. Sure enough, people who love to laugh will not have too bad luck. Fortunately, I was more careful and searched the temple again. After finally confirming that there were no other treasures in this temple, Ye Chen planned to return outside. After Ye Chen came outside, he found that there were still many trainers waiting for him outside. They camped outside, taking care of their elves while waiting for Ye Chen to come up. Ye Chen's strength won the respect of all of them. They looked at Ye Chen's face with a smile and thought to themselves. Ye Chen has such a strong strength, he must have gained a lot from this temple. However, they were not jealous of Ye Chen's harvest. Ye Chen's strength and background made them unable to get jealous, but they regarded Ye Chen as the direction of their efforts. The strong are respected no matter where they are. Ye Chen summoned Kui Long and prepared to return to Dr. Damu's house. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Ye Chen's mind. Ding! The system prompts that there are huge dangers overseas in Zhengzhen town. Ding! There are 3 super ancient divine beasts gathering overseas in Zhengzhen town, and a war is about to break out. Ye Chen was stunned when he heard the prompt from the system. Super ancient divine beast. Chapter 60 The Arrival of the Super Ancient Divine Beast. Please subscribe and support. Chapter 60 The Arrival of Super Ancient Divine Beasts. Please subscribe and support. System, tell me what's going on with this super ancient divine beast. Ye Chen was a little confused. Speaking of the super ancient divine beasts, he remembered them three. Three mysterious figures appeared in his mind. Could it be the three of them? Speaking of super ancient divine beasts, what he could think of was the three divine beasts in Fang Yuan area. Representing the god of the earth, Guladu. The god of the ocean is Gyaka. The god of the sky Schizoma. Could it be these three of them? If these three are really the ones, it would be over. Ye Chen read the original work and knew that the destructive power and strength of these three elves were very powerful. Moreover, Guladu and Gyaka will fight as soon as they meet, causing huge turmoil. Extremely troublesome. If they fight around Zhengzhen town, then the entire Zhengzhen town will not escape the danger of destruction. Once a commotion occurs around Zhengzhen town, Yulongdu will definitely notice it nearby. However, even the most powerful Yulongdu that Ye Chen had encountered before was not worth mentioning in front of them. Even if Yulongdu calls on the other four heavenly kings to join forces, they are probably no match for these three divine beasts. The levels of divine beasts are all above LV level 100, and these three super ancient divine beasts are even more terrifying. Ye Chen knew that the ace elf of Yulongdu was a champion level fast dragon. Champion's level elf is a very powerful existence in the public's vision. But in front of these three divine beasts, the championship level divine beast is just a trick. You should know that when the elf is rising to level 80 or above, even if the gap is 1 or 2 levels, it is an unforgettable gap. Not to mention these super ancient divine beasts and the dragon fairy, the difference between dragon levels is not 1 or 2. The fast dragon of Yulongdu is the champion quality, and it can only be level 100 for the entire life. And they are all above LV level 100, and they are not something that trainers can resist. The host is right, which is the three super ancient divine beasts in the Fang Yuan area you mentioned. Ye Chen's face suddenly changed drastically, and he looked shocked. It's really these three divine beasts, that's not good. It won't take long, and ancient existences from other regions will soon land outside the sea of Zhengzhen town. When they fight, huge energy will burst out. When talking about this, the system paused. At that time, a shocking war will break out in the sea thousands of miles away. Not only the Zhengzhen town area, but also the entire Kanto area may be severely damaged. Ye Chen took a breath. What kind of crisis is this? He actually led the destruction of the world. Whether it is Zhengzhen town or the destruction of the Kanto region, Ye Chen doesn't want to see it. During the time he lived in Zhengzhen town, he developed feelings for this small place. Not to mention, there are also Dr. Damu and his own Hakrons in Zhengzhen town. My only disciple Zai and his friend Xiao Mao are all there. He didn't want to watch the destruction of the Zhengzhen town in front of him. However, Ye Chen thought again that the strength of these super ancient divine beasts was very strong. In the eyes of ordinary people, my current strength is no longer weak. But when facing these three divine beasts, I would be a younger brother in front of them. Even his ace Darklay is the third level god of LV60. In front of these super ancient beasts, it is not enough to plug the teeth. Ye Chen thought that his strength was not good, so he tried to ask the system. System, what would happen if I didn't go? With my strength, it seems that I can't stop this battle, right? He was a little confused. Why did the system tell him this? Even after he knew it, he could not stop this catastrophe. Soon, the system answered Ye Chen's doubts. Ding, if the host doesn't go, you will be bombed into ashes with Zhengzhen town in the battle between these three divine beasts. When Ye Chen heard this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If I want to survive and don't want the real new town to be destroyed, I must find a way to stop them. Ye Chen took a deep breath. He will not run away, he still has many friends on this land, and he will not abandon them. It seems that the only way now is to go to the waters near Zhengzhen town and check it out. See if you can find any solution to this catastrophe. There is not much time left, so I can't delay here. Hurry up and check the waters near Zhengzhen town. Ye Chen summoned the Kuai Long and rode on him. Follow the direction given by the system, head towards the direction of Zhengzhen town. I have to say that Kuai Long is very fast. After a while, Kuai Long took Ye Chen to an island in the waters near Zhengzhen town. Red Leaf Island. According to the system's instructions, Ye Chen came here. Soon, Kuai Long landed on Hongyi Island. Ye Chen's face was solemn, and he saw that the nearby sea area had gradually begun to have unusual phenomena. Buzz. The sound of a elf's flying sounded over Ye Chen. When I looked up, it was a fast dragon. Ye Chen's brows relaxed slightly, and not many people could have the fast dragon. The Hongyi Island where I am is located is in the waters around Zhengzhen town, and it is around Yulongdu, who left for the surrounding waters not long ago. After a while, the fast dragon landed beside Ye Chen. What came down was the Dragon King Yulongdu, one of the 4 kings of Kanto. Why are you here? After a while, Yulongdu greeted Ye Chen. Hearing Yulongdu's inquiry, Ye Chen replied with a smile. You are here too. I noticed something is wrong here, so I came over and take a look. Ye Chen told a kind lie, and he could not tell Yulongdu the system in all respects. I could only just panic. It seems you have noticed this too. Yulongdu looked at Ye Chen with admiration, worthy of being a young man he is optimistic about. That's right. I rode a fast dragon around me to search for the reason why the ultimate beast would come. Then, I realized that this is different from the others. He paused and said with a serious look on his face. I doubt the reason why this ultimate beast came here. Ye Chen was slightly shocked. He was worthy of being the king of heaven and his intuition was very accurate. The predicted location is exactly the same as the system predicts. Look, there seems to be something unusual there. Suddenly, Ye Chen pointed his hand in a direction in the sea. Following the direction of Ye Chen's finger, Yulongdu looked over. There was an unusual situation in the direction Ye Chen pointed. There were fogs of mist on the endless sea area, layer after layer, gradually covering the sea area around Hongyi Island. For a moment, Ye Chen and Yulongdu couldn't see clearly what was happening around him. However, Ye Chen's brows were always frowning. What kind of changes have happened? Even though Yulongdu was the 4 heavenly kings, he was surprised by the changes around him for a moment. It seems that some mysterious existence is coming out. Ye Chen couldn't tell Yulongdu openly that the super ancient divine beast was about to come out. He could only mention it from the side and tell Yulongdu that something huge would happen here. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Yulongdu's brows frowned. With his keenness at the level of the king, he can judge what is going to happen extraordinarily. Ye Chen is sure that there has been a huge change around this, which should be inseparable from the 3 super ancient elves mentioned in the system. He looked at the distance with a serious look on his face, without talking to Yulongdu. There is no doubt that these amazing movements are signs of the emergence of those super ancient divine beasts. Help! Help! Suddenly, an emergency life-saving sound rang in Ye Chen and Yulongdu's ears. As the sound passed, Ye Chen and Yulongdu saw a small boat wandering on this rolling sea. It's a small fishing boat. There was a woman shouting help on it. Ye Chen, go and save people. Yulongdu, one of the 4 kings in Kanto, said to Ye Chen immediately. He could not sit and watch the woman walk alone in the storm. As soon as he finished speaking, Yulongdu summoned a fast dragon and rushed towards the woman. Catch me! Yulongdu was riding on Kuai Long's body, stretched out his hand, and said to the woman in the boat. The woman in the boat was very panicked. She wanted to catch some rare elves in this sea area with her gem starfish. Not long ago, she got the news that there were rare elves near Hongyi Island. Then he came here with her gem starfish. Who knew that after coming here, the rare elves discovered nothing. But it was in danger. When she was about to die, he saw his savior. A man with red hair appeared in front of her on a fast dragon. It appeared in front of her like an angel descending to earth. She was stunned for a moment. Isn't this familiar face the Dragon King Yulongdu? She was a little flattered, but soon reached out and held Yulongdu's hand. Seeing this, Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This girl was saved. Soon, Yulongdu brought the girl back. Thank you, Lord Yulongdu. As soon as it landed, the girl looked at Yulongdu, who saved her with a tender look on her face. Cough cough. Yulongdu touched his nose, and now is not the time to talk about this. This is what I should do. Afterwards, Yulongdu ignored this girl and turned around and said to Ye Chen. It seems that something big will change here soon, and this girl is not a solution to stay here. Ye Chen nodded. As Yulongdu looked at Ye Chen, the girl also looked at Ye Chen. So young. However, she did not look down on Ye Chen for this. After all, the person who can make the king talk to the same person is definitely not simply a person. It seems that this young boy is very powerful. Ye Chen lowered his head and thought for a while, then spoke. Why don't you send her back? Ye Chen knew that he could never leave, and he still had to stay and solve the problem of the upcoming super ancient divine beast. Yulongdu is different. Although his strength is very strong, it may not necessarily prevent their destruction. Why didn't you send her back? The expression on Yulongdu's face changed, and he didn't understand why Ye Chen asked him to send the girl back. The upcoming crisis around this cannot be solved by Ye Chen's strength alone. Here, he is the most powerful person. You are the one who should go back. Ye Chen. He glanced at Ye Chen and spoke. I know your strength is very strong, but according to my speculation, even I may not be sure to solve the next thing. You should take the girl back, right? Looking at Ye Chen, he hoped to hear Ye Chen's affirmative answer from Ye Chen's mouth. Ye Chen looked anxious, he couldn't leave. If I leave, not only will the meeting in Zhengzhen town be over, but I can't run away. More importantly, the entire Kanto region cannot escape. Since Yulongdu doesn't want to leave, he can only think of other ways. I can't leave, I have a very important task here. Ye Chen still insisted that he must stay here. When Yulongdu saw this, he had some thoughts in his mind. It seems that Ye Chen cannot leave for some reason, so he won't force it. That's all that. So, Yulongdu took out an elf ball from behind and pressed it lightly. Come out. Quick dragon. A white light flashed, and a LV-55 level fast dragon appeared on the field. I'll ask Kuai Long to take you back, it's very dangerous here. Yulongdu said to the woman. The woman nodded and followed Yulongdu's arrangements. Her strength is low, but she also sees that what is about to happen in the surrounding waters is not simple. The girl sat on Kuai Long and Yulongdu said something to Kuai Long. Kuai Long took this girl leaving from Hongyi Island, rushing into the dense dark clouds, and heading towards Zhengzhen town. After Kuai Long left, Yulongdu wanted to ask Ye Chen if he was hiding something from him. Ye Chen's constant firmness made Yulongdu feel suspicious. Does Ye Chen know something? Do you know something? He couldn't help but ask Ye Chen. Ye Chen sighed, it seemed that he could not hide it anymore. It seems that I have to make up a reason to make Yulongdu believe what he said. Ye Chen took a breath and said lightly. Before I came here, I went to the newly discovered ruins. And when I walked to the depths of the ruins, I encountered the legendary 3 holy beasts. What? The 3 holy beasts? Yulongdu was shocked. Since he became the king of heaven, he had never encountered the 3 sacred beasts. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen encountered the 3 saint beasts all at once. Is this related to whether you must stay here? Yulongdu asked curiously. You'll finish listening to me. After the 3 holy beasts came out, they showed up and told me that ancient existences would come here in this area, and these ancient existences would have a shocking war here. What? Hearing this news, Yulongde couldn't calm down. There will be an ancient existence that will break out in a war here. Wouldn't it be true that the people around Newtown are in danger? He hurriedly asked Ye Chen, did the three saint beasts say anything else? Ye Chen nodded, the three sacred beasts told me that I am the selected person and asked me to come here to stop this catastrophe. After listening, Yulongde fell into thought. No wonder Ye Chen has been insisting on leaving and must stay here. It turned out that he was the man chosen by the three sacred beasts. Ye Chen's words were not suspected by Yulongde. Ye Chen is very young and has a very strong strength. It is reasonable to be selected by the three sacred beasts. If Ye Chen can come here accurately than himself, he will not suspect that Ye Chen is lying. Yulongde nodded, and now he felt that he knew exactly. However, talk about ancient existence. He remembered that he saw three ancient elves in a mural of a certain inheritance. They are the elves who control the earth, the ocean, and the sky. Could it be them? He was thinking about it when he saw Ye Chen's head turn into the sea and staring firmly at the distant sea. Suddenly, the heavy fog began to roll continuously, as if something had walked out of it. At the same time, Ye Chen and Yulongde both felt the increase in humidity in the air. Transfer Group 37172, 11. Bang! Drops of rain began to fall. Ye Chen raised his head and kept murmuring in his mouth. He is coming. Ba ba ba. The rain became heavier and heavier, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a heavy rain. Yulongde frowned. Could it be that this strange phenomenon of appearance is really him? Next second, a Pokemon elf who looked like a whale rose from the sea. It can be clearly seen that he has two huge pectoral fins on his body, and each fin has four white square structures long. His body was all blue, his chin was white and there were two white pointed objects protruding. Rumble! Rumble! With the emergence of this elf, the entire sea surface was boiling. Endless waves leaped into the endless sea, as if welcoming the controlled return. As he swept and moved, it seemed that the sea area was under his control. No matter how you control it, it is all within his power. His name is, the god of the sea Gaaka. Ye Chen and Yulongde looked at the light blue elf as huge as a whale, like a small island floating on the water. The two of them said in unison that their name was Gaoka, the god of the ocean. The legendary super-ancient beast, Gaoka. Yulongde looked at Ye Chen, is this the ancient existence mentioned by the three sacred beasts? Ye Chen nodded. However, since Gaoka has appeared, the other two are probably not far away, right? Yulongde said to himself. The next second, the fog opposite Gaoka also had a violent movement. Boom! Boom! The entire Red Leaf Island began to vibrate. Earthquake! No, it should be another super-ancient beast that is coming. It seems that he has woken up too. In the shaking of the ground, Ye Chen and Yulongde had to summon the fast dragon. Sitting on him and avoiding the shaking of the ground. Due to the shaking of the ground, the entire Red Leaf Island became fragmented. Rumble! The huge footsteps gradually approached, and the sea water was stirred and kept rolling. With the approaching loud noises, Ye Chen clearly saw the full picture of this elf. It is a little elf whose body is covered with red, flaky skin. The dark side of his body was grey. With every move, you can feel the power of the earth from him. Ye Chen recognized him at a glance. He was the god of the earth, Guladu. The arrival of these two super-ancient divine beasts. Meeting two divine beasts at that time, lightning appeared in the sky. It made the sea area around Ye Chen feel like it was in the end of the world. The giant tooth shark group and the roaring whale king in the sea seemed to feel some fear, and fled madly to the opposite direction of the fog. The giant tooth shark and the roaring whale king are not ordinary elves. They are all elves of higher levels. Their intuition told them that the surrounding waters are very dangerous now. Some terrifying existences that have survived from ancient times to the present have come to their surroundings. And they have lived for so long, of course they know. If these ancient beings who wake up from their sleep get angry, the surrounding waters will be greatly damaged. They must be unable to escape the anger of these two ancient beings in it. Even the sea areas that they have lived for so long will be completely destroyed in this catastrophe. Looking at these two huge super ancient divine beasts, Yulongdu turned his head and looked at Ye Chen. It seemed like asking in his eyes, "What should I do? Are you going to go or me?" In fact, they all knew that when they encountered these two super ancient divine beasts, their strength was completely useless. However, in order to protect Zhengzhen town, the two still discussed and tampered with each other. Elf, Gaaka. Attribute, Water. Quality, Level 1 God. Current level, LV150 level, Divine Beast. Elf, Guladu. Attribute, Ground. Quality, Level 1 God. Current level, LV150 level, Divine Beast. When deciding whether to go on, Ye Chen used the detection function included with the system to check the panels of the two powerful super ancient divine beasts in front of him. I don't know if I don't look at it, and I'm shocked when I see it. What the hell? After reading the original work, Ye Chen knew that these two super ancient divine beasts were very powerful, but when the data was placed in front of Ye Chen, the huge shock still changed Ye Chen's face. Suddenly, above Ye Chen and Yulong Ferry, you could clearly see the dragon-like thunder on the other end, as if it was about to tear the dark sky to pieces. However, this is just the beginning of destruction. Roar! The vermilion-red figure of Guladu became clearer in Ye Chen and the others' eyes. The extremely huge momentum seemed to overturn this sea area. An angry light appeared in his eyes. He hates sea water. I hate that flying whale even more. Unexpectedly, this time Su Xing was around that guy. Guladu felt Gaaka's breath and roared loudly. At the same time, Gaaka on the opposite side seemed to feel the momentum of Guladu. Roar! Similarly, Gaaka yelled at Guladu. Accompanied by the sudden increase in the rain around it, falling like a pouring rain. Neither Ye Chen nor Yulongdu had time to escape the rain, and was soaked in the rain, all over. Two images appeared in Ye Chen and Yulongdu's eyes. Two contradictory scenes appeared in the entire sea area covered by thick fog. The sky on the left was burned by flames, making people feel so hot that they want to sweat. The sky on the right is raining, and huge waves are constantly rising. Guladu stood on the land he created, while Gaaka floated on the sea, with her wings constantly turning, and huge waves surging around her. These two super ancient beasts stared at each other tightly. He screamed viciously. It seems that these two elves have a deep hatred. Do we take action? Yulongdu asked Ye Chen, didn't you say you are the person chosen by the three sacred beasts? Do you want to go up and solve this problem? Ye Chen was also very embarrassed to be looked at. I'll go. The system just told me that there was a huge disaster here, but didn't tell me how to solve it. Ye Chen shook his head and spoke. If you take action now, you might be able to deal with the two super ancient beasts that were originally fighting, and they will attack them together. Of course, Ye Chen won't do such a stupid thing. Wait for the opportunity. Unless that one comes out, no one can stop the battle between them from coming. Who did you mean? Yulongdu asked curiously. The news about the ancient elves that Ye Chen knew was much more detailed than his. The third super ancient divine beast, the god of the sky, Rekong Saturday. You should know that among Fang Yuan's three super ancient divine beasts, the most powerful one is the Rekong Sat, which has been guarding the pillar of the sky. If this one appears, it can stop these two irritable super ancient beasts. There are also strong and weak divine beasts, and Ye Chen, who has read the original work, knows it. Gaaka and Guladu are the same level of existence. The slit host should be much stronger than these two. Just after Ye Chen's voice fell, this Gaaka and Guladu started to move. Roar! Gaaka yelled at Guladu. Roar! Guladu responded to him with a roar. It seems to be about to start. Ye Chen and Yulongdu noticed the movements of these two elves. It seems they are going to start a big battle. Since ancient times, Gaaka and Guladu have been staunch enemies and they will fight each other as soon as they meet. What should we do? Yulongdu asked this question once. As the Dragon King of the Kanto region, he must not be able to watch the Kanto region be destroyed in the battle between these two super ancient beasts. However, when he faced these two powerful elves, he really had any solution. It was the first time he felt so helpless. He turned his gaze to Ye Chen, hoping that he could have a solution. He now fully believed what Ye Chen said, that he was the savior chosen by the three holy beasts. However, they had no choice. Because Guladu and Gaaka started to do something. It can be clearly seen that a red light appeared on Guladu's body and a dazzling light appeared on his hands. This ray of light shone clearly in the thick fog. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed, which was the move that Ye Chen knew most well of Guladu. The Sword of the Cliff. In his previous life, Ye Chen remembered that Guladu had a wish. That is to use the cliff sword to kill all the flying beasts like yourself. The energy gathered from the cliff sword used by Guladu directly caused a tremendous wave on the sea. It kept surging towards other surrounding islands, devouring many other islands around it. The Hongyi Island where Ye Chen and Yulongdu were originally standing was shattered by Guladu and was swallowed by the waves caused by Guladu. And because the cliff sword gathered on Guladu's hands, Guladu's whole body turned red, like a war god wearing a red battle robe. Gradually, the light gathered on his body faded and all condensed into the sword in his hand. That is one of Guladu's tricks. The Sword of the Cliff. When Guladu condensed the cliff sword, the white pattern on Gaaka's body also lit up. Ye Chen, who is familiar with Gaaka, knew that Gaaka was also condensing his unique tricks. As the patterns on his body became brighter, the sea water around him continued to surge and concentrated around Gaaka. At the same time, the dark clouds in the sky became even more violent, as if they were roaring at Guladu. Gaaka vs Goradu. Root Wave vs Cliff Sword. Ye Chen and Yulongdu stared at the battle between these two super ancient divine beasts, and their hearts became more and more unpleasant. The battle between these two first-level gods can be regarded as a great crisis for the Zhengzhen town. The two sides blasted their attacks with an angry roar. The root fluctuation in the air is like a huge vortex energy ball, destroying other things along the way. Guladu was not showing any weakness when facing Gaaka's attack. The cliff sword burst out from his hands, as if to cut off everything that was blocking it. The moment the two huge energy contacted, a violent explosion suddenly broke out, and the huge shock wave continued to spread wildly. The islands closer to the explosion area were directly completely damaged. The energy was transmitted to the seabed, directly shattering the island into several pieces, and splitting it on the spot. On the other hand, the seas near those islands were even more violently caused by the shock waves caused by the explosion. Compared with the past, the tsunami waves that are dozens of meters high are now emerging on the sea. One after another. Countless vortexes spread at the center of the explosion, climbing wildly like raindrops in a sudden rain. Ye Chen and Yulongdu sat on Kuai Long, constantly defending against the aftermath from the moves of Guladu and Gaaka. The aftermath is just a very difficult time for them to resist. Fortunately, the fast dragon of Yulongdu is strong enough that the two of them can only get through this impact. No harm was received. It is worthy of being a battle between first-level gods, and its strength is really too strong. After avoiding the aftermath of the move, Ye Chen said with a look of gratitude. Yes, just one fight has caused such a great power. This strength is so terrifying. Yulongdu sighed astonishingly, for the first time he saw the battle between a first-level god and a first-level god. Completely shocked. Ye Chen looked solemn. If these two super ancient beasts continued to fight with such great power caused by their attacks, this real new town will sooner or later be destroyed by them. Yulongdu's face was also full of solemnity, and he really didn't know what to do. He wanted to go up and stop him, but he knew very well that it was just a death sentence. Not only will his own death, but even his last hope will be hurt by his actions. Now the only thing he hopes is that Ye Chen can come up with a solution. In this world, I really believe what the three sacred beasts say. He firmly believed that Ye Chen was the last savior. However, he forgot. The three sacred beasts will not lie, but Ye Chen will lie. He didn't think about Ye Chen's lying at all. He looked at Ye again morning. Ye Chen looked a little stable on the surface, but in fact he was a little nervous inside. I was cursing the system in my heart, why didn't I tell me the solution? Damn, who will come out to save the place soon? At this time, a hole suddenly broke in the sky, which was originally covered by thick dark clouds. From that opening, a green, large, and one-stop-looking elf broke in. The dark clouds shining through the elf, the sunlight shone on Ye Chen's face. When he looked up, he opened his mouth wide. I'll go, I just said who will save the scene, and someone has really come to save the scene. Do you want to be so accurate? However, Ye Chen was still a little happy. At least there is one more super beast, 3 more. As the saying goes, a triangle is the most stable shape. The elf who suddenly joined should be able to stop Guladu and Gaaka's battle. Ye Chen guessed like this. Yulongdu also saw this super ancient beast that had just entered the battle between Gaaka and Guladu. This divine beast is a flying dragon, with most of its body green and a yellow ring-shaped pattern around it. What is even more surprising is that the pressure on this super ancient divine beast is stronger than what comes from Gaaka and Guladu. Ye Chen and Yulongdu both felt the powerful pressure from this elf. The fast dragon under them also felt the huge power coming from the elf. Ye Chen recognized this elf as the god of the sky scattering seat. Use the power of his own waveguide and the system's own detection function to query the information about this space-breaking seat. What would the attributes of the slit cabinet, which is much stronger than that of Guladu and Gaaka? When he saw the data, he couldn't help but take a breath of air conditioning. Elf, Schizoma. Attributes, Flying and Dragon. Attribute, Level 1 God. Current level, LV155 level, Divine Beast. What the hell? The slit seat is awesome. It is worthy of being a powerful existence in Bijayaka and Guladu, but it turns out to be a level 155 Divine Beast. LV155 level, what kind of existence? It can be said that this should be the ceiling of the elf that Ye Chen saw. In Ye Chen's perception, such strength is probably a top-level existence even among the first-level gods. Moreover, the gap between the first and second levels between the divine beasts is not the same as the gap between the low levels, and can be reversed casually. There may be a huge difference between this level. The existence of them who can defeat other first-level gods. Transfer Group 3717291119. What is this concept? For example, if Guladu and Gaaka meet the slit cat alone. Needless to say, it is most likely that the Skyzawa will win. This LV155 level is not fake. That's really powerful. When the Rift Cat suddenly broke into it, both Guladu and Gaaka, who were originally tit-for-tat, stopped the attack in their hands. Seeing the uninvited guest who suddenly broke in, Gaaka and Guladu both roared together. This guy actually came here too. They roared at him, but they still did not act any attack. Although the three of them have always met since ancient times. But their relationship is not very good. The two of them stopped fighting, either for anything else, or for fear that he would attack and kill them. It's not that they were afraid of splitting the void, but that they felt that it was not cost-effective to pick up a bargain by splitting the void when they were fighting. The two super ancient beasts stopped in a very tacit understanding. For a moment, 3 super ancient divine beasts were stalemate together. The whole scene fell into a strange state of balance. Ye Chen and Yulongdu breathed a sigh of relief when they saw such a scene. They do not expect these 2 divine beasts to be kind, and will be worried about the surrounding environment, or the real new town will be destroyed by their battle. No matter what the reason was for them, the originally turbulent sea surface became calm. Hey, fortunately they won't continue fighting anymore. Yulongdu felt that his heart was broken and could be relaxed. I really hope that this state would continue. If Guladu and Gaaka continue to fight, it may not take a few rounds and the entire Zhengzhen town will be in ruins. If the battle escalates further, the entire Kanto region will become very dangerous. Fortunately, this suddenly inserted into the battle temporarily saved the Zhengzhen town. Ye Chen paused and continued. We have to find a way, otherwise, if these three divine beasts fight each other, that would be a real disaster. Yulongdu also agreed with Ye Chen's words very much and nodded in agreement. He had a headache. Judging from the performance of these divine beasts, he had no chance to intervene in this battle. His eyes were still on Ye Chen. Ye Chen didn't say anything, and looked at the three divine beasts quietly. I don't know how I should solve this battle. It's really a headache. Now, although this battle should not really begin. However, the battle between these three divine beasts is definitely inevitable. The momentum of these three divine beasts is very powerful. Some small islands in the nearby sea area have suffered a catastrophe. The huge waves that were caused by the battle were swept into the seabed, and after they were broken one by one, they sank to the seabed. After all, if a war between three divine beasts really breaks out, that is the real beginning of the nightmare. The fast dragon under Ye Chen and Yulong also felt the terrifying momentum and took Ye Chen and the others to fly a little farther away. Looking at the three first-level gods, Ye Chen's belief in becoming stronger became stronger. That's right. These three super-ancient divine beasts are very powerful. However, he is not without a chance to defeat them. He believed that as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to train his elves to the point where he could resist these divine beasts. Because he has a system. However, now he can't beat these three divine beasts at all. He could only stay aside, waiting for the miracle to appear. Chapter 61 Save the True New Town. Please subscribe and support when it is on the shelves. Chapter 61 Save the True New Town. Pre-listed, please subscribe and support. Ye Chen's eyes were very solemn, and he had the power of a waveguide. Using the power of the waveguide, Ye Chen clearly felt the violent fluctuations of energy coming from the three elves. He felt that these three first-level gods seemed to be brewing. It seems that they will start a fierce battle here soon. The consequences are: this radius of hundreds of miles will be turned into ruins. Their battle will make people in a radius of hundreds of miles lose everything. Whether it is their house, their elves, and their own lives, they will all be lost in this battle. Ye Chen didn't want to see such a thing no matter what. He couldn't bear the destruction in front of him. He had to stop all this. In the fog, Goradu, Gaaka, and the Rift Seed who finally broke into the battlefield. These three super-ancient divine beasts stood quietly in the misty air, making violent roars to each other. As a divine beast, flying is the easiest thing for most divine beasts. Of course, Guladu cannot fly. But his body was extremely huge, and his standing body was no less than the height of the flight. 8. Among these three super-ancient beasts, Guladu showed extraordinary anger. 1. Roar roar. 1. He kept roaring at Gaaka and Rika. 7. Mad. 3. These two flies and hateful guys. 7. He is so bullying that I can't fly. I really want to use the cliff sword to knock them down one by one. 6. Gaaka stared at Guladu with a calm face and called him fiercely. 6. That idiot who can't fly really lost the face of our divine beast. 6. Let's see how I hit him hard this time. The Rikongsi sat cross-legged in the air, and her body kept turning. Looking at the two stupid eggs below, he sprayed out of his disdain. These two guys started fighting since ancient times as soon as they met. Now, as soon as I woke up, I still kept beating. It was so annoying. I just woke up and wanted to fight. These two guys are really suitable, and they fight me. The Rekongziu looked at the two below and roared fiercely. The momentum of the super ancient divine beast is very amazing. Because of their roar, endless thunder kept falling in the surrounding waters. There are no living creatures around them. Even Ye Chen and Yulongdu had already stayed away from here early. In this fog, there are no other living creatures except the three super ancient divine beasts. The elves in the sea had already expected the danger around them and escaped from this sea area, going to a wider place. They were all wise elves. After feeling the danger, they evacuated here as soon as possible. There are no wise fish and other creatures in the sea. It was not because of the huge waves caused by these divine beasts that were swept into pieces in this ferocious wave. Either they followed the elves who escaped early and left here consciously. No one wants to be a victim of this battle. After a while, the roars between the three super ancient divine beasts gradually decreased. They seemed tired of simply yelling to solve the problem and wanted to start to continue to do it. Ye Chen used the power of the wave guide to feel the powerful energy condensed on these three super ancient divine beasts. Ye Chen frowned and looked at Yulongdu. The war is about to break out. On Yulongdu's head, beads of sweat as big as beans kept flowing downwards, and he had no choice. This gathering of energy represents the beginning of a new round of battle. Just when Ye Chen was at a loss, suddenly, a mysterious dragon-shaped jade pendant appeared in front of Ye Chen out of thin air, emitting a dazzling light. Looking at this dragon jade pendant, Ye Chen was obviously stunned for a moment. He recognized this dragon-shaped jade pendant at a glance. Isn't that something he found in the mysterious ruins that Dr. Oki asked him to go not long ago? There, he gained the power of the wave guide. June 47. On a platform, I found Thesa Dragon's jade pendant. However, what Ye Chen was even more surprised was that he clearly remembered that this thing was put into the backpack of the system by him. Why did this piece of dragon jade pendant suddenly fly out of his system backpack now? This is completely unreasonable. This system backpack is too unparalleled, it actually makes the things inside it fly out. By the way, this was also the first time he had seen something flying out of the system's backpack. Ye Chen thought in his heart that the dragon jade pendant in front of him was probably very difficult. Because Ye Chen used the detection function that was built into the system, he could not find any information about the dragon jade pendant. It really surprised him. This was also the second time he felt that his system was useless, and he faced this dragon jade pendant. No use. On the side, Yulongdu was also very shocked. What is this mysterious jade pendant? Could it be the last killer weapon prepared by the three saint beasts for Ye Chen? Yulongdu still doesn't know that Ye Chen has deceived him. Using his own brains to make up for it, he got a complete guess. To be honest, why did this mysterious dragon jade pendant fly out and what will happen after it fly out? Ye Chen didn't know at all. Before Ye Chen could finish surprise, this mysterious dragon jade pendant rose directly into the sky, emitting a dazzling golden light. The light was like passing through the endless time and space, sprinkling the entire sky, emitting a soft light. This light seems to soothe all pain and bring unlimited hope to people. That's because the three super ancient divine beasts continued to condense energy, causing huge waves and amazing thunder at one time. All were healed by this light, and the waves were calm for a moment. At the same time, the movements of the three super ancient divine beasts also stopped. They all looked at the dragon jade pendant emitting a soft light in the sky. The energy condensed around them gradually disappeared, and they looked quietly at the mysterious dragon jade pendant. Yulongdu also saw this mysterious dragon-shaped jade pendant. His eyes were full of hope, and he firmly believed that it should be the solution Ye Chen used to solve this catastrophe. This time, he and Ye Chen escaped from the fog. If you don't come out, you may become the first king to be killed by the aftermath of their battle due to the battle between divine beasts. If others saw him like this now, they would definitely be laughed to death. Fortunately, there was only Ye Chen who was in the same situation as him by his side. The two of them, the eldest brother would not talk about the second brother. It's all the same miserable. He looked at Ye Chen, looking forward to the changes in the future. Ye Chen frowned. He found that this mysterious dragon jade pendant was constantly absorbing the power of his waveguide. He seemed to realize something. Taking a deep breath, Ye Chen stretched out his arm and transmitted the huge waveguide power to the mysterious dragon jade pendant. He wanted to see what would happen after this mysterious dragon jade pendant absorbed the power of his waveguide. Not long after, I heard it. Boom! After a loud bang, the dragon jade pendant became even more dazzling. The light from the dragon jade pendant passed through the thick fog and spread to the three super ancient divine beasts. For a moment, Ye Chen's three super ancient divine beasts were connected together through the power of the waveguide. The three super ancient divine beasts watched the power of the waveguide without any sense of resistance, and allowed the power of the waveguide to contact the three of them. When Ye Chen was associated with the three divine beasts, the scene in front of them changed tremendously. Lifelike pictures appeared in the minds of the three divine beasts and Ye Chen at the same time. In the first picture, there is an indescribable huge red dragon-shaped elf, surpassing a group of divine beasts, including the three super ancient divine beasts in front of him, and the whole world fell into darkness. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen was completely confused. What the hell? What's going on at this time? Ye Chen is the powerful of these three super ancient divine beasts. Unexpectedly, they are all suppressed by that mysterious elf and cannot raise their heads. Then what level of existence should this elf be? These three super ancient divine beasts control the existence of the earth, the ocean, and the sky. There are other divine beasts, and Digaluka and Palyasai, who control space and time, defeated the ground. What happened in ancient times? So many divine beasts were defeated by this mysterious dragon-shaped elf, causing the whole world to fall into darkness. Among so many elves' legends, there was no familiar figure in Ye Chen's mind that matched this little elf. Even though he knew the world of elves very well in his previous life, he had never heard of such an incident. Every time I think of such an unknown thing happening in the ancient world. There are actually elves who are more powerful than these divine beasts. What shocked Ye Chen even more was that even the god of space and time was knocked to the ground by this mysterious dragon-shaped elf. Even the creation god is not the match for this elf. Ye Chen really doesn't know how powerful this elf can be. However, since this mysterious dragon-shaped elf is so powerful, it is for the elves' history. There is no record of this mysterious dragon-shaped elf. Since he has defeated so many divine beasts, he has brought the elf world into the incomparable darkness. But apart from this mysterious dragon jade pendant, no trace was left behind. This is unscientific. Is there any other reason? Ye Chen felt huge suspicion. Because this fact is too unscientific. Since this mysterious dragon-shaped elf defeated all the divine beasts, why did there be no information left? Ye Chen guessed that it was this mysterious dragon-shaped elf who went to another space after defeating all the divine beasts. The world of elves has more than one dimension. Like Arceus, the god of creation, the god of space, and the god of time, the Emperor Palakai, the god of time, live in this dimension. They all live in other dimensions and do not affect the operation of this world. I wonder if it was the same as them who fought this mysterious dragon-shaped elves. After occupying this elf world, I felt that there was no fun, and then went to other dimension spaces. However, like Guladu, Gaaka, and Risky are all sleeping in this original elf world. The sky split is usually guarding the safety of this planet in the pillar of the sky. Gaaka is sleeping in the ocean. Guladu usually sleeps in mountains with magma. I don't know why the fight was, but this time I let them gather here. They have no space for other dimensions. Another possibility is that something huge changed later. Other elves may have appeared and this mysterious dragon-shaped elves died together. The surviving divine beasts have wiped out this period of history in the dust. So Ye Chen didn't know that there was such a history. The information about this mysterious dragon-shaped elf has also disappeared from history. Just as Ye Chen was thinking about it, the picture changed and a new picture appeared. In their minds, the second image appeared. Then in the previous picture, all the divine beasts in the picture suffered heavy casualties, and even their relationship broke down. This naturally includes the scene of breaking between these three divine beasts. The picture looked like Ye Chen's own biological experience, as if he had returned to the super ancient times and saw the ancient gods. This also made Ye Chen understand the reason why these three super ancient divine beasts have bad relationships. Ye Chen thought they had always had a bad relationship, so there was such a reason. This is why these super ancient beasts will fight as soon as they meet. It turns out that there is a pusher behind this. Just after the content of the second picture, a fault appeared on the picture, and the dazzling light shrouded in the fog gradually dissipated. The floating jade pendant of the dragon was shattered into pieces and lost its previous divine power. Ye Chen looked at the dragon jade pendant that had turned into pieces, and his eyes showed a look of regret. What a great thing, it just disappeared. This was something he found at a great cost. Yes, it's a big price. It took him a lot of effort to enter the temple. If he hadn't left immediately after obtaining the power of the waveguide. Instead, he chose to turn around here, and he could not find this mysterious dragon-shaped jade pendant in the corner. Unexpectedly, this was just a one-time videotape, and it disappeared directly after watching it. However, this dragon-shaped jade pendant is worth the money. He successfully stopped this catastrophe caused by these three super ancient divine beasts. Successfully saved the lives of all living beings in the entire Kanto region and saved countless lives. Yu Longdu, who was beside him, looked excited at Ye Chen. Ye Chen is indeed the savior. He was indeed the person chosen by the three sacred beasts to come to stop this catastrophe. At the beginning, he was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the mysterious dragon-shaped jade pendant floating in front of Ye Chen. And after experiencing this incident, Ye Chen really understood. Why did the system have to let itself come and stop this catastrophe? This dog system must know the function of this mysterious dragon jade pendant on his body. Damn it! The dog system actually told me how to use this dragon jade pendant, which made me worry about it. Mad. It turned out that the power of the waveguide on his body acted as a connecting line this time, connecting the consciousness of the three super ancient divine beasts with their own consciousness, allowing them to inspire this mysterious dragon jade pendant. Simply put, Ye Chen felt that he had become a connection line connecting three super ancient divine beasts and the mysterious dragon jade pendant. Only when I exist, these three super ancient beasts saw the picture on the dragon jade pendant, but when I was not there, I couldn't see it. The picture on the dragon jade pendant. Ye Chen felt like a tool without emotions, and was clearly arranged by the system, and appeared here to let the three super ancient divine beasts see this picture. He felt a little speechless. But, on the other side, after watching the scenes from the mysterious dragon-shaped jade pendant, the three super ancient divine beasts fell into silence. And their eyes also changed, no longer as fierce as before. Everyone wants to go up and fight. It became much normal. The most important thing is that Ye Chen noticed that the energy condensed from these three super ancient divine beasts was gradually dissipating. Ye Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and finally he was about to resolve this huge catastrophe. After spending so much effort, he finally succeeded in stopping the dispute between the three super ancient beasts. I guess they will reminisce about the past, and then these super ancient divine beasts will soon return to their own houses and do their own things. Ye Chen thought that Gulado would go back to the ground and stay with his magma. Gaaka will go back to the sea to sleep with him. The Schizo will return to his sky pillar and continue to protect the planet and prevent threats from outer space. Ye Chen thought, you guys should go back quickly, don't mess with me. Ye Chen rubbed his eyes and yawned. I hope this matter will be over quickly. I have other things to do next. There is also this system that asks me to save the world all day long. Do you really think I am a Ottoman? I'm afraid I'm not going to the wrong set. This is the world of elves, he said to himself. However, when Ye Chen opened his eyes, he was frightened to the spot. In front of him were the three super ancient divine beasts, Goradu, Gaaka, and Rift. These three divine beasts stood in front of Ye Chen, and the pressure on their bodies was completely closed. If the pressure is not put away, it is very likely that the people and elves on the island will completely faint. Ye Chen looked confused. Shouldn't you go back to your own house and find your own mother? Why did you run to me? Do you want to be my elf? Ye Chen thought narcissistically. Could it be that the domineering aura on his body has convinced these three super ancient divine beasts? They want to tell Ye Chen that they want to be his elf? Obviously, the facts are completely different from what Ye Chen thought. The three super ancient divine beasts looked calm and did not want to be his elf as Ye Chen thought. These three super ancient divine beasts used the power of waveguides to communicate with Ye Chen through their thoughts. Young warrior, thank you for letting us know the truth about the past. 8. Our real opponents are not each other, but the indescribable ancient beast. 1. After these three super ancient divine beasts finished speaking, the sound of a familiar system suddenly sounded in Ye Chen's mind. 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the epic main mission and stopping the battle of the divine beasts. 7. Ye Chen's face became even more surprised as he listened to the system sound in his mind. 3. It turned out to be an epic main mission. 7. You should know that he has always received some side missions. 6. This is the first time he has received the main mission. 6. He thought the system had no main task, so it turned out that it had been hiding here. 6. I wonder what kind of rewards will be given if I complete the main task this time. The system tells itself that it is an epic main task. I think the rewards for this task will not be low, right? Yulongdu, who was beside him, saw these three super ancient divine beasts appear in front of Ye Chen. It seems that I started talking to Ye Chen. Is this the person chosen? These words kept ringing in Yulongdu's mind. He sighed slightly and murmured. It seems that I'm not enough. After seeing this battle, he deeply realized his lack of strength. At the same time, he also felt a little regretful. I thought that I would be complacent because of my strength in the past. Thinking about it now, I am very embarrassed. I was so complacent because of this little strength. It seems that I still have a lot to learn in the future. He swore that after he went back, he would practice well. His goal became to chase the divine beast. He must train his fast dragon to reach a level that exceeds that of a divine beast. He looked in the direction of Ye Chen and gave an envious look at him once. One day, he will also have to talk to the super ancient divine beast. In the past, others envied him for the dragon fairy. But since he met Ye Chen, he realized that he began to envy Ye Chen. It seems that I have become the person I hate the most. While Yulongdu was thinking randomly, the system sounded in Ye Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host Darklay for gaining great insights in this battle. Ding! Because Darklay gained a huge insight in this battle, the genetic fusion level of Arceus in his body reached 30%. The system sounded 3 times in Ye Chen's mind, reminding himself of the reward he received this time. I'll go, the reward this time is very huge. Darklay actually got this what a great reward. It seems that the strength of his ace elf will be even stronger. He remembered that when these 3 super ancient beasts came out, his elves became intimate. Even though Darklay is so arrogant. When facing 3 super ancient beasts, Darklay still had weak legs. An invincible thought arose in his heart. In Ye Chen's opinion, Darklay cannot be blamed at all, even though Darklay had previously integrated the genes of the creation god Arceus. His quality is also a level 3 god, and his strength is still far lower than that of the divine beast. Not to mention facing these 3 super ancient divine beasts. Those are all real first-level gods. Even Ye Chen himself had the power of waveguide, which allowed him to offset the pressure of most divine beasts, and he performed much better than them. Ye Chen looked at Darklay beside him and found that there was a light shining on his body. It seems that Darklay is absorbing the rewards from this system. I don't know what level of strength he will reach after absorbing the system's rewards. He looked at Darklay, who was getting stronger, and said to himself, "This is not your fault. You have to know that we are facing super ancient divine beasts, all of which are very powerful beings. This is something we can't solve, but I believe we will become very powerful. After absorbing the rewards from the system, your strength will change drastically. At that time, you will definitely be able to use the original Darklay, as well as the first-class hard steel god Dialuca and Paliasi's mock-up model. At that time, Ye Chen will determine that his Darklay will no longer be in the same state as before when facing these 3 super ancient beasts. He, Darklay, will return to his nightmare state. Even if it is a first-level god, he is a worthy existence." Time gradually passes. After about 5 minutes, the white light on Darklay's body gradually dissipated. And as the white light dissipated, a momentum that seemed to be from the beast in the ancient desolation emanated from Nada Klay's body. The momentum seemed to be enough to tear everything apart in an instant, and the cruel momentum was mixed with tyrant-like confidence. The strength of this momentum is even as powerful as these 3 super ancient divine beasts. 0. This shocked Ye Chen. Quickly use the system to observe Darklay's current situation. Elf, Darklay. Attribute, Evil. Quality, Level 1 God. Current level, LV 68, Quick King. After reading Darklay's attribute panel, Ye Chen was even more shocked. After this round of strengthening, Darklay's current strength can be said to be very different in the past. Although the white light dissipated, it was on the surface of Darklay's body. It can even be said that Darklay now has no problem with the previous 10. First of all, it is a huge leap in quality. From the 3rd level of God level, we directly enter the 1st level of God level. You should know that the gap between each level of quality can be described as vast differences. If Darklay reaches Guladu and their level now, Ye Chen is 100% sure that Darklay can beat Guladu and Gaaka. Let them know that they are not fighting casually near others. Do you know what the price he spent to stop them? This is the reinforced Darklay. No wonder that the powerful pressure was emitted just now when the reinforcement was completed, which was emitted under conscious control. If it is really released with all its strength, I am afraid that there will be someone who is alive and the elves cannot bear it and fall into a coma. Of course, Ye Chen would not cause trouble for himself, so he asked Darklay to put away his momentum. In terms of level, this time it has also been greatly improved. Directly let Darklay enter the LV 58 level from the original LV 60. He became the highest level elf in his hands. And you only need to advance 2 levels to successfully enter the Heavenly King level. The result of these 2 improvements is, compared with the previous one, Darklay's strength can be said to have improved by several times. Ye Chen now has enough confidence. Whether it is Kina or Yulongdu, it won't take long to knock them down. Seeing that Darklay in his home became so powerful, Ye Chen couldn't help but use the power of the waveguide to talk to Darklay. Darklay, how do you feel now? Master, I feel that my body is full of energy, and I feel that I am not afraid of those 3 guys at all now. Yet. Ye Chen raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. If I could be on the same level as them, I would have the confidence to fight one of them. Darklay patted his breasts with his hand, indicating that he was very strong now. Master, the gene you gave me last time is so powerful. I feel that I have not fully integrated that gene yet. If this is 100% integrated with the master, you last time what level of strength will my genes be given to me? Ye Chen pretended to be very calm. Arceus is worthy of being the founding god. A little gene has reached such a level of strength. Darklay has reached the level of 30% integration and has the current strength. If all the fusion is completed, how strong will it be? Ye Chen didn't dare to think about it anymore. It's really terrifying. How powerful is Arceus? Could it be that the mysterious dragon-shaped elf was destroyed by him? He clearly remembered that there was no Arceus among the divine beasts defeated by the mysterious dragon-shaped elves. Perhaps it was because the mysterious dragon-shaped elves were launching the battle between the gods, and Arceus happened to be in this world. Could it be that in the end, after Arceus came back, he saw the mysterious dragon-shaped elf that he created had plunged the elf world into darkness and wiped him out? This idea gradually came to Ye Chen's mind. Before, he had no idea about the strength of the creation god Arceus, and only knew that he was very powerful. Just like you don't know how much the world's richest man has, you only know that he is very rich. Now, because Darklay has integrated some of Arceus' genes, his quality has actually reached the level of a first-level god. Such an obvious gap in strength. Ye Chen guessed that Arceus beat their 3 super ancient beasts, and he should be able to beat them up. It seems that the gap between divine beasts and divine beasts is very big. Yu Longdu, who was standing beside him, continued to look dumbfounded. He began to doubt his eyes. He felt the momentum of the 3 super ancient divine beasts in Ye Chen's Darklay. No, his Darklay wouldn't escalate just because he watched a battle? He turned his head and looked at his Kuai Long. Do you have any insights? Do you feel there are any changes? Why won't you upgrade that? There was no response when I saw my Kuai Long. Yulongdu looked at his fast dragon and gave a skeptical look. How did you look at your own Kuai Long before? How did you feel it smell good? But, no matter how you look at it now, why is it so unsavory? What exactly went wrong? His eyes gradually looked at Ye Chen. Right. It's him. Just because of Ye Chen, he felt more and more that his Kuai Long was a waste. I used to communicate with others. You are so awesome. After meeting Ye Chen, he became. I'll let it go. Why do you have a bunch of quasi-gods and a divine beast? This is not just a gap of 2 words. He felt that when he arrived at Ye Chen, his quasi-god quantifiers would change. Not 1 or 2, but dozens of them. Yu Longdu looked speechless. It seemed that he had been with this guy for a long time. It will become abnormal due to changes in the world view. At this time, the Slithun also noticed the changes in Darklay. Young warrior, is this your elf? The sound of the Rekong Saturday reached Ye Chen's mind through the power of the waveguide. Yes, he is my partner, Darklay. I'm ashamed to say that when I was guarding the sky pillar, I once saw such an elf. He paused and continued. I once saw Darklay in the God-O area who can fight against a first-level god. However, the feeling that yours gives me is not as strong as that one, but his aura is not weaker than that of us. I'm afraid that in time, your Darklay will reach our level. What? Guladu and Gaaka looked at Darklay in shock. This little thing is as powerful as theirs. If it weren't for the Sakura said, neither of them would have noticed it. Obviously, these 2 guys may want to go home and sleep. Ye Chen knew that the one whom the Ricker had encountered should be the Darklay in the original work. However, he believes that his Darklay 4.0 will soon surpass them and become a first-class existence. There seems to be something extraordinary in your Darklay's body. The tone of the Rekong Ziu said slowly. Ye Chen raised his eyebrows, and he was worthy of being the most powerful Slit Shao, with such a powerful perception. Although I don't know what bloodline this is, it can help your Darklay go further. After hearing this, Ye Chen nodded. Darklay's future is limitless. Darklay, do you hear that? Are you praising you? Ye Chen stretched out his hand and touched Darklay's head beside him. Master, I will work harder. Darklay quickly responded to Ye Chen. And the Yulongdu next to it became even more sore. He felt that he had become a lemon essence now. Why can't I be so quick, dragon? It's really angering to compare people. After a while, the Rekong seat said goodbye to Ye Chen at the opening of the first time. We're going to investigate the information about that guy next, see you. Ye Chen also waved at the three divine beasts. He waved his hand and said goodbye. See you, goodbye. After the three divine beasts left, Ye Chen glanced at Yulongdu and asked, what are you going to do afterwards? It was the first time that he and Yulongdu had experienced such a terrifying catastrophe. Yulongdu came out of the lemon essence state just now. I plan to go back to the league and conduct special training, he said firmly. This battle made me realize that my strength is still not enough, and it is necessary to require more training. Ye Chen glanced at the dragon fairy. This guy was not crazy by three super ancient beasts. But, don't care about him anymore. Since he is thinking about training, let him train well. Yulongdu summoned the fast dragon and climbed up. Welcome to the league to challenge me later. I believe it will be very fun at that time. Of course. Ye Chen also responded happily to Yulongdu. After saying that, Yulongdu flew away on the fast dragon. I have to go back and find Dr. Damu. Ye Chen murmured to himself. However, there is another more important thing now. Now that the crises around Zhengzhen town have been resolved, I am not very anxious to go back to find Dr. Damu. After receiving the system reward this time, his dark clay became very powerful. If he was not well controlled, he would easily cause trouble. Of course, Ye Chen has a solution to this situation. One depends on training, and the other depends on combat. Both of these can make Darklay adapt to his enhanced physical fitness now. It's just one slow and the other fast. Ye Chen showed some smiles on his face and stared at the other person in front of him. Darklay, are you ready for training? Aou. Time passed bit by bit, and Ye Chen rode the fast dragon and found a small island that could rest. Transfer Group 3717291119. He began training him to try to allow him to control his own strength as soon as possible. You will not be unable to control your own strength in battle and will easily cause huge damage. After a period of training, Ye Chen looked at Darklay, who was sweating. Darklay, thank you for your hard work. Darklay looked at Ye Chen. Master, I don't work hard. I feel like I will be able to control this energy soon. Ye Chen nodded. His Darklay worked very hard. After training for a while, go back to find Dr. Damu. If they stayed outside for a long time, Dr. Oki and the others would worry about us. If it were normal, Ye Chen would not have such concerns at all. However, there has just been an amazing battle of divine beasts around Zhengzhen town. It's better not to worry Dr. Damu and the others, go back early. After a while, Ye Chen rode the fast dragon and set off on the way back to Dr. Damu's house. Chapter 62 The King of Heavenly Swamp Monster. Please subscribe and support if it is on the shelves. Chapter 62 The King of Heavenly King's Monster. Please subscribe and support. Ye Chen rode on Kuai Long and flew towards the direction of Zhengzhen town. In a short while, you can see the shadow of the coast. There was a yellow figure imprinted in front of Ye Chen's eyes. Looking at this figure, Ye Chen felt very familiar. When I looked closely, it was exactly the same as the fast dragon under my body. Ye Chen frowned. How could there be a fast dragon here? You know, Kuai Long is a quasi-god. Not a elves on the street. Although I have 30 Hakrons, after they evolve, I will have more than 30 fast dragons. However, his Hakrons should not have evolved yet. This fast dragon probably won't belong to it. However, since it is not my own, who will have the Kuai Long appear around Zhengzhen town? Ye Chen fell into deep thoughts. However, soon, he had an answer in his mind. His eyes noticed a wonderful shadow beside Kuai Long. It's her. It was the girl who was about to drown when he and Yulongdu rescued before the battle between the three super ancient beasts. Ye Chen let his fast dragon fly over and greet her. Why are you here? The girl was very happy to see Ye Chen. That's great, it's really great that you're fine. Just now, there was a sudden dark cloud over there and the thunder was loud, which was so scary. You've come here, where is the king of the dragon fairy? Where are others? The woman seemed to be more concerned about Yulongdu and did not say hello to him. Ye Chen sorted out his thoughts and slowly said to the woman. We were also shocked. The weather at sea has become really changeable. After you left, the Emperor Yulongdu and I found that there was no problem here, so we separated. As for where the Emperor Yulongdu went, I don't know very well. Ye Chen had no intention of telling the woman in front of him about the truth. There is no need to tell this dangerous thing about this ordinary person who does not know the truth. Although this woman is also a coach trainer, but this time the matter is not something that trainers of her level can participate. Even Yulongdu, one of the 4 kings in Kanto region, is not qualified to participate. In order not to let the girl get involved in dangerous things, Ye Chen decided to make up a lie to deceive the woman. After hearing Ye Chen's words, the woman's face showed obvious regret. I thought I had the chance to meet the dragon Du Tianwang once. He is so powerful and so graceful, and more importantly, he saved himself. Just like the plot of Heroes Saving Beauty in a TV series. Maybe this dragon Du Tianwang is his domineering president. However, a hint of surprise appeared on her face soon. Does the king of dragons and Dushi want his own fast dragon? Or is this fast dragon a token of love given to him by the Dragon King? I have to say that the girl has a very rich imagination. With such a small matter, you can imagine that Yulongdu is his Prince Charming. If Ye Chen could hear the girl's voice, he would probably have laughed to death. Did Yulongdu treat you not as his lover? Ye Chen only knew that Yulongdu's mind was full of improving his strength. Ye Chen guessed that perhaps Yulongdu was thinking about improving his strength and forgot the Kuai Long who had sent the girl to avoid before. Thinking of this, Ye Chen felt that this possibility was very high. When he concentrates on one thing, he usually forgets other things. I guess this is the case with Yulongdu. Ye Chen didn't know what to say, it was so that's really. He can't tell this girl that Yulongdu has forgotten you, so don't wait here. Why not go home and wash it and go to bed? Just as Ye Chen was thinking like this, a figure flew from the sky. When I looked closely, it was another fast dragon. No need to think about it, this one should belong to the guy Yulongdu. Ye Chen couldn't imagine anyone who could have such a powerful fast dragon except for the dragon crossing. Hello you guys! The dragon dust soon landed next to Ye Chen and the girl from the sky. Ye Chen shrugged. This guy was so careless. Finally, he remembered that he had a fast dragon no longer by his side. Ye Chen pulled Yulongdu aside to prevent the woman from being very embarrassed as soon as he spoke. Did you forget that you asked Kuai Long to send this girl to shelter? Soon, Ye Chen got a positive answer. Yulongdu's face became very rosy, like a child who had done something wrong. I did forget. As he said that, he scratched his head. I'm so embarrassed. All I'm thinking about is how to improve my strength. Ye Chen smiled, it was true, and he really forgot about the dragon dust. By the way, I said we would meet you shortly after we left, but I didn't expect that we would meet you shortly after we left. Yulongdu smiled and said, this is really interesting. I didn't expect you to forget about your Kuai Long. Ye Chen put his mouth close to Yulongdu's ear, do you know? When you didn't come, the girl's mouth was full of you. Look. This girl likes you. After hearing this, Yulongdu was shocked. No way. What did I do? How could she like me? Ye Chen looked speechless. No wonder you are a single dog. There is a reason. I pulled you over because I was worried that you said you had forgotten her. It will hurt her heart and make the scene very awkward. When Yulongdu heard this, he felt that what Ye Chen said was very reasonable. Although I don't seem to have any good feelings for this girl, I can't let others get out of Taiwan. Thank you, brother. Yulongdu now feels more and more reliable. Ye Chen is more and more reliable. During the battle between the three divine beasts, it was only perfectly solved by relying on the fact that Zhengzhen town and the entire Kanto region were saved. Ye Chen, the junior, is really reliable. This is all a trivial matter. Remember to be careful not to talk nonsense when talking to the girl later. By the way, there is something like that, I didn't tell this girl, the fewer people know about that, the better. Yulongdu nodded. He would definitely not be so stupid. You told me this, can I still perform myself? After saying that he was completely okay with Ye Chen, Yulongdu and Ye Chen walked towards the girl together. Are you okay? Yulongdu said to the girl very gently. When the girl heard that Yulongdu was so gentle, he was indeed interested in me. He speaks so gently. This is not the usual cold dragon king. This is my cold king. A faint blush appeared on the girl's face, as if she was thinking about the indescribable scene. Ye Chen and Yulongdu looked embarrassed. How could this girl's face be so red? Could it be that I was thinking about that? Ahem. Yulongdu made a sound to stop the girl's fantasy. By the way, since you are fine, I'll take it away. Okay. The girl nodded excitedly. Since that's the case, it's okay, I'll leave. I have very important things to solve. After saying that, Yulongdu did not say goodbye to Ye Chen again, and directly sat on Kuai Long and left here. He really couldn't stand the girl's eyes anymore. The look seemed to be about to eat him. It's not the kind of eating raw, but eating. Yulongdu ran away without saying a word, leaving Ye Chen with a smile on his face and a very confused girl. Since the Yulong Duke has left, there is no need for me to stay there. It's time for me to go back and talk to Dr. Amu about the temple. Then I'll leave too. Leave a goodbye, and Ye Chen also rode a fast dragon and left here. This girl is just an episode to him, and it is really necessary to improve her strength. Especially after experiencing this battle between three super ancient divine beasts, Ye Chen deeply felt his lack of strength. Every battle before was a victory, which gave Ye Chen an illusion that he was not strong enough in his heart. Now his heart is the same as Yulongdu, and his mind is full of thinking about how to improve his strength. There was a plan in his mind. After talking about the temple with Dr. Oki, I have to arrange a period of time to train the elf and my apprentice. After a while, Ye Chen saw Dr. Damu's research institute. Buzz. Kuai Long stopped outside the door of the Dr. Damu Institute. Master, you're back. Zai rushed out of Dr. Oki's research institute at the first time. Pikachu told him that he felt the smell of the master's quick dragon. So he ran out of Dr. Oki's research institute to welcome his master. Good disciple, I'm back. Seeing Zai rushing over like him, Ye Chen stretched out his hand and touched his head. My disciple is really. It's a bit too sticky to myself, but he likes it very much. This shows that Zai cares about him very much. Before Ye Chen could touch it for a long time, Zai continued to speak. Master, do you know? The sky just now became very scary. The whole sky became very dark, and even Pikachu and the others were trembling. Ye Chen continued to touch Zai's head. Of course he knew what his apprentice Zai said. He was completely involved in this matter and became a great hero who saved the world. Zai, where is Dr. Oki? Ye Chen remembered that he had something to discuss with Dr. Damu, and did not continue to stay at the door with his stupid disciple. It's true that my stupid disciple is. When I saw my master return, I didn't take the master in to have a cup of tea. This apprentice is what he is. No vision at all. However, no matter how much I complain, it is impossible for my disciple Zai to blame. After all, Zai is still a child and he cannot have such high requirements for him. If Zai learned this kind of flattery at a young age, he would be absolutely very strange. Ye Chen pulled Zai and walked into Dr. Damu's research institute. "Doctor, I'm back." As soon as he entered, Ye Chen greeted Dr. Damu and told him that he had returned from the mysterious ruins. "Ye Chen, you are back." Dr. Damu was very surprised. He didn't expect Ye Chen to return from the ruins so soon. Dr. Aji couldn't help but wonder, are the ruins now so easy to explore? He remembered that when he was exploring the ruins before, he spent a lot of time studying them. Why did Ye Chen come back so quickly this time? Could it be that the ruins this time are not filled with various dangers as predicted before? Or is the ruins this time just surface ruins and nothing worth studying? He knew very well that Ye Chen was a young man who was meticulous in his work. It is precisely because Ye Chen is very reliable that he asks Ye Chen to go to the ruins for him this time. He was very relieved about Ye Chen. However, Dr. Damu did not ask Ye Chen about the ruins this time. He now has something he is more interested in. That is, the huge storm just appeared around Zhengzhen town, and a huge elf's pressure appeared around Zhengzhen town. Yes, it is the power of the elf. Dr. Damu's intuition to study elves over the years, will not be wrong, that is, the pressure of elves. And that was not the pressure generated by ordinary powerful elves. During his research career, he has seen many powerful elves. The 4 kings in the Kanto region are all his friends. He has also seen each of them ace elves, who are champion-level elves. Among them, the most powerful one Dr. Oki saw was the champion-level Kuai Long of Yulongdu. That fast dragon is worthy of being the quasi-god. Dr. Damu believed that his fast dragon should be able to compete with a relatively weak god. However, this time the elves that appeared in Zhengzhen town were much more powerful than the fast dragon in Yulongdu. For example, it is the pressure of the fast dragon that is rushing to the dragon. In the face of this pressure, it is not worth mentioning. The feeling of seeing a big witch is small. It's like a thin person as thin as urine, the other it is as thick as the sea. There is no comparison between the two. This matter is worthy of his study by Dr. Damu. He had an idea in his mind. Such a great pressure is so much greater than that of the quasi-god god in Yulongdu. Maybe it is a divine beast. Divine beast. That is whether you want to exist. Moreover, maybe this huge pressure is a signal of the emergence of this mysterious divine beast. If you thoroughly study this change, you might be able to see the divine beast. He hasn't seen a divine beast yet. If you see the divine beast, it will be a great addition to his research. He is studying the history of the elves, and the elves he can contact at this stage should be the Darklay of Ye Chen. However, he had seen Ye Chen's Darklay, which was not something that survived from ancient times. But a freshman Darklay doesn't know much about the history of the elves. It did not help my own research. If he could find this mysterious divine beast that appeared around Zhengzhen town, he would be able to better understand the history of the elves. Dr. Amu believes that the pressure felt this time should be at least the momentum of a first-level god. A first-level god. There are only a few people known to humans. Phoenix King, Lokia. I wonder which divine beast appeared around Zhengzhen town this time and caused such a big storm. Dr. Oki thought about it and fell into his own fantasy. Dr. Oki Dr. Oki. Ye Chen woke up Dr. Damu who was sleeping in his fantasy. Dr. Damu scratched his head with a look of embarrassment. Sorry, I just remembered something else. By the way, Ye Chen, when you came back, you noticed that there were so many storms around Zhengzhen town without any warning. Dr. Damu asked Ye Chen, who believed that Ye Chen should have seen this huge storm on his way back from the ruins. Maybe you will find something. He thought Ye Chen was a teenager who was good at creating miracles, and perhaps it would be of any help to him. Ye Chen smiled slightly and said nothing. Of course he knew what caused this unsuspecting storm. It was caused by the fight between 3 super-ancient divine beasts. If it weren't for the end that they would have stopped them. There is not just a violent storm around Zhengzhen town, it may be a devastating blow. But Ye Chen did not intend to tell Dr. Damu about his experience. It's not that I don't want Dr. Damu to know these super ancient beasts, but that I want to protect Dr. Damu. Ye Chen knew very well that this time the matter was very involved. There was a history that he didn't know. You know, he knew elf very well in his previous life. Now a mysterious dragon-shaped elf that can suppress a group of divine beasts has appeared. More importantly, I don't know whether this mysterious dragon-shaped elf is still alive. If you are still alive and know more, it is not a good thing. So for safety reasons, Ye Chen still planned not to tell Dr. Damu anymore. Seeing Ye Chen's mouth slightly raised, he looked confident. As if he knew everything he had just said, he asked curiously. Ye Chen, look at your confident smile, do you know the whole story of this matter? The more I looked at Dr. Damu, the more I felt that Ye Chen knew. This kid is not a simple task. On his way back, he saw such an unusual thing happening, would he not go check it out? If Ye Chen said he would not go, Dr. Damu would not believe it. This is too inconsistent with Ye Chen. It's not his style at all. After spending so many months with Ye Chen, Dr. Damu gradually understood Ye Chen's behavior. Ye Chen smiled. And Dr. Damu saw something. However, even if he saw something, he would not tell him a word. Ye Chen smiled slightly and said lightly. The things have been resolved. He smiled very calmly, as if the things before were very small and were not a big deal at all. Dr. Damu frowned slightly after hearing this, and his intuition told him that this matter was not as simple as Ye Chen said. Things must be much more difficult than what Ye Chen said. He bet based on his decades of research career that the one who appeared before must be a level 1 god. However, since Ye Chen said that the matter was resolved, he would no longer force him to tell. Ding-ling. The phone at Dr. Amu's house rang. Dr. Damu went to answer the phone first and asked Ye Chen to wait for him. After watching for a while, Dr. Oki is back. Dr. Oki's face turned into a very regretful state. Dr. Oki, are you in a bad mood? This is the first time Ye Chen has seen Dr. Damu so depressed. I thought he became so low because he didn't tell him what was going on. I just received the news that the remains you just went to have collapsed and there is no way to go in and study it. Dr. Oki sighed, I'm still ready. After this incident, I personally go to this mysterious ruins to explore and see if there are any other discoveries. After hearing Dr. Damu's answer, Ye Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not because he made Dr. Damu unhappy. Dr. Oki still respects his existence very much in his heart, and he does not want to lose this knowledgeable elder. Has the remains collapsed? Ye Chen remembered and told Dr. Damu about the things in the ruins. Dr. Amu, don't worry, I have explored the entire ruins. If you want to know, I can tell you everything. What? Dr. Oki was shocked at once. Have you explored the entire ruin? Tell me what you found in the ruins. Dr. Oki was very excited. Ye Chen is still as reliable as ever. Listen to me to speak slowly. Then Ye Chen told Dr. Damu everything he found in the temple. Of course, he did not tell Dr. Oki about the 3 wastes who provoked him. There is no need to tell Dr. Oki about these small things. Ye Chen knew that Dr. Damu was concerned about the things in the ruins. He screened it for a while and told Dr. Damu. Not long after, Dr. Damu finished listening to all his experiences in the ruins. Dr. Oki was shocked. There are so many things in that mysterious ruin. Even the gate of the ruins is a puzzle of the 3 sacred beasts. Perhaps the ruins have nothing to do with the 3 sacred beasts. Ye Chen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. By the way, he had gained something in the ruins. He looked at his system backpack. If he remembered correctly, the mysterious dragon jade pendant broke it and appeared in his system backpack once after it stopped 3 super ancient beasts. Perhaps this dragon jade pendant will be helpful to Dr. Damu's research. I had not told Dr. Damu about the 3 super ancient beasts before, and I still felt sorry for Dr. Damu. Thinking of this, Ye Chen took out the soon-breaking dragon jade pendant from his system backpack. Dr. Damu, this piece of broken and mysterious jade pendant was discovered in a secret room in the ruins. Ye Chen handed his broken jade pendant to Dr. Damu. When Dr. Damu saw that, his face became solemn. This mysterious jade pendant found in the mysterious ruins looks extraordinary. From the surface, we can see that this mysterious jade pendant is something that has existed for a very long time. It seems that research is of great value. Maybe you can discover more history about the elves in the elves' world. Dr. Damu smiled happily and became very happy. Looking at the broken jade pendant in my hand, it was like staring at a very beautiful woman. That's great. This should be considered the only thing that can be studied in this ruin. Dr. Damu was very happy and said that he would study this broken jade pendant now. He rushed into the laboratory with his jade pendant, leaving behind a confused look on his face and Ye Chen with a smile on his face. Master, Dr. Amu is fine, right? Zai saw that Dr. Oki suddenly became crazy and asked Ye Chen with concern. Dr. Oki has nothing to do. Because he was so happy, he went to the laboratory to study. By the way, Zai, have I trained well during this period of time? Ye Chen looked at Zai, stretched out his hand and touched his head. Master, I have good training. Oh? Really? Then I'm hungry tomorrow, but I have to accept your training results. Ye Chen looked at Zai and said with a smile. The next day, Ye Chen and Zai had breakfast at Dr. Damu's house. Master, why didn't Dr. Damu come for breakfast? Usually, Dr. Damu has breakfast together at this point. Today, Dr. Damu was surprisingly not having dinner with them, and he didn't even see a shadow. Ye Chen was not surprised. Dr. Damu is famous for his hard work in research. He is worthy of being the most famous doctor of research in the Kanto region. I am full of admiration for people who like research like Dr. Oki. Good disciple, Dr. Damu is studying in the laboratory. Look at the spirit of Dr. Damu's research, we have to study hard. Zai nodded obediently. What the master said is definitely not wrong. After a while, Ye Chen took Zai to the previous training ground. Zai, are you ready? Ye Chen said with a smile at Zai. This is the first time he has tested his ability to train his apprentice. Master, I'm ready to see my strength. Zai turned his head and looked at Pikachu on his shoulder. Pikachu, let's get on. Pick up. Pikachu also responded to Zai very well. Zai, today's test is different from before. Ah? Master tests my training results today. Small after hearing this, Ji looked at Ye Chen very curiously. Ye Chen took out his elf ball and said lightly. I will call out my own elves. If you let the pickup ball attack him, as long as you can hit him, you will be qualified. Zai's face was full of confidence. What's the difficulty of hitting the master's elf? My practice during this period is not fake. Go. Pikachu. Elf, Pikachu. Attribute, electricity. Quality. Current level, LV36 level, advanced. Pikachu's panel appeared in front of Ye Chen. When Ye Chen saw Pikachu's panel, he was shocked. I'll go. It is worthy of being my god of peace, and even the quality is unknown. After looking at Zai's Pikachu's panel, it has made progress compared to the last time. It seems that during the period when she left, Zai has not been lazy in training. Come out. Darklay. Ye Chen summoned his most powerful elf, Darklay. When he came out, his huge momentum shocked Zai and Pikachu. Their faces were very solemn. The master's elves are powerful again. The master is too perverted. Not long after I went out, my strength became stronger again. Why did this progress so quickly? Why do you feel that you have made more progress than myself? The master is already so powerful, and his progress is so fast, and he will not let people live anymore. My master is so perverted. Ye Chen looked at Xiaozai and said with a smile. Let's start. When Xiaozai heard this, his eyes became solemn. How should I face this master's dark lay? Pikachu. Use the flash of light to rush over. Using 100,000 volts. Pick up, pick up. Pikachu heard Xiaozai's order, pretended to be a white light and rushed towards Darklay. Darklay glanced at Pikachu with disdain on his face. Pikachu went forward for a while, curled up his body, and used his ultimate skill of 100,000 volts. Pikachu! After a rat screamed, a huge electric current appeared on Pikachu, and he rushed towards Darklay. Darklay's body slightly slanted, and that period of current did not reach Darklay. Pikachu, use the iron tail. Pikachu rushed over again. However, Darklay still looked disdainful, and his body moved slightly, avoiding Pikachu's attack at one time. In this way, Pikachu has been trying to attack Darklay. After a few hours, Pikachu failed to attack Clay without attacking. Master, your Darklay has become stronger again. Xiaozai said panting. That's a must-have progress. The master's strength is not very strong. If you don't work hard, you will be eliminated by this world. Ye Chen looked at Xiaozai and said seriously. Don't be complacent because of your little strength, do you know? There are people outside of people, and there is heaven beyond the sky. After hearing what Ye Chen said, Xiaozai fell into deep thought. The master said it was right, and he had to work harder. A few more days later, Ye Chen took Xiaozai out for exercise every day. At the same time, Ye Chen also summoned other elves to upgrade the other elves. You should know that among his elves, Darklay ranks high for the first time, up to the level of LV68. The other elves are all at the elite level. Fortunately, under Ye Chen's training these few days, the other elves have obtained enough upgrades. Elf, Lizard King. Attribute, Grass. Quality, King of Heaven. Current level, LV45 level, Owner. Elf, Quick Dragon. Attribute, Dragon and Flying. Quality, King of Heaven. Current level, LV58 level, Owner. Elf, Flash Bird. Attributes, General and Flying. Quality, King of Heaven. Current level, LV35, Elite. Looking at his elves panel, Ye Chen showed a gratified smile, and his elves team finally achieved a trace of results. A few days later, Dr. Damu's laboratory accepted the help from the fishermen around Zhengzhen town. Master, someone from the Doctor of Oki Institute told me that someone came here for help this morning. Ye Chen raised his eyebrows. Is something happened? A giant swamp monster appeared on the beach and attacked the port. What? Are there elves attacking the port again? Ye Chen was a little speechless. Why did the elves attack the port again? Is there still someone else who can rest? He went to the port that the fisherman mentioned. On the way, I could see many people escaping from the port, with a look of terror on their faces. Ye Chen rushed there and saw an amazing scene. Roar! Dozens of giant swamp monsters gathered together to attack the port and destroy the port. Ye Chen was a little surprised that normal elves would not attack the port. The last time the elves attacked the port was frightened by the ultimate beast and had to hit the port. Ye Chen thought that this group of giant swamp monsters should have been frightened by the three super ancient divine beasts. The group of giant swamp monsters did not notice Ye Chen's figure, and continued to destroy the port irritably. There are still many people evacuating the crowd at the port. When Ye Chen saw that there was a king-level leader among this group of irritable giant swamp monsters. Elf, giant swamp monster. Attribute, water and ground. Quality, King of Heaven. Current level, LV70 level, Heavenly King. Ye Chen felt aroused in his heart that he wanted to conquer this giant swamp monster. It is very difficult to meet a king-level elf by chance. Although he already has several elves of the king qualities, who would dislike his elves of the king-level elves? Anyway, Ye Chen would not dislike many elves of the king level quality. However, the first thing to do is to solve the problem of this group of giant swamp monsters attacking the port. Come out! Darklay! A white light flashed by, and the powerful Darklay appeared beside Ye Chen. Darklay, I've repelled these guys hard. Aou! After hearing Ye Chen's order, Darklay nodded. After the words came, Darklay's body rushed out directly, aiming at the giant swamp monsters attacking the port. Darklay, use the fluctuation of evil. There was no hesitation on Ye Chen's face, and he directly asked Darklay to use the ultimate skill. He had no extra time to continue to waste with them, and directly defeated them strongly. Darklay is no longer the Darklay used to be. The rewards for the epic mission completed by Ye Chen were given to Darklay. Not only is the level rising, but the quality also reaches the level of God. It is not the existence that the group of giant swamp monsters in front of him can compete with. Darklay condensed evil fluctuations in front of him and pointed them at the giant swamp monsters on the sea. Aou! Darklay roared, and the strong energy was shot out, hitting the center of the giant swamp monster group, causing a violent explosion. Although they wanted to escape, Darklay's evil fluctuations were far less than they could react. The giant swamp monster group was directly knocked down by Darklay's strike and fled towards the sea. The giant swamp monster at the king level resisted Darklay's evil fluctuation. Even if his level is 2 levels higher than Darklay, he couldn't stand it. Seeing this giant swamp monster resisting Darklay's evil fluctuations, I felt even more eager to conquer this giant swamp monster. Darklay, use black hole waves. Then use the fluctuations of evil. Ye Chen doesn't believe it, even if you are a king level elf. When facing Darklay, who is a first level god quality, he can still withstand his 2 waves of skills. However, this giant swamp monster of the Heavenly King did not sit and wait for death. He roared angrily and used the mud bomb. However, Darklay's reaction speed has reached a terrifying level now, and he dodged the mud bomb. Boom! A loud bang! The giant swamp monster of the king was hit by Darklay's 2 moves. His body was shocked, and he was hit hard, and he fell to the ground. Ye Chen took out his super ball and threw it on the giant swamp monster without any hesitation. The super ball fired a red light and took in the giant swamp monster of the king lying on the ground. Since the giant swamp monster was beaten to the point where Darklay had no combat ability, it was not difficult to subdue it. Soon, Ye Chen picked up the super ball on the ground and put it in his hand. He looked at the super ball in his hand. The first elf of the king level. Chapter 63, Elf Contest. Please subscribe and support when it is on the shelves. Chapter 63, Elf Contest. Please subscribe and support for the list. After Ye Chen conquered the giant swamp monster of the king level, the problem of attacking the port was also solved. At this time, when the fleeing people saw Ye Chen dealt with the giant swamp monster attacking the port as soon as they took action, everyone looked surprised. I'll go, have you seen it? That boy actually solved the riot giant swamp monster with 1 blow. Yes, the giant swamp monster is so strong that it is vulnerable to this young man. I really don't know what strength he has. Go over and thank him for saving us. Yes, yes. Let's see if you can know the news about this boy. People in the distance discussed about Ye Chen and walked towards Ye Chen. At this time, Yesui reacted from the joy of subduing the giant swamp monster of the Heavenly King level, and smiled slightly when he saw the crowd walking towards him. Thank you for saving us. This warrior doesn't know your name is. Thanks to you that you showed up in time, we thought my doomsday has come. When the people who rushed over came, they were like Ye Chen expressing their gratitude. Ye Chen smiled slightly and said that they should do it. Zai Chen left here and left after the matter, leaving no merit or fame. Dr. Oki's Research Institute. After walking for a while, Ye Chen returned to Dr. Damu's Research Institute. At this time Ash rushed out of Dr. Oki's Research Institute again. Master, what's attacking the port? Zai asked Ye Chen like a curious baby. Looking at the enthusiastic apprentice in front of him, he said slowly. It was some riotous giant swamp monsters attacking the port. But I've solved it all. When he heard that, a worshipful look appeared on Zai's face. Wow, Master, you are so powerful. Since you have dealt with the riots so quickly. Zai was not the young man from that time. He knew very well the strength of the giant monster. This is much stronger than the giant tooth shark group he and his master experienced last time. When I was facing the giant tooth shark group before, I had no choice but to rely on my master to save myself. Not to mention the giant swamp monster this time, no wonder the master didn't take him with me. It turned out that he was still afraid that he would implicate him. However, Zai had no complaints in his heart. He also knew his strength very well and knew that the master was taking care of him. He secretly vowed in his heart that he must improve his strength, no longer be the master's burden, and no longer hold him back. To become a master's capable helper and his right-hand man, you can share some worries for him. So Zai pulled Ye Chen's arm and said with his eyes open. Master, let's continue practicing tomorrow, I want to increase my strength. Ye Chen felt very pleased to see his apprentice who worked so hard. Zai won't be the protagonist. The mentality of wanting to become stronger is very good. I accepted Zai because I fell in love with this before. However, this time Ye Chen did not agree to Zai. He reached out and touched Zai's head. Good disciple, although training is very important, you must also learn to relax. I plan to take you out to relax tomorrow to relieve the pressure of training that has been coming during this period. Zai widened his eyes when he heard this and looked at the master incomprehensible. Isn't it necessary to train? Why do you still have to relax? It seems that my current strength is not worth relaxing. Looking at Zai's puzzled eyes, Ye Chen said lightly. You don't understand this, training and rest must be combined with each other. Only by reaching the unified strength of both can we make progress very fast. Look, Master, I often go to play and relax myself. Isn't the Master's strength improving quite quickly? Zai nodded when he heard what the Master said very well. I thought to myself that I would work hard after I relax with my Master tomorrow. In this way, Ye Chen entered the research institute of Dr. Damon. As soon as I entered the door, I found that the door in Dr. Damu's laboratory was still closed. Since Dr. Oki got the mysterious dragon jade pendant he took out, he has been studying it there. I haven't come out. Ye Chen also admires Dr. Damu's spirit of study. Late at night, I thought that it is precisely because of Dr. Damu that he is so famous in the world of elves. It seems that I also need to have the spirit of Dr. Damu in training, persevere and persevere. He turned his head and received it at Zai. Zai, have you seen the spirit of Dr. Oki? It's very worth our study. Dr. Damu is already so famous and works hard to do human research, so there are people outside of people and there is a sky outside of heaven. We must not be able to observe the sky from a well. After hearing this, Zai nodded and felt very much agree with the point that the master said. He knew that Dr. Amu was not only famous in Zhengzhen town, but also in the entire world of elves. The status of a doctor in research is the same as that of a king-level player like Yolundu in training. Players of this level are working hard, so what reason do we have to work hard? Day 2. Ye Chen Zai still finished breakfast at Dr. Damon's house and was preparing to go to morning training first. Although Ye Chen said that he wanted to relax today, morning exercises every morning are essential. Ye Chen said straight, not spending the whole day training, but spending the rest of his elves relaxing and resting. Long-term training will make the elves very stressed, and may also cause disgusting emotions. Ye Chen also encountered this situation in his previous training. Before, when the Kui Long was still in the mini-dragon, he felt disgusted under Ye Chen's high-intensity training. Not to mention trainers at the small winning level. That's why Ye Chen made a plan to take Zai to relax today. After taking Xiaozai to complete his daily morning exercises, Ye Chen and Xiaozai returned to Dr. Damu's house again. Xiaozai goes home to pack her luggage, and the master takes you out to experience life in the mountains. After hearing this, his finger nodded and immediately ran home to pack his luggage. 10 minutes later, Xiaozai agreed that his luggage came to Ye Chen's side. He heard from his master that he wanted everyone to go to the mountains to experience life this time. He has never expressed sincerity since he grew up, and he is also very yearning for what his master said about life in the mountains. This time, Ye Chen planned to take Xiaozai to the mountains to relax, experience the life in the mountains, and get closer to nature and the elves. As a trainer, if he has not had close contact with the elves, his strength will definitely not increase very fast. As a trainer, the most important thing is to treat the elf well. This time, Ye Chen's biggest goal is to let Xiaozai experience this level of truth more deeply. Seeing Xiaozai go home and pack his luggage and come to him, Ye Chen turns around and takes out a super ball from behind. "Come out, Kuai Long!" A white light flashed by, and a huge fast dragon appeared beside Ye Chen. No matter how many times he saw Ye Chen's fast dragon, Xiaozai felt that the fast dragon was very majestic. He turned his head and looked at Pikachu on his shoulder, thinking in his mind that he didn't know when his Pikachu would not have such a powerful power. Pikachu, who was standing on his shoulder, seemed to be in harmony with Xiaozai's heart, and his face showed a look of hard work. "Pick up. As if I was talking, I would definitely be so awesome in the future." Ye Chen also noticed this and smiled slightly. Xiaozai didn't have to worry at all because of his Pikachu. But the Pai Shen is very powerful, and he feels that as long as he works hard, he will definitely be able to do it. Without delaying Ye Chen, he took Xiaozai to ride on the Kuai Long and flew towards a mountain range around Zhengzhen town. The fast dragon was very fast, and within a short while, Ye Chen and the others arrived at the top of the mountain. Buzz! Kuai Long stayed on the top of the mountain, and Ye Chen and Xiaozai also got off him. Breathing the fresh air on the mountain, Xiaozai and Ye Chen felt that their hearts were purified. Especially Ye Chen felt the long-lost relaxation. He has worked very hard these days. First, he went to the mysterious ruins to explore, and then encountered a battle between 3 super ancient divine beasts in the sea, and also found a way to solve this disaster that endangered the entire Kanto region. After he came back, he received an attack from a giant monster in the sea area. He went to defeat the monsters. Planning this relaxation plan is not only for Xiaozai, but also for himself. Since the last time I relaxed in the mountains, I have never relaxed again. Xiaozai, let's go and prepare to build our accommodation. Ye Chen stretched out his head and looked around and found that they landed here. The terrain was very flat and it was very suitable for camping. But it was obviously the first time Xiaozai went out for camping and didn't know what to do. Ye Chen reached out his hand, took out a few super balloons behind him. Gently press the super ball. The white light of Yudao flashed by. One by one, powerful elves appeared beside Ye Chen. Dark Lei, the Lizard King, the Flash BB, and the King-level giant swamp monster. When these powerful elves appeared in front of Xiaozai, Xiaozai was stunned on the spot and stayed in place like a stone sculpture. "I'll let it go, the master actually has so many powerful elves." Apart from the ace Dark Lei he knew, Kuai Long. When fighting with Xiao Mao, the flash of BB used. He had never seen that lizard room before, but he felt that it was actually no worse than the other elves. What's even more terrifying is that he felt the powerful pressure from the giant swamp monster. In his heart, an invincible thought arose. But he was very curious and looked up and asked his master. "Master, this giant swamp monster looks very powerful. Did you conquer it recently?" Ye Chen smiled. The boy's eyes were indeed good. He noticed the difference between this giant swamp monster at a glance. "This is a giant swamp monster of the king." Ye Chen said it very plainly, but the expression on Xiaozai's face betrayed his surprise. What is actually the king level? The master's elf is already at the level of the king. Isn't it very close to challenging the king? Xiaoxi's mind is not very clear about the elves of the king level elf from the king level. He didn't know that the elves at the king level were elves at the king level, and the elves possessed by the king were the highest possible achievement of the championship quality, not just some elves at the king level. The gap between the two is very large. Master, can you defeat the heavenly king now? Xiaoxi was very curious, opened his eyes wide and looked up to ask Ye Chen. Ye Chen smiled and explained to Xiaoxi patiently. The strength of the king. So he took Yulongdu to give an example and told Xiaoxi about the strength of the heavenly king. He told Xiaoxi that he was still a distance from the level of the king of heaven. At the same time, he told Xiaoxi that as long as he believed in his strength and insisted on continuous training, he would definitely not be too far from the heavenly king. There is actually not much problem with this when applied to Ye Chen, but for most trainers, they do not have as many king-level elves or higher quality elves as Ye Chen. But Ye Chen and Xiaoxi are not ordinary trainers. Ye Chen is some of the king-level elves and some gods, and Xiaoxi also has a skin god. What's more important is that he is still the protagonist, and his luck is even less necessary said. After Ye Chen finished explaining to Xiaoxi, he started building the place they were going to live today with his little finger. Ye Chen planned to build a wooden house here this time, and he planned to bring Xiaoxi over to relax every once in a while. If he is not here, he can let Xiaoxi come over and relax, which is also a kind of care for Xiaoxi. In Ye Chen, after arranging the division of labor tasks, a group of elves and Ye Chen and the others began to take action. The Lizard King is responsible for cutting down trees, and Darklay brings the trees cut down by the Lizard King back here to build them. The flashing bird is looking for water sources around here. The giant swamp had a relatively strong strength, so he left it in place, guarding the trees they transported and the luggage they brought. Kuai Long was sent out by Xiaoxi to find some edible fruits. The division of labor can only be arranged according to the characteristics of each of them. The Lizard King's blade is very sharp and suitable for cutting trees. Darklay is at his age. It is so convenient to use it to ship things for 10 days. As for the flashing bird, he can fly, it is quite high, and it was originally a Pokemon in the woods, so he asked him to find a source of water, which is perfect. Ye Chen and Xiaoxi stayed there, waiting for them to carry the things over and start building them. Although the elves can help a lot, they still need to take action to build a house. After a while, with the help of the elf, Ye Chen and Xiaoxi became their wooden house. It also means that they have their own residence on the mountain today. Xiaoxi, look, as long as we stick to this house, we will all set it up. After hearing this, he nodded and agreed with what the master said very much. After that, Ye Chen took Xiaoxi to the woods for a walk. Let Xiaoxi get closer to nature and elves. At the same time, Ye Chen also had the idea of helping Xiaoxi find an elf. Nowadays, Xiaoxi only has one Pikachu, and even 3 elves are not enough to participate in the competition. So taking this opportunity, Ye Chen could see if he could find an elf with good quality and suitable for Xiaoxi. Of course, from what I chose for him this time, the quality of the elf will not be as strict as choosing for myself. After all, not everyone can have the luck of encountering a king-level elf. In this world, the elves of most people are not particularly high in quality, they are all at medium levels. Ye Chen didn't expect to find a king-level elf for Xiaoxi. In his heart, if he could find an elf above the attention level this time, he would be satisfied. It's not that he doesn't want to find high-level elves for Xiaoxi, but that there are only so many high-level elves in this world. Xiaoxi, this time I plan to find an elf for you to subdue it. When the news was heard, he was very happy. The master actually thought about helping him conquer an elf. The master's elves are all powerful. Do you wonder what kind of elves the master will help him choose? Xiaoxi's search for elves this time is mainly based on you, and I mainly assist you from the side. Ye Chen believes that the elf he convinced must be much more obedient than others, at least he is convinced that you are not others. So Ye Chen took Zai Zai to the depths of the forest. After a while, Ye Chen and Zai Zai met many elves. The walking grass hiding among the grass, chrysanthemum leaf clover, and wonderful frog grass. There are also BB birds and bobos in the forest. Ye Chen was watching from the side, without any intention of attacking Zai Zai. This is also to train Zai Zai's eyesight. Ye Chen knew that for Zai Zai, what is more important is his attitude towards him. He has a huge bond to his savvy love, which will give him more powerful power. This is also what Ye Chen knows about the power belonging to the protagonist. Well, after a while, I saw a wonderful frog grass. He felt that the wonderful frog grass was very suitable for him, so he asked Pikachu to fight. Pikachu defeated that wonderful frog grass. We want to recover it. When Pikachu heard this, he immediately jumped off Zaiji's shoulder and posed for a pose to fight with Meow Frogko. Pick up. Pai Shen is worthy of being Pai Shen. With the boy's order, he launched an attack on the cotton plants. Pikachu uses electric light flash. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light flashed out from Pikachu's body, like a flash of lightning, and came to the front of the Meow Frog grass. It is obvious that Zai Zai's Pikachu became very fast after Ye Chen's training some time ago. Before the wild Mew Mew hand could react, Pikachu came to him. Use Iron Tail. Rush to come. Pikachu's tail in front of the Meow Frog grass turned into a handful of steel. He could hit the direction of Meow Frog grass heavily. Boom! After a loud bang, the wonderful frog grass fell to the ground. After seeing this, Zai Zai immediately took out the elf ball from his bag. Throwing towards Meow Frog grass. He tried his best to emit a red light, and instantly revealed the wonderful frog grass lying on the ground. The Meow Frog grass was collected into the elf ball and kept rolling on the ground. After a while, the elite ball stopped moving, which means that Zai Zai has successfully recovered. Xiao Ji did a good job. After seeing Zai Zai successfully subdued a little elf, Ye Chen smiled slightly. At the same time, Ye Chen also checked the data of the wonderful frog grass. Elf, wonderful frog grass. Attribute, grass. Quality, pavilion owner. Current level, LV37 level, advanced. It's a wonderful place at the level of a museum owner. Froggrass is quite suitable for Zai Zai. It is also within Ye Chen's consideration. Unexpectedly, Zai Zai was lucky. Soon after, he met the elf he had met, and the quality was also very good. After regaining this wonderful frog grass, Ye Chen once again took Zai Zai to walk inside and experience the feelings deep in the woods. Soon after, the sky gradually darkened. Ye Chen thought that he could not stay in the deep forest for a long time, so he summoned Kuai Long and took Zai Zai back to the night camp with him. They need to start cooking. Ye Chen had a simple dinner with Zai Zai, then returned to the house he built and fell asleep. A few days later, Ye Chen and Zai Zai stayed in the mountains for several days, relaxing their mood. They planned to go back this day. After packing up the garbage around, Ye Chen took Zai Zai back to Dr. Damu's research institute. After a while, Ye Chen and Zai Zai returned to most doctoral institutes. When they arrived, they saw Dr. Oki standing outside the door talking to someone. Seeing a group of Zai Zai, the gate came towards them after he came back. Ye Chen, Zai Zai, you are back. Ye Chen nodded and said with a smile. We thought you wouldn't come out by Dr. Oki. Dr. Damu smiled, haha. Sometimes he would immerse himself in his research frantically, and he knew it too. However, he had a news to tell Ye Chen and Zai Zai. By the way, I won't talk about this anymore. I just got the news. Zhengzhen town will hold an elf contest, and the winner will receive a large reward. When Ye Chen heard that there was another competition, his eyes narrowed into a line. Zai Zai was also very excited. Does it mean he has the opportunity to participate in the competition? After training for so long, he also wanted to know what position his strength could rank. So he asked, "Does I have the opportunity to participate, too?" Dr. Oki smiled and nodded. "You all have the chance to participate this time. There is no restriction on contestants who participated in the Jengzin My Elf competition this time. But this also means that you may face players of all levels." Ye Chen nodded and said it didn't matter. No matter what kind of player he was, he believed that he would definitely win. Unless a player of the Heavenly King level like Yulongdu and others comes over, he will not be able to defeat them at this stage. He believed that Yulongdu would not come to participate in the real competition, let alone Yulongdu was thinking about how to improve his strength and go into seclusion. So for this Jengzin Town competition, he only has one goal, that is, to win first place. Because they didn't say that the rewards this time were very rich. Can Dr. Amu tell us about this competition? Dr. Damo nodded and said slowly. This time, it is said that the Jengzin town was attacked by elves many times, and they wanted to select a powerful player to protect them. When Ye Chen heard this, he turned out to be like this. It is also very suitable for themselves to protect themselves. Since coming to Jengzin town, it has protected it more than once or twice. Since you all want to participate, I will sign up for you. Seeing that Ye Chen and the others were very interested in this competition, Dr. Damua planned to sign up for them. Knowing that he could participate in the competition, Zai jumped happily and kept shouting "Ouya Ouya." It can be seen that he was very happy to participate in the competition. Zai can finally test your practical level this time. Ye Chen stretched out his hand and touched his apprentice's head. Zai didn't care and said happily, "Master, I can definitely show you the results of my training over so many days." Zai secretly encouraged himself and must perform well in front of his master. The big mode has helped them sign up for the next few days, and they are training with the elves. Zai is exhausted every day under Ye Chen's training. Time flies very fast. Ye Chen's team is now revitalizing his energy and has reached a peak state. At the same time, this business competition held by Jengzin Town officially kicked off. The True New Town Elf competition is a new event in the True New Town this time. He is a competition that everyone can participate in. The organizer said that as long as you get the first place in the competition, no matter what age or identity you are, you will get everyone's recognition and huge bonuses. After the news spread, everyone was very happy. Everyone knew that Jengzin Town was where Dr. Damo lived. If you can get a ranking in the competition held in Jengzin Town, you might have the chance to enter the wilderness of Dr. De Quang. Able to get the appreciation and help from Dr. Oki. They all know that our doctor is a very awesome person, but ordinary people cannot get into the barrage mode, or Dr. Damo looks at you with admiration. At the same time, everyone knows that Jengzin Town was attacked this time, so the reward given was 10 points. Everyone knows that the huge bonus can allow them to buy better elves and better equipment, or better elves feed. XXX. In this world, your strength is linked to your money. If you have money, you can buy better equipment. So this time, the elf competition was held in a true and attracted many trainers from outside the Jengzin Town to participate. Not only did I get a good ranking here, proving that my strength has won the favor of the big model, but also to get the prize money for this competition. The reason why Ye Chen participated in this competition was to prove his strength and get a bonus. After all, he has so many elves, and the equities for each elves are a big expense. He had only one person and had no family supply, so he could only make money to support his elves. As for Zai, the purpose of participating in this competition is quite similar to that of Ye Chen, which is to prove his strength, but he wants to prove that his master has not been in vain for his training for so many days. They came with Dr. Oki and arrived at the competition place. The venue for the Jengzin Town Elf competition. At this time, the venue was already crowded with people everywhere. This competition attracted a lot of trainers to participate. After a while, Ye Chen and Zai said goodbye to Dr. Oki and went to the place where they participated in the auditions. From Dr. Damu, Ye Chen Jing Zai learned about the rules of participating in this Zhengzhen town political elf competition. First of all, there are auditions for the elf competition. 10 contestants fought on one audition stage. The rules for participating in the elf competition in the true new town are completely different from those of the freshman competition that Ye Chen participated in before. It turned out to be a melee of 10 people. One of the 10 people won and will participate in the next round of the competition. Ye Chen and Zai are not playing in the same stadium. Not long after all the contestants waiting for everyone to arrive. The referee of the elf competition also came out, and under his verdict, the auditions officially began. After the referee's voice fell, everyone present walked onto the competition arena and ready to start the competition. The audience who watched outside the venue at the same time were all looking forward to it. They hoped to see an extremely exciting duel in this 10-person battle competition. The people who came on stage immediately took out their elf balls and summoned their elves. At this time, Ye Chen stood on the stage of his competition and smiled slightly. He glanced at these people. Although they were not newbies, they were all good at elf level. Most of the elves are here. About 40 and 50 levels. In the competition that Ye Chen encountered, although the quality of the contestants participating this time was not particularly high, they were still okay in terms of grades. But when facing his powerful elves, Ye Jun felt that they were not worth mentioning. Ye Chen smiled faintly and took out his light ball from behind. This time he plans to use the newly recovered giant swamp monster to participate in this competition. The giant swamp monster is very powerful. For this level, his strength at the king level is almost instant kill. Although he wants to use other elves cannot kill in one blow when killing these opponents. Let's choose, you don't need to participate in a single blow in one blow. The stronger Darklay Ye Chen felt that the strength of these people was not enough to let him play cards. So he asked Darklay to rest in the Pokemon and chose the giant scorpion to participate in this game. True New Town, the first elf competition, the first round of auditions. It's officially started now. As the referee's voice sounded, the trainers also began to order their elves to start fighting. Various chaotic voices appeared on the field. Everyone's eyes were all focused on Ye Chen. They were all old trainers who had fought many times, and they could tell at a glance that Ye Chen's elves were very powerful. Everyone had a very tacit understanding and unified let their elves attack Ye Chen's elves. The people in the audience also noticed the special nature of Ye Chen on the field. The other stages were all melee and formed a group. Only on the competition venue on Ye Chen's side, all the other 9 Pokemon rushed towards Ye Chen's giant swamp monster. They were very curious, why were there 9 people besieging one of them here? Did they reach an agreement before the game? Or is this person's strength very strong, and they want to solve this problem first? Soon they had the answer. Ye Chen saw them heading towards him. The giant swamp monster rushed over. There was no panic in his eyes. These elves were not in his eyes at all. Ye Chen looked at them lightly and said something. The giant swamp monster will solve them. The giant swamp monster suddenly appeared when he heard the powerful aura. The other contestants' elves were directly shocked and did not continue to move forward. The students were also stunned. What was going on? These elves are so powerful that their elves can't move. Then they opened their eyes wide and looked at Ye Chen's giant swamp monster, and the monster kicked their elves out of the field one by one. 8. Everyone in the audience was stunned. If I go to the situation, the game will be over. Just now when they saw 9 Pokemons rushing towards one, they felt that one must have lost. 3. They all feel sad for the elf. 9. But now they think those 9 people are really sad. I actually encountered such a powerful elf. Land. It gives them the feeling that this elf and the other 9 elves are not exactly on the same level. Feed. It's like a dimensionality reduction strike. 4. Ye Chen, the giant swamp monster, ended the game in just 2 seconds. The whole process did not last more than 15 seconds, and it didn't even arrive for half a minute. Slib. The winner was decided in this stadium, and the audience in the audience was very confused. The opponent on the other side also seemed to see the difference between Ye Chen, the giant swamp monster. 0. I'll go to this momentum, I seem to have felt it in a certain king. Damn, we, Wang or Zhao, are so lucky. We actually met such a powerful player. Do you know who it is? Why is his strength so strong? However, many of the audiences in the audience recognized Ye Chen. They are not like many contestants, and those who are not sincere have never experienced Ye Chen's rescue. Damn, I'm dumb, that's fine on stage, that seems to be Ye Chen. Who is Ye Chen? Are he very famous? At first glance, you are not our true intentions. He has saved us several times, a powerful trainer. Not only defeated the giant tooth shark group that was destroyed in the port, but also defeated the monsters, and the group rescued us safely. More importantly, he is a guest of honor for Dr. Damu. People from other places may not know who Ye Chen is. But they all know who Dr. Damu belongs to. The person in front of him was actually a guest of honor for Dr. Damu, so this person must be extremely powerful. And this person's performance on stage also showed his strong strength. Ye Chen stood on the stage with a calm look on his face and was used to the surprise of others. He didn't care at all. If you want to become a man who surpasses the King of Heaven, you must not be complacent because of this little surprise. Moreover, his strength is nothing. After experiencing 3 super ancient divine beast wars, he felt that his strength was not enough. Only when he reached the level of that mysterious dragon sporting elf did he feel that he had succeeded. I also left the stage after the game ended, waiting for Zai's return. I don't know what kind of results my apprentice will achieve in this competition. Ye Chen waited in the audience for a while, and Zai also came to him. Looking at the smile on Zai's face, I also knew that Zai had succeeded this time. Master, I succeed. If I pass the audition, I will enter the next round, then the competition will be held. He looked at Zai's face and said with a faint smile. It's good, keep working hard. Although Zai did a great job this time, Ye Chen still wanted Zai to know that his strength is still not enough and he can't be so proud, but a little excitement is okay. The two of them waited in the audience for a while, and the competition at other venues gradually ended. After the last people on the stage competition ended, it also means that this round of auditions has officially ended. In this round of auditions, Ye Chen and Zai entered the next round of the competition. The opponents in the auditions are not particularly powerful. The next game is the main game, and most of the players in the main game are somewhat powerful. Ye Chen was not too worried about himself, mainly because Zai's strength is not very good among the current students. He may lose after participating in the next game. But it may not be certain, it mainly depends on the degree of rest of Zai's elf. It is estimated that Zai passed this round of auditions, and he won only after a big battle. So Ye Chen took Zai back to rest, and then asked Zai to prepare some elves for his elves. Return to their doctor's home. Zai whispered softly at Pikachu on her shoulder. Pikachu has done a pretty job, we have to work hard to win the next game. Although Zai does not have Ye Chen's waveguide power to talk to the elves. But what was very angry was that Pai Shen was not Pai Shen, and he seemed to be able to understand Zai's conversation. Pick up. Zai reached out and touched Pikachu's head, looking doting. He fed him the elf rations that Ye Chen Hua bought for a high price. Pikachu, this is the elf's ration given to me by the master. You can eat it and it is said to be very delicious. After Pikachu finished eating, he was 10 minutes happy and shouted at Pika Pika. Time flies, and soon Dr. Amu also returns from the competition venue. When Zai and Ye Chen were told, he saw him speak. Ye Chen, you may have met an opponent this time. I heard that this time a quasi-king level player has come. Ye Chen raised his eyebrows. It seems that he is very interested in what Dr. Oki said. Ye Chen originally thought that there were not many powerful players participating in this competition, but the appearance of the Quasi-Heaven King made Ye Chen's eyes lit up. This is a good opportunity. It can let him see what the Quasi-Heaven King's strength looks like and lay the foundation for him to challenge the Celestial King in the future. Chapter 64, Heavenly King Level. Please subscribe and support. 6th Chapter 14 Heavenly King Level. Please subscribe and support. When Ye Chen knew that such a strong opponent had participated in the competition, his expectations in his heart increased. Ye Chen took Zai back to his room to rest and prepare for the subsequent game. Time flies so fast that it is the second day. Soon the True New Town Elf competition. The first round of the main competition is about to officially begin. Ye Chen's amazing performance in the auditions yesterday also attracted a large number of people to watch his game today. Of course, some people also recognized him as the boy who saved them at the port. So today there were many people on the scene just to watch Ye Chen's game. Ye Chen brought Zai to the competition site as usual. When Ye Chen and Zai arrived at the stadium, the audience outside the stadium couldn't help but scream and cheer for them. Come on, Ye Chen. I believe you will definitely bring a more exciting duel. Everyone off the court has watched Ye Chen's battle yesterday and is very much looking forward to his performance on the court today. After entering the arena, Ye Chen found that everyone who passed the auditions yesterday was gathered here. He looked around, as if looking for the player with the Quasi-King power of the Quasi-King that Dr. Damo mentioned. The official competition of the True New Town Elf competition is. All the contestants who passed the auditions gathered together to prepare for the elves' battle. Ye Chen looked at it and saw about 100 people in the middle of the venue. There are also many powerful players among them. Ye Chen seems that Zai's game may be full of dangers, and he may not be able to win this time. Ye Chen frowned and began to worry about Zai's game this time. Speaking of Zai, Ye Chen also wants Zai to get a better ranking in this competition, which will increase his self-confidence a little. Because Zai was always hit by Ye Chen. Ye Chen's current strength is very high. The elves he has are all very powerful, and Zai, he only has a skin god and a newly conquered frog grass. In addition, Zai has not been a trainer for a long time, and he does not have the cheating gold finger like this system. In the face of this competition for everyone, Zai's strength is not at all advantage. But after thinking about it, Ye Chen felt relieved. It is also a good thing to let your apprentice fail to learn. Failure is the mother of success. Where can success come from without failure? Although he has never failed, he does not need to fail to succeed. Zai was during this period. I feel that my strength has grown well. Ye Chen felt that Zai lost. I should also be able to learn something in this competition. Before Ye Chen could continue thinking about it, the referee's voice sounded in the venue. There are 4 referees this time. 3 of them are the owners of nearby gyms, and the other is Dr. Oki. Only these few people who are referees can be convinced. Otherwise, if you just want a trainer to be a referee, these trainers may not be convinced. In this game, Ye Chen plans to continue using yesterday's giant swamp monster. Because except for Darklay, the strength of other elves is not enough to kill these people in seconds. There is no doubt that the giant swamp monster is the elf that is very suitable for this competition. Similarly, Ye Chen also wanted to know how strong the giant swamp monster could be. In fact, before Ye Chen instantly killed the other 9 people on the field yesterday, there were still many people at the scene, and they didn't know Ye Chen. Except for a few people who have experienced the attacks of the elves in the real new town. Recognized Ye Chen as the hero who saved them. After yesterday's battle, everyone met Ye Chen. His strength was too strong and was very conspicuous among so many people. His elf giant swamp monster is actually very powerful, which makes many people guess what the level of this elf is. Is it a quasi-heavenly king? Or is it stronger than him? Before the competition began, the players from the quasi-heavenly king period participated in this competition. Other contestants asked this quasi-heroic king player. Ask him if he knows whether the level of Yechen, the elf, is the quasi-heaven king's strength. The player who turned the world's strength frowned and did not speak. He seemed to feel the power of Yechen, the elf, as if he was much stronger than his elf. He didn't say anything, but just stared at Yechen tightly. But soon, this round of competition officially began. Yechen's opponent this time is a trainer from other places. His name is Chongcheng. He is a gold trainer from Takapan City. Please take the players on both sides and prepare to start the competition. At the referee's order, Yechen and Chongcheng focused at the same time. Put all your energy into the competition. Chongcheng frowned. Yesterday he also saw Yechen's performance in the auditions, and his strength was very strong. His face was solemn. This was the first time he had faced such a powerful opponent. Yechen looked calm and looked at the opponent opposite him. The audience in the audience also focused on staring at the two contestants on the stage. They wanted to take a look at Yechen's powerful giant swamp monster again. Let's see what kind of performance he will perform on stage today, and will he be able to defeat his opponent again? They guessed. Yechen is the favorite to win this competition. Apart from the quasi-heavenly king's strong player, they guessed that only Yechen could fight him. Even the other three referees could feel the power of Yechen's giant swamp monster, much stronger than their elves 647. They thought that the player with the quasi-heaven king's strength was already a powerful figure in this competition. Unexpectedly, the strength of the young man in front of him seemed to be comparable to that of the quasi-heaven king. Yesterday's game did not allow them to see Yechen's true strength at all. Today they wanted to go further and know how powerful Yechen's giant swamp monster is. An act. Another referee of this match, Dr. Oki. He looked at Yechen with a smile on his face, and he knew that Yechen's strength was very strong. Yesterday, after the competition, Yechen returned to his research institute. Dr. Damu also discovered that the powerful giant swamp monster had reached the level of the heavenly king. When he first saw this giant swamp monster of the king level, he was also very surprised. He was the same as these referees and the audience. He was very suspicious that he had been studying the mysterious jade pendant for a long time. Before he entered, Yechen didn't have this giant swamp monster with the strength of the heavenly king. Why did he feel that the world has changed when he came out? Yechen's strength has changed so quickly. In just a few days, he has reached the level of the King of Heaven. Dr. Amu suspected that if he had been in seclusion for a few more days, Yechen's strength might have almost reached the level of the four heavenly kings of Kanto. Now he has become numb to Yechen's changes in his strength. If he discovered that the four heavenly kings of Kanto were no match for Yechen one day, he wouldn't be too surprised, because Yechen was too perverted and his strength was growing unreasonably. Chongcheng watched Yechen take out his elf ball, and a white light flashed by him. The elf appeared on the field. It was a hot beast with a blazing flame. Yechen then used the detection function that comes with the system to check the properties of this hot beast. Elf, hot beast. Attribute, fire. Quality, elite. Current level, LV54, owner of the pavilion. After Yechen saw the attribute panel of hot beasts, he felt very confident. Sure enough, the level of these contestants seems to be a good trainer. But when faced with his giant swamp monster of the king level, they could not make any storms in front of them. My giant swamp monster of the heavenly king level is a crushing existence in terms of attributes and levels. After Chongcheng took out his elf, Yechen also pulled it behind him and took out his elf ball. After your white light flashed, the huge giant swamp monster appeared on the field. Roar! As soon as the giant swamp monster appeared on the field, it was filled with a huge roar, which made everyone present stunned. Such a powerful aura made them stunned for a moment. Chongcheng, the opposite side, was stunned and I asked, I'll just turn it over. This momentum seemed like his red envelope was no match for him at all. I really don't know what kind of player Ye Chen is on the other side. He is so young, but he actually has such a powerful elf. He became timid in his mind and didn't know how to face this powerful opponent. It is obvious that his elf hot beast was also shocked by the powerful momentum of the giant swamp monster. His legs were trembling slightly. The audience outside the venue once again saw this powerful giant swamp monster. I'll go and see the powerful elf again this time. I wonder what level he is. Then you need to say that I dare say that this team is of very high quality, and its strength is definitely above the owner. I feel that it is stronger than the owner's strength. There were chattering discussions in the audience. At the same time, the 4 referees on the stage also began to discuss. A library owner next to Dr. Amu asked. Dr. Oki. Doctor, this contestant, do you know how powerful this giant swamp monster is? Dr. Damu thought for a while and told them that it would not affect Ye Chen's game. This is a giant swamp monster of the king. The 3 referees at the time of this statement were shocked. Tian King level. They all looked unbelievable. They have no way to connect Ye Chen's young face with his king level strength. Even the powerful 4 heavenly kings of Kanto have never had such a powerful elf at Ye Chen's age. Dr. Damu's face was very calm, as if he was saying that it was just a normal thing, so you don't have to be so surprised. But soon another owner realized. This is definitely not something that Ye Chen personally trained to become a king-level strength. He should have conquered it. Thinking of this, his face became even more serious. Since Ye Chen was able to conquer a giant swamp monster at the level of the Heavenly King, it means that he has an elf that is more powerful than this elf. He took a deep breath around him. Have you discovered something amazing? He went to ask Dr. Damu and said. Isn't Ye Chen still a more powerful elf? Dr. Aji raised his eyebrows. How do you know? After getting the answer from Dr. Oki, the owner was even more surprised. Looking at Ye Chen on the stage, he shook his head and said. Heroes are young. Dr. Oki smiled. Ye Chen on the stage couldn't listen to the conversation between other referees on stage or the audience. He looked at Chong Cheng on the opposite side indifferently. Chong Cheng on the opposite side is worthy of being a gold-level trainer. After being frightened by the powerful giant scorpion monster, he realized after a while, Ahaya, was coming. Fire beast, use spray flames. When Chong Cheng made a call to the fire, a huge heated ejection flame immediately condensed from his whole body. He was also shocked by the momentum of the giant swamp monster before and trembled slightly. This time, when the flames were sprayed, it used 100% strength to try to regain its face. Middle. The huge and hot flames condensed by the hot beast rushed straight towards the giant swamp monster. Change. However, the giant swamp monster faced the hot jet flame with disdain, and it did not dodge at all. A bitter smile appeared on Chong Cheng's face when he saw this. Umbrella. This giant swamp monster was too confident. Facing his powerful moves, he didn't even have any dodge. 7. He snorted coldly, and he must let the giant swamp monster know how powerful he is. Easy. Even if you, a giant swamp monster, can be so powerful. Your own hot beast is not weak. Ye Chen held his hands and didn't respond. He didn't need to command the giant swamp monster to dodge in this battle. 2. It was just an elf at the level of the museum owner, and he could not cause any damage to him, a giant swamp monster at the level of the Heavenly King. Leak. He looked at the squirting flames with a serious look on his face, and was about to touch the giant swamp monster. Youngest. The audience in the audience opened their mouths wide and looked at Ye Chen in disbelief, without any movement. 1. Some of them felt that Ye Chen was a little too big. He actually chose to withstand the spray of flames. Leak. When there was a scream in surprise, the fire bomb's sprayed flames finally hit the position of the giant swamp monster. And just as the jet flame was about to touch the giant swamp monster, there was no storm on the field, and nothing seemed to happen. The fire spewed out was like massage the giant swamp monster, without any waves. After the spray flames dissipated, the giant swamp monster let out a breath. It seems to be expressing that your attack has no effect at all, so you can only scratch me. Looking at the hot beast opposite, Ye Chen spoke softly. Said. The giant swamp monster uses mud bombs. Although the hot beast on the opposite side was not particularly strong, Ye Chen still gave him enough respect and used the powerful move of the giant swamp monster, the mud bomb. With Ye Chen's order, the giant swamp monster condensed huge stones beside him. For a moment, the largest stone attacked the hot beast opposite. Boom! There was a loud bang. After being hit by the mud bomb of the giant swamp monster, Changchen's hot beast fell directly to the ground and lost its combat ability. At this time, there was silence again off the court. They saw how the giant swamp monster ignored the attack of the hot beast, and then they killed it in one move. Changcheng on the opposite side smiled bitterly. After Ye Chen's giant swamp monster came out, he realized that he might not be able to defeat this powerful aura. Giant swamp monster. But I didn't expect that I could lose so badly. My hot beast's ejection flame was actually ignored. Sure enough, Ye Chen was as rumored, and he was very powerful. The strength of this giant swamp monster that killed him instantly also allowed him to see the power of the strong. I lost. After Changcheng gave up, the referee announced at the order that Ye Chen won the victory in this game. After Ye Chen left the stage, the audience was still deeply immersed in the instant kill battle just now. I'll go, this will not be the championship candidate predicted before the game. It's so powerful. Damn, has anyone seen clearly how it was killed instantly? This is completely abusive killing. Sure enough, Ye Chen is extremely powerful. Ye Chen, who had left the stage, ignored the discussions of the audience and came to the waiting area to wait for his apprentice Zai to return. This time he had nothing to be proud of. His elf level is so high and so much higher than him. No matter how he uses his hot beast skills, he can't break the defense of the giant swamp monster. The attack of the giant swamp monster is also very powerful, and it is not surprising that the hot beast on the opposite side is killed instantly by one blow. The two owners on the stage were also shocked. They felt the momentum of Didi Reba. Everyone looked at Dr. De Quang. Doctor, how did you find such a perverted young man? It seems that this young man will definitely become a person like the four heavenly king of Kanto. They have a very high opinion of Ye Chen. At the same time, they were all surprised by the strength of such a young Ye Chen. Dr. Amu smiled, no words. Ye Chen waited for a while, and Zai came back. Sure enough, Zai lost the game this time. His opponent has an elf of more than 50 levels, which is much stronger than him. After his Pikachu's hard-working decisive battle, he still lost to that player. Looking at Zai who was a little discouraged, Ye Chen stretched out his hand and touched his apprentice's mind. Zai is just a failure, don't worry so much. Zai said with a resentful look on his face. But Master is so strong that he has never lost even once. Do you know why the Master hasn't lost? Because the Master has been practicing for a long time than you. And the Master is not afraid of failure at all. This is the reason why the Master can become stronger. I hope you can remember it too. Zai nodded when he heard this, and what the Master said seemed to be right. Soon he walked out of his sadness. I secretly swore that I must train harder and catch up with the Master's strength. In this way, Ye Chen returned to Dr. Oki with the poetic Zai to rest. In the next few days, Ye Chen once again participated in the subsequent competition. As the game progressed, it gradually reached the finals. The opponent in this final is the quasi-hero I mentioned before, your player. The Quasi-Heaven King is a powerful player no matter where he is. Before this competition began, after everyone knew that this person participated in the competition, they believed that he would be the only candidate to win the championship. It also creates suspense to know that Ye Chen's group of dark horses broke out between them. At the same time, this quasi-heavenly king's strength was also very interested in Ye Chen. He could feel the strength of Ye Chen's giant swamp monster. This day finally reached the finals. Many journalists came outside the stadium. It can be seen that Zhengzhen town is very concerned about this elf competition. Not only are there huge prizes to the contestants participating this time, but they are also promoting this competition. In the final of the Zhengzhen town elf competition, they also invited reporters to come and broadcast them live. Ye Chen, take Zai to the competition venue. I found that there were many people holding cameras blocking the door. Well, the reporters blocked the door saw Ye Chen walking over with Zai. Hello, Mr. Ye Chen, we are reporters of Zhengzhen Town Reporter newspaper. We have a few questions to ask you. Ye Chen was a little surprised. These reporters were quite polite. They didn't ask an embarrassing question as soon as they came up and said hello. He nodded in agreement with the questions from these reporters. Player Ye Chen is now in the finals. As a dark horse player who competes with the Quasi-Heaven King, do you think you can win the game yourself? Ye Chen replied without any hesitation. I am determined to win the championship. As soon as these words were spoken, some people thought Ye Chen was very arrogant. This young man is too arrogant. Is he so young that he wants to fight a Quasi-King player with rich experience? Haha, just by winning a few games, you started to be complacent. Although some people think that the road is floating outside the city, they bring the audience. Of course, there are also some audiences who support Ye Chen very much. Ye Chen will definitely win the game. You are just sour by other people's achievements. If you have the ability, you can go to the competition. After you said something from the audience, I fell into the discussion. And the reporters did not expect Ye Chen to give such an answer. Most people will be humble when facing such reporters' Q&A. Ye Chen had no intention of being modest at all, he was very confident. But facing a player with the strength of a Quasi-Heaven King, what are you afraid of at the king level? Of course, he would definitely not say these words to the reporters. He walked into the arena with a confident look on his face and ignored these reporters. The strange Ye Chen and the Quasi-King player met on the field. The Quasi-King strong player came over and greeted Ye Chen. Your strength is very strong, and I'm looking forward to fighting with you. Ye Chen smiled slightly. I'm looking forward to it too. As the saying goes, don't laugh at people's faces. Since the other party came over to say hello with a smile, of course Ye Chen would not give others face. Zai stood beside Ye Chen, looking at the powerful player of the Quasi-Heaven King. He has great confidence in his master, not to mention that his master is so powerful, how could he lose to this Quasi-Heavenly King? When people outside the field saw Ye Chen meet this powerful player of the Quasi-Heaven King, all kinds of things appeared in their hearts. Discuss. Do you think Ye Chen can beat this Quasi-Heavenly King? I think Ye Chen can win, of course he is so strong. I think the Quasi-Heaven King will win Ying after all, no matter how powerful Ye Chen is, he is still so young, and his combat experience is definitely not as good as this Quasi-Heaven King. Half of those who support Ye Chen who can win off the field and those who think Ye Chen cannot win each account. Soon the referee came to the scene and announced that the finals were officially about to begin. This final is different from previous competitions, and it adopts a 3v3 competition system. It is a test of a trainer's comprehensive ability. After this rule was expressed, many viewers outside the venue became nervous. I wonder if there are 3 powerful elves in Ye Chen. I heard that the Quasi-Heaven King has several powerful elves. This situation has become very complicated. The audience who supported Ye Chen off the court began to become a little discouraged. If they fight one-on-one, they believe that Ye Chen's giant swamp monster will definitely not lose if they are 1v1. But the rules of this final are a 3v3 game. They were worried about Ye Chen. They didn't know if Ye Chen had other powerful elves. Because even if his giant swamp monster is very powerful, it can't stand the wheel battle. The Quasi-Heaven King must have more than one Quasi-Heaven King level elf, which they know. With the referee's order, Ye Chen and the powerful players of the Quasi-Heaven King stepped onto the stage of the competition. Ye Chen's expression on the field was not as stressed as they imagined, and he still looked calmly as usual. This is an exciting game. As soon as he stepped onto the competition stage, the powerful player of the Quasi-King looked at Ye Chen and said with a smile. As the Quasi-Heavenly King, the powerful player is called Sun Yu. Ye Chen responded to Sun Yu with a smile. Start the competition. Sun Yu took out his elf ball from behind him. A white light flashed past his elf and appeared on the field. Elf, Flame Chicken. Attribute, Fire. Quality, Quasi-Heavenly King. Current level, LV62 level, Quick King. I also used the detection function that comes with the system to look at the panel of this flame world. He is worthy of being a player with the strength of the Quasi-Heaven King. It can be said that in this world, besides the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto, there are powerful trainers that I have encountered. Although his strength is indeed good. But Ye Chen just smiled softly. Although he is the Quasi-Heavenly King's strength, he is still not enough to face his own giant swamp monster at the level of the Heavenly King. Ye Chen smiled gently and took out his elf ball. Come out, the giant swamp monster. A white light flashed by, and the huge giant swamp monster appeared on the field again. Come on, giant swamp monster. Ye Chen must win the game. Those who supported Ye Chen from the field saw the giant swamp monster appear on the field. Then he began to shout for Ye Chen. Sun Yu saw the giant swamp monster on the opposite field. His brows were furrowed tightly. This is the first time he has faced this giant swamp monster at such a close distance. He began to panic. His years of combat experience told him that the giant swamp monster in front of him was much higher than his own flame chicken. It only made him seem a little distracted. But Ye Chen would not miss this good opportunity. Giant swamp monster, use mud bomb. Ye Chen is still the same, and he is a killer move when he takes action. After hearing the order, the giant swamp monster condensed a huge mud bomb around him. After seeing the giant swamp monster take a move, that Quasi-Heavenly King is not a character that he underestimated. He quickly directed, the flame chicken uses lightning to dodge it. A white light flashed out of the flamed chicken, trying to avoid the mud bombs rushing over. But how could Ye Chen reveal such a big foot? When you really want to be a flame chicken and escape from the mud bomb. The mud bomb exploded directly beside the flaming chicken. After a loud bang, the flame chicken was fainted from the ground by the mud bomb of the giant swamp monster. He wanted to stand up and fight again, but the damage caused to him by the mud bomb was indeed very great. He had no choice but to stand up and fell down, lying on the field and lost his combat power. After this battle continued, everyone in the audience was shocked. Sun Yu was also stunned, and he didn't expect that the giant swamp monster opposite was so powerful. He knocked down his flame chicken with one move. The audience on the stage who didn't like Ye Chen all widened their eyes, opened their mouths wide, and looked unbelievable on their faces. I'll take a break, what's going on? They thought this battle would be a belligerent, but who would have thought it would be another instant kill? Sun Yu looked heavy and took out the second elf ball. The elf just now was not his most powerful elf, but he was also an elf with great strength. He was actually killed instantly by the giant swamp monster opposite, and he began to feel a little at a loss. He said to Ye Chen. Ye Chen will decide the outcome in one game. Sun Yu also wanted to win the game, so he made such a request like Ye Chen. However, Ye Chen felt that it didn't matter. No matter what Sun Yu had, he would break it with all his strength. He smiled and nodded. All right. Although Sun Yu felt a little embarrassed, it seemed a bit tricky. But the championship rewards for this competition are really tempting. Seeing that Ye Chen had nothing to agree to him unconditionally, He also felt a little embarrassed. However, he still summoned his own elf very quickly. "Come out, Lizard King!" A white light flashed past the Lizard King and appeared on the field. "Elf, Lizard King?" Attribute, Grass. Quality, Quasi-Heavenly King. Current level, LV69, Quick King. After Ye Chen used the detection function provided by the system to view the panel of this Lizard King, he raised his eyebrows slightly. It turned out to be a Lizard King close to the strength of the Heavenly King. It can be seen that Sun Yu's level is not something that ordinary people can achieve. But Ye Chen was not afraid either. Ye Chen's first one turned out to be a Lizard King. "I also have a Lizard King." But this time he still used the giant swamp monster to play. Although his Lizard King is of higher quality than his Lizard King is lower than her in terms of level. The giant swamp monster continues to fight. Ye Chen said lightly to the giant swamp monster. "Ho hoi!" The giant swamp monster screamed a few times in response to Ye Chen. The Lizard King on the field was fighting against the giant swamp monster. Although neither side had taken action yet, everyone could feel the powerful pressure on the two elves. "These two elves are very powerful, I don't know who can win." The match was a little too much. Although Sun Yu did it a bit too much, this match was really exciting. "Call quickly and fight quickly, who do you want to win?" The audience in the audience became excited again. No matter who they support, they wanted to see a wonderful battle. On the stage, Ye Chen and Sun Yu were not hesitating, and at the same time ordered their elves to start fighting. "Giant swamp monster. Use mud bombs." "Lizard King. Use the tornado blade." After two words fell, everyone saw it. Huge amounts of stones appeared in front of the giant swamp monster. Many sword karmas appeared in front of the Lizard King. The mud bomb and the cyclone blade collided together. A violent collision occurred. Boom! 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 The constant and fierce fighting sounded on the field. After the mud bomb and the tornado blade fought, the two elves began to fight in close combat again. The giant swamp monster rushed up and punched the Lizard King. The Lizard King was beaten back by this punch, but he quickly came to the giant swamp monster and punched him. The giant swamp monster snorted coldly and continued to fight with him. After a while, the two elves seemed to gradually decide the outcome. The lower-level Lizard King began to lose his energy. The giant swamp monster has sufficient physical strength. Boom! After this loud bang, Xiei.com was knocked down by the giant swamp monster and was on the ground. The Lizard King, who refused to admit defeat, wanted to stand up again, but his physical strength was no longer enough. After barely standing up, he fell down heavily. He lost his combat effectiveness while lying on the field. Seeing this scene, there were warm cheers in the audience. "Wow, Ye Chen won! I'll go, this battle is so exciting! Is this the world of the strong?" The audience off the court sighed at the strength of Ye Chen and Sun Yu. "Damn, Ye Chen can beat the Quasi-Heaven King at such a young age. I have to admire his strength." At this time, Sun Yu's face was also very regretful and shocked. "I lost." At the same time, the referee's voice sounded throughout the audience, indicating that Ye Chen won the victory of this game. He is the champion. Zai looked excited when watching the audience. The master is so awesome. Ye Chen on the stage did not show a very joyful expression. He thought of the champion before the game, and it must be his own. After winning the championship, the award ceremony for the True New Town Elf competition is next. The award presenter to the champion this time is Dr. Oki. No one in Zhengzhen town is more suitable for this award presentation than Dr. Damu. Standing on the podium, Ye Chen happily received the prize for this competition from Dr. Damu. 1 million alliance coins. It can be said to be a huge sum of money. Good boy, you are getting stronger and stronger. Even though he knew that Ye Chen was very strong, Dr. Damu was not stingy with his praise. It's all good for doctoral training. Ye Chen said modestly with a smile. Seeing that Ye Chen was not complacent about winning the championship, Dr. Damu said that he had read the wrong person. After receiving the bonus, Ye Chen did not stay on stage for long. Come to the audience and gather with Zai. At this time, Sun Yu also walked over from the side. He seemed to remember something. I remember who you are. Ye Chen was confused by him. Haven't I always told you who I am? Why did you remember? I'm a league search officer. Sun Yu looked at their confusion expression and slowly said the reason for saying that. I heard from Kina and Senior Yulongdu that Ye Chen is a very powerful trainer. Now it seems that what they said is indeed correct. He didn't believe it before, and he had such a powerful young man. When he saw himself defeating this young man with his own eyes, he finally realized that neither Kona nor Yulongdu were lying. Ye Chen smiled and said that Kina and Yulongdu had both exaggerated their strength. Sun Yu told him not to be so humble. You are strong if you are strong. Thank you Ye Chen for bringing him such a wonderful duel. Let him know that he needs to work harder, and he should not be because of his current success. I am complacent. If this continues, I am afraid that even young people will be inferior to those of you. So Sun Yu took out his contact information and exchanged it with Ye Chen. Ye Chen also took his contact information with a smile and exchanged his contact information with him. Both are Alliance search officers, maybe what else can I help in the future? After that, Sun Yu left here and returned to his post. Ye Chen and Zai also returned to Dr. Amu's house. Good disciple, I'll treat you to a big meal today. After receiving another bonus, Ye Chen decided to reward Zai. When Zai heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. The master is high. I went to have a meal happily with Ye Chen. After returning home again, a familiar system prompt sounded in Ye Chen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host elf egg for successfully hatching 50%. Ye Chen was a little shocked that the elf egg was about to start hatching. Can the system know what kind of elf egg it is? Since the elf eggs have begun to hatch, Ye Kungxiang's system should know that this is an elf egg. The system is also very powerful and the answer is quickly given. This is a divine beast elf egg. Ye Chen was overjoyed when he heard this. It turned out to be an elf egg of a divine beast. However, the hatching of the divine beast eggs is indeed slow, only 50%. But he was not in a hurry. After all, the strength of the divine beast is very powerful. You will know by looking at your own dark clay. So Ye Chen began to look forward to the day when this divine beast egg was successfully hatched. Chapter 65, May please subscribe and support when it is on the shelves? Chapter 65, May please subscribe and support if it is on the shelves? In the few days after Ye Chen won the championship, he took Zai to train hard every day. Zai's strength is also growing in daily training. It can be seen that he is working very hard. He thought about it because the master was worried about his strength every time, and did not take him to some places. He doesn't want to be a burden to his master. He also wanted to become a famous trainer like a master. This day, Ye Chen and Zai arrived at the place where they practiced early as usual. Zai saw the expression on his master's face and seemed to be thinking about something. Then he asked, Master, are you thinking about something? Ye Chen thought about it and shook his head, then said to Zai. Good disciple, it's time for the master to leave Zhengzhen town. We're going to challenge the Quartz Alliance. As soon as these words came out, Zai's face changed immediately. He knew that the master would definitely not stay in Zhengzhen town for a long time. Unexpectedly, it was almost time to get off with the master after a short while. Zai's expression was a little depressed, as if he wanted to part with his master, and he was very reluctant to leave. Master, I can't bear to part with you. Ye Chen's face trembled slightly after hearing this. Before this, he had never felt this kind of master-disciple relationship. Because he used to be alone, no matter whether he was studying or traveling, he never met a second person. Now he has an apprentice like a master and apprentice, which makes him feel that separation has become a kind of sadness. Maybe it was because I had been with Zai for a long time, and the relationship between the two became more profound. Because when Ye Chen left Zai before, he was not so sad. Now because they have been staying for a long time, the relationship they have become even bigger. Every day Ye Chen would bring Zai here for morning exercises. After morning exercise, I will go to Dr. Damu's house to have breakfast together. Then he would go to Dr. Damu's yard to feed the more than 30 hakrons and other elves raised by Dr. Damu. After that, the master will take him to carry out daily training. After training, it was a delicious meal. Not only him, but also his elves were eating very well. Then there is noon rest and afternoon practice, as well as evening supper and evening relaxation. All this wonderful life is brought to you by your master. In the past, he didn't know that life could be so abundant and sufficient, and he could be so self-disciplined. These are also taught to me by the master. Now all this is about to change. Because the master wants to leave him. He knew that the master had his own path and had to go to a bigger stage and become stronger. Although he was very reluctant to part with his master, he would not stop him from sincerely wishing his master silently. At the same time, you will also strengthen your own training. Only after you can train yourself to follow the master can you follow the master. And I will not be abandoned by my master as I am now. He immediately clenched his fist and swore that he must become stronger. Ye Chen also noticed the change in Zai's expression, stretched out his hand, and touched Zai's head. Good disciple, don't worry, the master will come back soon in the future. The master is not going to leave you all the time. The master is just going to challenge the Quartz Alliance. When the challenge is over, the master will be back. Ye Chen touched Zai's head and said lovingly. After the master leaves, you must train well. I hope to be after I come back, I can see that your strength is much stronger than it is now. After hearing this, Zai nodded like a chicken pecking at the rice. Master, I will definitely work hard. I want to become stronger and be able to keep up with you. Good. I believe you can do it. Ye Chen was not stingy with his praise at all. Give Zai the greatest encouragement. After today's morning exercises were completed, Zai and Ye Chen both returned to Dr. Damu's house for breakfast. Dr. Oki, I'm going to challenge the Quartz Alliance first. At the dinner table, Ye Chen told Dr. Damu about his plan. Did you leave so early? Are you not staying for another? Dr. Damu was very surprised. He thought Ye Chen would stay in Zhengzhen town for a while before challenging the quartz competition. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen was so decisive and chose to challenge the Quartz Alliance now. However, when he thought of Ye Chen's current strength, he would have no big problem to challenge the Quartz Alliance. After all, he has a giant swamp monster of the king level, and Darklay, who is even more powerful than a giant swamp monster of the king level. After Ye Chen won the True New Town Elf competition, he met Darklay again. But this time he was not as excited as he saw Darklay for the first time. He went to appreciate Darklay's charm very rationally. At the same time, he was deeply shocked by Darklay's strength. The momentum came from him. It is actually even more powerful than the aura of the fast dragon on the dragon's body. This surprised Dr. Damu. It's true that your strength is enough to challenge the Quartz Alliance, and it's time to collect those 8 badges. Dr. Damu also knew that Ye Chen wanted to challenge the King of Heaven again. Challenging the Quartz Alliance is an opportunity to challenge the King of Heaven. Under normal circumstances, the King of Heaven will not accept other people's challenges at will. Only those who have collected 8 gym badges are qualified to challenge the King of Heaven. Ye Chen may not want to waste his time anymore, so he collected these 8 badges early. He knew that Ye Chen's strength had grown very perverted and was completely unreasonable. Maybe the next time he sees him, he will have the ability to surpass the King of Heaven. Hearing that Dr. Damu agreed with his approach, Ye Chen also smiled. Sure enough, Dr. Oki thinks the same as himself. Ye Chen's thought was that he should go to a distance, read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. A person's knowledge always increases with the more he experiences. Ye Chen also wanted to see this vast elf world. After all, he traveled through time and was full of curiosity about this vast world. You let him stay in this small real new town forever. He definitely couldn't accept it. What Ye Chen yearns for is to vent in this elf world, make friends, and conquer the elf. When are you going to leave? I'm going to leave today. Hearing this, Dr. Oki was also stunned. It's too anxious to leave. It's true that he says what he says, it's Ye Chen's style. What did Zai think? Dr. Oki glanced at Zai who was eating breakfast while lowering his head. Although I can't bear to leave my master, I support my master to do what he does. Zai, who lowered his head, said unhappily. The master's departure made him unable to be happy. Don't be unhappy, good disciple, I will definitely come back. You are training here. Ye Chen didn't know how to comfort himself, a depressed apprentice, so he could only tell him to train himself well, and the time to meet him would soon come. After breakfast, Ye Chen packed his luggage and brought the divine beast egg at the head of the bed, leaving Zhengzhen town and heading towards his target. This time he plans to go to Hualan City, not far from Zhengzhen town. Hualan City is a city not far from Zhengzhen town. The most famous of them is the South China Gym. Unlike before, Ye Chen did not intend to use Kuai Long and flew directly to Hualan City. He chose to walk to Hualan City, enjoy the beautiful scenery around him and train his elves along the way. Ye Chen found that his pace was passing too fast during this period and needed to slow down. Slowly take your elves and enjoy and experience the most precious trainer's path in the elves world. When he saw Pokemon for the first time in his previous life. It is after Zai got his own elves and began his own trainer journey. Depart from Zhengzhen town to Hualan City. In Ye Chen's heart, this road is where the dream begins. He has fallen in love with the elves since then. Until he was able to travel through time, he finally came to this place, and he also wanted to experience the joy of a trainer step by step. Not only can you meet all kinds of elves on the road, but you can also develop deeper feelings with your own elves. Although his strength has reached the level of the Heavenly King, other elves are still not strong enough. More profound training is needed. Otherwise, the levels of the few elves he had just subdued would not be able to keep up. What he wanted was not just the power of a few elves, but the power of each elves. Only in this way can one become a comprehensive trainer. No matter which elf you take, it will be very powerful. In the forest heading to Hualan City. This time, Ye Chen mainly wanted to train the elf, which was the flashing bird that had been conquered for a while. At the beginning of the journey, Ye Chen summoned the flashing birds and walked forward with him. After walking for a while, Ye Chen heard a sound coming from the front of him. Ye Chen frowned slightly. Immediately became alert. As the sound got closer, Ye Chen saw that it was a little girl and rushed out of the woods. Hello, sorry, how can I go to Hualan City? The one who came out turned out to be a little girl. You're going back? Ye Chen answered his question to guide her, and she was simply going the opposite direction. Could it be that this little girl got lost in the woods, walked over and missed Hualan City on the road? Ah, I'm going back. No wonder, why did I say that I haven't arrived in Hualan City for so many days? The little girl was embarrassed and touched her head. And express his gratitude to Ye Chen. Are you a trainer too? Can you duel with me? Ye Chen was very curious and actually chose to challenge himself. Okay, of course. Of course, I am not afraid of the person who thinks Ye Chen is the visitor. Okay, my goal is to challenge the Quartz Alliance to get 8 badges. The little girl spoke out her goal, and Ye Chen also understood his determination to challenge him. As a little girl who challenges the Quartz Alliance, it is very normal to meet someone on the road and want to make a duel. By the way, I forgot to say it, my name is Xiaomei. Okay, then prepare to start. Looking at the little girl Xiaomei who is a little bit macabre in front of me, Ye Chen smiled. This little girl seems to be not very old last year and her strength is probably similar to her apprentice. I don't know what kind of moves he can use. Come out, gem starfish! Xiaomei shouted and summoned her elf gem starfish. Ye Chen had one brow and turned out to be a gem starfish. Elf, gem starfish? Attribute, water and superpower. Quality, elite. Current level, LV42 level, elite. The panel of this gem starfish was viewed using the detection function provided by the system. Ye Chen sent Shining BB to fight. Xiaomei's gem starfish was similar to what he thought before using the detection function. Sure enough, they are all just like Xia, probably at level 40. But such a trainer is very outstanding. He is already very outstanding at his age. Xiaomei is about the same age as Ye Chen. This time you go on, the flashing bird. The flashing BB and the gem starfish both pose in combat. Oh, why is your BB different from the BB I saw? Seeing Ye Chen's BB Xiaomei asked curiously. Xiaomei was shocked when she saw this flash of BB. This BB is different from the usual ones. Is it a high-quality BB? However, such a young boy actually has such a high-level BB. Where did he come from? In his perception, it is amazing that ordinary elf college students have such elves as he has always been. I don't know where this young man is or which university he belongs to, but he actually has such a high-level elf. Which elf university is this? I'm an extraordinary BB bird. In view of Xiaomei's great beauty, Ye Chen broke his convention and told Xiaomei that this bird is extraordinary. You attack first. Ye Chen hugged his chest with both hands and said to Xiaomei. There is a cute girl opposite, so of course I can't attack others first. I tell you, my strength is very strong. Seeing Ye Chen's performance like this, Xiaomei had some atmosphere. I am a very powerful existence in our university. However, she certainly would not underestimate the person in front of her who has such a powerful high-level elf. Xiaomei didn't know that this flash BB was the elf with the lowest level in Ye Chen. If he had known that Ye Chen, who was so young, had already used his strength as a king. I'm afraid I'm going to be scared to death. Gem starfish use water gun. Knock him down. After a brief hesitation, the gem starfish launched an attack. The gem navy ejected a huge water tank from the middle and shot towards the flashing ice bird. Ye Chen said calmly to the flashing bibabi. The flash of birds flashed and rushed over to use the air show. The flashing BB's body disappeared from the spot at an extremely fast speed, quickly dodging the attacking water gun. What kind of speed is this? Even the elf at the master level is not that fast. Xiaomei was a little shocked. He has never seen BB. But he did see BB, who is so fast like this young man in front of him, for the first time. And what's even more amazing is that the color of this flash BB is completely different from what he saw before. Xiaomei came to her senses and was about to ask her gem starfish to dodge. But the flash BB has arrived in front of him in just a few seconds. His air slashed straight and hit the gem starfish directly. The gem starfish was caught off guard and could not withstand this powerful energy. His whole body was knocked into the air. Xiaomei subconsciously swallowed when she saw the flying gem starfish. I was constantly shocked. The boy in front of me looked about the same age as me, but why was he so powerful? Could he be a monster? Gem starfish. Use water cannons. Ye Chen shook his head, he knew Xiaomei's plan. But everything she did was useless, and the gap was too big. Flash BB, go straight up to end the battle. The flashing bird screamed and rushed towards the gem starfish. There was a roar. The body of the gem star hit the ground directly, and her eyes turned into mosquito-coiled eyes, losing its combat ability. Although his gemstone starfish is very powerful in his age group, It faces the glittering birds suppressed by quality. Xiaomei just stood there in a daze, feeling a little unresponsive. She just lost 2 moves. He defeated his own gem starfish in just 2 moves. What is this young man's background? It's too unpowerful. He has never heard of such a young man, a master of using the flash BBBB. But soon he stared at Ye Chen's face. The more I look at this face, the more familiar it is, as if I have seen it somewhere. Xiaomei took out her cell phone and checked the photo. Ye Chen, you are Ye Chen. Xiaomei's expression became very excited. It seems like I recognize some amazing character. He ran to Ye Chen and held his hand. He said excitedly. Are you the very famous Ye Chen in an elite university? Ye Chen raised his eyebrows. This little beauty is really herself. He didn't know that he was so famous that he could know him any girl he met. Do you know me? No, you are very famous. Xiaomei nodded with certainty. Ye Chen felt a little embarrassed. It's quite embarrassing to be recognized suddenly. It turns out that I have become a celebrity. Can I ask you for an autograph and take a photo? Ye Chen thought about the fact that taking a photo and signing was no big deal, so he nodded in agreement. Yeah, that's great. My little sister probably envies me so much. Xiaomei was very happy, as if she was about to get her favorite thing. Kaka took a few photos with Ye Chen, and then Ye Chen left him a signature. After Xiaomei left, Ye Chen continued to embark on his journey to Hualan City. He was not with Xiaomei. Xiaomei went to Hualan City to challenge Hualan Gymnasium in a hurry. And I still want to enjoy this beautiful scenery along the way. In the next few days. In the woods, Ye Chen met several other powerful elves. Ye Chen sent his own flash BBBB brush experience. Hard work pays off. After these few days of my own training and fighting, the Fool Metaphor bird has finally advanced. He watched his flashing BBBB's body emit a faint glimmer. Ye Chen knew that it was finally time for the shining BB to evolve. Sure enough, after a little while, the flashing ice bird emitted a violent light all over its body. After the light dissipated, a larger bird creature appeared on the ground. After so many battles, his level finally reached level 36, which is the level of evolution into a geisha. The strength of Flash is much stronger than that of Flash Bird before evolution. When Ye Sheng was still thinking about his flashing bird, an explosion sounded around him. Along with the explosion, what followed was a life-saving sound. Ye Chen's face changed and he hurried over. At this time, he saw a little girl in her teenage years old being besieged by a group of people. The little girl was very happy when she saw Ye Chen coming over and shouted quickly. Help, little brother! Ye Chen frowned, and the posture at the scene looked very unusual. There was a group of people besieging a little girl. And judging from the familiar outfits of the group of people, Ye Chen discovered that they were disgusting elf hunters. You wait, I'll save you right away. When Ye Chen met the elf hunter, he would kill them all. Before the elf hunter was a very hateful existence, he actually wanted to be greedy for his own Hakran. Ye Chen's attitude towards the elf hunter is zero tolerance. What's even more hateful is that this group of elves hunters bullied a little girl this year with more bullying less. Hearing Ye Chen's voice, the girl felt relieved. However, this group of elves hunters looked at Ye Chen with a smirk. Oh, where did the kid come from? If a hero wants to save the beauty, don't block me from doing things. Be careful that I will clean up you together. Haha, the boss has come here. You two will arrest him for me. Seeing a few elf hunters coming like Ye Chen, who was as young as a trainer, subconsciously thought that this was just a pleasure to want a hero to save the beauty. What they wouldn't think of coming was actually a great devil. And he is a great devil who hates the elves hunters very much. Consider them as thorns in the eyes. Be careful, little brother. Although their elves are not very powerful, they are many. The little girl spoke to remind Ye Chen. The little girl thought about it was similar to the elf hunter, because Ye Chen's strength was the same as that of an ordinary person. But in fact, his own strength is not very weak. Ye Chen used the exploration function that comes with the system to view the elves of this little girl. It is a level 40 elf. At his age, he has an elf of more than 40 levels, which is also a very good existence. This little girl looks similar to the little beauty she met before. The elves hunters surrounding this little girl are all level 30 elves. Ye Chen looked like a little girl, probably because there were too many elves hunters. Even if the little girl's elf level suppresses the elf level of the elf hunters. But due to the advantage of large crowds, the little girl still can't stand their group. After all, many ants bite the elephant to death. The little girl's strength is not as strong as Ye Chen, so the advantage of the number of people is reflected at this time. The elf hunters sent 2 people out to catch Ye Chen. "I'll die obediently. Come out, Abo monster. Come out, big rock snake." Elf, abbot monster. Attribute, poison. Quality, advanced. Current level, LV30 level, advanced. Elf, big rock snake. Attribute, rock and ground. Quality, advanced. Current level, LV30 level, advanced. The 2 elf hunters raised their hands to release their elf. Seeing these 2 elves hunters sending their elves toward him, Ye Chen also released the flash of his newly evolved shimmering. Go, the flash comparison lets them know what strength is. After a whistling, a mighty and handsome flashing pen carving appeared on the field. As soon as they appeared, the 2 elves on the opposite side felt the pressure brought by the flash and involuntarily took a small step back. The 2 elf hunters looked a little ugly, and they could feel the difference between this flash. Seeing Ye Chen summoning his elves and the elves' lovers who were besieging the little girl all changed their vision. Showing his greedy expression. "Everyone comes with me to stop this young man." The leaders of this group of elves hunters saw that Ye Chen's elves were very rare, so they wanted to possess them. Their original intention was to seize the little girl's elf. But seeing that Ye Chen's elf attracted them even more, he first gave up the little girl and rushed towards Ye Chen. Originally, these 2 elves hunters who came to capture Ye Chen had a desire to retreat after seeing Ye Chen's elves. They knew that they might not be the opponent of this elves, but they saw their boss bringing all of them. After they all came together, they felt confident in their hearts. They have teams, and we are professional elf teams. We may be one person, 2 of us are not your opponents, and I believe that a group of us are definitely your opponents. When he saw his boss, he directly told his tricks. Abo monster uses close attack. The big rock snake uses impact. Abo monster shook his body and rushed towards the flashing bayou. The big rock snake curled up its entire body, rushed straight towards the flashing eagle like a sharp sword. But these 2 10-point shocks are full of powerful impact. The little girl couldn't help but exclaim, "Young brother, please avoid it." However, Ye Chen was indeed very confident and looked at this flash with slightness. Does the flashing use air slash? The flashing eagle had no intention of avoiding these attacks at all, and directly condensed into the air to fight their attacks. At this time, the little girl closed her eyes in fear, so she came. The elf hunters were really smiling. They knew that these 2 early elf hunters were not weak. They thought that if the boy avoided this attack, they might lose, but he did not dodge, but chose to fight head-on. They felt that this boy was sure to lose. Even if these 2 elf hunters fail, they have other people behind them. Boom! There was a loud bang. A roar occurred where the 3 elves came into contact, and smoke suddenly rose. After the smoke dissipated, only the Abo monster and the big rock snake whose eyes turned into mosquito-coiled eyes remained on the ground. What? They both actually lost. The other elves hunters were full of incredible faces. They never expected that they would lose 2-1, and they would lose in the face of head-on situation. The little girl with her eyes opened at this time also looked incredible. This young man is too powerful. He is obviously about the same age as him, but why is his strength so powerful? 0. Seeing these two elves hunters being knocked to the ground by their own shimmering pen engraving, there was no doubt that the shimmering pen engraving was commanded and rushed towards the other shimmering hunters. The flash comparison is used, continue to use the air slash, and knock them all down. The other elf hunters were shocked when they saw the boy's strength. The two elf hunters who went to fight him first were also very strong among them. But he couldn't even take a single move in front of him, so why else do you want to hit him? Although they are elf hunters, they are also smart. If they can't beat them when facing strong strength, then run away. They measured them in their hearts, and the rest of them could not be Ye Chen's opponents at all. Run, run! Have a big idea, run! After hearing the boss's call, the remaining elves chose to escape, and even forgot to take back their elves. But how could Ye Chen let them escape? Can you run past my glitter comparison? Flash comparison uses air slash. Ye Chen waved his arm and said to Shining Bai Dio. Naturally, he would not show mercy to such an evil spirit hunter. Moreover, these people actually became bad for their elves again, and Ye Chen would never let these people go. Letting these people go is the greatest harm to society. Wu the flashing air slash flew directly towards them in contact. For a moment, the whole forest rang out. Counting 10 terrible sounds, the screams started. The sound was so loud that the other Pokemon in the forest were scared away. Ye Chen looked at these screams, and these elf hunters were basically crippled by himself. Anyway, Ye Chen is just unwilling to let this bad elf hunter go. After dealing with all the elf hunters, the little girl walked towards Ye Chen. Thank you, brother, thank you for saving me. Ye Chen said that this is all a trivial matter. It's okay, it's all a trivial matter. But why are you targeted by the elf hunter? Ye Chen was very curious. He had seen this little girl's elf baby, and he was not that kind of particularly rare elf. In Ye Chen's impression, the elf hunters are all those who are chasing Su babies. I don't know either. I was in the elves making forest. As I walked, these people came out and wanted to steal my elves. Ye Chen was shocked. Are managers and hunters no longer picky about food now? All the elves are willing to grab them. But he would definitely not say these words in front of the little girl. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet, my name is Mei. Hello, my name is Ye Chen. Ye Chen also greeted the little girl. And at this moment, a sound sounded and a burst of footsteps came. Don't move, you are already surrounded. After a loud shout, a heroic female police officer rushed over from the side. A fierce Cardi dog was also following him. But she was soon confused. She saw two young men standing intact and the elves hunters lying underground. Those elf hunters have fallen into a coma and don't know whether they live or die. Looking at the scene of this she was very confused. Could it be that the two young men in front of them defeated these elf hunters? She was very curious and went upstairs to say hello to them. Hello, I am Miss Junxia. Hello, Miss Junxia, I am Ye Chen. Miss Junxia's face changed a lot. Yeah, Ye Chen. Obviously Miss Junxia knew Ye Chen. So you are the famous Ye Chen in our security agency. Seeing Ye Chen here, Miss Junxia knew who had dealt with the elf hunters in front of her. In the Public Security Management Agency where Miss Junxia is located, the legend of Ye Chen is circulated. Middle. The legend is like this. They have captured many elves in the Kanto area before, and the hunters rely on this young student Ye Chen. Change. And his strength is to defeat their sheriff captain, the provincial capital. Group. What's even more terrifying is that later they learned that the king of Yulongdu and the king of Kina had fought with him, and they were very optimistic about him. In this way, everyone in the security agencies will know. 7. So you are here, then these elves hunters are definitely not your opponent? And Mei was stunned. 7. Who is the person in front of him? Even the Miss Dajan Killing highly praised him. 2. Miss at home, who is he? 9. May is not the same. I am often curious and asked this question. 1. Miss Juncha looked at May. Said excitedly. 1. This is a student from the elite class of Yechen Elf University. It is also the main participant in the previous encirclement of the Kanto region's elves hunters, and won the battle against Kona and the King of Dragons. When May heard these words, she was very shocked. Yechen's experiences are really amazing. I'm really scared. If it weren't for Yechen, you wouldn't know what May would have been like here. Miss Juncha patted her chest with some fear and took a breath. After he received May's call from the police, he rushed over immediately. Fortunately, there is someone Yechen here, otherwise he might not be able to catch up with it by time. The elite hunters will succeed, and may have fallen into their trauma. We have wanted these people for a long time, and we will not let them go. Miss Juncha said as she played. I saw that the matter of these elves hunters was solved. Yechen and May both looked at each other and sighed in relief. Fortunately, a military lady came to take these elf hunters away, otherwise they would not know what to do. After Miss Juncha and Yechen and the others said goodbye, it would be Kadi Dog that tied these people to the police car and returned to the Public Security Bureau. At this time, only May and Yechen were left behind. Thank you, little brother, you saved me. So brother, you are so awesome. Can I travel with you? Brother, where are you going? Can I be with you? For a moment, May turned into a little fan and asked various Yechen's questions. I want to go to Hualan City to challenge the South China Gymnasium. I felt even more excited after listening. My target is Hualan City. Brother, let's go together. Hearing that May was so proactive about wanting to walk with him, Yechen had no reason to refuse him. After all, if such a cute girl wants to go with you, what reason do you have to refuse? This is not a fault for Mei Yi being so proactive. After all, who doesn't like a trainer who is so handsome and has a very powerful force like Yechen? After that, Yechen and Mei went to Hualan City Feng. Chapter 66, Hualan Gymnasium. Please subscribe and support when it is on the shelves. Chapter 66, Hualan Gymnasium. Please subscribe and support for the list. Yechen and Mei went to Hualan City together. Two people were talking and laughing along the way. Brother Yechen, have you been to Hualan City before? I haven't been there before. On the way, Mei kept teasing Yechen. Yechen is handsome and very strong, not to mention that the hero saves Mei and saves Mei. Which girl doesn't like saving her big hero? Since ancient times, as long as one saves the beauty, is it one? Of course Mei's heart was captured by this handsome and powerful Yechen. Along the way, he asked Yechen if he had a girlfriend. Brother, do you have a girlfriend? Little brother, how about you, think of me as your girlfriend. Little brother, if you have a girlfriend, do you mind having one more? Yechen was very big. Why are there any girls who come to your door? Is this the charm of being handsome? It seems that my handsome face is really irresistible to charm. I don't have a girlfriend. As soon as this came out, Mei Yi's face became very excited. If I don't have a girlfriend, then I'm very likely to succeed. Transfer Group 3717291119. Yechen smiled and didn't continue to say anything. At this stage, she has no idea of finding a girlfriend. After seeing the power of 3 super ancient divine beasts again, and after the mysterious figure that suppressed a group of divine beasts in ancient times, Yechen's desire for strength reached its extreme. Before she had enough strength, she was not interested in the relationship between these children. But there is a young lady who likes her, and she is also very happy. But she will grasp a degree, and between that degree, she and her sister have excessive relationships. So she has always controlled the degree of chatting with Mei. Even if she had to keep flirting with her, she would handle it carefully. I was afraid that one day my mind would suddenly get hot and I would agree to others randomly. If I suddenly regret it after agreeing, wouldn't I become a scumbag? She, Ye Chen, is not a scumbag, she is a real good man. When Mei saw Ye Chen avoiding this question, she wanted to get this man even more. This man was not moved by his own flirting, and he looked like a gentleman. In this era, there are very few gentlemen. What's more, he is so handsome and very strong. Of course, such potential stocks cannot be let go. She secretly encouraged herself to cheer up and must take Ye Chen off. Yes, little brother, how much do you know about Hualan City? Mei started a new round of offensive and talked to Ye Chen. Ye Chen in Hualan City still knows a lot. The turquoise and architectural style are very similar to those of Ye Chen's previous life, and they are surrounded by the streets. A beautiful river is built and their scenery is very charming. Hualan City is the most famous, including aquatic ballet and aquatic playground. Ye Chen told Mei about the knowledge he knew about Hualan City. After hearing this, Mei's eyes were full of stars and she looked at Ye Chen with great admiration. Brother, you know a lot. Just understand a little bit. Mei is so embarrassed to praise him. Ye Chen was embarrassed and scratched his head. Then the two of them walked. Come to the beach in Hualan City. What a beautiful sea! Standing on the beach, the two of them sighed towards the vast and boundless sea. At the same time, Ye Chen also felt the doubts brought to him by this vast sea. The last time he came to the beach, he encountered more trouble. Fortunately, there is no trouble this time, and there is a beauty around me. While Ye Chen and Mei were lamenting this beautiful scenery, I heard the sound of elves fighting on the 650 next to me. Ye Chen and Mei rushed over after hearing the news. They were curious about what kind of people would fight elves on the beach. Is something happened? Mei and Ye Chen arrived at the place where the sound of elves fighting came. What caught my eye were two cool-dressed girls. The elves that are fighting are giant crabs and gyarados. The two girls ordered at the same time. The giant clamp crab uses foam light. Gyarados used to destroy light. The two elves did not hesitate. Two rays with strong energy were released and they rushed away. Boom! After a loud bang, the moves of the two elves stirred up a fog of sand with the beach. Ye Chen recognized these two little girls as soon as possible. She knew that this was the second of the three owners of Hualan Gymnasium. That is, two of the three Sakura sisters. She was very curious, why did these two sisters duel here? Seeing that the two elves did not decide any victory or defeat, Ye Chen planned to go over and ask what happened to these two people. After all, the three Sakura sisters are the goal of challenging themselves in Hualan City. I came to Hualan City by myself to challenge Hualan Gymnasium and get the gym badge of Hualan Gymnasium. Now two of the two owners of Hualan Gymnasium are fighting an elf duel here. If these two people were both injured and could not fight with him, wouldn't he come in vain? Ye Chen felt that the biggest problem now is to help them solve their own conflicts. We can't let the two of them continue to fight. Mei, who was beside Ye Chen, saw Ye Chen's expression change. Suddenly, my face became a little jealous. This idiot didn't think much of me along the way? Why did you change your mood when you see these two girls? Does she like that type? Or she likes to look like two people? Does he have any twin hobbies? Because the three sisters of Sakura look very similar. And she was dressed much more sexy than her. No wonder Mei thought it was Ye Chen at the first time. She may like more than one girl of this type. However, Ye Chen didn't know what Mei himself was thinking. If he knows, he will be speechless. I'll just let them go, I just want to persuade them to stop letting them fight again. You can actually think of me having a twin hobby. You are too imaginative. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Chen released his Lizard King to stop the battle. A white light flashed by, and the mighty Lizard King appeared on the field. Lizard King, go up and stop their battle. As soon as he finished speaking, the Lizard King nodded and looked at him. The giant crab and Gyarados rushed over. Stand among them and stop them from continuing to fight. The cherry blossoms and peonies were startled by the sudden appearance of the Lizard King. Where did this come from, the elf? How could they stop the two of them from fighting? You should know that it is very impolite to suddenly appear in other people's battles. Soon they saw Ye Chen and Mei coming. Wow, this young man who came here is so handsome. Wow, this boy is the type I like very much. Peony and Sakura were filled with love. People say love at first sight. It is only produced by the most handsome people. Ye Chen is such a handsome person. Her appearance makes Peony and Sakura feel like they are in their hearts. Ye Chen walked over and asked why the two of them had to fight in the elves. Why do you have to fight? Are you not sisters? Sakura and Peony smiled slightly after hearing this. It seems that these two people misunderstood them before. They are not really fighting elves at all. Instead, we are conducting elves training. Fighting is the fastest way to train. At this point, Ye Chen still knows it. When I was training my apprentice before. This is the same way. They looked at Ye Chen and Mei and explained. We're just doing elves training, is not about fighting. After hearing this, Ye Chen and Mei nodded. It turned out to be like this. It seems that they have misunderstood. We all misunderstood. I thought you were fighting. Ye Chen scratched his head embarrassedly. I feel sorry for disturbing others' training. Sorry, I thought you were fighting, so I took action to stop you. Because I know you are the owners of Hualan Gymnasium, aren't you? Ye Chen expressed his understanding of the two of them, hoping that they would not misunderstand it. Mei didn't say anything at all, she was a little hostile to these two girls. Because Ye Chen's look at them was not right. It's okay, it's probably because we beat you too seriously, which made you misunderstand. Hey, little brother, what did you say? You actually know us. Ye Chen said that she knew them, very surprised. You two are the owners of the famous Hualan Gymnasium. Who can not recognize this? Both sisters were very happy when they heard Ye Chen praise him. Because both of them like Ye Chen very much. They were naturally happy to hear Ye Chen praise him. Yes, since you know me, are you here to challenge Hualan Gymnasium? Sakura and Peony are not both fools. Those who know themselves should be trainers. Moreover, when they saw Ye Chen's Lizard King, the feeling that came from their bodies was very powerful. The trainers with such strong strength must have come to Hualan City to challenge their Hualan Gymnasium. Yes, we too are indeed here to challenge Hualan Gymnasium. Hello, my name is Ye Chen. The one next to me is Mei. We met on the road and came here together to challenge you Hualan Gymnasium. Hearing their two answers, Peony and Sakura smiled. They were right, and these two people came to challenge them. But such handsome guys come to challenge them. What they wanted more was to invite this handsome guy to watch their water Paris performance. Let's see if I can have the chance to seduce this handsome guy. These two of them thought the same as Mei. Of course, you can't let go of such a handsome guy. Suddenly, Peony said something to the cherry blossom's ear. Her name is Ye Chen, is it that Ye Chen? Which Ye Chen are you talking about? I'm talking about Ye Chen who fought with the Heavenly King. I think he looks like it, you see his elves are so powerful. At this age, no one else can take it out except that Ye Chen. After the two of them whispered for a while, they began to ask Ye Chen. Groob. Are you the Ye Chen from that elf university? You are the trainer who fights against King Kona and King Yulongdu. 7. The battle between Ye Chen and Knh Yenwang shocked everyone present. 1. Of course, this news will be passed down from 1 to 10 to 100. 7. By now, basically any more powerful trainer has heard of the name Ye Chen. 2. A student at Elf University fights against the Elf King's elf and defeats him. 9. As the owner of Hualan Gymnasium, cherry blossoms and peonies are of course no exception. 1. Know this. 1. Ah. Yes, I am. Shoo. Ye Chen was stunned for a moment and nodded. Wow. Are you that Ye Chen? Both Sakura and Peony were very surprised. What they met was their Ye Chen. She is very handsome. The thoughts in my mind became even higher. They also want to take Ye Chen down as their boyfriend. They knew that at this age, Ye Chen's strength was obvious to all, and he could fight with the elves of the Heavenly King. You should know that the elves that the Heavenly King took out are not weak and can be compared with those of ordinary elves of the museum owner. It's a pity to encounter such a young person who doesn't grasp it. However, they saw that there was Mei next to Ye Chen. Suddenly my heart sank. There was such a cute and beautiful woman beside her. Then they have to work harder. It can be seen that the woman next to Ye Chen seems to be interested in Ye Chen too. But it seems that she did not succeed. According to Ye Chen, they have been walking along the way. If that girl had succeeded, she would probably not be like this. In this way, Ye Chen has a very high standard for his girlfriend. Thinking of us as sisters, what we have to do now is to be consistent with the outside world, first eliminate the girl, and then fight in the middle. So the two of them thought of inviting Ye Chen to watch their performance. The water ballet performances at Hualan Gymnasium are very famous. They are confident that Ye Chen will definitely become his boyfriend under their own performance. Little brother, we want to invite you to watch our water ballet. Sakura and Peony ran to Ye Chen at the same time. Each person held Ye Chen's arm with one hand, and at the same time squeezed away Mei, who was originally next to Ye Chen. And he dribbled the ball from time to time to hit people. Mei's face was squeezed away, unhappy. Why did these two people grab my position as soon as they came? Ye Chen was obviously what I got first. Ye Chen just stood there in a daze. It seems that the sisters probably know my identity, and only a smile appeared on their faces. Sure enough, I have become a celebrity everywhere, whether it is Xiao Mei, Miss Junxia, Mei, or these two girls seem to have heard of their own legends. It seems that I have become a little celebrity now. Hearing these two people heard about Peony and Sakura, the two sisters wanted to take themselves to watch their performance. Of course, Ye Chen would not refuse to see the beautiful woman's performance. Okay. Ye Chen said lightly, he was quite interested in performance. After reading the original work, she knew that water ballet was very exciting. Mei's face was low and very jealous. However, she still did not show an inelegant look in front of Ye Chen. If Ye Chen sees this way, he will definitely lose to these two girls. She could only stay quietly behind Ye Chen. Her previous position has been seized by Peony and Sakura. Sakura and Peony enthusiastically pulled Ye Chen forward to their gym. All the way, Sakura and Peony were holding her and talking and laughing, just like Mei before. Pull Ye Chen and ask questions, try to get to know Ye Chen as much as possible. Mei's face became more and more gloomy after following her. Humph, these should be mine. Now two people are scrambling to fight me with Ye Chen. It's really too much. A group of 4 people walked on the way to Hualan Gymnasium. A shocking scream attracted the attention of the 4 of them. Someone is stealing. Chase the thief. They heard a beautiful female voice coming from the distance behind them. I saw a figure running very fast. It flashed quickly by their side. Their eyes were all shivering. A judgment was made immediately. This is a thief. They had a sense of justice and immediately caught up with the thief. Don't run away, thief. Come back someone else's stuff soon. As they spoke, they immediately set out to catch up with the thief. When the thief heard that it was okay, he immediately ran away. I was secretly angry and was discovered when I stole something. Come out, Bai Diao, catch up with this thief. Seeing this, Ye Chen had to sit and see the elf out to help them catch up with the thief. However, this thief was not an ordinary thief. He took out his elf ball with his backhand and summoned his elf. Come out, big-mouthed bat. Elf, big-mouthed bat? Attribute, poison and flying. Quality, elite. Current level, LV49, elite. Ye Chen used the detection function provided by the system and checked it out and turned out to be an elite level elf. Thinking that this thief was actually a trainer, but he felt ashamed of this trainer. As a trainer, he actually worked as a thief. It is really shame to be with such people. Tarnished their trainer reputation. Ye Chen thought to himself that he must teach these people a lesson. As a trainer, you did such a miserable thing. I really embarrass you. Ye Chen shouted at the thief. The three girls on the side also agreed very much. The thief looked at them with disdain. What do you know? You stole things, but you even made a point. I won't say much nonsense, let's see the truth under our hands. Ye Chen didn't plan to continue to get entangled with him, and planned to wake him up. The best way to wake up the other party to train between trainers is to wake him up. Let him once again realize the glory of being a trainer. On the street, Ye Chen and the thief's elf were posing in a battle posture. Haha, don't think I'm easy to mess with. Big-mouthed bat attacks with wings. Although he could feel the pressure from the opposite bayou. But it is obvious that everyone on the opposite side does not want to let him go. He could only bite the bullet. As soon as he finished speaking, he took his wings with his big mouth, and a powerful storm was condensed in his life, and then he slapped it hard with his wings. Seeing this powerful attack, both cherry blossoms and peonies were shocked and couldn't help but scream. Little brother, please dodge it. However, Ye Chen smiled faintly and did not take this attack to heart at all. He hugged his chest with both hands, smiled slightly, and said to Bai Diao. Bai Diao took this wave of attacks and killed him instantly with air slash. Bai Diao had no intention of avoiding the attack at all, and directly jumped towards the wing attack and used his body to fight against this move. Seeing this scene, the thief felt secretly happy. The boy was indeed too young and wanted to withstand my attack. My wing attack is not a simple thing. It's not something you can defeat at will. But soon his thoughts changed. Boom! There was a roar at the place where the flashing eagle and the big-mouthed bat came into contact. Suddenly a burst of smoke aroused. Wait until the smoke ends. Only a big-mouthed bat left underground was seen. The thief's big-mouthed bat was directly beaten by Ye Chen as the flashing bayou hit the ground and lost its combat power. What? Big-mouthed bat lost? How miserable is losing? The thief looked incredible. No matter what, he never expected that his big mouth would lose if he was hit by the other party. My big-mouthed bat is not a simple guy. The opposite side can kill me in seconds. So how powerful is his elf? Ye Chen said lightly regardless of whether the big bat was killed by him. Bai Diao knocked this thief down. When Bai Diao heard this, he flew directly to the thief and knocked the thief to the ground with his wings. Ah! The thief screamed in terrible voices on the street. What happened? Why are some people screaming? People who heard the thief screamed gathered over to see what was going on here. And because of the elves fighting, people have gathered here. They knew what was going on. Being explained to those newcomers to hear. That was when a thief was caught. He was so angry that he attacked these people. Then this thief was killed instantly by the young man's elf, and then beaten to the ground and screamed. After hearing this, everyone was very surprised by Ye Chen's strength. This young man is so powerful. You are so young and so powerful, and that's all right after that. Kill me in seconds, this is too strong. When they saw the thief lying underground, they didn't think there was anything wrong with the young man's doing, but they thought the young man's doing was very good. They have all experienced being stolen by thieves. At this time, a heroic female voice came over. Stop, don't move. When the four people heard this, they turned their heads and looked over. Miss Juncha was rushing over. Miss Juncha pushed the crowd away and came to the middle of the crowd. Seeing this, Miss Juncha was stunned. The thief whom he chased for a while was actually knocked to the ground. But she soon saw Yechen, Sakura, and Mei next to her. So it's you. Hello, Miss Juncha. Yechen and the three girls also saw Miss Juncha and said hello to her. I just chased this thief for a long time, but I didn't expect him to be caught by you. Thanks to you to capture him this time, otherwise how many people would suffer in his hands. Miss Juncha thanks Yechen and the others for their help. She had been chasing the thief for a while, but nothing was achieved. This time the thief met Yechen and the others, it was really over. Yechen and the others were a little confused. Unexpectedly, the thief caught was actually the person Miss Juncha was chasing. It seems that the voice just now was made by Miss Juncha. It's a simple task to raise your hands, it's a simple task to raise your hands. In front of Miss Juncha. Yechen is still relatively modest. Miss Juncha's family is all pretty girls. Wow, Yechen, you have actually helped Miss Juncha before. You are really very good at helping others. Yes, Yechen, I didn't expect you to be so awesome. Sakura and Peony thought Yechen was even more powerful and more in their hearts with their boyfriend's standards. They praised Yechen very much. Wherever such an excellent man is looking for them, you must seize this opportunity. At the same time, Mei Yi behind her became even more jealous. They should be mine when they play with this arm. Yechen is mine. You actually stole my man. It's so hateful. Miss Juncha turned around and fell in love with Yechen with a smile on her face. This handsome boy has helped her twice. Even Miss Juncha, who would resist the charm of a handsome and powerful trainer. She also has a very good impression of Yechen. She seemed to remember something, took out a card from her waist and handed it to Yechen. By the way, I forgot to give this to you. This is the bounty of the elf hunters I wanted last time. There are 200,000 alliance coins in total. You must keep it. Miss Juncha's tone was filled with a hint of charm. Her face turned red. How could she show such a look? Transfer Group, 72911? Did you fall in love with him? The three girls around him couldn't help but turn dark when they saw Miss Juncha's expression changing. They saw that Miss Juncha seemed to have some ideas about their husbands. But then I thought about it, it is appropriate for so many people to like such an excellent boy, which also shows that I have a unique vision. After Yechen received the bonus, he chatted with Miss Juncha for a while. And at this moment, another sound came from behind them. The three of them turned around and took a look. Elder sister. Younger sister. It turned out to be the last of the three sisters of Sakura, Kazu. Why are you here? Icarus is also very curious about cherry blossoms and peonies. The cherry blossoms and peonies explained to the calamus. He introduced Yechen and Mei to her again. Why did you run out? Why don't you stay in the gym? I came out after a thief. A thief stole something in our gym. He ran so fast that I didn't catch up with me at once. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. It turned out that this thief stole things from Hualan Gymnasium. We just caught a thief, I wonder if it was the one you mentioned. Yechen was born and explained to Kasia to introduce this thief. When I saw that the calamus was indeed the damn thief. It was him who stole our stuff. I really have to thank you for stopping him. Callum's face became very happy and he finally caught the thief. Otherwise, I would have made a big mistake. The things from Hualan Gymnasium were stolen by someone else, and the owner of the gymnasium was dereliction of duty. Luckily, fortunately we all caught this thief. Yechen said that thanks to Miss Juncha's shouting, they stopped the thief. Sister, you are too careless. Why are you stolen if you don't look forward to it? Don't mention it, I was taking a nap, and then the thief sneaked in and stole things from our Hualan Gymnasium. Sakura and Peony are both speechless. This sister, is so careless. You must pay attention next time. You two have sneaked out to play, which has left no one in the gym. Sakura and Peony looked speechless, and their sister actually blamed her. We are not going to play, we are looking for a partner. She really wants to tell Jingpu that you see such a handsome trainer is your future brother-in-law. After the calamus got his own things from the thief, knowing that Ye Chen helped him come to the thief, then he came to Ye Chen and said thankfully. She also noticed that Ye Chen was very handsome. Sure enough, my two sisters really had other ideas in my heart. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stay by this man's side all the time. She knew that these two little sisters had very high requirements for men. Handsome little brother, thank you. If this thief escapes, I will be miserable. Fortunately, I recovered the things. Fortunately, nothing happened. It's nothing, of course we have to do our best to help when we encounter a thief. We will definitely not let go of a thief when we encounter a thief. Ye Chen smiled slightly and said. After all, another beauty is coming. Although I don't have the intention to find a girlfriend. But there is an extra beauty to worship. Isn't she smell good? She has a very good attitude towards beautiful women. After all, having a good relationship will help her get out of singleness in the future. It was just a matter of time that he believed that he could reach that level. On the contrary, Calamari was also very happy to hear Ye Chen's answer. After all, who doesn't like handsome guys, right? Haha, I felt very happy. Then it looked like hers. The two sisters came to Ye Chen's side like him. He pulled her to the show. Brother Ye Chen, do you know the most famous water ballet in the Hualan Gymnasium here? I also nodded and said to Peony and Cherry Blossoms. I invited her to come to Hualan Gymnasium to watch this water ballet. After listening to Calamari, I knew my sisters in my heart. The plan in my heart. Alas, Mei Yi, who saw another competitor coming in. The competition became even more hedgehog. Damn it, I wouldn't have come to Hualan Gymnasium if I had known it. Why are there a bunch of girls in this Hualan Gymnasium? When I saw my man, I actually wanted to rob it. It's really hateful. She didn't want to challenge Hualan Gymnasium for a moment, she wanted to pull Ye Chen away. But obviously she could only think about 4.0, which was completely impossible. The goal of how to get free is to challenge Hualan to take care of others. These certainly won't change her mind. Now she only had one idea in her mind, that is, to teach these three people a lesson when challenging King Hualan. It's so hateful that he actually competed for a man with me. So what if she is the owner of Hualan Gym? I'm not afraid. The three of them surrounded Ye Chen and pulled her into Hualan Gymnasium. Welcome to your master, come back. Other staff at Hualan Gymnasium. Welcome the return of the three owners. Seeing that the three owners were surrounded by a man at the same time, they couldn't help but wonder. Who is this young man? Why did you let all the three museum owners accompany him? Could it be the future husband of the owner? They didn't dare to say anything, they just felt secretly. When they came to their home court, of course, the three Sakura sisters would not allow it. You guys are here first, let's go change your clothes. The three Sakura sisters are the best characters in performing water ballet. They wanted to show their most beautiful posture in front of Ye Chen, so they said goodbye to change their clothes. They have to change into clothes that can seduce Ye Chen. The three of them left again, leaving Ye Chen and Mei in the gym. Sister, are you interested in Ye Chen with Ye Chen? I have it when I come, don't you? I think you both have them. The three girls were changing their clothes and whispering. This is a whisper around Ye Chen, whoever wants Ye Chen to say, the three of them like it. I tell you, let's three of us first if you like it, then the three of us will agree to the outside world first. The girl next to Ye Chen seems to have some ideas about her, but she doesn't seem to succeed. We can't let her succeed, as long as we three sisters, there will be no chance. The other two nodded, and they had to kill the outsiders first. Even if the three of them compete in the end, they will only create a winner among the three of them. She will not be an outsider. If this is not possible, it is okay for the three of them to share one. She believes that no man can refuse this. So their current goal is to surpass May's position in Bohai Meridians and even get the best, so they have 100% of their performance vision in this performance. I want to take Ye Chen in one fell swoop. Sister, you are so bold in dressing. Well, come less, aren't you wearing bold clothes? 2. It's really for men to do anything. The three Sakura sisters changed their clothes while talking and laughing. This time, they planned to watch Ye Chen only. It did not attract as many people as before. Ye Chen and Mei waited for a while, and the water ballet performance really began. Seeing Ye Chen wearing the three Sakura sisters wearing such an exposed dress is a feast for the eyes. She already has this water ballet in her heart. I remember that it is not like this. Has it changed because of her time travel? She didn't know that the three Sakura sisters dressed like this specifically for her, so that they could get her liked. After the very beautiful water performance is over, Mei was very unhappy, and after the three sisters changed their clothes and came back. We are here to challenge you, I want to challenge your gym. She was very unhappy and wanted to challenge her. She wanted Ye Chen to see her, but she was very powerful. I thought to myself that Ye Chen is so powerful, he must likes powerful girls. Moreover, Ye Chen didn't blink when he just watched their water ballet performance, which was so annoying. I have to teach these three people who robbed their men a lesson. The three Sakura sisters nodded. They also wanted to know in advance that Mei was their strong opponent to get Ye Chen, so they agreed. After they changed their clothes, they began to fight Mei. Chapter 67, Secret Realm. Please subscribe and support when it is on the shelves. Chapter 67, Secret Realm. Please subscribe and support when it is on the shelves. At this time, Sakura suddenly slapped her head. I forgot to say something. Hualan Gymnasium is a high-end gym and must be challenged by a gold-level trainer with more than 5 medals. You want to challenge us, do you really have 5 badges? Let me check it out. They and Mei are competitors, so they will naturally not give Mei a good look. And it was Mei who took the initiative to challenge them. This moment is a war between women. After hearing this, Mei was obviously stunned. She forgot that there was still this thing. There is a gap between ordinary gyms and high-end gyms. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the gym, the more badges the challenger will get when he comes to challenge the gym. And the difficulty will gradually increase with the level. Mei was stunned for a moment and took out his gym badges from his pocket. That is the badge of Nibi Gymnasium. Ye Chen also saw this badge. He was also stunned, and he forgot about this matter. He also only has this badge from Nibi Gymnasium. So he raised his head and asked. I don't have badges, can I challenge you? The faces of the three Sakura sisters changed immediately, and they looked at Ye Chen happily. Of course, you're not an ordinary person. You can fight against King Kona and defeat her by defeating your strength, and you are definitely qualified to challenge our Hualan Gymnasium. Although the regulations say that 5 badges are needed, if it is you, it doesn't matter if there are number 5 badges. We can let you make an exception and let you fight. Looking at the few people, the three Sakura sisters explained again. The requirement of the gym badge is originally intended to prevent a group of trainers who are not strong enough from challenging every day. While saying this, the three Sakura sisters looked down on Mei. From time to time, he even provoked her. Mei's face turned dark and she was very unhappy. She heard that these three sisters were talking about themselves. He was criticizing the mulberry and saying that he was not strong enough and could not challenge them. Mei snorted coldly and returned to Ye Chen. His face was bulging, like 2 small buns. After seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but want to poke these 2 bulging small buns. But he still held back. After all, he could not have such an intimate relationship with these 2 girls. Since Mei can't challenge you, then I'll challenge you. Ye Chen looked at the 3 Sakura sisters and said lightly. The 3 sisters of Sakura smiled faintly. We also want to see your strength. Although the three of them have a good impression of Ye Chen, their awareness as a gym trainer prevents them from letting go in the duel. And if the trainers let go, then it is disrespect for the other party. Before, Ye Chen's Lizard King only appeared temporarily, but he could only feel the pressure on him. There was no soft duel, so the three Sakura sisters still wanted to have a duel with Ye Chen. Experience the duel with Ye Chen in person. In addition, they also want to know how strong Ye Chen, who was blown into a godlike state, is. You should know that elves like Ye Chen who can defeat the powerful man of the Heavenly King in the first year of his freshman life are still the first person so far. In their opinion, as long as Ye Chen is not surprised, it is definitely a foregone conclusion to become a powerful man of the king. It even has the potential to hit a championship-level strongman. And they are three sisters of Sakura? It is also in existence with great strength. Otherwise, their gym would not be rated as a high-end gym. Then let's go to the duel venue. The three sisters of Sakura didn't plan to delay any time and took Ye Chen to the duel venue of Hualan Gymnasium. They came to a water battle place. In the huge pond, there are only 2 podiums for trainers to stand. This is the feature of the duel venue of Hualan Gymnasium. Every gym has its own duel venue. The characteristic of Hualan Gymnasium is water. The characteristic of the Nibi Gymnasium that Ye Chen went to before was rocks. At this time, Ye Chen, who defeated the strength of a king-level player, came to challenge Hualan Gymnasium. It was also spread by the staff working in Hualan Gymnasium. Trainers suspended in Hualan City. After hearing this news, they rushed to Hall 07, Hualan Road. Come and watch this challenge against the Heavenly King level player Ye Chen and the Hualan Gymnasium owner. For a moment, Hualan Gymnasium was overcrowded. And in Hualan Gymnasium, the three sisters Ye Chen and Sakura all stood on their respective combat platforms. The three Sakura sisters looked at Ye Chen with admiration. "We won't let go of water this time." The three sisters said this at the same time. Ye Chen smiled slightly when he heard this. "Fighting with all your might is respect for me." After hearing this, the three sisters all laughed. Sure enough, Ye Chen was exactly the same as they expected. He is the kind of person who especially likes to fight with all his strength without any moisture. If they let go of water, it may cause Ye Chen's disgust. However, they did not plan to let go this time, and they also wanted to experience Ye Chen's true strength with all their might. The rule of our Hualan Gymnasium is that our three sisters in the gymnasium will deal with a challenger at the same time. You have no objection, do you? Ye Chen shook his head. No matter how many people come, he will win. And he has seen the peony and cherry blossom elves. If you fight alone, you are not your opponent at all. Maybe I can't even experience the fun of fighting. Only by going together with three people may you feel the fun of fighting. I have no objection. Okay, since that's the case, then we'll start a elves duel. The three Sakura sisters also took out 3 elf balls from behind them. Looking at Ye Chen opposite him, the love in his eyes gradually turned into a fighting spirit. Although they like Ye Chen very much. But when training and fighting, you should look like fighting. They also want to try to see if Ye Chen's strength is as powerful as the rumored one. This time the three sisters took out their strongest elf. This time Ye Chen also took out his super ball. At this time, a staff member from Hualan Gymnasium stood next to the duel venue. He is the referee who fought against the three Sakura sisters this time. He glanced at the three sisters Ye Chen and Sakura. Isn't that man surrounded by 3 pavilions? Is this not to focus on the future husband, but to challenge the owner? Then why does the owner have a good attitude towards him? It is completely different to those who came to challenge before. Is it because this challenger is handsome? But soon he realized, he stretched out his hand, slid his arms straight down, and shouted loudly. "Now start the gym battle." The owner of Hualan Gymnasium 3 Sakura Sisters vs Challenger Ye Chen. This showdown has officially begun. At this time, the trainers who were staying in Hualan City had already arrived at Hualan Gym. They gathered on the platform outside Hualan Gymnasium. Watch the battle between Ye Chen and Sakura on the stage. Is that Ye Chen who defeated the Heavenly King? He looks so young, he doesn't seem to be adult yet, right? It's really amazing. You have such a strong strength at such a young age. How long will Ye Chen take to win this game this time? Because many people are attracted by Ye Chen's name. A freshman who defeated the king-level player. Not only that, it also helped the Public Security Bureau arrest most of the elves hunters in the Kanto region. Such glory is a glory that these trainers will never achieve in their entire lives. They wanted to see who the legendary Ye Chen was. Is it exactly the same as the legendary one? But no one was there outside the venue. Go and care. After hearing the referee's voice on the challenge stage, Ye Chen and Sakura, three sisters, dressed up the buttons of the elf ball and the super ball, allowing their four elves to appear on the field. The elf used by the three sisters are gems, starfish, gyarados, and giant crabs. Ye Chen sent his powerful Kuai Long. After turning on the system's detection function, the data of the three elves of the Sakura sisters appeared in front of him. Elf, gem, starfish. Attribute, water and superpower. Quality, pavilion owner. Current level, LV58 level, owner. Elf, Gyarados. Attribute, water and flying. Quality, pavilion owner. Current level, LV59 level, owner. Elf, giant crab. Attribute, water. Quality, pavilion owner. Current level, LV58 level, owner. Among these three elves, the highest level is Gyarado. Standing here, Ye Chen thought of the elves that Peony and Sakura used to fight for combat and training before, and they were not their strongest elves. Because the levels of the two elves used at that time were far lower than those that are now. It seems that if I didn't stop them at that time, it would not affect myself to challenge them. Of course, the strongest among the three sisters is Gyarado. His level reached level 59. The other two elves, Gem, Starfish and Giant Crab, both have level 58. Hualan Gymnasium is worthy of being a high-end gym. The three Sakura sisters all have reached the peak of the level of the museum owner. This is if ordinary challengers come to challenge the Sakura gym. If you meet these three powerful elves, you will almost never win. Generally, the three Cherry Blossom sisters in Hualan Gymnasium generally do not show their strongest elf when facing challenges. Because generally, trainers who come to challenge are young, and their training skills should be the same as May and others. After all, there are very few people who are young and very perverted, who are young and have very perverted. Of course, these three elves are also the most powerful elves in the hands of the three Sakura sisters. This means that they have no way to let go of water and want to go all out to fight Ye Chen. Looking at the three elves at the level of the museum owner in front of him, Ye Chen was not panicked at all. He threw a elf's ball to the ground. Suddenly, a huge fast dragon appeared on the field. My own Kuai Long has been upgraded to level 58 and is even more powerful in the attention level. Although his fast dragon level is not as high as the Gyarado opposite. And there are two elves on the opposite side with the same level as their fast dragon. Ye Chen is good, because his fast dragon quality has reached the quality, and the Heavenly King level is 2 levels higher than the opponent's quality. Now his fast dragon's strength surpasses that of an ordinary museum owner's level elf. Even the elves with the strength of the Quasi-Heaven King, his fast dragon can fight. Facing the three water-type elves opposite, there was no sense of fear at all. The moment he saw Kuai Long, the eyes of the three Sakura sisters also lit up. Sure enough, when I saw that Lizard King before, it was definitely not Ye Chen's real strength. Now seeing this fast dragon, they felt a stronger pressure than the Lizard King. And as rumored, Ye Chen has a quasi-god level elf. However, they heard that Ye Chen had a more powerful elf on his body. The one who fought against King Kona at the time. However, they are not sure whether the fast dragon is stronger this time, or the elf who fought against King Kona is stronger. Ye Chen's rule in our gym is that you challenge the three of us alone, but because of the advantage of numbers, you can release 2 elves to fight in 3v3. After a little surprise, the 3 Sakura sisters spoke to Ye Chen. According to the regulations of Hualan Gymnasium, it is very unfavorable for those who come to challenge. Therefore, there will generally be some compensation for these challengers, which will allow the challengers to release 3 elves to engage in 3v3 battles. This will give enough fairness to those challengers in the duel. The people who come to challenge are usually some juniors, and as the owner of the museum, these seniors naturally will not be unfair to the younger generation. Hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but chuckled. He waved his hand and said that he didn't need it at all. It's okay, don't worry about me. I believe in my Kuai Long. Ye Chen had no intention of summoning the second elf. According to his idea, he can only experience the fun of fighting when he has a choice. His own Kuai Long itself has elves that are stronger than the 3 Sakura sisters. If you let yourself release 2 elves, then this battle will become unsuspecting. It became a one-sided massacre. Ye Chen didn't want this duel to become like this. He still wanted to choose to enjoy the fun of this duel. Moreover, in Ye Chen's opinion, only Kuai Long and 1 guy is enough to win. After hearing what Ye Chen said, the 3 Sakura sisters frowned slightly. Ye Chen is very confident in his strength. But is it too confident? You should know the strength of your 3 sisters, but you can't just talk about it casually. They have been the Hualan Gymnasium for so long. The owner has arrived. I have also experienced duels of all sizes. I haven't encountered a challenger even more arrogantly than Ye Chen. But since Ye Chen wants this, the 3 Sakura sisters didn't say anything more. Then, with the idea of taking action first, the 3 Sakura sisters directly launched an attack. Gem Starfish use high-speed stars. Violent Dragon uses destroy time. The plot uses foam light. The 3 sisters ordered at the same time. At the same time, the 3 elves did not hesitate and released 3 strong energy at once and rushed towards the direction of the fast dragon. He doesn't give him any chance or space to dodge. And the trainers watching outside the court were stunned. No. I'm not that strict when I came to challenge Hualan Gymnasium before. Did Ye Chen offend the 3 Hualan sisters? Otherwise, how could he be targeted like this? Oh, I wonder how Ye Chen will face the move of the 3 Sakura sisters. However, Ye Chen didn't care about these sounds outside the field, and said confidently to Kuai Long with a slight rise. Quick Dragon, we want to end the battle with 1 move. We also use Destruction Death Light. Aou. The Kuai Long Ying Mang looked at the 3 attack waves in the air. After hearing the order, Kuai Long began to condense white energy fluctuations on his head. Accompanied by the roar of the fast dragon, a shock wave with white light burst out directly. Boom! The destructive light of the fast dragon completely shattered the 3 invading beams like a destructive destruction. Not only that, after shattering 3 beams of light, the destructive light rushed towards the place where the 3 elves were. Almost in the blink of an eye, it hit the surroundings of 3 elves. For a moment, the energy burst out from the destruction light directly flew out the water around the 3 elves and them at the same time. The water here was blown into the air. The falling down formed a scene like a rainstorm. Even the audience watching on the side almost became a trash. Not to mention the 3 sisters of Sakura around the 3 elves. Of course, we are not much better than those 3 elves. After being knocked into the air, it fell motionlessly after falling, floating on the water surface, and its eyes turned into mosquito-coiled eyes. Losing combat ability. The audience outside the venue were stunned and stared at the same place. The situation on the field. What's the situation? What happened? Why did the 3 elves at the level of the museum owner get instantly beaten by him? I'll go, am I dazzled just now? Damn, am I dazzled? This is the first time I have seen Sakura, and the 3 sisters were killed instantly. This is not the use of the elves of the second and third echelons. This is the main elves of the three Sakura sisters. Since it is so vulnerable in front of Ye Chen. Ye Chen, who defeated the Heavenly King, is indeed very powerful. Moreover, the three Sakura sisters also looked unbelievable. This is too magical. Are we making a mistake? After all, we are also the owners of high-end gyms. In this battle, we obviously didn't use it, but we were our main elves. He will be so vulnerable in front of Ye Chen's fast dragon. No wonder the other party was able to defeat the Heavenly King. And it seems that he is not his strongest elf. This kind of strength is really abnormal. They looked at Ye Chen and their faces suddenly turned red. They like Ye Chen even more. Come to Ye Chen's side. Sakura took out a medal with a blue water droplet from her belt pocket and handed it to her. Ye Chen. This is the gym medal of our Hualan Gymnasium, please hold it away. Ye Chen reached out and took it, put the medal in his system packaging. And Mei, who was beside her, was also stunned. He used to think that the Lizard King would be Ye Chen's powerful elf than the Mian. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen had a fast dragon. It's really Kui Long's strength beyond everyone's imagination. He killed the three Sakura sisters directly in seconds. He thought to himself that he was really worthy of Ye Chen. He gradually had this idea in his mind. And it was Sakura who opened her mouth and said to Ye Chen. Brother Ye Chen, if you are not in a hurry recently, you can stay in our gym. The three sisters of Sakura all have different ideas about Ye Chen. After this duel, they realized Ye Chen's powerful strength. My love for Ye Chen became even deeper. Ye Chen thought about it and didn't seem to be in a hurry to leave Hualan City. Because I left Zhengzhen town and came out to challenge the Quartz Alliance. In order to improve one's own strength. Now I have obtained the badge of Hualan Gym in this Hualan City. I didn't think about challenging a gym for a while. Perhaps if I stay in Hualan City for a while, I may find my own direction. And there are so many fun places in Hualan City, I have never played them yet. He did not forget another purpose of his coming out this time. Experience the scenery and humanities of the elf world. Then whenever you go to a place, you should also appreciate the local style. Okay, then I'll bother the three ladies. I plan to stay in Wulei City for a while and appreciate the local customs and culture. Hearing Ye Chen's affirmative answer, the three sisters of Sakura laughed like flowers blooming. Don't worry, little brother, we will be your tour guide during your time in Hualan City. Of course, the three Sakura sisters will not give up when they see such a great opportunity. Ye Chen also accepted the invitation from the three Sakura sisters and lived in Hualan to the museum. 8939644460 Alternate Group. Day 2. Ye Chen stayed in Hualan Gymnasium. Ye Chen also summoned all his elves. Dark Lei, the Lizard King, the Fast Dragon, the Baihu, and the Giant Swamp Monster. When they saw Dark Lei, whether it was the Sakura three sisters or Mei, they all showed a very shocked face. Is this Ye Chen's most powerful elf? The momentum that came from this elf was something they had never felt before. So powerful, so fierce. And they have never seen anything like this before. Elf. What kind of elf is this little brother? Why don't I see it before? The three Sakura sisters and Mei both asked the same question. They have never seen a rare elf like Dark Lei. This is a Dark Lei. Dark Lei. They all looked puzzled, they had never heard of such an elves. Seeing this, Ye Chen smiled. Sure enough, not everyone is as knowledgeable as Dr. Oki. Or like Yolongdu, you have a wide range of knowledge and can recognize this rare mind. You should know that Dark Lei is more rare than Quasi God. It is understandable that these people don't know Dark Lei. So Ye Chen explained Dark Lei to these people. Everyone nodded when they heard this, and it turned out to be such a rare elf. At the same time, he also sighed that Ye Chen was indeed not the one who could fight against the Heavenly King. I have always heard that you have an elf who can only fight against the King of Heaven, and now I finally see it. Brother Yechen, this time is the elf you won against the Heavenly King. How strong are you, the elf? After seeing Darklay, they saw the giant swamp monster of the king level. Do you, a giant swamp monster, have the strength of the king? As the owners of high-level gyms, they are not unfamiliar with the power of the king. After feeling the elves of the king level strength, they were even more shocked by the strength of the giant swamp monster. I went to Yechen at a young age and already had the strength of the king. Yechen's strength is too perverted. They were deeply shocked by Yechen's strength that he did not take out. His fast dragon had already killed their main elves in seconds. Unexpectedly, there are two elves who are more powerful than the fast dragon. They were more and more shocked Yechen's identity. Who is Yechen? He can have such a rare elf. Not only that, his other elves all look very high in quality. At the same time, their liking for Yechen became deeper. Who doesn't like a strong trainer? Yechen took his elves around the Hualan Gymnasium. He started playing games with his elves again. It's a game of passing balls. Darklay catches the ball. Yechen threw the ball to Darklay. Darklay was not nervous at all and directly used his mind to catch the ball from Yechen. Once Darklay received the ball, he passed the ball to the giant swamp monster. In this way, they started playing the game of receiving the ball, one after another. This scene was also seen by the Sakura three sisters and Mei. Wow, Yechen is worthy of being a powerful trainer and has such a good relationship with his elves. It turns out that there is a reason why he is strong. He often brings his elves, whether it is training or playing. Sisters, it seems that we still need to learn a lot. Seeing Yechen treating his elf, the three Sakura sisters also learned a lot from it. They are not as close to the elves as Yechen. They all nodded, as if they had discovered that this was the reason why Yechen was strong. They also have to learn this spirit. Seeing this, they also summoned their own elves. He walked towards Yechen. Brother, can I join you in the play? They also want to learn something from Yechen. And they also want to have fun with Yechen. Yechen thought about playing a ball together. It was no big deal, so he nodded and agreed. So Mei and Sakura, the three sisters and their elves also acted, and they arrived at the passing process. By the way, so many of us play passes together, why not let's play football? Thinking of this, many people gathered together to pass the ball, and it seemed that there was no meaning, so Yechen proposed to play a football game. Okay, then how do you play this football game? Little brother. Yechen pondered for a while and opened his mask. We will divide into 3 groups of games, and then each leads one team, and you two will attack separately. As long as you win, I will allow you to make a small request. The rules of the game are very simple. We will set up a goal later. As long as you score a goal in this goal, you will be considered to win once. Mei and Sakura smiled in their hearts when they heard this. I secretly cheered up in my heart and must win. They looked at each other and led the battle. Yechen said that if your people can make a request for him, then just mention it and kiss it yourself. The 4 people started this game with their own ideas. A period of time has passed and the game is going very quickly. The winner was Mei. This was beyond Yechen's expectations. Mei, congratulations on winning. You can give me some small opinions or requests. Mei Yi showed joy on her face. Hee, I finally won. His little face turned red and said to Yechen. I thought of it, I want you to hug me. Yes, 650 Chen heard a black question mark on his face. What the hell is it? Since I want me to hug you, that's fine. I thought I had any requirements. This is too simple. Hug you, I won't suffer any loss anyway. Yechen nodded and said that he could. He walked to Mei and hugged her. Mei Yi's face was flushed, and she didn't know how happy she was. Time flies very quickly, and Yechen has been staying in Hualan Gymnasium for several days. It's time to separate. In front of Hualan Gymnasium, the 3 Sakura sisters came out to see off the guests. During these days, they also understood that Ruhei's mind did not seem to be in the affection between children, so their desire for him was not as deep as before. "Brother Yechen, what place do you plan to go next?" "I'm still planning to challenge the gym." Yechen's goal is to challenge other gyms and collect 8 gym badges. "Little brother, you can go to the Dead Leaf Gymnasium of Dead Leaf Trees to challenge." "Why?" Yechen was very curious about why the 3 Cherry Blossom sisters recommended themselves to challenge the Dead Leaf style Dead Leaf Gym. As far as we know, the owner of the Koya Gymnasium in Koya City is very powerful. In our opinion, it can meet Yechen's requirement to find you to challenge. I guess you can gain something there. When Yechen heard this, he turned out to be like this. It seems that he will be on his way to the next stop, right? At the same time, Yechen also decided to separate from Mei. "Miss Mei, it's time for us to separate." There was a little loss on Yao Mi's face. It was finally time. But we still have the chance to meet at the Quartz conference later. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Mei's face. Yes, she still has the chance to meet with Brother Yechen, as long as she gets enough gym badges. So he secretly encouraged and must get more gym badges next. "What about you? You can start the challenge from the primary gym and get more gym badges." Listening to what Yechen said, Mei nodded. He was very happy that Yechen was able to give him guidance. In front of Wulai Gymnasium, everyone separated, and Yechen advanced towards his target, Koya Gymnasium. Ru Mei went to find a junior gym to challenge, and to get more badges, and Yechen, she once again met at the Quartz conference. In this way, they separated. Walking on the way to the Koya Gymnasium. This time, the collection of the gym badges was beyond Yechen's expectations. "After all, I got the badges of 2 gyms so smoothly." According to the 3 sisters of Sakura, Mazushi, the owner of Hebei Taoist Hall, seems to be very not simple, so he is also very interested in this Taoist challenge. Hopefully, it will not be as vulnerable as the South China Gymnasium. In order to successfully get the Dead Leaf badge of the Dead Leaf Gym, he decided to train his elf in the next half-month. It's in the forest of Hualan City. Darkley around him seemed to have discovered something. With the pace of opening up, Yechen came to a cave. Looking at this mysterious cave, Yechen widened his eyes. The mural next to it seems familiar. It seems to be the same as the stone slab in the mysterious ruins. It seems that there is also a pattern of the 3 sacred beasts on it. Yechen's heart is getting bigger and bigger. Is there any connection between this place and the 3 sacred beasts? With these doubts, Yechen walked inside. I found a crystal clear pool inside. The clear appearance is incompatible with the cave next to it. Yechen used the system's detection function to detect this pool to see what it was. High-energy hot spring. Soaking in this hot spring can enhance the strength of the elf. I'll go. My eyes widen, it's too comfortable. There is actually such a thing that can improve the strength of the elves by taking a bath. Yechen immediately let all his elves come out. Darkley Giant Swamp, Monster Faster Dragon Lizard King. Yechen let all his elves soak in this hot spring. After a while, they can see their level from their passwords, and they are all improving. Darkley's level has been upgraded to level 63. Kuelong's level has been upgraded to level 60. The level of the giant swamp monster has been upgraded to level 72. The Lizard King's level has been upgraded to level 51. Bai Diao's level has been upgraded to level 50. After successfully soaking in the hot spring, Yechen had almost digested the energy inside. All the elves expressed their comfort in it. Now the elves in the team have been greatly improved. The strength of the entire team has reached level 60 or above. All the elves have reached the quasi-heavenly king level. Not to mention combat power, all members' combat power is almost close to that of the king level. Very powerful, after confirming that the data panel of the elves is completely on. Yechen fell in love with this hot spring. I don't know how long it will take to return to the original high-energy hot spring. However, no one seems to have discovered such a hot spring. But he didn't think too much. Since he had met it, it was his own opportunity. After all the elves were upgraded, Ye Chen took the elves around in this cave. See if there are new discoveries. Since there is such a magical hot spring in this cave, there should be other mysterious things. But what a pity Lin Yuchen was that he did not discover other mysterious things. It seems that there is only this mysterious hot spring in this cave, and nothing else. Ye Chen shook his head, saying that he could not be too greedy, so he planned to leave here. After leaving here, Ye Chen looked back. After I found out that I could no longer find the mysterious cry. What is this situation? Maybe that might be the self-protection of the mysterious hot spring. Maybe it is to only let those who are destined to come in. But Ye Chen didn't think much about heading out of the forest. Walked over. Heading to his target, the Kuyi Gymnasium advanced. Chapter 68, Saint Anu, please subscribe and support when it is on the shelves. Chapter 68, Saint Anu pre-listed for subscription and support. Go to the Killer Leaf Gym in Killer Leaf City. You have to go to the pier to take a boat. It is a coastal city in the Kanto region. Located at the entrance of the South Entrance Sea. Want to go? Dead Leaf Gym. Ye Chen had to set off from South China to the port. At this time, Ye Chen had already come out of the forest and came to the port. What you see when you come to the port is a vast and endless sea. This is a very lively port. There were ships of all sizes parked on the sea. Wow, it's quite big here. When I saw this port in the original plot, Ye Chen had not felt how vast it was. And when you really see this time, you can feel this vast port. How spectacular it is. So it is better to have a lot of times you watch the video and experience it personally. It's that feeling that videos cannot give you. This kind of realistic impact can only be felt when you are on the scene. Come to the ticket office in the port. Suddenly two figures appeared in front of Ye Chen. Hello, handsome guy, we have a ticket to the elves' party at the Saint Anu. Hearing this voice, Ye Chen was slightly stunned. Hiss, why are you so familiar? He seems to have seen this plot somewhere. Ye Chen raised his head and carefully looked at the two people in girls' uniforms in front of him. In his observation, these two people seemed to be very familiar with them. He stared at them for a while and felt that the appearance of these two people was so familiar. But I suddenly couldn't remember it. Before I thought about the road, I asked them to arrive. Then what does it have to do with me? The two people smiled slightly. We happened to be on a date with our boyfriend, so we didn't have a chance to get this elves' party. But I didn't realize at a glance that handsome guy, you should like the elf very much, right? Ye Chen nodded. We think this coupon is too wasteful, but we don't want to give it to those who don't like elves. We have been in the port for a whole morning and are waiting for the arrival of a destined person. We chose you among the vast crowd, and we can see that you should love elves very much. After they finished speaking, they stuffed the ticket for the elf party on the Saint Anu into Ye Chen's hands. Ye Chen was stunned, holding the party coupon in his hand, looking confused. The more he thought about it, the more he became more and more familiar with it. Oh, thank you. Although Ye Chen was a little suspicious, he was still very grateful to the two people in front of him for giving him this party coupon. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know where to buy the tickets when he came here. The appearance of these two people in front of you solves your biggest trouble. After thanking these two people again, I saw these two people disappear in front of him. He holds this Zhang Yinling sect training, which one is looking for in the port is the Saint Anu. He searched for it and found a huge ship. That should be the Saint Anu. Ye Chen came to the entrance of the Saint Anu and walked up. Show your ticket to the elf party at the entrance. Ye Chen was qualified to go in. And at this time, the two people who gave Ye Chen the ticket to the elf party on the Sheng Anu account. He was smiling secretly behind a jungle. Hee hee, Musashi, look, it seems that I am very suitable to dress up as a girl. You're going to do it. The woman known as Musashi punched the man next to her hard. Kojiro, you have to know that our mission is to trick more people into attending this elf conference instead of dressing up as women's clothing. Do you understand? It turned out that these two people were pretending to be Musashi Kojiro, the Rockets. No wonder Ye-chen thinks this scene looks very familiar. In the original work, the Rockets also used this move to trick Zai and his group into the Saint Anu. Then they attacked the entire Saint Anu in the middle. Don't argue anymore, meow. Meow meow and the Rockets trio also appeared. We have more important things, stop making trouble for you two. The boss is still waiting for us, hurry up and go there. Meow Meow was born and told Musashi and Kojiro's Rockets boss Ozakake that they were still waiting for them to report the mission. Musashi, Kojiro, and Meow Meow came to their temporary base. Use their communication tools and Rockets boss board would report. As you told me, we have tricked all the trainers into the Saint Anu. Sakagi on the screen has his back facing the Rockets trio. Touching the cat boss who was rubbing his arm beside him. He said lightly. For this mission, my people have already sneaked into the elves' party on the Saint Anu in advance. You must also get in and take action together at the right time to seize all the elves of the people on the ship. Ban Mu ordered the Rockets trio. I received it. Received the boss. Received Meow. The Rockets trio was born at the same time and answered the boss's orders. Sakagi disappeared after giving the order. You said what reward will the boss give us after this mission is completed? Will we get promoted and raised and have many powerful elves? Will I be valued as a pet by the boss again? The Rockets trio were thinking about what rewards they would receive after completing the mission. Are you okay? Don't think about it anymore, complete the task first. The reliable Meow Meow interrupted Musashi and Kojiro's fantasy. Musashi and Kojiro shook their bodies and shook their heads. Make your spirit more energetic. They were also ready to get into the Saint Anu together. At this time, Ye-chen had already boarded the Saint Anu. He did not remember that this scene was a conspiracy of the Rockets. Although he thought this scene was very familiar, he just didn't remember it. But even if he can't remember, the Rockets' appearance this time will not interfere with him much. After all, before he arrived at the port, his elf strength had already improved by leaps and bounds. In the end, he faced various situations. Number 2 did not encounter a strong man of the level of Yulongdu. Then nothing happened to him. Because under normal circumstances, divine beasts will not appear in people's sight. So he was not worried about the appearance of a divine beast. Besides, he has encountered the divine beast before. 3 super ancient divine beasts I encountered before in Zhengzhen town. He also saw the power of the divine beast. With such strength, not only him, but everyone can't escape, so he doesn't need to worry. His strength is now able to face most of the troubles that can be encountered in human society. There are only a few trainers who are stronger than him. So he was very at ease. Even if there is any situation, he believes that he can remedy it. Enter the Saint Anu. There is a very large hall inside. There are crowds of people, endless. Not only are there friends from all over the world, but they are communicating with their own elves. There are also vendors from all over the world selling their own items. Some sell elves around elves. Pikachu's t-shirt, pants with meow frog seeds, and little fire dragon's hat. Come here to take a look at the elves. The clearance sale is a big sale, the clearance sale is a big sale is a cheap sale. The elf ball that captures the elf 100% is sold at a cheap price. The vendors shouted loudly, attracting the crowds coming and going to go shopping at him. There are also many trainers who are as old as their disciple Zai, who really share their experiences with their elves. Look at my little fire dragon head, it looks very healthy. Look, the flames on my little fire dragon's tail are a little orange, but they are very rare. 2 ages the imitation boy was communicating his own experience in cultivating the little fire dragon. Look at my Johnny, but the shell is very hard. Another teenager holding a Johnny turtle entered their topic. Seeing this, Ye Chen had to sigh. The elves of the Yuzhan family can be seen everywhere. There are so many Pikachu, Little Fire Dragon, Jenny, and other elves here. Transfer Group 3717291119. Almost everyone has one. It seems that there are many trainers gathered here. It is worthy of being an elf party, and it is all participated in this year's training. I saw the sound of elves fighting on the other side of this place. Ye Chen looked over curiously. But there are already a lot of people watching. It was a competition between a teenager and an uncle. Go to the gem starfish. Go, little Rata. After hearing the order, the 2 elves took action. Gem starfish use high-speed collision. Little Rata uses impact. After hearing the order, the gem starfish rotated rapidly in place, forming a high-speed impact, hitting towards Little Lotta. After hearing the order, Xiao Lotta threw his feet on the spot, then kicked his body like an arrow and rushed out. Boom! The gem starfish and Little Rata collided together. They soon separated. It seems that this time they are incomparable to each other. However, their respective masters did not give up. Continue to order his elves to fight. Little Rata uses tooth impact. After Little Rata obeyed the order, she had not yet waited for the little boy opposite to her to react. He has already rushed towards Basehan where he was staying. Little Rata's huge teeth became very sharp. He bit the gem starfish, his sharp teeth, and bit the core of the gem starfish. Click! The core of the gem starfish was broken. Then the gem starfish lies on the ground, and its eyes turn into mosquito-coiled eyes, losing its combat power. Wow, this little Rata is so awesome. This little Rata looks very good in combat. What a pity that this young man is still too young and didn't react in time. The audience's discussion sounded around them. Everyone felt sorry for the boy. Perhaps because he is too young, he does not have his opponent and is very experienced as an uncle. After one blow failed, he quickly used another move. But after the uncle wins. Not very happy either. Although there will be no difference between the trainer and the trainer duel. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that the uncle has much more combat experience than this child. After this battle storm, the calm was finally restored soon. And after Ye Chen watched this battle, his stomach suddenly rang. He seems to have not eaten yet. I have to say that the food on the Saint Anu is very good. After eating one delicacies one by one, Ye Chen felt that his stomach was full. These foods are so delicious. After eating, Ye Chen planned to walk on the boat and digest it as soon as he walked. He planned to visit the shop here. These shouts when they were first uploaded were quite attractive to Ye Chen. But what attracted him more at that time was this year's battle, and he did not ask these merchants carefully. So taking advantage of the opportunity to eat and drink, he decided to visit the merchants on the boat. After walking for a while, Ye Chen was stopped by a shop owner. Come here, handsome guy. Ye Chen walked over with a slightly stunned brow. This handsome guy, we have a super amazing Pokemon here. Ye Chen bowed slightly, and continued to listen, and the store owner said. The store owner saw Ye Chen clearly quilted. Attracted by myself, I continued to look at Ye Chen. Said. He took out a golden elf ball. There is a very powerful elf here, but he seems to have been sealed. I found this golden elf ball in a mysterious island. I'm setting up a stall here, mainly looking for a trainer with destiny to hand over this elf ball to a trainer with destiny. I look at the handsome guy. You must be very strong and you must need such an elf, so I called you. The store owner looked at Ye Chen and said seriously. Ye Chen was not attracted by the store's remarks. He obviously recognized this elf ball. This seems to be the one that Kojiro bought in the original work. He had a deposit and looked at the shop owner carefully. Damn, this is exactly the same as the black-hearted store sold to the little pervert in the original work. It seems that I have also met this unscrupulous business. However, this time the words he gave himself were completely different from those in the original work. This is what he said when he deceived Kojiro in the original game. This is a carp king who can produce golden eggs. He will definitely become a rich man after buying it for 3 days. At that time, he will buy whatever elves he wants. And then the poor, after hearing this news, Kojiro was immediately moved and conquered his and Xiao Musashi's salary in advance and bought this carp king. But the most regrettable thing is that after they escaped from the Saint Anu, the carp king he kicked away evolved into a Gyurado. He knocked them away with dragon wrath. It seems that this boss is very smart and uses different arguments when treating every customer. Although Ye Chen didn't intend to buy it, he still planned to tease this boss. I will definitely not buy such a scam. If I want to buy it, it is Kojiro who is so stupid. How much do you sell for such a powerful elf? By the boss. The boss felt like a chance when he heard this. I suddenly felt that my vision was very good. He called on the Saint Anu and looked at the customers who had been there for so long. Finally, I saw a trainer who looked young and very rich. Ye Chen's clothes are very bright and beautiful. And people can tell at a glance that they are the kind of children of rich families. In addition, Ye Chen is very young, so the boss set his sights on Ye Chen. Treat him as a rich Kaizi. The boss said to Ye Chen with a smile on his face. Look, you are a cheerful person, too. This Pokemon ball only costs 50,000 yuan in league coins. When Ye Chen heard that I was going to take a slap, you really dare to say it. 50,000 coal coins, you need to know about 10,000 coal coins, but the bonus I can get when I participated in the competition for the first time. Ye Chen dares to bet that there must be a carp king in his golden elf ball. Moreover, this carp king is very useless and can only play one skill. So what if he can evolve into Gyurado? Now I don't lack Gyurados, such a level of elves. And with his quality, Ye Chen may not be able to attract attention. You should know that Ye Chen's current elves are the lowest. Elves of the king's quality. Ye Chen basically doesn't like the elf who has not reached the quality of a king. Boss, you're not willing to do this, I'd better not want it. Although he didn't want it at all, Ye Chen still wanted to play with him and see how much this boss could give in. Young master, you can say it well. If your facial features are not good, how about 30,000 yuan? The owner obviously became very anxious. It seemed that the rich young master on the other side was not fooled. Ye Chen ignored him in time and walked away straight away. He had no idea of being comfortable with the elf of this level. He stood there in a daze. He thought Ye Chen would buy this elf. Oh, it seems that next time I have to say the mysterious elf, they don't seem to buy it. This time he had already taken back his target from Ye Chen and continued to look for the next sucker in his stall. Ye Chen, who left the stall, smiled slightly. I wonder if this sucker, Kojiro, would come to buy the stall owner's golden elf ball? Ye Chen shook his head. He was in now, but the real world of elf is not the world in the animation, it is not such a coincidence. But the fucking thing is so fucking reality. After Ye Chen left the stall, Kojiro and Musashi, who were involved in the San Anu, played the role of waiters on the San Anu. I kept turning back and forth at this banquet. Kojiro came to Ye Chen and had just arrived at this shop. Handsome guy, come here. The store once again used his method of attracting customers and found Kojiro in front of him. Handsome guy, do you want to make money? He could tell at a glance that Kojiro was not the kind of rich person, and he grabbed the heart of his childhood hard. Think about it. He dreams of making money, and with money, he can buy more powerful elves. You can complete the task given by your boss and get a promotion and salary increase. I have a good investment project here. As he said that, the boss pointed to the carp king in the fish tank and said, "This is an extraordinary carp king, and the eggs it lays are all gold." What? Produce gold. Kojiro was obviously attracted by the boss's words. The boss smiled in his heart. This kid is taking the bait, and it looks much more foolish than the kid before. Yes, look at this carp king who can lay tens of thousands of eggs a year, and you can earn millions a year. It won't take long to become a billionaire. At that time, you can buy whatever elves you want. Soon Kojiro fell into the fantasy of becoming a billionaire, as the boss said. But I fantasized about lying on the gold coins, surrounded by various elves. Good stuff, I really want to buy it. How much does the boss cost? The shop owner was very happy. It seemed that this game was a bit of fun. The original price of Fish King is only 10,000 now. I see, handsome guy, you and I are very compatible. I'll give you this price now at a loss. The entire fish tank plus the elf ball instrument requires only 30,000 alliance coins in total. The boss said it was very painful, and it seemed that he had lost a lot. When Kojiro clearly saw the boss's expression, as long as he calculated that he loved himself, he seemed to be very big. He decided to buy it. In a happy relationship in Yuzhong, the store owner handed over the golden elf ball to Kojiro. Shisla also happily took the golden elf ball and left with a smile. After receiving the money, the people were happy. What a fool, it's better to have more features than the one before, so I changed my opinion. If I continue to say this is a mysterious elf, I'm afraid no one has taken the bait. It seems that people still want more money nowadays. On the other side, Ye Chen continued walking here. Suddenly a sound rang out in the entire hall. Hello, everyone, guests. I am the host, Hung Gui. This time, the large consortium behind our Saint Anu will sponsor us to hold an elf contest. Everyone on the boat heard this voice and started discussing it. What? I suddenly want to hold a competition. Yes, I was shocked. I had never experienced such a thing before. I want a competition. He said he had funded a large consortium. I wonder what the reward would be this time. Hearing the discussion in the audience, the host began to be amazed. Everyone is quiet, you are quiet. Next, I will tell you about the relevant rules about our Saint Anu Elf competition this time. After the host's explanation, everyone also understood why this elves competition was held. The After Sales Consortium celebrates the 10th anniversary of the operation of the Saint Anu. To give back to the passengers and friends who are riding the San Anu. A powerful trainer will be selected among all passengers riding on the San Anu this time. This time, if you win the elf contest, you will receive a huge reward from the consortium behind the Saint Anu. Host, what are the rewards for winning the elf competition this time? Yes, there are only first places. Is there a bonus? Or what? The host smiled slightly when he heard this. This time the champion of the San Anu Elf competition will receive a fire-type flame rabbit and 100,000 alliance coins from the Garel region provided by our large consortium. Of course, except for number 1, the top 10 have rewards for alliance coins. Everyone took a breath of air conditioning when they heard this. The fire-type elves in the Gaul area. In their Chengdu area, it is rare to see elves from other areas. It can be said that this fire system in the Garel region is very rare for them. Because they don't have the chance to acquire elves from other regions. Not to mention the reward of 100,000 alliance coins. Money is touching. Everyone in the audience was thinking about participating in this elves competition. Host, how did you participate in this elf competition? Are there any rules for participating in this elf competition? Are there any restrictions or anything for participating? In the audience, you asked the host all kinds of questions. The host on the stage will not be professional, and will soon receive information from the audience. After sorting out this piece of information in my mind, I gave an answer. This time our Sheng Yuan crossbow elf competition will adopt a 3v3 battle mechanism. As the name suggests, each trainer uses 3 elves to fight. When one elf loses its combat power, the trainer can use another elf to fight. There are 3 in total until all the 3 Pokémons lose their combat power. The one who loses combat effectiveness is a failure, and the other side wins. Everyone in the audience nodded. They all understood the rules of the 3 challengers. Seeing the people in the audience nodding, the host continued. There is no restrictions in this elf competition. All passengers on the San Anu are eligible to participate in this competition. The host gave a clear answer, and everyone in the audience started to discuss the help. Then the relationship is good, I want to sign up. I want it too, I want it too. Don't be confused, don't be confused. After I finish speaking, everyone will line up and come here to register together. Seeing that everyone in the audience seemed a little panicked, the host quickly showed his professionalism and asked all the passengers to line up. Slowly they had to organize the information of all passengers. After hearing this, Ye Chen seemed to be quite interested in this game. Not only the fire-type Pokémon Flame Rabbit in the Jiali area. It's still the 100,000 alliance coins. Their elves are now increasing, and the consumption of elves' rations is also an astronomical figure. Now I can only live on these bonuses. So he decided to participate in this competition. So he lined up like other passengers and waited to fill in his registration information. Everyone treats you. Our competition will start after the statistics are completed. Please don't worry. I really hope that after you cooperate with us to count the information, we will start this competition. The host was afraid that everyone in the audience was a little anxious, so he even spoke up to remind them and waited slowly. And at this time, it was in a corner of the Saint Anu. I'll go, this trick is great for the boss. The boss can't come up with such an excellent solution. This pretending competition makes all the trainer seats so wonderful to teach your own grades and the information about the elves. These 3 are really a rockets trio. They talked about this competition, which was a competition that Ye Chen needed to participate in. It is obvious that this game is a conspiracy of the rockets. It is a trap set by the rockets boss Ozakagi. Using the name of the elf competition, we collected information from trainers and information from the elf. At the same time, you can also see the combat abilities of each elves. This time the plan can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What's even more terrifying is that this battle can also consume the physical strength of various trainers and elves. After that, the rockets came out to harvest all the elves and made sufficient preparations. I don't know when we can come up with such a wonderful plan. By the way, Kojiro, what's wrong with you being so happy? Both Meow Meow and Musashi noticed, Kojiro who was secretly excited by the side. Kojiro's squinting eyes secretly pulled over his bloating and Meow. Tell you, I'm going to get rich. Look. He took out the golden elf ball. This is a carp king who can lay golden eggs. I spent 30,000 alliance coins to buy it. No Meow Meow grabbed the golden elf ball with 1 claw. For a moment, 3 claw marks appeared on the golden elf ball. What kind of golden elf ball? You are the gilded one, you're cheated, Kojiro. Where do you get the 30,000 alliance coins? Musashi was also very angry. Looking at Kojiro, this fool had been deceived. It seems that I made advance payments in advance, but I also made advance payments in advance. Welcome no, he was pressed to the ground by Meow and Musashi. It hurts, you guys are gentle. Kojiro was beaten so hard that he was incoherent. You fool, you were cheated, and you even made me lose my salary. Meow, let's beat him to death. Musashi and Meow took turns beating Kojiro. Inside the hall of the Saint Anu, passengers lined up in an orderly manner to register their information. All are to participate in the elf competition held by the Saint Am. Ye Chen also lined up, and behind him was a child. The child is about the same age as his apprentice Zai Zai. Big brother, are you here to participate in this competition too? The child was very nice, but he took the initiative to ask Ye Chen. Yes. Ye Chen still has a little bit of a favor for a boy as old as his apprentice. Brother, what kind of elf do you use? Ye Chen smiled bitterly. It seemed that this kid wanted to collect his own information. I am afraid that if I meet myself in the future, I can see if I can know my elves in advance and make plans to fight in advance. He was timid and jealous, and he was not afraid that others would know his elf. He spoke. I have a Baiyu and a Lizard King. This time, Ye Chen only plans to use Lizard King and Bai Diao to participate in this competition. After he came, he basically glanced at the elves used by the people here. Basically, there is no combat power above the level of the museum owner. You should know, Wang Li's said that the trainers who came to participate this time were basically young. Young trainers basically have no combat power. Not to mention that he does not have the level of the museum owner and his combat effectiveness. Maybe even the elite level combat power is relatively good. Not everyone is like Ye Chen, who has unreasonable plug-in strength without any increase. Besides, their elves are very limited in quality, unlike Ye Chen now, who is full of elves of the king level quality. Wow, big brother, you have the Baiyu and the Lizard King. The child sighed and continued to talk to Ye Chen. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, it is Ye Chen's news. After a while, Ye Chen also successfully signed up. Next is waiting. The wait is relatively long. Ye Chen planned to go eat something and drink some wine. I was ready to go back to my room and wait for the start of this competition. Time has come on the second day. Under the sound of the broadcast, everyone gathered in the hall on the Saint Tanyu. Hello, friends and family. After our efforts yesterday, we have recorded the information of all new passengers participating in this competition. Then we will be in our elves competition. As soon as the host finished speaking, a voice sounded from the audience. That's great. The game is about to start. I'm waiting for the flowers to fade. Yes, I can't wait to compete with several people. Don't worry, everyone, I will distribute number plates to all passengers next. As soon as the host finished speaking, it appeared, and other staff members issued number signs to each passenger participating. No 11. The number plate Ye Chen was sent to was number 11. Looking at the number plate, Ye Chen frowned slightly. Does number 11 have any meaning? But he didn't think much about it. Later, under the host's arrangement, all the number cards of everyone were issued in place. Now. Dear passengers, please look behind me. The host's behind him was a picture showing. How many numbers are there in the picture that fight against how many numbers? The entire passengers participating were divided into 8 areas. There will be a winning district champion in each area. Then the 8 district champions went to the finals and 8-4. Then there are 4-2, 2-1. Such a competition mechanism. Everyone nodded to show that they understood. These 8 areas are distributed according to the number plate. 120 is the first area. 2140 is the second area. And so on. Each area will have its own competition. Each area can choose one person to go on stage to defend the storm. The person who needs that grenade defeats other challengers, he is the champion of this arena. If no one defends the ring, the system will have a random battle and the winner will be the district champion. This arrangement seems very unreasonable. But after everyone thought of this generous reward, they didn't think much about it. After Ye Chen saw this competition rule, he suddenly felt that the rules seemed to be set for himself. The game I already feel is not suitable for me. When will the competitions in these 8 districts be compared to when will it win the championship? Now that they have developed such a challenging rule, they are really loved by them. In this way, the time for winning the championship by yourself will be shorter. In his eyes, the championship of this competition must be his own. He never thought that he would not be unable to win the championship. He has several powerful elves, and there is no need for these challengers at all. Ye Chen's face was sharp. It seems that I have to do it once this time, and I am tired from my hands. Just as Ye Chen was thinking, the host's speech had just finished. Dear passengers and friends, we will take you to 8 areas now. Please follow the number to your respective areas. Now, our competition is about to begin. Chapter 69, Guarding the Race. Please subscribe and support when it is on the shelves. Chapter 69, Guard the Striking. At the host's order, it means that the elf competition is about to begin. Everyone gathered next to 8 areas. Here is the first area where Ye Chen is located. Does any of you want to go on stage to defend the show? Is there any? Is there any? If there is no, our first area will be arranged in the system. These 20 people gathered together to discuss the way they compete in the first area. Because this is a cruel game, 20-1. If someone keeps the game, if they are lucky, they may have a chance to stand out. They also have someone to guard the Lizard King. However, they did not appear as the Lizard King, who was very powerful and killed their existence in seconds. Everyone's mentality now is to expect someone to appear and then expect him to consume some places. Then come out and defeat this person yourself and get this winning spot. Hearing this, Ye Chen had no hesitation in his mind. Since this rule is very suitable for you. Of course, I chose to be this defender without hesitation. I'll do it. As soon as Ye Chen finished speaking, everyone looked at Ye Chen's side. Such young boy actually chose to defend the game. It seems we have a winning Lizard King. I don't know how many people this young man can drag us. The 19 people here are not optimistic about Ye Chen. I think Ye Chen's coming to the stage was just delaying them from going into the water. In their opinion, victory still belongs to them. After all, Ye Chen is so young. The elves you own are definitely not particularly strong. The combat experience is definitely very insufficient. And each of them is an experienced old trainer. Because according to common sense, young people are generally not particularly strong. Ye Chen is an unreasonable trainer. His strength is completely unrelated to his age. You can't tell that such a young boy actually has the strength of the King of Heaven. With a sympathetic look, they all looked at Ye Chen. Ye Chen didn't care about the eyes of these people, and he knew his strength. This time, not only will I not send out my most powerful elves, but I will use the weakest elves in my hands to fight. Let them know that my weakest elves can defeat you. Your mother lived to be a dog for so long. Ignoring everyone's eyes, Ye Chen walked to the stage of the number 1 ring lightly. His eyes swept across everyone. He spoke lightly. Is anyone here to challenge me? As soon as the words fell, they aroused discussions among the people below the audience. This boy is so rampant. I'll see if I go up and challenge him. I think it's also a good lesson for this young man, don't let him be so rampant. Whoever you go up first and teach this young man a lesson. Ye Chen's arrogant declaration made everyone remember and challenge his heart. However, there are still many people who are rational. I want other people to go up and test Ye Chen's strength for them. You guys come on, hurry up and teach him a lesson. Yes, yes, it's just a teenager. What are you afraid of? Just do it. It's just that 2 of them appeared in one person, and 2 of them all sounded. But among these 19 people are experienced trainers and some young trainers. When I heard others' instigation, I naturally felt that Ye Chen's behavior had provoked them. Then raise your hand. I'll challenge you. A man with pale blue hair pointed at his arm and walked into the ring. Hello, my name is Jinchenj. Hello, my name is Ye Chen. The man with pale blue hair politely greeted Ye Chen. I won't say much nonsense, let's start right. The blue man didn't say a word, and wanted to play a game with Ye Chen directly as soon as he came on stage. Ye Chen nodded, as if this was what he was looking forward to. Start the competition. The 2 of them signaled to the referee that the game could begin. The referee in Area 1 received news from both of them. He stretched out his hand and stroked it up, saying in his mouth. Now there are people guarding the storm in Area No 1. The players on both sides are in place. Challenger Jinchenj vs Ye Chen, the defender. The competition begins now. At the referee's order, Jinjinj immediately took out his elf ball. A white light flashed by. It's a water arrow turtle. Elf, water arrow turtle? Attribute, water. Attribute, elite. Current level, LV48. It is an elite water arrow turtle. It seems that among these ordinary trainers, he is also an extraordinary character. It has almost reached the level of the museum owner, if it weren't for the quality limitations of this water arrow turtle. Maybe he can reach a higher level. The training level of an elf does not necessarily represent the training level of this trainer. Because the quality of the elf is limited. He cannot exceed the level of quality, so the key to obtaining a high-quality elf is here. Ye Chen doesn't need to worry about such problems at all, because his elf has very high qualities. Basically, they are all elves of the king level. Therefore, his elves can reach the level of a king when they are online, and the king represents the highest combat power in this society. Not to mention that Ye Chen has a god, his Darklays online became very high. Looking at the water arrow turtle opposite, Ye Chen smiled slightly and took out his elf ball and pressed it lightly. A ferocious lizard king appeared on the field. This time Ye Chen used the lizard king. As soon as the lizard king came on the stage, he shouted angrily at the surroundings. Roar! The aura of the lizard king shocked everyone around him. I'll go, has this young lizard king reached the level of the museum owner? To be honest, I seem to have felt such a powerful level in our gym owner. I have tried to challenge the owner's most powerful elf, and that's how he feels to me. There were still many people who had seen the world there. From this feeling, I could feel that the aura of Ye Chen, the lizard king, belonged to the level of the museum owner. They felt right. After the last adventure, this lizard king reached the level of the museum owner. Facing the water arrow turtle opposite, there was no expression in the lizard king's eyes. He is an elf as high as level 51, while the water arrow turtle opposite is only level 48. Moreover, his own quality is much higher than that of the water arrow turtle on the other side. So this is another game without suspense. Jinjinj also felt the huge pressure brought by the lizard king this time. But he had no choice but to fight. Since he had come to power, he could only bite the bullet and fight. The water arrow turtle uses high speed to rotate. The water arrow turtle shrank into the turtle shell, and then the turtle shell rotated quickly and rushed towards the lizard king. Of course, Ye Chen would not only watch the lizard king by Shui naked turtle attack like this. Give the lizard king instructions immediately. The lizard king used high-speed movement to avoid him. Just when the water arrow turtle's high-speed rotation was about to hit the lizard king, the lizard king smiled slightly and moved at high speed, directly avoiding the rotation and high speed. Who has seen this before? Several afterimages appeared around. The eyes of the water arrow turtle were suddenly unclear. Which one was the real lizard king, and which one was his afterimage? But this trainer named Jinjinj did not give up. The water arrow turtle uses iron walls, and then continues to rotate at high speed. Since you don't know which one is afterimage or which body, then use it and knock them all out. Water arrow turtle, since we can't tell which one is the afterimage and which one is the entity, then I'll knock it all out. Because I can't tell which one is afterimage or what. Jinjinj plans to attack indiscriminately. Use the iron arm to greatly deepen the defense of your water arrow turtle, and then use the high again. He quickly rotated towards the afterimage door and rushed towards the end of the shadow. Ye Chen smiled slightly, it seemed that this trainer named Jinjinj still had something. But it's over for you to explain. The lizard king uses flying leaf storm. As soon as he finished speaking, the lizard king heard the order and immediately stopped, continued to move at high speed, and used the Fei storm in the palace. A large number of leaf-mounted blades appeared around him. Each one has huge lethality. The lizard king waved his hands and the flying leaf storm hit the rushing water arrow turtle. Boom! The flying leaf storm and the high-speed movement of the water arrow turtle collided together. There was no suspense, Fei Storm directly knocked the water arrow turtle to the ground. The body of the water arrow turtle was born from the turtle shell. I only saw that his eyes had turned into mosquito-coiled eyes, lying on the ground, losing his combat power. Seeing this, the referee immediately said. In the first round, Ye Chen won. Player Jincheng asked to take out the next elf. Since this game is a 3v3 game. As long as you have 3 elves, you can continue to fight, but if you have 3 elves without 3 elves, then you lose. After losing this one, then you lose. But it is obvious that the player of Jincheng still has the second and third chicks. He took it out. Come out, giant crab. Elf, giant crab. Attribute, water. Quality, elite. Current level, LV45, elite. Giant crab, let's be careful. The giant claw crab appeared on the field. The confrontation with the Lizard King. But I still didn't have any expression. Jincheng continued to order that he would take action first. The giant claw crab uses it to destroy the light. This morning, I seemed to be very confident in his giant crab. As soon as I came up, I let the giant claw crab use it and used a huge killer move to destroy the light. Ye Chen also looked at the attribute panel of this giant crab. He can also be regarded as a very weak elf of this trainer. Although this elf is not as tall as a water arrow turtle in its level. But it is almost the same as the water arrow turtle. Ye Chen also didn't plan to waste much time with Jincheng. In this game, he plans to fight him head-on. Kill him strongly. Lizard King, move at high speed to avoid this attack, and then use the leaf blade. The giant claw crab condensed a destructive light in its huge claws and rushed towards the Lizard King. The Lizard King had disdain in his eyes and used high-speed movement to avoid it. This time the impact was very fast. At this speed that others could not see, he came to the giant claw crab. Yebian. The blade on the user's arm of the Lizard King was heavily fucking the giant claw crab and hit it. Boom. After a loud bang, the giant claw crab was beaten back by the Lizard King. Lying directly on the ground. The eyes turned into mosquito-coiled eyes and lost their combat ability. Now Jincheng's face became dark. I lost again. This time I lost even worse. Could it be that he, the Lizard King, is so powerful? A surprising sigh also sounded from the audience. I'll go, his Lizard King is too powerful. I'm not a weak trainer because I'm not a bad trainer. I haven't been able to hold on for a few rounds today. Our group has become lingering. I don't know who can go up and consume his energy. Everyone was surprised that Ye Chen, the young man, had such terrifying strength. Without caring about other people's opinions, the referee continued. Ye Chen won the second round. Please exchange Jincheng for the next elf. Jin Chen also got angry after fighting here. He wouldn't even be unable to defeat an elf. Although I may not be able to win after I come back. But maybe this Lizard King is Ye Chen's ace. If I can defeat this lizard, it means that I can defeat him and win back my face. He was betting that Ye Chen was so young, he would definitely not have the second such powerful elf. In his opinion, it is already very wrong for such a young trainer to have elves at the level of a pavilion master. He thought that no matter how genius Ye Chen was, he would never have anything else. If someone knew about his thoughts, Ye Chen would definitely laugh to death. What, do you think this is my most powerful elf? Where can you put my open and my king level giant swamp monster? It's really a good place to see the sky. Then if I release the giant swamp monster of the king level, wouldn't I scare you to death? He sincerely maintained his emotions and threw out another elf ball. Come out, Feng Sui dog. Ye Chen took a look at the detection function of the user. It is a level 45 wind speed dog. It looks good to be cultivated. But he is not his Lizard King opponent. King Xiu has been trained so many times. It's already very powerful. Jincheng looked solemn. He can only fight with all his might now. Feng Sugu sent him an order as soon as he came on the court. Feng Su dog uses big words to explode. A large font-shaped fire condensed from Feng Su dog's mouth flame shape. He rushed towards the laundry room. Ye Chen smiled slightly and had such a slow attack, how could he not hit me? The Lizard King can't move him at high speed, so we'll finish him. No need to get involved, just go on and continue playing. Hearing this, Jin Cheng on the opposite side also hummed slightly. I actually imagined me as such a weak opponent, I must show you something good. The wind speed dog constantly condensed the big word explosion under the command of his spirit. Heading towards the high-speed western movement. Although his Feng Su dog's big word explosion is very offensive. But it is obvious that the Lizard King is better at his skills, and the Lizard King is so fast that he can avoid his big word explosion every time. The face on Jin Cheng's face has become very ugly. He had already predicted that he seemed to be losing. The Lizard King used the Flying Leaf Storm to deal with him. Hearing the order of the Lizard King quickly condensed the Flying Leaf Storm in front of him. Then he hit the Wind Speed dog. Because the Lizard King's speed is very fast, the Wind Speed tube has not had time to react. It was hit by Fei Storm. Feng Suo dog was knocked into the air and then fell heavily to the ground. Boom! After another loud bang, Feng Suo dog lay on the ground and lost its combat power. I'll go and kill it again. Damn, this is too strong, can we still win? I feel lingering unless someone can consume his energy. They thought if they could win this Ye Chen this time. That must be relying on their number of advantages to consume the physical strength of the Ye Chen elf. For a time, everyone had different thoughts and had different ideas. Congratulations to contestant Ye Chen for successfully defending the game. Please invite the next challenger. The first round of defense ends here, waiting for the second challenger to come on stage. Although the defenders have benefits, they can quickly resolve the battle. But there are also disadvantages. Those who guard the bells do not have enough rest time. If it weren't for the elves, they were very powerful and had enough physical strength. There is no way to continue fighting. However, Ye Chen didn't care about this, he believed in his Lizard King. After this period of time, the off-fielder came up again, the second challenger. If they don't come on stage to challenge, then Mo would default to the defender to win. The person in the audience wanted to win, and no one wanted to give the victory to Ye Chen. This time, a man with short hair was on stage. However, this man is not as strong as the previous challenger. The elves they own are all elite primary elves. Under Ye Chen's operation of 3 to 5 and 2, the Lizard King quickly defeated his 3 elves. Immediately afterwards, the second player was ranked second. After losing to Ye Chen, one challenger after another came on stage to challenge Ye Chen. However, none of these challengers had lasted for long in Ye Chen's hands. Basically, they were killed instantly by Ye Chen's Lizard King. Now it's the last opponent's turn to go on stage to show off with Ye Chen. It was the little boy behind Ye Chen when he was queuing before. Big brother, we're meeting again. After the little boy came on stage, he greeted Ye Chen with a smile. Ye Chen also responded to him with a smile. Let's start the competition. This is his last game, if he can quickly kill the little boy again, then he is qualified to participate in the subsequent competition. Okay, I've been looking forward to your battle with my elder brother. The two signaled to the referee that the game could begin. Now the last round of the first area. Challenger Zhang Hao vs Ye Chen, the defender. It's officially started now. Progress of the competition in the first area. Out of the referee's expectations, the other 7 areas are still in fierce melee. Because no one came out in the other 7 areas, he defended the game. We can only rely on the number of challenges arranged by the system, and we can divide into several teams to challenge. If someone appears like the first area, if someone guards the storm, then entering the city is not ordinary fast. The competition, which was originally expected to be held for 1 day, has now ended in almost a few hours. Now, as long as this round of competition is over, the first area competition will officially end. After hearing the referee's words, Ye Chen and Zhang Hao both took out their elf balls at the same time. "Ahaya, my lizard king is already very tired. I will change the elf. Do you have any objection?" The child was still a little surprised, but he soon thought of Ye Chen saying that he had a Baiyu and a lizard king. It seemed that Ye Chen wanted to use Baiyu. He nodded. The people in the audience were shocked. They all thought Ye Chen had only one lizard king. "That's why I never choose to replace the elf." It was not until now that they discovered that Ye Chen did not seem to have only one elf, but other elves. They just don't know if these other elves are still powerful. "Come out, compare the eagle." A white light flashed by, and a unique geisha appeared on the field. "I'll go." They all thought he only had a powerful lizard king, but they didn't expect there was such a powerful eagle. "Yes, this is more powerful, and it feels like it's not much different from that lizard king." "I'll go." "Who is this Ye Chen? He actually has such a powerful elf." Everyone was very curious about Ye Chen's origin. Because he can have such a powerful elves and is so young, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Ye Chen did not use his signature elf, so no one recognized him. Ye Chen used Kui Long or Dark Lei. Now Ye Chen uses the Lizard King and Baiyu. The strength Ye Chen used now is not of the same level as the rumored Ye Chen's strength, so they didn't think about entering the plate. "I have been guessing Ye Chen's identity." Of course, many people sighed too. They had previously thought of consuming Ye Chen's physical strength to make a person win. Thinking about it now, they think so ridiculously. This family not only has a powerful lizard king, but also a powerful eagle. When they saw two elves of strength at the level of the museum owner in a row, they couldn't help but wonder. Does Ye Chen still have powerful elf? They shook their heads, and it was really a pity that they were in the same group with such a powerful master. "Haven't you seen that other groups are 1-to-1 challenges, and then 20 pounds are 20 pounds, which is relatively simple?" "Okay, their group killed 18 people and one person, and now there is only one person left. This is completely like a sky and a underground." After seeing Ye Chen use his pen mark, the little boy also took out his elf ball. "You come out, bay leaf." "Elf, bay leaf?" "Attribute, grass. Quality, elite. Current level, LV42 level, elite." Ye Chen saw that it was a level 42 bay leaf. Unexpectedly, this young man is so young, he has an elf in his 40s level. It seems to be a little more powerful than his apprentice Zai. Zai gradually became stronger after meeting herself. And this young man can reach this level even after training himself. He must be a talented young man. "Start the fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Chen, as a senior, did not take action first, and planned to let Zhang Hao take action first. "Big brother, then I'll go first." "Bay leaves, use the flying leaves quick knife." After hearing the order, several blades on the head quickly spread out and hit Bai Diao. Comparison is not a simple character. Bai Diao used electric light to dodge the flying leaves fast knife. When the Fei quick knife is about to hit Bai Dio's body suddenly flashed and disappeared here. When he appeared again, Compare appeared in front of Yu Yi. Bai Diao uses air slash. Bai Diao's injuries began to shake and a violent wind blew. This strong wind condensed into a knife, and the shape rushed towards the bay leaves. Yu Yi did not react and appeared in front of him and attacked him. There was no time to escape being hit by the air slash. He fell to the ground and lost his combat power. Zhang Hao widened his eyes and did not dare to be confident at all. "I didn't expect that. I didn't hold on for a round." The comparison speed of Ye Chen on the other side was too fast. He didn't even react, and he had no way to give himself the less he could. In this round of competition, Ye Chen won the victory. "Player Zhang Hao, please summon your next little spirit." Zhang Hao did not react any other after hearing this. He did not summon his next elf, but said with a smile to Ye Chen. Big brother, it seems that my most powerful elves can't beat you. Then it makes no sense for me to go to the game next. Ye Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this. It seems that this boy named Zhang Hao wants to give up. It seemed that he knew he couldn't beat him, so he chose to give up. Just as he looked at the referee and said loudly, I admit defeat in the next 2 rounds of the referee. As soon as this statement came out, it caused a lot of discussion in the audience. What? Zhang Hao actually gave up. But think about it, Ye Chen on the stage is so powerful. If you continue to challenge, you will probably fail. Yes, I didn't expect that Ye Chen was so powerful in the queue, and he actually had 2 elves at the level of the museum owner. They all felt that the strength of the museum owner level was basically the strongest among them. Even in other areas, there may not be players who can have the audience strength. The first player Jinjinj who came on stage, whose strength is close to Mr. Guan, is already the strongest among them. Because not everyone has the opportunity to obtain high-quality elves. So that's it. Let everyone limit their level today. The referee also announced the winner of the first area. Congratulations to the player Ye Chen for winning the first area. Now I declare that the first regional victory has been decided. Get the referee's voice afterwards, applause, and the host also announced the news. People from the other 7 districts were stunned when they heard the news. Some people even were still in the game, and both Pokémon were thrown in place. Because their trainers did not give any orders. The trainers were stunned. They have not decided the winner yet, and there has been a champion in this area. I'll go, who is the sacred person? The battle was resolved so quickly. No, is the champion in the first area now? Is there someone guarding the squad in the first area? Everyone speculated about the exact situation. I forgot to fight. Some people even hadn't reacted yet, but the opponent on the other side had reacted. While he was in a daze, he gave him a fatal blow. Due to the impact of the victory of this first area, various things have occurred in other areas. After winning, Ye Chen also left the Hell area. Although today's battle ended very quickly, his elf really needs rest. He brought the Pokémon ball to the Pokémon Center Conservation Center. Give your elves a rest. I learned from the referee that the matches in other districts will probably not end until tonight, and the official match should be tomorrow. So he went back to rest. If you end the battle early, you actually have an advantage in the subsequent battles. Your elf can rest for longer and then recover better. I can also think that maybe these people are not like me, so I only took out these 2 elves to fight. Ordinary trainers will have several training sessions, such as Ye Chen himself also has several elves. I don't choose to take out these elves. Because it is too easy to kill them in seconds after taking out their strength, and there is no sense of accomplishment. Although these people are just that powerful, he also looks forward to having players who can make his eyes shine. At least it is to use these 2 weaker elves. It's still a bit difficult to fight continuously. By the end, Ye Chen had replaced the Northern Eagle. If Darklay or the Giant Swamp Monster, or the Fast Dragon, these 20 people could basically kill in seconds with just 1 blow. Day 2. After a night of rest, Ye Chen also reached the level of rest. In the evening, Ye Chen also bought elves specially for them. Let them eat full and have enough energy to face today's battle. In the evening, Border Town also knew about the winners from the other 7 areas. Zhang Yuezh, Zhou Zhengui, Pei Ming, Zhang Yu, Lu Na, Feng Shanshan, Shang Ziwiang. These 7 people all won through hardships. It was not as strong as Ye Chen who won the victory. Ye Chen just simply learned about it through the referee, and there were number 7 people. I didn't study anything about them. At his stage, there is no need to study others at all. How could I not be able to beat the 3v3 game? My 2 weak elves have the strength of the master level. It really doesn't work. I took out the other elves and still killed them in seconds. Ye Chen followed the instructions to arrive at today's competition venue. Today is an 8-4 game, and it will also be a 4-2 and 2-1 game. Because there are very fewer contestants today than yesterday, there are only 8 contestants in total. Today, the outcome of the game will be decided. Because I will probably be able to arrive in Koyi City tomorrow. It would be meaningless if this game was delayed for so long. The host's voice sounded in their ears again. The 8-4 match of the Saint Anu Elf competition is about to begin. Now everyone, please see the match opponents displayed on the big screen. Ye Chen vs Zhang Yuezhi. Zhou Jinwei vs Feng Shanshan. Pei Meng vs Zhang Yu. Shang Ziwiang vs Lu Na. Ye Chen saw his own at a glance. Opponent. It's a man named Zhang Yuezhi. According to the news, he seems to be the champion from the 7th area. But he didn't care much. Okay, now we are invited to play 8 of our players on stage at the same time. Because the competition venue is very sufficient, this time the 8-4 competition will be held at the same time. Everyone can see these 4 exquisite games at the same time. It is also to save enough time. The referee's voice fell. The 8 contestants gradually got on. Your own arena. Ye Chen is in the first arena. I've heard of you. You are the one who successfully defended the game in the first area, right? Ye Chen nodded. I'm looking forward to fighting you very much. Zhang Yuezhi on the opposite side was very arrogant. It seems that Ye Chen's VS19 record is not taken seriously. He felt that Ye Chen's actions were completely a fool's behavior. Because if you knock so much, you will definitely be greatly challenged to your elves and it is an unwise choice. So he doesn't think much of Ye Chen. He felt. Just guarding the beating, I definitely can do it, but that kind of thing the price is too high, and it is very undesirable in his opinion. But he didn't know that Ye Chen was not a player of the same level as him. For Ye Chen, it was quite simple to defend the squad. What is his opinion? Ye Chen shook his head and said nothing to this person, so he started fighting directly. I signaled to the referee, indicating that the battle could begin. The referee also received it, and then reached out to shout loudly at Zhang Ihua. The first regional competition officially begins. Come out, compare the eagle. Ye Chen planned to use Baihu to play. I only participated in one game yesterday and recovered faster. Come out, Meow Frog Flower. Elf, Wonderful Frog Flower. Attribute, Grass. Quality, Pavilion Owner. Current level, LV49, Elite. The contestant Zhang Yuezhi used a Wonderful Frog Flower. Ye Chen's user system's own detection function detected this Wonderful Frog Flower. It is a Wonderful Frog Flower with a level of 49. To his surprise, this Wonderful Frog Flower turned out to be an elf at the level of the museum owner. It exceeded his imagination. But there is no big surprise. Is it just a little elf who cares about the quality of the owner at the main level? If there is not one yet, it seems that these 8-4 and the subsequent games can bring you the joy of fighting. This person's eyes didn't seem to be particularly good to him, so Ye Chen chose to attack first. Bai Diao uses high-speed movement. After hearing the order, the body with a drop in nose moved quickly, forming after images. Zhang Yuezhi snorted coldly. Simple trick. Miao Hua uses a seed machine gun. After hearing the order, Miao Flora Flower ejected from the bud behind her, and countless seeds rushed towards the venue where Baihu was. Ye Chen smiled slightly at such a level of attack. Did he want to defeat me? Bai Diao, avoid him. The seed machine gun was broken, and other after images were about to hit the body of the comparison. A soothing sound. Bai Diao disappeared from the spot. When it appears again. Appeared behind Miavewa. Now is the time to decide the outcome. Ye Chen's mouth slightly raised. Chapter 70 Rockets Attack. Please subscribe and support when it is on the shelves. Chapter 70 Rockets Attack Pre-listed. Please subscribe and support. Zhang Yu's face changed. Although he had reacted, it was too late. Ye Chen's speed was very fast and he attacked his Meow Frog Flower. Air Slash. In the air, Bai Diao has used his skills. For a moment, Baidu's wings vibrated at a very fast speed, and the air around him was driven to become the sharp blade. Hey! Call! Call! The violent whistling slashed everyone's faces, and the power of this move of air slash could be felt from the violent wind. I'll go, this time I really feel the power of this air slash. Yes, I feel the violent air has a faint scratch on my face. You know, I'm very far away from the stage. Damn, then how powerful can his air slash reach? The people below the audience were so scared that they changed their color by the power of Bai Diao's air slash. They are still not far from the stage. But you can still clearly feel the power of this air slash. The wonderful frog flowers on the stage have not escaped this season's air. He was knocked down to the ground by his air, and his eyes turned into mosquito-coiled eyes, losing his combat power. Zhang Yu looked shocked. I didn't expect this one to be so difficult to deal with. When I was just facing the Battle of Bay Leaf. Although he did not use his true abilities. This time, he seemed to have finally noticed this quatrain. His speed and lethality are far superior to his. The elf. He looked solemn and didn't know what to do. But he would not admit defeat. He, Zhang Yu, did not recognize this habit. In his dictionary, he did not admit defeat. Even though he might have lost this game, he still bit the bullet. He took out the last elf ball and pressed it lightly. Come out, Bada Butterfly. Elf, Bada Butterfly. Attribute, Insect and Flight System. Quality, Elite. Current level, LV47, Elite. Ye Chen used the detection function and took a look at the panel of this big butterfly. It is a good training butterfly. However, it is not enough compared to your own eagle. I'm going to get on. Bada Butterfly. Use paralysis powder. Zhang Yu wanted to use paralysis powder to paralyze Ye Chen's Bai Diao. Give yourself the chance to attack. However, how could Ye Chen surrender? Compare the eagle. Use it to catch the wind. Ye Chen smiled slightly. If you attack me with paralysis powder, wouldn't that be shooting yourself in the foot? This time I am a flying elf, but I have the ability to take off. Ye Chen's secret is compared. The eagle waved its wings immediately. A hurricane broke out around him. The paralysis powder used by Bada Butterfly was blown on Bada Butterfly by this hurricane. Ba Dejuan suddenly fell into a state of paralysis. There is no way to move. You have no choice now, right? I will win this victory. Ye Chen said with a smile. Bai Chen. Use the whirlwind knife. Bai Diao obeyed the orders, and his wings kept waving. The whirlwind-like blade rushed directly towards the paralyzed Bada Butterfly. Bada Butterfly fell heavily to the ground, his eyes turned into mosquito-coiled eyes, losing his combat power. Ye Chen looked at the opponent in front of him, and he was a vulnerable existence again. Zhang Yu looked depressed. It seems that there is still no way to defeat Ye Chen, the opponent. The audience in the audience. He was also shocked by Ye Chen's strength. You said Ye Chen is going to win the championship, right? I think it's possible, you see his elves are so powerful. I don't think so, you see, there is still this strength in that ring that is stronger than him. Some people on the stage think that Ye Chen will win this game. Some people also think that Ye Chen is just lucky and not really strong. However, Ye Chen didn't care about the audience's opinions. Player Ye Chen won the number 1 ring. The referee's voice rang out on the court again. Everyone heard the news. T8939644460. Including those who fought on stage. Even for a while, I was affected by this. Damn it, this guy disturbs our psychology again. Damn it too much. How could this person be so powerful? What does his opponent eat when the battle is resolved so quickly? When they entered the first round of 20 yesterday, they were affected by the news that Ye Chen won. Unexpectedly, it will be affected again today. They hate Ye Chen very much. Can't they win slowly? I have to win so quickly. They were speechless. It was affected in the other 3 games. Ye Chen, who had already won the victory, ate something off the stage and rested for a while, waiting for the victory of the other 3. After a while, everyone in the other 3 arenas also decided the outcome. It's noon. The third party considered that Ye Chen was the only one who rested more, while the other 3 had just gone through a strong and fierce battle. It may cause injustice in the game. So I plan to have some rest after lunch and start the game. After some renovation, time has also come to the final of 4-2. This time the competition list is Ye Chen vs Zhou Jinwei, Zhang Yu vs Lu Na. After reading the list, Ye Chen had no expression. Now, please invite all the contestants to the stage. The 4-2 competition begins soon. Hearing the host's voice, Ye Chen and several other contestants walked onto the ring. After Ye Chen and Zhou Jinwei on the opposite side walked onto the arena, there was no big communication. They all took out their own elf balls one after another. Come out, Lizard King! Come out, Lai Kaiu! The 2 of them almost fell at the same time. Elf, Lai Kaiu. Attribute, electricity. Quality, pavilion owner. Current level, LV50 level, owner. Ye Chen used the detection panel to observe Zhou Jinwei's Lei Chu's panel. He raised his eyebrows. It seems that the person in front of me has extraordinary strength. This is the first player Ye Chen has met with the strength of the museum owner in so long. This was beyond his expectations. Unexpectedly, this little Saint Anu account actually has a player with the strength of the museum owner. He originally thought that the trainers here were at most the peak of the elite level, but who knew that there would be a trainer at the level of the master? His level is the same as that of Ye Chen's Lizard King. However, Ye Chen was not afraid that he would win this time. Because his Lizard King is far better than this Thunder Hill in terms of quality. I won't say much nonsense, let's start fighting. Ye Chen doesn't want to waste time anymore. As a trainer who can enter the 4th and 2nd finals, he has studied Ye Chen's previous battles. He knew that Ye Chen was a trainer who thought he had obtained the qualification to advance through the defense. He is also the first trainer to win his first victory in the 8th quarter-finals. He knew about his elves and the Lizard King. There were also discussions about these 2 people in the audience. Who will win this time? I think it's Ye Chen's one who performed very well. I don't think so. Zhou Jinwei, the Lai Kaiu, just now, performed very well. Other people's elves are not as good as him. Just when this competition is about to begin. Does Ye Chen dare to bet with me once? Ye Chen raised his eyebrows. What do you want? Zhou Jinwei spoke. Let's decide the winner at once. I clearly say that this Lai Kaiu is the most powerful spirit I have in my hands. No, it's so powerful. I think the Lizard King in your hand is also your strongest elf, right? Instead of spending time wasting other competitive duels, we might as well fight a battle that will block the win or lose. Ye Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this. It turned out that they all thought the Lizard King was the most powerful elf in my hand. This made me want to take out other elves to show them what power is. But Ye Chen still gave up this idea. He nodded and said casually, I have no objection. Zhou Jinwei's mouth raised slightly. Being deceived. Ye Chen is indeed young. When facing his own provocation, he always uses his own provocation and does not consider anything else. It seems that he is so stable. Ye Chen just shrugged, and he could see Zhou Jinwei's tricks. But your tricks are useless when facing absolute strength. After the 2 sides negotiated with the referee, this game determines the outcome of a game. Now we are in the 4-2 games. Ye Chen vs Zhou Jinwei. It's officially started now. After both sides got into the game, both of them asked their elves to use their moves at the same time. Lizard King. Use high-speed movement. Laikaiu. We also use high-speed movement. As soon as the words fell, two high-speed moving figures appeared on the field. The speed was so fast that they could not be seen. Only two flashing lines could be seen in the audience, slashing around in their eyes. They could not see the Lizard King and Lei Chu at all. Humph, you're a good fight. Zhou Zhengui looked at Ye Chen disdainfully. After introducing Ye Chen into his provocation, his nature was exposed. Next, let you see what real strength is. Zhou Zhenwei waved his arm and shouted. Lei Chul. Use 100,000 volts. After Lei Chu heard the order, his body began to bend, and then there was a faint sound of electric shock on his body. Thorn, thorn. Slowly, a huge wave of energy gathered on Lei Chu. Seeing this, Ye Chen also decided to fight him head-on. Lizard King. Use Flying Leaf Storm. The Lizard King condensed a huge flying leaf storm during his lifetime. Judging from the posture, the flying leaf storm is much stronger than 100,000 volts. Go! Both of them ordered at the same time. The flying leaf storm collided with 100,000 volts. Boom! After a loud bang, two impacts collided together. The flying leaf storm beat 100,000 volts to one side. Seeing the flying leaves storm, as long as it hit Laikaiu. Laikaiu. Use electric light to dodge it. After hearing the order, Lei Chu dodged the leap that was hit. Zhou Zhengui wiped, sweating profusely on his forehead, and sighed. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Let his Laikaiu escape this shock. He looked solemnly thinking about how to get this battle. Laikaiu. Use high-speed movement to rush over, we use impact. Since you can't beat the opponent with energy skills. Zhou Zhengui thought about using his body to see if he could beat the Lizard King this time. Ye Chen refused everyone. The Lizard King also used the impact to let him see how powerful we are. Hearing Ye Chen's order, the Lizard King flashed and rushed towards Laikaiu. Boom! 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 The bodies of the Lizard King and Lei Chu in the air kept colliding back and forth, making violent sounds. Oh my god, how terrible the collision between these two people is. Yes, I really don't know how strong their elves can be. The main reason is that my elf was hit. I guess he has lost his combat power now. One by one in the audience. They were all frightened by the aftermath of the elves fighting between Ye Chen and Political Commissar Zhou. They could all feel the deep shock from the battle. It's beyond their reach. Ye Chen and Zhou Zhengui on the stage were not influenced by the audience. Zhou Zhengui looked solemn, while Ye Chen looked relaxed. Ye Chen was not worried at all that he could not win. The suppression of the elves will gradually be revealed. Gradually, one of the two elves who had just collided quickly on the stage gradually slowed down. It seems that an elf has slowed down. You guys think it's Laikaiu? Doesn't that mean Ye Chen is going to win? Everyone waited for a while and saw that Lei Chu's physical strength was gradually unable to keep up, as if the winner was about to be decided in this game. Boom! In a collision that everyone cannot see, Laikaiu was hit underground by the Lizard King. He wanted to stand up again and continue fighting with the Lizard King. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get up. Until the end, he could only lie on the ground and lose his combat power. Seeing this, Zhou Zhenwei felt cold. It seems that the elf opposite is much stronger than Lei Chu this time. I have a question, is your elf surpassing the quality of the museum owner? Ye Chen nodded without saying anything. There is no need to tell all your information about the enemy. The more you hide, the greater the possibility that you can defeat others. He and Zhou Zhengui are not friends either. If he insists on calculating, he can be considered an enemy. I have no obligation to tell him the news about my manager, and at most I will answer this question. 8939644460 Novel Group. Seeing Ye Chen's answer, Zhou Zongwei seemed to have an answer in his heart. If it weren't for the elves who were more concerned about quality, they wouldn't be much stronger than their own elves. I lost. In this competition, Ye Chen won the game. The host's voice once again appeared in everyone's ears. Announcing this 4-2 game, Ye Chen won again. I'll go, Ye Chen won again. Look at me, just say it, it must be Ye Chen who won the victory. I didn't expect this young man to be so strong. The discussions about Ye Chen and Zhou Jinwei were remembered again in the audience. Ye Chen ignored the discussion and stepped down alone and walked to the rest area, waiting for another player with 4-2 win. After waiting for a while, another contestant appeared. The winner was contestant Lu Na. However, the next scene made Ye Chen a little confused. Lu Na quietly walked to the host. Something was said beside him. The host immediately ran to the stage and picked up the microphone. Dear friends at the scene, there is an emergency now. Our contestant Lu Na, because of her elves, suffered huge damage in the battle just now. Take the initiative to give up in our game. So now our championship is born. Let us welcome our champion Ye Chen to the stage with the warmest applause. I thought of warm applause for a moment. Many people were stunned. They thought the next game would be a more exciting battle. In the 4-2 game, they saw that each player showed their own unique skills and played very well. So they are even more looking forward to their performance in the finals. But who knew that another player directly chose to give up the game because of his injury? The player Ye Chen won the victory directly. Not only the audience was confused, Ye Chen was also stunned. He didn't expect that Lu Na would admit defeat and he won a championship in vain. However, even if Lu Na refuses to admit defeat, the championship will fall into her own hands. It's just a reduction in the process of winning. He slowly walked onto the host's podium. Take over the rewards of this elf competition from the host. The Flame Rabbit from the Geril region. Elf, Flame Rabbit. Attribute, Fire. Quality, Quasi-Heavenly King. Current level, LV32 level, Advanced. It turned out to be a Quasi-King quality Fire Rabbit. Ye Chen was a little unexpected. The organizer this time is so generous that he even took out the management of the Quasi-Heaven King's strength as a reward. It seems that there is one more team in my team. A pretty elf. Although there is still some gap compared to the elf of the king's quality, I still believe that I may also receive some systematic rewards to improve the quality of this flame rabbit. Ye Chen was happy. Take the elf ball from the flame rabbit. He put him into his system backpack. Now that's it. Everyone is celebrating. Boom. A violent explosion attracted everyone's attention. Everyone fell in love with that place. What's the situation? Since you have asked sincerely, let's tell you with great compassion. The evil beta white that implements love and justice is waiting for us tomorrow. We are the Rockets, meow. Hearing the familiar browse at Pai Ye Chen. It turned out to be the Rockets. Now he finally remembered who gave him this ticket before he uploaded it. It turned out to be the Rockets duo Musashi and Kojiro. No wonder I feel very familiar with it. The makeup skills of these two people are too powerful, and they almost deceived themselves. I have to say that this is a big bug in Pokemon. Their makeup skills are really too strong. Seeing the Rockets' appearance, Ye Chen realized that this time it should be the Rockets' conspiracy. Because there are many excellent trainers gathered on this boat. The Rockets' goal is to capture the elves of the trainers. This time, there are so many trainers on the Saint Anu, and the Saint Anu is already on the sea and cannot receive support from the shore for a while. So this time they come to seize the elf is an excellent opportunity. While the Rockets' third group appeared, other people wearing Rockets' clothes also emerged. No one is allowed to move, just hand over your elves obediently. Fully armed Rockets surrounded all the little trainers present. The trainers present were all frightened. What's the situation? There are so many Rockets personnel. You should know that the Rockets are a notorious terrorist organization. XXX. When they met them, they were all very scared. I didn't dare to do anything for a moment. Stay quietly in place, waiting for their instructions. And now Ye Chen finally understood the purpose of this elves competition held on the Saint Anu. It turns out that all this was pushed by the Rockets, behind. This time the reward is probably all the bait taken out by the Rockets. I fool everyone to fight for it. This time the reward makes everyone's heart management lose its combat effectiveness in this time. It seems that the Rockets' plan is very successful. Because no one discovered that behind this elite competition was the Rockets pushing it. Everyone except Ye Chen used all their strength to carry out this battle. This is a Rockets people, looking at these people disdainfully. How is it? Are your elves still fighting power? Everyone wants to compete for the first place. Do you still have the combat power to fight us? As he said that, everyone in the Rockets burst into laughter. They were so happy. This time, you can take down your mission without any effort. Because these trainers used all their elves to fight for this quasi-king elves. What's even more hateful is that they do not give everyone time to rest. Especially the top 8 players they care very much about. As for those players who did not enter the top 8, they are not opponents of their Rockets players at all, so there is no need to worry at all. So this time they did not give King Bao players too much rest time, so that they could spend all their time on duels. Damn it, I didn't expect their methods to be so vicious. Yes, my elf has no combat power at all now. Damn, what should we do now? The trainers in the world are anxious because there is no interesting solution now. Ye Chen stood there and used the power of the waveguide to check the Rockets members on the entire ship. He did not choose to take action now, and he took action rashly without understanding the other party's situation. This is a very dangerous behavior. Even though his elves are very powerful, he is still an ordinary person. So only by understanding the situation of all the Rockets on the ship can you take action to save this group of people. The waveguide power used by Ye Chen found that there were 50 people wearing Rockets uniforms on the ship, distributed in every corner of the entire ship. Ye Chen took a breath of air conditioning. The Rockets were too strong. It actually made so many people lurk on the Saint Anu. It seems that I want to catch everyone in one place. All of you please hand over your elves. The Rockets trio was commanded by the leaders in this hall, while the other Rockets members were holding the trainers' elves. When everyone heard the news, they frowned and had to cooperate with the Rockets players' actions. They have no way to save themselves. As the Rockets said, their elves have lost their combat capabilities. There is no ability to protect them. So they dared not resist and could only cooperate obediently. Ye Chen continued to use the power of the waveguide, and he found a breath of powerful energy on the deck. It has to be said that the power of waveguides is really convenient to use. It seems that we have to solve the trouble in the hall first, and then solve the headache of the Rockets, which emits powerful energy. Ye Chen gently pressed his elf ball. Come out, Darklay. Now Ye Chen has figured out all the situations, and he has protection such as waveguides. Can these people be saved? A white light flashed by, arrogant. Darklay appeared beside Ye Chen. Whose elf is allowed to move? The sharp-eyed Rockets saw it. Darklay's appearance. Speak out immediately. Everyone was attracted by this voice and looked at Darklay. Wow, what kind of elf is this? I seem to have seen this elf. I'll go. This is like Darklay. Some people in the audience recognized Darklay. Someone suddenly exclaimed. I went to Darklay and appeared. Wouldn't that Ye Chen be the rumored Ye Chen? What rumored Ye Chen? Don't there be any internet connection in your village? I don't even know that Ye Chen is a person who can fight against a king-level figure. What? For a moment, the audience who saw Darklay thought of Ye Chen, who was the legendary god of war King Ye Chen. It seems we are saved. Yes, Ye Chen is actually here with us, so we don't have to worry. At this time, the rockets saw Ye Chen next to Darkley. Musashi, is that the boy we gave him the vote? What did Musashi's words remind Kojiro of it? I didn't know if I didn't look at it, but I was shocked when I saw it. It was really the boy they gave me the votes. Because he is very handsome, he has a very big impression of Ye Chen in his mind. I'll go, the one we gave the handsome guy turned out to be the rumored Ye Chen. Damn, what should I do next? They knew that Ye Chen was able to fight against a king-level figure, and they suddenly became indifferent. Don't be afraid of all Rocket's personnel. At this time, a voice suddenly appeared in the Rocket's ears. A purple man appeared in front of the Rocket's people. Tisk tisk tisk, I was just planning to grab the elf on this boat. At the beginning, I was unhappy about the boss's arrangement. Now I actually encountered a phantom beast, I am really lucky. The purple man was very arrogant and said with a smile at Darkley and Ye Chen. He didn't think Ye Chen's strength was very strong. He also knew that he did not win the battle with the Heavenly King, and that Heavenly King was definitely not the user's own powerful elf. Instead, users have weaker elves to fight. Their Rocket's information to recognize it is not fake, although they have channels for these news. Hehe, I just defeated the King of Heaven. Ye Chen looked at him with an expression on his face, as if he was like a fool. Later, he will let him know what a yellow dog is without tears. The purple man noticed Ye Chen staring at him with this look, and snorted in dissatisfaction and said ferociously. Although you claim to defeat the Heavenly King, you also own a phantom beast. But if you face me, you will definitely fail. 0016711055. Let you see how I took away your phantom beast. Ye Chen looked calm. Through the power of the waveguide, he felt that the strength in front of him was extraordinary. Pointing at the man, he threw out his elf ball and pressed it lightly. Come out, big-mouthed bat. Through the system's detection function, Ye Chen checked the news about this big-mouthed bat. Elf, big-mouthed bat? Attribute, poison and flying. Quality, quasi-heavenly king. Current level, LV68 level, quick king. I don't know if I don't look at it, and I'm shocked when I see it. It turned out to be a quasi-king level big-mouth bat. And it is even stronger than the quasi-heavenly king player Ye Chen met before. He has you in his eyes. Is this the other party's trump card? It seems that the opposite side underestimated himself. I don't take myself seriously at all and think that I am a soft persimmon. In fact, Ye Chen also admired this trainer a little. Because everyone knows that the big-mouth bat is not a particularly rare elf. But the opponent can cultivate the big-mouth bat to the level of quasi-heavenly king in the level of cultivation. That can be said to be a very excellent trainer. It's just that a trainer is a good trainer. But his character is definitely not very good. Who can be a good person who thinks about seizing other people's elf all day long? The purple man looked at Ye Chen's Darkley and snorted coldly. Big mouth squirt. Air slash. After hearing the order, he released the powerful air fighter jet and rushed towards Darkley. Darkley, use the shadow clone to avoid it. Ye Chen knew that he could not confront the attack of this big mouth spoke head-on. Can train such an inconspicuous elf to the level of a quasi-heavenly king. That is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. I cannot withstand their attacks as I did before when dealing with those training stands. Although his Darkley is also the quasi-heaven king's strength, and his quality is also a first-class god, it is much higher than other qualities. But for safety reasons, Ye Chen decided to avoid this attack first. Darkley. Use hypnosis. After opening and hearing the order, the body gradually disappeared and suddenly appeared in front of the big mouth radius, using the hypnosis technique to hypnotize it. The purple man raised his lips and laughed. Do you think hypnosis is useful for my big mouth spoke? Big mouth bat used the impact to hit me. As the purple man said, hypnosis has no effect on the large mouth sensation. After hearing the order, the big-mouthed bat rushed towards Darkley. Boom! Darkley and his big mouth collided. But there was no such thing, as everyone thought that Darkley was knocked out by his big mouth. Darkley, with his strong strength, steadily resisted the impact of the big mouth spoke. "Oh, it seems that your dagger is very high in quality." A greedy face appeared on the purple man's face. Because he did not obtain high-quality elf, his strength has always been limited to the quasi-heaven king. Now, such a high-quality Darkley appeared in front of him. Not only is it rare, but it is also very powerful. If you can confront yourself head-on, you will definitely not be too bad. It seems that I must get your Darkley. Ye Chen couldn't help but snorted coldly. Drink, you have the ability to come, it's not certain who wins and loses. Darkley uses dark holes. Ye Chen's voice has fallen and Klai uses the dark hole. Several blacks appeared beside the big-mouthed bat. The hole hit. For a moment, the big-mouthed bat was controlled by the black hole. The purple man's face changed immediately. Big-mouthed bat uses ultrasonic waves. The purple man wanted to use ultrasound to break the black hole wave. However, Darkley's black hole waves are obviously not so simple to break. Allowing the purple man to let the big mouth wait to use any attack, he could not hurt the black hole. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen smiled. What other way do you have now? Accept failure obediently. Darkley, once you solve him. Darkley. Use the fluctuation of evil. Ye Chen no longer hesitated and directly used the biggest move to make the evil fluctuations. After hearing the order, Darkley condensed a wave of evil flashing with huge energy in front of him. He looked at the big-mouthed bat controlled by the dark wave cave. Don't snort coldly. Boom! Darkley waved his hand and the evil waves gathered rushed towards the big mouth. No! The purple man's face changed. He couldn't believe that the dark hole that the big guest came could actually make his big-mouthed bat unable to fight back. All were controlled. Boom! After a loud bang, the big-mouthed bat was knocked to the ground by the wave of evil, and his eyes turned into mosquito-coiled eyes, losing his combat power. All the Rockets players outside the court watched this scene incredible. They think of the savior. This time they seized the leader of the elf operation. It is also a leader in their fleet who is not strong enough. That's a person with the strength of a quasi-heavenly king. He was actually knocked down by Ye Chen. It's really incredible. I'll go, this man seems to have the strength of a king of heaven. What's even more terrifying is that Ye Chen actually knocked him down. My God! I don't dare to imagine how powerful Ye Chen's strength is now. What is even more incredible than the Rockets players are the trainers in the audience. Especially those trainers who have fought with Ye Chen. Especially those who think Ye Chen's ace is a trump card or a lizard king. At this moment, they all left behind and lowered their heads. They would never have thought that Ye Chen's strength was beyond their imagination. The next one is you. Darkley. Use the dark hole. Hold all the Rockets players to me. Since the locations of all Rockets members were detected, Ye Chen no longer hesitated. Let Darkley use the dark hole directly to let all the Rockets players control it. Of course, they were knocked out before they were locked up. For a moment, a group of Rocket members were opened and made floating. All of them were gathered on the deck by Ye Chen. Chapter 71 Gengui, please subscribe and support when it is on the shelves. Chapter 71 Gengui, please subscribe and support if it is on the shelves. All the passengers watched this scene incredible way. They watched Ye Chen capture all the Rockets members. When the Rockets appeared, they were all desperate, thinking that they could not escape the Rockets' clutches this time. Especially when the purple man appeared. They felt deep despair. When I think that the elf I obtained before in my life are no longer guaranteed. The reversal of the matter made them all widen their eyes. When I saw Ye Chen defeating all the Rockets players and then defeating the purple man. In their eyes, Ye Chen was as sacred as a savior. Thanks to Ye Chen, the savior. Yes, I was so scared that I was so scared. Fortunately, Ye Chen appeared in time to save us. I feel deeply guilty when I think about the fact that we were hostile to him before. Everyone started to talk, looking at the figure full of sacred glory standing on the field. After a while, everyone ran over and thanked Ye Chen for saving them. Ye Chen, thank you, you once again became the great hero to save me. Yes, thanks to your appearance, otherwise our elves will suffer. Ye Chen waved his hand and said that all this was a trivial matter. Although I'm not a member of the League's search team, I can't do these unjust things that happen. Everyone applauded him when they heard this. They were all very surprised at Ye Chen's modesty. I didn't expect that such an excellent person would be so humble, which was unprecedented. They all expressed their praise with their hands and told them loudly. Now we've all caught these dangerous people from the rockets. We want to contact Miss Juncha to deal with this incident. As he said that, Ye Chen took out the contact information given to him by Miss Juncha last time and contacted Miss Juncha using the satellite phone on the ship. Is it Miss Juncha? We captured a large number of rockets operation personnel on the Saint Anu. What? Miss Juncha on the opposite side was stunned when she heard what Ye Chen said, and stood there blankly. But soon he digested what Ye Chen said. Because Miss Juncha quickly thought of Ye Chen, there is no problem with the strength to deal with a few rockets members. Obviously he did not expect that there was a purple man among these rockets players. Soon, Miss Juncha received the news from Ye Chen. We plan to wait for the arrival of the Saint Anu, which Ye Chen and the others are riding in the port of Koyi City. Student Ye Chen, thank you very much this time. Thank you for helping us arrest so many criminals again. Miss Juncha thanks Ye Chen very much. Ye Chen helped their Juncha family complete so many security tasks again and again. Ye Chen said to Miss Juncha with a smile. Miss Juncha, you are polite, this is what I should do. Soon, Miss Juncha, led by Ye Chen, saw the rockets team members tied to the deck. When she first saw an ordinary team member, she still looked calm. When Miss Juncha's eyes looked at the purple man, she quickly widened her eyes and said in a daze. Is this one of the quasi-heroes of the rockets? Ye Chen nodded calmly. Did you defeat this? Miss Juncha once again expressed surprise. He admitted that he knew Ye Chen's strength was indeed very strong. Unexpectedly, they have reached the level of quasi-heavenly king's strength. Such a young boy. He is handsome and so strong. A faint redness appeared on Miss Juncha's face. However, because of the 6th 5-3 professional ethics, she did not do anything abnormal. Thank you very much, Ye Chen. This purple man is one of the several wanted dealers of the rockets that our league wants to be arrested. But because of the strong strength of this man, we can't arrest him. I didn't expect that today, but now it fell into your hands by Ye Chen. Miss Juncha looked excited. As long as you are a bad person, I will definitely not let it go. With Ye Chen, a person like you will have more safety in our alliance. After a while, Miss Juncha and Ye Chen chatted for a while. Then he took these rockets personnel away. At this time, Ye Chen had already left the Saint Anu. Standing in this port, Ye Chen looked at the scenery in front of him by himself. Suddenly, he encountered a high lighthouse, which led to Ye Chen's eyes. A dusty memory opened in Ye Chen's mind. Zhengui's lighthouse. News came to his mind about the place where Pokemon research master Zhengui lives. He not only thought of Zhengui, but also a mysterious figure. After reading the original work until the original work, there is a very powerful elf in the regular lighthouse. Although Zai and the others did not see the mysterious figure of the elf in the original sentence. But Ye Chen found out from various information that it was a huge fast dragon. He knew that the fast dragon was probably the largest fast dragon in the entire elf world. Maybe it has mysterious energy. I also have a fast dragon, and I wonder if I can meet him? But now Ye Chen and the other two are visiting the researcher named Zhengui. Dr. Oki once said that Jengui is a Pokemon researcher who is not inferior to him. Speaking of Dr. Damu, everyone who knows the elf knows him. In fact, no one knows Jengui, who is not at all related to his abilities. So Ye Chen planned to visit this Pokemon research master. Thinking of this, Ye Chen walked towards the place where Jengui Lighthouse was located. Ding dong, ding dong. Come to the gate of Jengui Lighthouse. Ye Chen pressed the doorbell of Jengui Lighthouse. But there was no response. Is Jengui not at home? Logically speaking, Jengui should be a person who studies elves in the regular beacon. According to Ye Chen's understanding, Jengui has a very profound research on those extinct elves. I often wear all kinds of extinct elves costumes, sit in Jengui Lighthouse thinking and feel the life of the elves. But now, beyond his expectations, Jengui was not in the lighthouse. Did he go to study the elves in some part of the district? When erecting formality, we have to mention a device that is very popular in the elves' world. Elf teleportation device. And Jengui is the inventor of this magical device. With the existence of the elf teleportation device, many trainers can place it in their homes after convinced by the elf, not at home. Because every trainer stipulates that he can only carry 6 elf balls on his body. When every trainer participates in the competition, he will choose different elves due to the differences in attributes and combat power. But every game is not necessarily home, so changing the elves is also very troublesome. The appearance of the elf teleportation device provides convenience to these trainers. This allows them to change their elves during the game, and there are many more choices. It can be said that this time, the reform talents of the entire business world have made more trainers in the spiritual world. More ways out. There will be no consequences of the game failure because the attributes of the 6 elves they carry are suppressed by the opponent. Let them have various possibilities, and they can teleport other things back and conquer more elves. Conquering more elves is beneficial to the research on elves. Because elves are the most mysterious existence in this world. And it has a very broad history. Elves existed on this planet before humans appeared, so they know many prehistoric stories that humans do not know. Researching elves can allow humans to understand their past and the past of this planet. In Ye Chen's opinion, Jengui's achievements are very great. So he really wanted to meet this Pokemon researcher Jengui. He is not at home, so he must be studying something around him. Ye Chen thought so, so he planned to stroll around here. Can you find Jengui's figure? Help, help. Ye Chen was walking around here when he suddenly heard a cry of help. Ye Chen raised his eyebrows, and there should be no one around here. Then the call for help that came should be the call for help that came from Jengui, right? Thinking of this, Ye Chen rushed towards the direction where the call for help came. Help, help. Jengui was shouting for help while running forward. There seemed to be something behind him, chasing him. Take a closer look. That was a group of very fierce Ladas. Soon Ye Chen arrived here and saw the figure who was being chased by Rada. The green hair and the familiar face. Ye Chen recognized that he was the researcher of Pokemon, Jengui. Jengui also saw Ye Chen who suddenly appeared. But his face was still very ugly. Because he saw Ye Chen's young face. You should know that the representatives of young people in the elf world are basically the weaker part. And the Rada in front of him are relatively powerful people in his hands and his Rada men. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so helpless and chased by them. There is no way to resolve the current crisis. Stop being idle, run. For a moment, Jengui sent it to Ye Chen. An invitation to escape together. Because he knew that such a young trainer would definitely not have any powerful elves. He has been studying elves in the regular lighthouse, so he is still not very clear about what happened in the elves world recently. He had no idea that there was a strong trainer as young as Ye Chen. He knew that he could not harm such a young trainer. Because young trainers are the future of this elf world. Every mature trainer comes step by step from young trainers. It is also because of the accumulation of time that we have the current strength. Not everyone has strong strength when they were young. Gradually, as we grow older and train elves, and with our understanding of strength and tactics, trainers are getting stronger and stronger. Zhengui knew about this, so he immediately thought about taking the singing Ye Chen to run together. Because he knew that Ye Chen must have come over after hearing his call for help. Transfer Group 37, 72, 11. This should be a very good boy. When he heard his call for help, he immediately chose to come and save him, rather than Xiaoxiu watching. This made me very pleased, so my favorability for him increased. Ye Chen was confused by his words, and suddenly stood there without any movement. Don't be stupid, run away quickly, otherwise you want to be injured by this group of Radachoni. How could Ye Chen yell loudly without any movement? Is there something wrong with this boy? How could I see the terrifying Lada group and why didn't I run away? Are you Zhengui, a research master of Pokemon? Ye Chen didn't care about Zhengui's opinion of him. Although I recognized that it was Zhengui, I still wanted to confirm it. Zhengui looked speechless. When has it been time to ask such a nutritious question? Of course I'm Zhengui. After receiving a positive answer, Ye Chen's eyes became firm. Researcher Zhengui, please hide from the side, I will solve the rest. I announced domineeringly. For a moment, Zhengui was thrown to the spot by him. When is it that you are still pretending to be a hero here? Zhengui was a little angry. Why is this young man so ignorant? He even came out to show off his strength when he was in such a difficult situation. However, he had some doubts in his heart. Isn't this young man pretending to him? Or is this young man really at an extraordinary level? He also stopped his steps and hid as the boy said. Watching the boy face the Rada group coming from behind. He was wearing some white clothes, but it was like snow. It looks like a very exquisite picture. A young man in white formed a strong contrast with a group of fierce Ladas. At this moment, a very beautiful landscape painting was formed in Zhengui's eyes. The next moment, Zhengui shook his mind. When is it that I still think about these things in my head? If this young man can't stop the Lada group behind, then what we have to face is a very terrifying thing. However, he still had some hope in his heart, hoping that this young man could bring extraordinary behavior. At this time, Ye Chen was standing between Zhengui and Lada group. The Rada group was also shocked by the sudden appearance of the person. For a moment, I didn't choose to rush forward, but chose to stop. Ye Chen looked at the Ladas. Lada's appearance is a large mouse. Their characteristic is very large front teeth. The 3 rows of cream-colored beards look a little scary on both sides. If I saw this in the middle of the night, why did I keep Lada? I might be scared and screamed. Ye Chen thought that it might have been during his research that he accidentally invaded their territory. You should know that Lada is aggressive, and more importantly, their group size is very large. Once they feel provoked, they will go out to attack no matter what kind of enemy they face. This is also the reason why Zhengui was attacked by such a large group of people. If Zhengui only attracted the attention of other elves, they might only appear 1 or 2 to chase Zhengui. And it won't be like now there are hundreds of these people chasing Zhengui. Because Rada is a very crowded elf. Once one is angry, many of them will come together. Ye Chen stared at the group of Radas. There was no fear in my eyes. He used the detection function that comes with the system and checked this group of Radas. This group of Radas are generally elves around level 40. Only one Rada leader is outstanding. The result in the detection result is. The best thing is that the level of the leader Lada is as high as level 59. That is the peak level of the museum owner. This is very rare among the wild elves. It is difficult for ordinary wild elves to reach this level when they rely on their own growth. It can be imagined that this Rada is also a not simple character. Elf, Rada. Attribute, General. Quality, Pavilion Owner. Current level, LV59 level, Owner. Faced with these group of ratas, Ye Chen was thinking about which elves to use to fight. However, this scene was misunderstood by him in Zhengui's eyes. He thought Ye Chen was frightened by so many ratas, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. His face was full of tension. He was afraid that the boy in front of him would not have real strength. Just bit the bullet and show off. After a while, Ye Chen chose the elf to fight. Come out, Kuai Long. This time Ye Chen chose his powerful elf fast dragon. In the last special training, Kuai Long's level also reached level 60. Very powerful. This time, I will definitely solve the problem when facing this group of ratas, and there will definitely be no problem. Because he wanted to give Zhengui a good impression. After all, my goal this time is to visit him, which can give him a good impression and help him in his subsequent actions. As for why you choose Kuai Long, because the user of Dragon Aura Pokemon looks very handsome. Very well matched with my own outfit. Dragon Knight, this is a character that Ye Chen always dreams of becoming. A white light flashed, and a mighty fast dragon appeared on the field. Roar! As soon as the Kuai Long appeared, he shouted angrily at the Rai group. Kuai Long is worthy of being a quasi-heavenly king of power. And the quality has reached the highest level of the king. His roar made these ratas, who were generally in the 40s, feel a deep sense of oppression. The feeling of oppression from strength made them tremble. However, they are a very united group. Although they are afraid, they did not leave this for a moment. Because of their heads, the leader of Rata is still here. If the leader does not disperse, they will not disperse. The leader of Lada also felt the huge power of this step. There was a hint of tension on his fierce face. Rata, Rata. The words kept appearing in the mouth of the leader Lada, as if they were talking to Kuai Long. Who are you? Why should we block our tribe's way to chase the enemy? My master asked me to stop you guys. I am a person who is very important to us. Okay, since it doesn't make sense, then let's see the real tricks at our hands. When the leader of Lada saw this dragon, he seemed to have no way to communicate with him in language to solve the problem, so he planned to fight with this dragon. Since your words cannot be explained, you can only rely on your strength to speak. The leader of Lada was also very confident in his strength. Although I felt the huge compaction from the fast dragon opposite me. But I am not the weak leader of Lada. The face of the leader Lada posed in a mighty style. Ye Chen, who was standing aside, also understood the contradiction between Lada and Kuai Long using the power of the waveguide. Talk. He smiled and wanted to solve it with words. It was impossible. It would be better to have a refreshing duel. Quick dragon! Let's get on! Ye Chen knew that he had to drive away the Rata group in front of him so that he could discuss the elves with Zhengui. Since we can't communicate, let's fight him. For a moment, Kuai Long and the leader of Lada both took a fighting pose. Rata, who was pulled behind the leader, was still thinking about going up with his leader. Attack this powerful fast dragon. However, the leader of Lada was not a person who bullied the less, he waved his hand. He shouted at the Ratas behind him. Rata, Rata! Tell them. This is my battle with him. You are not allowed to interfere. You all return it to me. The Rata group behind the leader of Lada stopped hearing the leader's voice, and silently cheered for his leader's head behind. Zhengui, who was standing aside, was shocked by this scene. What? This Lada group actually has such high dominance and leadership. He wanted to study this group of Ratas for a moment. No matter how much he seems to have forgotten his current situation. It was because he was chased by Rata group and ran away constantly, so that Ye Chen would have the place he is now to save him. At the same time, he also noticed Ye Chen's fast dragon. As a Pokemon researcher named with Dr. Oki, I soon recognized this very rare Quasi-Deo Pokemon, Kuai Long. Although Kuai Long is relatively rare, it has not been studied. But what he noticed was that Ye Chen's fast dragon seemed to have an extraordinary quality. And he is also very powerful in terms of strength. It seems to have reached the level of the quasi-heaven king. Is this a fast dragon with the strength of a quasi-heavenly king? Zhengui asked loudly. Ye Chen naturally heard it. Yes. Then he ignored him. The current situation is to solve Lada here. Come on the dragon, let them know that we are amazing. Ye Chen's voice fell and he rushed towards Radha. The leader of Lada on the opposite side also rushed towards the Kuai Long. Crash! The leader of Radha used the collision skill. Boom! The voices of Kuai Long and the leader of Lada collided. Bang! Bang! Because the sounds of the two of them collided together, they kept thinking about the banging sounds around them. Zhengui, who was standing aside, felt a secret surprise when he heard the collision between them. This young man's elf is really too strong. When Ye Chen saw that this was Lada, he seemed to have his own chance to collide. Quick dragon, use the dragon's tail. Kuai Long's body swung, and the dragon's tail swept towards Radha. Lada's body is relatively small, and the fast dragon's tail is a huge monster for Lada. But this Radha leader seems to have something. When the fast dragon tail hits Radha, he sprinted and avoided the dragon's tail. Oh, you're still a little bit of strength. Ye Chen's behavior towards the leader Lada was really beyond his expectations. Unexpectedly, this wild Radha leader had such a powerful reaction ability. He was able to move quickly when the fast dragon's tail hit him, and avoided the fast dragon's attack. I wonder if you can still block the next attack. Ye Chen, no matter how strong he is, the leader of Lada, is to defeat him. Quick dragon uses to destroy light. Ye Chen didn't plan to continue playing with the leader of this Lada. Directly use huge damage to light. The Kuai Long obeyed the order and immediately condensed energy on his head, destroying the light. The leader of Lada seemed to have also realized that the destructive light condensed by the fast dragon had huge energy. His face immediately turned grey. He gritted his teeth and used the biting skill and bit the fast dragon. At the same time, the destructive light at the connection on the fast faucet also emits at the same time. He shot at the head of Radha. Boom! The leader of Lada was destroyed and shown on the ground. He fell heavily into the Radha group. The entire group of pulling him was dragged back by the figure in pulling him, and it hit him and retreated several meters. Ye Chen's face changed. He seemed to understand why the leader of Lada came out and faced the wave of destruction light that was resisting. Because Ye Chen saw the group of Radhas behind the leader of Radha. If the leader of Lada cannot come out and stand up to this wave of destruction of light, only destroying the light will directly hit the Radha people. And the Ladas in the Lada group are basically some Ladas with a level of about 40. Basically, I can't withstand this wave of destruction. If you are hit, it will be basically a cold one. As the leader of Lada, he resolutely stepped forward and appeared in front of these group of Ladas. Blocked this wave of attacks for them. In Ye Chen's eyes, this Radha leader was a qualified leader. Although it is Ye Chen for Zhengui, this group of Radhas may not be considered good people. But this Lada leader is a very good leader for the entire Lada group. The leader of Radha was destroyed by this wave after the light hit the Radha group. His whole body seemed to be unable to stand up. With the support of a group of Radhas, he slowly stood up. Radha, Radha! Your strength is very strong. I don't want to fight you anymore. Let's retreat. Radha, Radha! Please retreat everyone. Under the leadership of the leader of Lada, these Ladas retreated one after another. Ye Chen respected the leader of Lada very much, so he did not let Kuai Long launch other attacks to hurt them. Looking at these departing Radhas, Ye Chen smiled in his eyes. Although both sides are enemies, he also respects them very much. Now that there is such an opportunity, both sides can fight without continuing, Ye Chen is naturally happy. He thought of Zhengui and walked over. Hello, Dr. Zhengui. I'm Ye Chen. Zhengui stretched out his hand and held Ye Chen's stretched out hand. Hello, hello, Thank you for saving me. Zhengui has a good feeling for the young man in front of him who saved him. What's more, this young man was very powerful in the past. In his opinion, he must be an extraordinary young man. In his perception, in Ye Chen's age group, the strength of young people of his age group is not particularly strong. Ye Chen actually has such strong strength, he must be a genius. When studying geniuses and others, they all have very good attitudes. It's okay, I'm here to find you, Dr. Zhengui. Look for me. It was a little confused at this time. It turned out that someone knew that I lived here. I came from Dr. Oki. I heard from him that there is a very excellent Pokemon researcher who lives in this port. So I came over to a gallery challenge in Koyu City and happened to pass here. I remembered what Dr. Oki said, so I planned to come and visit. Of course, Ye Chen couldn't say that he had read the original work. He knew that you lived here and came to find you and that huge fast dragon. This time he successfully passed the blame on Dr. Damu. Dr. Oki became his own scapegoat. At this time, Dr. Damu was having a meal at home. Sudden. Dr. Oki kept sneezing. It seems that I feel something bad has happened to me. Dr. Oki, what's wrong with you? Are you having a cold? As always, Zai ate and drank at Dr. Oki's house. Seeing Dr. Oki suddenly sneeze, I cared about him. Dr. Oki saved his nose, it should be nothing, but he just sneezes suddenly. Dr. Damu, who was far away in Zhengzhen town, didn't know that he had already taken the blame for Ye Chen. Zhengui's face became happier when he heard that it was introduced by Dr. Damu. He was already full of favor for a boy. Now that Dr. Oki recommends him here again, his favorability increases even more. Let's go, I'll take you to my lighthouse. Zhengui wanted to take Ye Chen back to his lighthouse and treat him well. Not much time spent, Zhengui took Ye Chen back to his lighthouse. When I arrived at the west road of the lighthouse, my door was in front of me. The gate is composed of various patterns of extinct elves. Ye Chen recognized several elves. These are all extinct elves. Seeing that Ye Chen noticed these patterns, Zhengui explained. We live on this planet, and elves also live on this planet, and as time goes by, many elves disappear into the course of history. And these elves are very precious cultural relics of 4.0 to us. If we can understand the elves better, we can have more ways to protect them. Zhengui told Ye Chen about his research purpose. His purpose is the same as our doctor, in order to better protect the continuation of the elves' population. I am working hard to study the elf every day. It is precisely with the existence of their selfless researchers that many elves will not disappear in the course of this history. Being like the elves on these murals exists only in people's fantasies and legends. More elves are protected better so that they can reproduce. It is precisely because of the existence of researchers like you, Dr. Zhengui, that we can get along better with the elves. Ye Chen actually admires researchers like Zhengui very much. We have to thank you for those who can meet so many elves. I was very happy to hear that Ye Chen recognized him very much. Nowadays, most young people are more impetuous and may not understand the direction and goals of their research. Ye Chen in front of him could understand his goal and thank him sincerely. It can be seen that he is not an ordinary person, no wonder he is very strong. He took Ye Chen into his lighthouse, where all kinds of elf costumes were placed. Dr. Zhengui, do you really have a cosplay hobby? I'll use these things normally wear, imagine yourself as they think about research. Zhengui was afraid of Ye Chen's clothing, so he explained it to him. After hearing this, Ye Chen nodded. Dr. Zhengui was indeed a research madman. This kind of research method was actually thought of. Imagine yourself as an elf, and then bring yourself in to think about the elf's thinking. This is not possible for ordinary people to understand this way of thinking. Ye Chen felt that Zhengui was indeed a genius. Being able to have this method to study elves is a very tall method. And only when you come into contact with enough elves can you think from his way. If Ye Chen hadn't had the power of a wave guide now, he could communicate with the elves. He had no choice, like Zhengui, he could imagine himself as little energy to think about their thoughts. Dr. Zhengui is indeed not an ordinary person. Ye Chen sighed. Dr. Zhengui, can you teach me this method, right? I am also very interested in your research. Ye Chen said that he was very interested in Zhengui's research and hoped to receive his teachings. If he can learn this method to feel it, do what you think. Then he will know his elves better. Although he has the power of waveguides, he believes that he can increase the connection between himself and the elf deeper, and perhaps he can gain more powerful power. This is the power of bondage. When I heard that this young man was indeed not an ordinary person, since he was very interested in his own research, he still. More importantly, I actually want to learn from myself. This young man is very promising. So Zhengui taught Ye Chen step by step some of his research methods. Of course, it is impossible to give it to him. There are many things that cannot be said, and they can only be understood but not expressed in words. Ye Chen patiently listened to what he said this time step by step to absorb the knowledge Zhengui said. Time passed by little, so they came to night when they were giving lectures. It's getting late, so let's wait here today. You see, you don't have a place to live, so why don't you stay here with me tonight? Seeing Ye Chen who was constantly absorbing knowledge, Zhengui asked him to live in his home. Chapter 72, Huge Kuai Long. Please subscribe and support when it is on the shelves. Chapter 72, Huge Quick Dragon. Please subscribe and support. Zhengui greeted Ye Chen after having supper in his lighthouse. He and Ye Chen continued to chat. Do you know? In our elves, the elves have a history of 4.5 billion years. Ye Chen nodded. Group 8939644600. He also knew that elves had a very rich history. I've been in this lighthouse for a long time. In order to wait for a mysterious and huge elf to appear. Although Ye Chen knew that the huge elf Zhengui mentioned was the largest fast dragon in the elf world. But he didn't say it directly. Pretend to be unaware of it. What kind of elf is that? Zhengui seemed to be trapped in a memory. No one has ever known what kind of elf it is, nor have he seen him. He only knows that there will be a wonderful melody when he appears. As he said that, Zhengui turned around and took Ye Chen to the top of the lighthouse. When I saw that mysterious voice and figure here a few years ago. This mysterious voice was recorded. Zhengui introduced Ye Chen the reason why he was here. It was because he met a mysterious figure here, and the huge figure fascinated him. So he built this Zhengui lighthouse here in order to see him again. As he said that, Zhengui took out a remote control and hit something. He pressed it. When you have time, your beautiful screams appear in their ears. Woo-ah-woo-ah-woo. Ye Chen also heard this sound. I miss you so much, I want to see you very much. This is the sound I heard, and he seemed to be telling me that he wanted to see his companion. I don't know, he has not found his companion. He has been looking for his companion and is constantly wandering in this elf world. Zhengui said to himself alone. Ye Chen didn't say anything, and listened patiently to Zhengui's words. He had read the original work and knew that the huge fast dragon was looking for his companion. The appearance of the rockets in the original work made the joy turn over and destroy Zhengui's lighthouse. Then they disappeared before their eyes, and in the end they did not see this huge fast dragon with their own eyes. If the huge fast dragon appeared this time, they would definitely not be disturbed by the rockets like in the original work. Because the rockets were all sacked by Ye Chen, they were all cleaned up on this Saint Anu. So they can't appear here in Zhengui and come out to make trouble. If Kuai Long appeared this time, it would be very likely that they could see him as a volunteer this time. It can satisfy Zhengui's wish for so many years to stay here. Dr. Zhengui, you said we can see this, is it just a fast dragon? I believe that if I can, I will definitely be able to do it. As long as I keep here, I will be able to wait for him to appear one day. Zhengui will never give up, he will wait for the appearance of the fast dragon here. He hadn't even continued to speak, and he was looking forward to it. The two stood on the lighthouse and blew the sea breeze. Suddenly, woo-ah-woo-ah-woo. This sound like a beautiful song floated on the sea. If you listen carefully, you will find that this sound is like singing a beautiful song. Just like the mermaid's rumored voice in ancient times, you will involuntarily dance when you hear it. Zhengui's face suddenly changed. Press it quickly and press the button in your hand. The same sound also sounded on the lighthouse. The two voices will confirm each other. I really want to find you, I want to find you. So, I want to find you too. How to use the power of a waveguide to understand the content of this sound. It seems to be the same as what Zhengui said. He is worthy of being a professional master in studying elves. Although there is no such power as the waveguide, you can understand Pokémon's heart. In Ye Chen's opinion, this is a very powerful existence. The sea kept approaching with this beautiful sound. A huge black shadow was also approaching Zhengui Lighthouse. This black shadow was so huge, because waves kept surging on the sea. Hula, hula. The surging waves entered Ye Chen and Zhengui's minds. Both of them thought of a thought. This huge figure appeared. Zhengui felt that he had waited for many years and finally had a result. An unprecedented excitement appeared on his face. 07 Finally let me see it. He grabbed Ye Chen, as if he couldn't control himself anymore. He was so excited. Ye Chen finally appeared just because this was a huge happiness. I have achieved his goal. This time, his purpose of coming to Zhengui was to see this huge fast dragon. Originally, he was here to try his luck and see if he could see it. But who knows that the goddess of luck favors him. Not only did this save Zhengui, who was attacked by the attack, he also saw this huge fast dragon slowly coming from the roof of Zhengui Lighthouse. I'm the mysterious voice. It seems that it's coming soon. Try it, I've waited for so long and finally met. Zhengui's voice became trembling. After a while, this huge figure slowly appeared in front of Ye Chen and Zhengui. Zhengui finally saw the true face of this mysterious figure. It is a huge fast dragon. Is this the result of what I have been waiting for many years? There is such a big fast dragon, which is really a rare existence in the entire manager's world. Zhengui has also seen Kuai Long. Not only Ye Chen's fast dragon is also the fast dragon that is the fast dragon that is the dragon crossing. They are far less than the huge fast dragon in front of them. In Ye Chen's opinion, a huge fast dragon may be similar to the Guladu he had entered before. It is really too huge. It is indeed a rare existence to have such a huge size. Ye Chen used the power of a waveguide to try to communicate with this huge fast dragon. Hello. Who are you? Why do you call me over? Did you see my companion? I'm looking for my companion. Ye Chen just used the power of the waveguide to simply say hello to him. I didn't expect that there were so many answers. And none of them answered the affirmative sentence. It was all this huge Kuai Long who raised 3 questions. Ye Chen pondered for a moment, and the prepared answer got the Kuai Long question. Zhengui, who was standing beside him, was communicating with Kuai Long loudly. Kuai Long, have you seen me? I've been looking for you. However, Kuai Long didn't seem to understand anything he said. Because Zhengui is immortal after all, he does not have the existence of mysterious power like the power of a waveguide and can communicate with the elves. His eyes were aimed at Ye Chen on the side. His face changed and showed a look of suspicion. Could it be that I, Ye Chen, are communicating with this huge elf? I can't communicate with him, so how did he communicate with him? For a moment, he couldn't figure out whether Ye Chen was communicating. Because as far as he knows, he still doesn't know what kind of energy he has to communicate with the elves. Ye Chen just didn't care about the one next to him. Zhengui's thoughts. He was concentrating on communicating with the huge fast dragon in front of him. Senior Kuai Long, what kind of companion are you looking for? I don't know either, I just know there is a voice telling me. I'm looking for my companions. I don't know where my companion is, so I've been looking for it. This fast dragon seemed to have no idea what kind of companion he was looking for. But he knew it in the dark. What are you looking for? So I've been here, the world keeps wandering. Hearing that, Ye Chen fell into deep thought. He thought this fast dragon knew something. But the real world has always been tolerant, knowing nothing, or being confused. I only know that I am looking for it and wandering in this elf's world. Have you ever seen your kind of person? Ye Chen continued to ask about the questioner. Same kind. What do you mean? The huge fast dragon answered correctly. He had always wanted to look for the same kind he wanted to look for, but he had never seen the same kind he wanted to look for. I'll show you. As he said that, Ye Chen took it behind him and took out his fast dragon's elf ball. Come out, Kuai Long. A white light flashed by, and Ye Chen's quick dragon appeared beside us. Why did you summon Kuai Long? Zhengui was a little fascinated by Ye Chen's operation, and I don't know why Zhengui summoned the Kuai Long. No, that's right. I think about this huge fast dragon. Since it's a fast dragon, I might be looking for a fast dragon. So I summoned my fast dragon to see if it was the companion that this huge fast dragon needed to find. Ye Chen explained to Zhengui what he thought. Zhengui nodded. What Ye Chen said might make sense. Try it, maybe it will be successful. He could not give Ye Chen any advice, he could only do it as a living person. Novel 8939644460. See if the fast dragon is the same as this huge fast dragon. Quick dragon. Go up. After giving the order to the fast dragon, Ye Chen continued to use the power of the waveguide to communicate with the huge fast dragon. Senior, is this the kind of person you are looking for? The huge fast dragon looked at it. Ye Chen's fast dragon. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. He was wondering if this was his own kind? Although it looks exactly the same as myself. But the size is obviously completely inconsistent. For a moment, he fell into deep thought and did not answer Ye Chen. After a while, however, he also noticed that the sound of this fast dragon seemed to be different from his own. He had no way of telling it out for a moment. I don't know if this is my kind. But if he can pass my test, I can recognize him. The huge fast dragon told Ye Chen that his fast dragon was different from his own screams and his body shape was also different. For a moment, he could not tell whether this game was his own kind. Ye Chen also discovered it. The sound of this huge fast dragon is very beautiful. The screams of his own fast dragon are completely different from that. Dr. Zhengui's huge fast dragon seems to be in the same group as my fast dragon. I suddenly thought that the fast dragon is not only us, but also the fast dragon in the Orange Islands. If they were all the same kind, this huge fast dragon shouldn't have been so lonely. Has he not been to the Orange Islands? He learned the sound of the huge fast dragon this time through the power of the waveguide, which means that I want to see you. It can be seen that this fast dragon is very lonely. After hearing this, Zhengui fell into deep thought. He knew that the meaning of the express dragon was that I wanted to see you, and he could understand the loneliness of this express dragon. Ye Chen's behavior just now made him think that the Kuai Long was actually looking for the entire Kuai Long. Now it seems that this huge flower shape may be looking for the same happiness as its darker size. You said this fast dragon may be left behind from ancient times. Zhengui feels that it is very possible. I heard from Dr. Damu that ancient elves are quite huge. Zhengui's face changed when he heard this. He seemed to have heard of such things. In ancient times, the elves were very large in size. As a master of Pokémon research, he naturally has seen many elves. Of course I have heard of this rumor. But he was just guessing that he had no way to communicate with these Kuai-longs, so he could not get an answer. After having such an idea, Ye Chen decided to ask about this fast dragon like this. Although Zhengui could not communicate with this huge fast dragon, he could. Senior Kuai-long, did you exist since ancient times? Kuai-long shook his head. What does ancient times mean? He didn't understand what ancient times was. I saw his brows frowning slightly, as if he had recalled something. I remember in the past, we had a beautiful hometown with all kinds of friends. All our companions live here until one day I got lost because of a storm. Then I fell asleep. When I woke up and looked for my companions again, I found that they had all disappeared, and even my hometown disappeared. Kuai-long's words conveyed a lot of information. For a moment, Ye Chen couldn't digest it. He summarized it. There were many of these Kuai-long's classmates who were similar to his body. There is still a beautiful story township. Ye Chen thought of this huge body, which was usually found in ancient times. The same situation he saw in the mysterious dragon jade pendant before, the elves inside were very huge. It can be seen from the super ancient divine beasts. The bodies of Guladu and Gaaka are never comparable to those of the elves today. And this huge fast dragon seems to be as huge as their bodies. Gradually, Ye Chen had some confirmation of this idea. This fast dragon seems to be sold in ancient times. In ancient times, I got lost with my companions and fell into a deep sleep. Later, I probably woke up again without knowing what kind of existence. After waking up, I found that it had changed things and people had changed, and I could no longer find my companion. When he may disappear, he was lost in this sea area, and his hometown may also exist in this sea area. So he kept wandering here, looking for his companions. Senior Kuai-long, have you ever thought that you would have been in a coma for a long time? During this time, your companions may all disappear. Hearing this, the huge fast dragon's expression seemed to be a little out of control. He didn't want to believe that his companions were gone. He still firmly believed that he could find his companion for a while. As he got angry, the entire sea area was pushed, causing waves of storms. Did you mess with him? Because of the huge fast dragon's anger, the entire lighthouse began to shake. Zhengui asked, did Ye Chen anger this huge fast dragon? He saw that Ye Chen seemed to be communicating with this fast dragon. Maybe he used methods he didn't know, but he could feel them. And this Kuai-long was not angry before. Now he was angry must be what Ye Chen said to him, which led to him becoming what he is now. Ye Chen did not return him, and used the power of the wave guide to calm down his huge happiness. Senior, since everything has happened, we can only look forward. Although you no longer have those companions, you may have other friends. If you feel lonely, my Kuai-long and I can be your friends. The huge fast dragon did not respond, and was still in anger. Seeing this, Ye Chen felt that there was no choice but to fight him. Ye Chen thinks that the best way to become friends between men is to fight. Judging from the sound from the power of the waveguide, this huge fast dragon is a male fast dragon. Now he is in a state of anger and may lose control. I don't know if he can be called to beat him. Let's go up and compete with this senior Kuai-long. Before starting the game, Ye Chen used the detection function that was included in the system to view the panel of this huge fast dragon. Elf, Quick Dragon. Attribute, Dragon and Flying. Quality. Current level, LV125. Special, Ancient Legacy. Through the panel of this detection system, Ye Chen discovered this huge fast dragon, which was indeed a fast dragon left behind in ancient times. It seems that my previous guess is not wrong. However, this huge fast dragon is still so powerful. His quality is not even visible. The level is actually as high as LV125. It is already the level of a divine beast. If this is an ordinary player, he will not be able to beat this huge happiness at all. Something like the 3 sacred beasts and 3 sacred birds should not be the opponent of this huge fast dragon. The 3 divine beasts and the 3 divine birds are all relatively garbage gods, and their combat power is not particularly powerful. Haven't you seen that the frozen bird that belongs to the 3rd level in the animation was defeated by Xiaoxi's fire dragon? This can also be seen from the side that this fast dragon is powerful. However, Ye Chen did not lose confidence and was still looking at his Kuai Long firmly. Don't be afraid, hurry up, let's go. At this time, the huge fast dragon was still in his own madness. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. The sea is getting bigger and bigger because of its crazy waves. Senior Kuai Long, if you continue like this, it will affect the fishermen around you. Quick dragon, go and stop him. Ye Chen thought that if this huge fast dragon continued to shake, the fishermen in the surrounding sea might be affected. Kuai Long, please go and see if there are any injured fishermen around here. Ye Chen was afraid that there were fishermen sailing out of the sea around him. I encountered this storm due to my poor luck. Hearing Ye Chen's order, Ye Chen's quick dragon insisted on going out for a moment. Ye Chen, where is your quick dragon? Why did it disappear? Zhengui, who was standing by, was very confused. He didn't know how so many things happened. Suddenly, Ye Chen's quick dragon disappeared again. No, I asked Kuai Long to see if there were any fishermen around me who were hurt by the wind and waves. You should know that Kuai Long has been called the messenger of the sea in Shanghai during this period. Maybe because their bodies and their abilities often fly around the ocean, guiding the injured fishermen. The next thing we should be to calm this huge fast dragon. What should you do? Zhengui was also very distressed, and he couldn't stop this huge fast dragon. Of course that's the case. Ye Chen took out a spoil ball and pressed it lightly. Come out, Darklay. A white light flashed by, and the arrogant Darklay appeared on the field. Darklay, use hypnosis to calm down this riotous huge fast dragon. At this time, only the only way to use his own fantasy beast Darklay to appear. Let him use his hypnosis ability to calm down the Kuai Long. Although this fast dragon crushed his own Darklay in level, but his Darklay has the qualities of a first-level god. I believe that this Kuai Long can calm down. Hearing Ye Chen's order, Darklay held his chest with both hands. I used sleep on Kuai Long. A series of ripples that were invisible to the naked eye passed towards the fast dragon. This huge fast dragon was originally in the midst of a riot, and slowly calmed down when excited. Zhengui, who was standing beside him, only had his face become excited again. Is this the hallucination beast Darklay? Like Dr. Damu, he was very excited when he saw Darklay for the first time. But he did not rush to Klay's side. Because now Darklay is stopping this huge fast dragon. Well, yes, this is a phantom beast, Darklay. Ye Chen nodded to Zhengui. But now is not the time to be surprised, and we need to solve this problem now. As Darklay's sleep continued to calm down. Kuai Long's family has calmed down now. How did I become like this? Senior, you just fell into madness because you heard something you couldn't believe. Ye Chen explained to the huge fast dragon. Looking at the ragged sea area around, the huge fast dragon also realized what he had just done. He saw Ye Chen's Darklay, who should have woken up from his coma and chaos. Where is the fast dragon you just now that was the same as me? The huge fast dragon is still very concerned about the fast dragon in Ye Chen's previous episode. In his cognition, that was the elf who looked the most like him. Although the screams are different, they may be really the same creature. He has gradually accepted himself now, and it may be something that has survived in ancient times, or it has gradually become smaller. Maybe in order to adapt to changes in the environment, the body becomes very small. It became the current situation of Kuai Long. Even my own voice changed. He figured this out, so he is very concerned about the situation of this fast dragon now. My Kuai Long, because he was worried that the people in the surrounding waters would die and damage the waves caused by the predecessors, he went to rescue. Hearing this, he seemed to remember something. Although their group of people saved humans on the sea in ancient times, as long as there were fallen elves, they would take action to save them when they were in danger on the sea. At this moment, his recognition of Ye Chen's fast dragon increased. He lowered his head and thought about something, but did not say anything. Ye Chen, is this Darklay you conquered? On the top of the lighthouse, Zhengui still looked at Ye Chen with disbelief. You should know that rare elf like Hoda clay is generally no one can feel comfortable with it. Ye Chen in front of him not only has a rare quasi-god like Kuai Long, but also has this illusion beast that is even rarer than a quasi-god. What's even more terrifying is that he actually felt the pressure of a high-level god in this phantom beast. He has been studying elves for so many years and still knows some ancient knowledge about elves. No, I was just lucky to meet my Darklay, and I happened to conquer him. Zhengui sighed, it's a real person, sometimes you have no choice but to be lucky. He believed what Ye Chen said was the fact that he was lucky. Because this is also common in the elves' world. Many times, there is such an existence. Some teenagers gain powerful Pokémon in the mountains and forests and then become famous trainers. He believed that Ye Chen was the same, so his strength was so strong. And he felt that Ye Chen's luck was definitely not very good. He had a rare Pokémon like Darklay, not everyone had it. After a while, Ye Chen sent him to check if anyone was injured in the surrounding waters. Kuai Long is back. Hurry dragon, you're back. I also reached out and touched the happy head that I had just returned. Kuai Long easily rubbed his hand. I have put the injured people around me on the island. Kuai Long communicated with Ye Chen through the power of the waveguide. Since the power of the waveguide has been obtained, the communication meeting between Ye Chen and the elf has become more convenient. There will be no such situation in the past where I don't know how to speak. I also secretly praised the power of the waveguide in my heart. Such ability is really great. It can not only detect the situation but also be able to communicate and defend yourself. At this time, the huge fast dragon also spoke and woke up from his thoughts. Your Pokémon is very good. I think my companions may have become what they are now as they are adapting to the changes in the environment. Now I'm about to leave, I want to leave a gift for this fast dragon you have. Before Ye Chen could react, the huge fast dragon's body lit up. The beautiful singing sounded again. Everyone was bathed in this beautiful singing and watched the huge fast dragon use mysterious power. For a moment, the light from the Kuai Long flew towards Ye Chen's Kuai Long. Ye Chen's quick dragon had no support, and quietly bathed in the mysterious light that came from the great happiness. Ye Chen asked his fast dragon not to do any moves. He knew that the mysterious fast dragon 657 wanted to give his fast dragon some gift. This mysterious glory lasted for a short while. Gradually, the light on the huge fast dragon began to dissipate. Young man, I agree with your quick dragon. This is my gift to you. I hope to see you again in the future. I think I'm afraid I can't find my companions. Next, I want to find a place to build my hometown. You and your Kuai Long are welcome to visit. After saying that, the huge fast dragon slowly dissipated. Seeing the huge fast dragon slowly disappearing, Zhengui looked disappointed. Although he had fulfilled his dream and saw the true face of this mysterious huge figure. But soon he was ruined from disappointment. He just wanted to see what he didn't want to stay, and he couldn't keep the huge fast dragon this time. His eyes looked at Ye Chen and the fast dragon that had accepted the glory of the huge fast dragon. The fast dragon continued to sublimate in this glory. As time passed, the light on Kuai Long's body gradually disappeared. Ye Chen checked the new Kuai Long panel with the detection function. Elf, Quick Dragon. Attribute, Dragon and Flying. Quality, Champion. Current level, LV62 level, Quick King. His own fast dragon has increased by 1 level under the mysterious power of the huge fast dragon. Achieved the championship quality. The quality of my own fast dragon is the same as the one that is the Dragon Duke. It turns out that my fast dragon can only reach the level of a king, but now it can reach the championship quality. If the quality of his own fast dragon can be improved, it will be improved to God. Zhengui walked over quickly and looked at the current fast dragon. Wow, this time, Kuai Long seems to be much stronger than just now. Looking at the mysterious Kuai Long in this game, Zhengui sighed. Yes, I seem to be under the mysterious power of the huge fast dragon just now, and the power of mine is an increase in the power of a fast dragon. I can also feel that the power coming from this fast dragon is much stronger than before. It seems that the fast dragon I encountered just now seems to recognize my fast dragon this time, otherwise he would not have enhanced my fast dragon's strength. Zhengui also nodded, indicating that he agreed with my opinion very much. What did you contact that fast dragon just now? He was very curious about what method Ye Chen used to communicate with Pokemon. He had not discovered such a thing for so many years. Old man Ye Chen planned to explain to Zhengui. This is how the doctor is. I have gained a mysterious power in a mysterious temple before. By using this power, I can communicate with the elves. Tonight, Zhengui widened his eyes. He looked at all this incredible way. They have not been in the ruins, nor have they discovered the mysterious power that Ye Chen mentioned. Is this the luck? He began to envy this. If he could have such energy, wouldn't it be very easy for him to study Pokemon? But he could only envy some things that he could not get. As a master of Pokemon research, he has been open-minded over the years. Some things cannot be forced, and that is someone else's opportunity. It turns out that a hero is a boy. He had to sigh that this heroic boy really had a different opportunity. It's just good luck, good luck. Ye Chen kept saying that he was lucky and did not mention too much. Because being too good may cause jealousy among others. Even if you know that this is a Pokemon research master, as a very modest Ye Chen, he still keeps the principle of keeping a low-key one. No matter how others brag about yourself. Just keep a low profile and be done. Haha, it's Ye Chen, you can see it so quickly. If I were so young back then, I probably wouldn't be as open-minded as you. Zhengui's view of Ye Chen has been raised to another level. Not arrogant or impatient, young and powerful, and not without any pride. Study patiently and be good at helping others. He is really a rare genius trainer. After communicating with Zhengui for a while, Ye Chen and Zhengui both returned to the lighthouse. It's getting late, they should go to bed. Day 2. After Ye Chen and Zhengui communicated for a while, Ye Chen left here. After saying goodbye to Zhengui, Ye Chen went there. This time he came to the destination of Koya Gymnasium here. Speaking of the Killer Leaf Gymnasium, Ye Chen still has some understanding of the Killer Leaf Gymnasium. The Koya Gymnasium is a gym that specializes in using electric Pokemon. His gym owner is Mazushi. He is a powerful gym owner. In the original work, Zai suffered a lot of losses. It seems that I have no battle worth looking forward to this time. Leaving Zhengui Lighthouse Ye Chen and continuing to walk to the Dead Leaves. Although Koya City is a harbor city, in fact, ships cannot get close to it. So the port of the previous lighthouse was the closest place to be close. People who go to Koya City can only stay at the port here, and then walk or use elves to rush to the port. After walking for about a while, Ye Chen finally saw the entire figure of Koya City. It is a coastal city. When he approached the Killed Leaf Market, Ye Chen discovered the very eye-catching Killed Leaf Taoist temple. Come to the door of Koya Gymnasium. I saw 2 security guards standing at the entrance of the Koya Gymnasium. After knowing that Ye Chen came to challenge the gym, one of the security guards followed him into the Kuyi gym. Ye Chen stepped into the interior of Koya City. In his eyes, what he saw was a world full of lightning and various symbols of lightning. This Taoist temple seems to be very strict. Soon, following the security guard's pace, Ye Chen came to the step of the Kurosan gym. A man with golden hair stopped him. Chapter 73 Koyu Gymnasium. Please subscribe and support when it is on the shelves. Chapter 73 Koyu Gymnasium. Please subscribe and support for the list. It was a white man wearing a green vest and with golden hair. It looks much older than Ye Chen. He stopped Ye Chen's pace of progress and looked at him with disdain. Are you going to carry out the gym challenge? Are you qualified to challenge our gym at such a young age? This man with golden hair. It seems that he looks down on Ye Chen very much, thinks he is so young and sarcastically mocks him. Ye Chen frowned. Why is the owner of this Koyu Gymnasium so rude? You should know that he has challenged so many gyms, but he has not yet met such an irresponsible gym owner. Hasn't Mazishi in front of him heard about his deeds? But even though he doesn't know how brilliant my history, at least he should be respected. And Mazishi in front of him seemed to look down on others very much. All of his words are so disgusting. Ye Chen had not spoken yet, and Mazishi continued to mock him. You must know that our Koyu Taoist temple is a high-level Taoist temple, and it must be a gold-level trainer with more than 5 badges to challenge it. You are so young, do you have 5 gym medals? If there is no, don't waste our kung fu. We are very tired as the owner. If all the cats and dogs come to challenge us, then we have to deal with it. Wouldn't it be very tired? He didn't take Ye Chen seriously at all. You look down on Ye Chen in your heart. How powerful can such a young boy be? It was just a kid who had conquered a few elves and rushed over to challenge him in an interest. I was too lazy to deal with him. Young boys like this have come here, many people who are not very strong, and they are wasting his time. After hearing this, Ye Chen was slightly stunned. He forgot about this matter at that time. When he was at Hualan Gymnasium before, Sakura reminded him that this was the case. However, because the 3 Sakura sisters knew Ye Chen's deeds at that time, he made an exception and challenged him. And the Mazishi in front of him clearly didn't know Ye Chen. There will be no exception like what the Hualan Gymnasium Cherry Blossoms did before, making an exception to let Ye Chen, who has no badge, challenge them to turn the other way around. Ye Chen shook his head and took out 2 badges from his pocket. I only have 2. Mazishi glanced at the 2 badges in Ye Chen's hand, one was Nibi's badge, and the other was Hualan City badge. I didn't expect you to have 2 more badges. There is actually another badge that is a high-end gym. I'm very curious, how can you challenge the high-end gym? Mazishi recognized at a glance that the badge on the water drop belonged to Hualan Gymnasium. The Hualan Gymnasium, like his Kuyi Gymnasium, belonged to a high-end gym. Without 5 gym badges, at least there is no chance to challenge this level. The young man in front of him was able to challenge Hualan Gymnasium. His strength seemed not as bad as he imagined. However, when he saw Ye Chen so handsome, it was possible that the 3 ladies in Hualan Gymnasium were attracted by the appearance of the person in front of him and made an exception to challenge him. Thinking of this, he looked down on Ye Chen even more. He, Mazishi, is a former Air Force school, is an iron-blooded man. Thinking of Ye Chen, who might have gained an advantage because of his handsome appearance, he felt even more unhappy. Humph, a trainer like you is not worthy of challenging our Killer Leaf Gym. Ye Chen was stunned on the spot. What did he do? Why are you not worthy? I didn't say anything. I did nothing, why did I get caught in the fire for no reason? Is this Mazishi in front of me fake? Or did he forget to take medicine today? He remembered that Mazishi in the original work was not as good as he is today. Could it be that the Mazishi in front of him was pretended by others? His eyes became solemn. What's your look? Ye Chen's performance is seen in your eyes by Mazishi, and he is very unhappy. Ye Chen looked speechless and didn't know what to say. He really wanted to beat Mazishi. And this inexplicable statement made him angry. Mazishi, you're not good, this is the case. I'm just here to challenge you, and I haven't offended you, right? Ye Chen was still relatively calm. Although Ma Zishi was so unreasonable, he still did not get angry. Ma Zishi snorted coldly and said nothing. He is still in such a state and still looks down on Ye Chen. The scene was very awkward for a moment, and the two of them were in a stalemate here. This is a pretty figure that came to the middle of these two people. Why are you, Master Ma Zishi, standing here? The people who appeared in front of me were Ye Chen's old friends. Miss Juncha of the Public Security Bureau. Miss Juncha, why are you here? Ma Zishi was also confused, what Miss Juncha is doing. Owner, I'm here to tell you about the recent disappearance of elves on the Saint Anu. Now we have received reliable news that it was done by the evil organization Rockets. Miss Juncha came to Koya Gymnasium to discuss the situation of rockets on the Saint Anu. Ma Zishi was the former captain of the Saint Teranu, and as the owner of the Saint Teranu Gymnase in Koya City, he had an unshirkable obligation to protect the safety of the Saint Teranu. Now that such a problem occurs on the Saint Anu, Miss Juncha's first person to find is of course Ma Zishi. It happened to be wrong when he came. Now Ma Zishi is in a stalemate with Ye Chen. Suddenly, Miss Juncha also noticed Ye Chen beside her. Student Ye Chen, why are you here? Are you here to challenge the owner of Ma Zishi? When Ma Zishi heard this, his face changed slightly. Could it be that Ye Chen, the young man, also knows Miss Juncha? I feel very rich. It's good to be a novice-looking guy, and I have such a good relationship with the girls. My heart's evaluation of Ye Chen was even lowered. Miss Juncha, do you know this kid? Of course, this is helping us solve the rockets Ye Chen on the Saint Anu. Miss Juncha said to Ma Zishi with a smile. Thanks to Ye Chen, we have arrested so many people from the rockets. Ma Zishi felt something was wrong, and he heard from Miss Juncha that this kid seemed to be pretty good. Do you think you are wrong? Can this kid really challenge the owner of a high-level gym? He still won't believe it. What strength can such a young man have? The owner of Ma Zishi Pavilion, Ye Chen, classmates are here to challenge you. Has your competition not started yet? Ma Zishi's face looked a little embarrassed, in order to prevent Ye Chen from saying anything. Then he covered up awkwardly. Yes, our competition is about to begin. Miss Juncha, you came as our referee. Come and witness this game. Miss Juncha's family is full of very beautiful ladies. Ma Zishi is also a bachelor, so he is naturally more polite to the people in Miss Juncha's family. He wants to show his true side in front of Miss Juncha. It's great, I think this should be a very exciting game. Miss Juncha was very happy. He knew that Ma Zishi's strength was also very strong when he was dead leaves, and Ye Chen's strength, who challenged him, was not a small one. The showdown between the two masters must look very interesting. Then are you two ready? Ye Chen, who was standing by, saw that things had developed into this way. His face was full of confusion. This Ma Zishi's face became too fast, and he showed that when facing himself, and showed another way in front of Miss Juncha. But things finally got back on track and I had the opportunity to challenge Ma Zishi. Wei Fong looked down on me so much, so I must have to duel with him so that he can know that my strength is not ordinary people. If he can knock him down to the ground and jump onto him, that is the real ruthlessness. Ye Chen nodded, unified this duel. Ma Zishi was relieved when he saw Ye Chen's nod. He was afraid that Ye Chen would talk nonsense in front of Miss Juncha. Let's go, come with me. After saying that, Ma Zishi took them to the challenge site of Koya Gymnasium. At this time, Ma Zishi and Ye Chen stood on both sides respectively. Miss Juncha, as the referee, stood beside them. At the same time, the challenge between Ma Zishi and Ye Chen was also spread by the staff of Koya Gymnasium. The news that the Koya Gymnasium is about to hold a gym challenge soon spread. Many trainers who stayed in hardships but did not challenge themselves rushed over at a very fast speed. I want to observe it so that I can fight at such a high level and improve my strength. When they saw what happened on the battle stage on the outside, they couldn't help but be surprised. Did that boy get 5 medals at such a young age? It seems that he hasn't graduated from Jinling school yet. It's really awesome for young people. Such a young trainer has such strength to challenge high-end gyms. However, it's not that easy to challenge the Koya gymnasium. If the owner of the gymnasium Masashi doesn't let go, he probably won't win. However, no one cares about the sounds outside the venue. Yechen and Masashi fought face to face. Masashi looked at Yechen with a playful look on his face. Take out your elf, otherwise you won't even think of a move. Although I learned from Miss Juncha that Yechen solved the crisis of the Saint Tanu on the rockets. But he looked down on the rockets deeply, and the strength of ordinary rockets personnel is simply very weak. What pride can you be able to win these things? He didn't know that Yechen was not only dealing with ordinary players, but also a player with the strength of a quasi-heaven king. Yechen shrugged, not caring about Masashi's opinion of him at all. The best way to deal with such a person is to knock him to the ground. Don't say more nonsense, start the fight. Masashi's not like him, he was also angry, and he didn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore and wanted to fight directly. Masashi snorted and took out his elf ball. Come out, naughty elf, naughty egg. Attribute, electricity. Quality, pavilion owner. Current level, LV59 level, owner. When he saw the elves on the opposite side appear, Yechen used the detection function and checked the data of the elves on the other side. It turned out to be a naughty egg up to level 59. It is indeed not the powerful existence mentioned by the 3 Sakura sisters. As a museum owner, Masashi, his strength can be said to be strong. If it were someone else to challenge this, it would be basically difficult. Winning Masashi. In the original work, Masashi's strength is also very strong. Many challengers who came to challenge were sent to the elf center by the elves he beat. It can be seen that he is not a good person either. Looking at the naughty appearance on the field, Yechen smiled slightly and threw out an elf ball on the ground. A white light flashed by, and the giant swamp monster appeared on the field. Masashi's elves are all electric systems, and they have this giant swamp monster of the king level. Its attributes can be said to be completely immune to attacks from the electrical system attributes. In addition, his level is as high as the king level, so he does not take Masashi's electric Pokemon at all. I took this battle. Yechen was very confident. This Masashi was still pretending to be in front of him, so he told him to see what strength is. His giant swamp monster is already very powerful. After the last adventure, his level and strength have improved again. It can be said that his strength is even stronger. Yechen also said before that if you don't upgrade to the level of the Heavenly King level, your strength will be much stronger. It is rare to see challenges that exceed the level. Unless it is a Pokemon with a level 1 quality like Darkrai. Seeing Yechen's giant swamp monster appear on the field, Masashi's eyes lit up slightly. It seems that this kid has something to do. Knowing that he was an electric elf, he actually took it out of the ground. In terms of attributes, the elf in his hand suffers a loss. He snorted coldly. Don't think that holding a ground-type elf can defeat my electric system. Let me see that my electric system is not something that ordinary ground system can withstand. He is still stubborn. Yechen let his giant swamp monster control his breath, and did not let Masashi feel the momentum of the king. Generally speaking, as the owners of the museum, they can feel the powerful aura of the elf when it appears. But Yechen didn't want Masashi to feel the power of his elf. If you want to see him appear to be a fool, let the giant swamp monster withdraw its momentum. So for a moment, Masashi could not feel the momentum of this king. Miss Juncha also did not feel the strength of this giant swamp monster. But he knew that Yechen had the strength of the king of Jushan. The Rocket's quasi-hero. Not an ordinary character. Otherwise, their alliance would not have failed to capture this quasi-heavenly king so many times. She is very much looking forward to this competition. Both are strong players. Standing beside the two, Miss Juncha stretched out her hand and shouted loudly with a swaying downwards. Duck Leaf Taoist Temple Challenge. Challenger Yechen vs. Koyu Gymnasium owner Ma Zishi. It's officially started now. In Miss Juncha. After a shout, the competition officially began. Ma Zishi looked at it disdainfully. Yechen glanced at it. I'll attack first. If I don't attack first, I'm afraid there will be no chance. He still looked down on Yechen and mocked him so much. I snorted coldly. It wasn't because such people talked more. He asked himself to attack first and then attack first? He won't. He let the giant swamp monster stand still. Ma Zishi saw Yechen standing there without any action. His face was very unhappy. Since you don't attack, then I will attack. Naughty bullet. Use discharge. Since you are a ground-based elf and can be immune to my electric skills, I will use discharge to let you see if it can block my electric elf. After hearing the order, a huge thunder and lightning condensed in the whole body. This huge lightning seemed to want to swallow the surroundings cleanly. Naughty Bo shouted, and the discharge rushed towards the giant swamp monster. Yechen smiled slightly. The giant swamp monster resists his attack and lets him see how powerful we are. Let you use the electric elves and let you see the strength of my king-level giant swamp monster. The trainers who have become all side. No. This Ma Zishi actually used such a powerful attack to discharge as soon as he came up. Is he going to defeat this young man in one blow? No, you see, the opposite side seems to be using the ground-type giant swamp monster. He has an immune effect on the attacks of the electric system. You are right, but I tell you that as long as the level difference is very large, your attribute immunity is useless. The trainers on the outside have not trained elves, and they all have experience in elves fighting. Everyone knows that ground systems are immune to electrical systems. But if the power system is too strong, this will also be broken. It can be seen that Ma Zishi's attitude towards Yechen is very subtle. He used powerful moves as soon as he came up, trying to kill Yechen's giant swamp monster in one blow. The moment the discharge skill hits the giant swamp monster, I only saw countless lightning and lightning concentrated on the giant swamp monster. Boom! This real attack caused waves of white mist on the field. After a gust of white mist dissipated, I saw only the figure of the giant swamp monster, and I still stood firmly as if nothing had happened. The naughty ball on the opposite side was stunned. The audience in the audience was stunned and stared at Yechen in amazement. What's it? With such a powerful attack, this giant swamp monster seemed to have nothing happened. Could it be that the giant swamp monster is much stronger than this naughty bullet? Am I dazzled just now? Yi said to himself for the onlooker trainer. I'll go. I also doubt whether I'm dazzled. After seeing this powerful discharge that I've been holding on for the first time, I'm still standing there safely. Yes, it seems that this giant swamp monster is comparable to that of naughty play. I didn't expect that this young man would have such a powerful elf at a young age. Ma Zishi looked disbelief on his face. His naughty bullet is the peak level of the museum owner. In this battle, he did not let the water go in his naughty bomb group and attacked like the giant swamp monster on the opposite side, without any injury. He originally thought that this giant swamp monster might be a giant swamp monster of more than 30 levels and more than 40 levels. The giant swamp monster that can hold on the corner of his mouth to discharge electricity should have the strength of the museum owner, at least. His eyes were a little shocked. This little white face actually had the strength of a museum owner. He snorted coldly, and it seemed that his naughty bullet could not beat him, the giant swamp monster. He took out the elf ball and shouted. Come back, naughty! It would be useless to continue fighting the naughty bullet, because he knew that the attack of his naughty bullet was immune to him. Especially if you let your naughty bullet be knocked to the ground by his giant swamp monster, it would be better to retract the naughty bullet first. The referee on the side saw this scene, nodded and agreed to this behavior. This kind of behavior can be performed in elves' battles. Any elf that can be successfully taken back is okay. Because when fighting usually begins, there are many factors in the field that affect the elf ball to retract its own elf. Retrieve his naughty bullet. Masashi snorted. Look at how my next elf will blow you up. He is still confident in his strength. The naughty bullet just now was just his weakest elf. Next, he had stronger elves, so he didn't believe that the next elf's attack would be invalidated by this giant swamp monster. The next elves are the elves with the strength of the Quasi-Heaven King. Although I am the owner of the Koi Gymnasium, my strength has long reached the strength of the Quasi-Heaven King. Among the many museum owners, his strength is also high level. Although Ye Chen's giant swamp monster was able to welcome the discharge of his naughty bullet, it looked at least an elf at the level of a museum owner. But the strength of the museum owner cannot stop the elf he will take. He couldn't help but smile, and then let Ye Chen look at his strength. I'll let you play first. I'll take back this naughty bullet and think I lost a game. Next, let you see my strength. Although he took back an elf, he still said so arrogantly. The audience off the stage sighed when they heard this scene. What's wrong with this Masashi's pavilion master? He's so irritable. It seems that this young challenger has angered the owner of Masashi, otherwise this would not have happened. They could see that Masashi seemed to particularly dislike the challenger Ye Chen. As soon as he came up, he wanted to use a killer move and make a lot of chaos, but he did not succeed, which made him even more angry. Ye Chen just shrugged and smiled slightly. Let's go ahead. Although he said calmly, this sentence became particularly harsh when Masashi's ears. It seemed as if he heard Ye Chen laughing at him. Masashi pulled behind him and took out his elf ball. Shout! Come out, electric shock monster! A white light flashed across a very powerful electric shock monster and appeared on the field. Elf, electric strike warcraft. Attribute, electricity. Quality, Quasi-Heavenly King. Current level, LV62 level, Quick King. Seeing this electric shock monster, Ye Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, it turned out to be an electric shock monster with the strength of a Quasi-King as high as 62. It seems that this Masashi is not very weak either. When he saw his first elf playing naughtily, he thought that the powerful pavilion owner of the three Sakura sisters said was just that powerful. He thought that he had to have some of the strength of a Quasi-King. Without the strength of the Quasi-Heavenly King, why are you still going to do it? Now as Ye Chen's strength increases, his horizons have also become higher. The strength of the museum owner level is no longer enough in front of him. Without the strength of the Quasi-Heavenly King, don't even want to let yourself move the real sign. This time, Masashi did not give Ye Chen a chance to attack. He had already committed such a big grudge before, so of course he would not delay any further. Of course, choose first to attack. Electric shock monster. Use thunder. With Masashi's order, the electric shock monster used the thundering skill. For a moment, the entire venue was impacted by lightning. Boom! The entire ground of the gym was quietly cracked due to this thundering skill. The biggest lightning continued toward the giant swamp monster. I'll go, this huge thundering skill, I wonder if this elf from Ye Chen can hold on. I'm so proud. This thundering skill is really too strong. I feel so sorry, this Ye Chen. The trainers in the audience all felt sorry for Ye Chen. They all felt that player Ye Chen could not stand this round of thunder skills. Ye Chen didn't care about the discussions in the audience at all. He is still so calm. The giant swamp monster, withstand this wave of attacks and give him a fatal blow. What? Everyone on the field heard Ye Chen giving in to his giant swamp monster. Continue to withstand this wave of attacks. They all looked at Ye Chen in disbelief and wondered if they had heard it wrong. Oh my god, this is such a powerful thundering skill. Does this player Ye Chen not cherish his elf at all? Jian repeatedly did not choose to dodge, wanting to withstand this wave of attacks directly. The giant swamp monster on the stage also noticed that he heard this order, and his face was as calm as Ye Chen and very confident. He didn't take the other person's beating skills seriously at all. But it is just a small elf with the strength of a quasi-heaven king. I am a king-level strength. The giant swamp monster snorted coldly and took on the next wave of thunder attacks. Then he faced this wave of attacks and came to the side of the electric shock monster. Boom! A wave of heavy hammers hit the electric shock monster directly. One hit. The electric shock monster was immediately beaten backwards by this attack. What? Ma Zishi's eyes were dumbfounded. This and again, I was immune to my own attack. Could it be that the strength of this giant swamp monster is not just the strength of the museum owner? Could it be that he is like his own elf, the strength of the quasi-heaven king? No, it shouldn't be. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. How could he have the strength of a quasi-heaven king at such a young age? He completely didn't believe that Ye Chen actually possessed the strength of a quasi-heavenly king. Although reality was clearly placed in front of him, he still dared not believe it. It must be that I read it wrong, right? He didn't believe it and continued to shout at the electric shock monster. I don't believe it if the electric shock beast continues to use the thundering skills. After hearing the order, the electric shock monster condensed great progress again. A huge lightning bolt once again accumulated towards the giant swamp monster. After the same fog of white mist, you can stand on the field without anything. But his underground field became 4-5-5 due to this wave of skills. The expressions of the trainers in the audience became shocked again, with an unbelievable look on their faces, and stood there blankly. They began to wonder if what they saw was real. Ye Chen waved his hand. Stay! The giant swamp monster continues to fight. After hearing the order, the giant swamp monster can flash to the side of the electric shock monster. An impact. The electric shock monster was hit hard by this shock and lost its combat power when it hit the ground. The entire venue became silent. They had no idea that the situation would become what it is now. In their guess, the giant swamp monster should be knocked down in this wave of thundering skills. But reality is that it makes a big joke for them, and the exact opposite of what they guessed. The giant swamp monster is not only. He was not injured and killed the electric shock monster in seconds with one blow. This is impossible. What kind of strength does your giant swamp monster have? Ye Chen was still the same, with a calm and gentle breeze, smiling at him. What do you think? These 4 words are like the inner demon that troubles Ma Zishi, wandering in his heart for a long time. I don't believe that your giant swamp monster can still take my elf attack. Ma Zishi's performance was a bit crazy. He took out his last elf ball again. Come out, Lai Kaiu. A white light flashed, and a yellow mouse appeared on the field. Elf, Lai Kaiu. Attribute, electricity. Quality, quasi-heavenly king. Current level, LV64, quick king. Seeing the appearance of Lai Qiu, Ye Chen's eyes lit up. It seems that this Lai Kaiu is Ma Zishi's trump card. A Lai Kaiu with a level of up to 64. Among these museum owners, their strength can be considered a powerful existence. But he was not lucky, and he met himself. My giant swamp monster is not a powerful existence that plays with strength all day long, but a real elf of the king level. Ma Zishi saw that Ye Chen saw his Lai Kaiu's face was not changed at all. You must know that he made Lai Qiu exude the momentum of his whole body. All of them emanated towards Ye Chen and his giant swamp monster. After suffering 2 losses, he wanted to defeat his opponent in terms of momentum. So when he saw that Ye Chen's face had not changed at all, he felt it was very strange. Moreover, there was no change in his face. Ye Chen looked at him lightly with a look of ease. Wang Li Zhao. Stop watching, keep fighting. These words hurt Ma Zishi's heart. Are you humiliating me? Let you see how powerful my Laikaiu is. Lachel. Use 100,000 volts. After hearing the order, Lachyu immediately curled up his body and showed 100,000 volts. The entire site was destroyed by 100,000 volts. All the surrounding windows were broken. The already broken site became even more gravel. I'll go, with such a powerful 100,000 volts, can the giant swamp monster hold on this time? I feel so hungry. Will you decide the winner this time? I'm a little looking forward to it. I won't be that happening again, right? The trainers in the audience looked at it and their current state was a little uncertain. Originally, they thought Mazishi's strength would not look so weak. But Yechen's strength is really too strong, and they can't help but not go. Yechen still looked calm at this time. Giant swamp monster. I'm the same as before, hold on and get rid of it together. The giant swamp monster on the field looked calm and confident. He snorted coldly and withstood the wave of 100,000 volts. When the white mist was dispersed, everyone saw the giant swamp monster standing on the stage. Every minute was stunned and looked unbelievable. 3 times the same thing, they actually saw it 3 times. Mazishi used 3 electrical attacks, but all of them were blocked by Yechen's giant swamp monster. Moreover, these 3 attacks seemed to be stronger than each other, but the giant swamp monster remained as if it were a mountain. In the face of every huge threat attack, they all steadily caught every move. It seems that these moves are completely useless to him. Sure enough, the ground is still very strong in restraint against the electric system. In that way, Yechen's giant swamp monster is too powerful. Mazishi's electric elves attack was completely useless. Now Mazishi was stunned. He said blankly, "Is your elf the power of the Heavenly King?" Until now, he finally understood that Yechen's giant swamp monster was neither the strength of the museum owner nor the strength of the quasi-heaven king, but more likely the terrifying Heavenly King God. His courage was trembling. Even if you are so young, you have the strength of the king, and the future is unlimited. He was a little scared when he thought of offending him so much before. He put away his elf and said with a decadent look on his face, "I lost." This sentence seemed to have exhausted all his strength, and his very young body suddenly became exhausted. The general referee, Miss Junsha, received this news. This time the gym challenge. Player Yechen won. Under the referee's voice, the whole audience was in full bloom. This battle is what they see all the combat power, the most shocking battle. There is no fancy attack in this battle. All you have is the shock of powerful strength. No matter what kind of elves Mazishi used to attack, Yechen's giant swamp monster stood firmly on the field like Mount Tai. At this time, Mazishi walked towards Yechen blankly. He took out an orange badge from his pocket. Hand it in. Yechen. This is the badge of our Koya gymnasium. He said that he was weak and didn't know what attitude he should face Yechen. He was so unreasonable before. Yechen was broad-minded and didn't care about anything with Mazishi. The badge body of the Koya gymnasium was taken down. After chatting with Miss Junsha next to her for a while, she left here. He did not stay in Hualan Gymnasium like before. The owners of Hualan Gymnasium are all polite, unlike the owner of this Koya Gymnasium Mazishi, who is as unpleasant as it is. After leaving here, Yechen went to other places. Of course, he chose to continue walking this time. Only by walking can you truly experience this elf world. It took a while for Yechen to arrive at the port of Lan Perkai. Chapter 74, Lan Perkai. Please subscribe and support when it is listed. Chapter 74, Lan Perkai. Please subscribe and support if it is listed. Yechen came to Lan Perkai. Lan Perchi is located by the sea, with a large beach and bright sun. It is a resort that tourists yearn for. When he came here, Yechen still had the idea of relaxing. This is the only way to challenge the next gym. It's just right to come here to relax. After all, after challenging so many gyms, I felt a little tired. The best way to train is to combine work and rest. It is also a way to achieve the highest efficiency. Ye Chen changed into his swimsuit and lay on the golden beach. There are many young ladies wearing cool swimsuits on the beach. Each one looks very good. For a moment, there were some proud scenery in Ye Chen's eyes. Ye Chen plans to relax here. Lying on this soft beach, bathed in the warm sunshine, Ye Chen felt the long-lost comfort. The last time I felt so comfortable was when I was with my apprentice Zai Zai. He took his apprentice to the mountain to cultivate. The beach is different from the mountains, there are a little more. After a while, Ye Chen felt hungry. I plan to find a place to be good. Have a meal. He had read the original work and knew that there were 2 restaurants in Ramplechi. One is a luxurious restaurant run by Grandma Jin, and the other is a restaurant run by Grandpa Lu. After reading the original work, he knew that Grandma Jin was not a good person, so he chose to have a meal at the restaurant run by Grandpa Lu. When he arrived at the doors of 2 restaurants, he saw Grandpa Lu's dilapidated restaurant at a glance. Is anyone here? Standing in front of the restaurant, Ye Chen moistened the people inside. Because the restaurant is dilapidated and I am not sure if there is any support inside, I asked. Here, come. A cheerful answer came over, and I saw an energetic old man appearing in front of Ye Chen. Hello, guest, do you want to have a meal? Seeing this face, Ye Chen knew that this was Grandpa Lu in the original work. Yes, I want to have a meal and have some rest. Hello, please come in. Grandpa Lu took Ye Chen into his restaurant, pulled out a seat for Ye Chen to sit down, and waited for him here. He himself walked into the kitchen and prepared the food he wanted to eat for Ye Chen. Fried noodles and soda are the only things that Grandpa Lu has in the restaurant. Ye Chen, who was waiting in the seat, looked at the interior of Grandpa Lu's restaurant. It's exactly the same as it shows in anime. He remembered that many wonderful things happened here in the original work, such as the affairs of Grandma Jin and Grandpa Lu. Grandpa Lu owed Grandma Jin money, and later relied on Zai Zai and the others to hold a beauty pageant. However, the beauty pageant was held unsuccessfully because Grandma Jin asked the rockets to destroy this beauty pageant. But the rockets were driven away by Zai Zai and the others. Ye Chen was thinking about Grandpa Lu in the kitchen and had cut off his food. Please. This is your food. Looking at Grandpa Lu who served the food, Ye Chen asked. Grandpa, your business here is not very good, right? Grandpa Lu's face changed slightly, and Xiao, HQ? It seems that he complained that this customer is too polite. You can see it when you see it, why do you need to ask it? Woolen cloth? Don't get me wrong, old man, I just want to have a way to help your store. Ye Chen is based on the principle of helping others. Since they held a beauty pageant in the original work, which made Grandpa Lu make money, why don't you do it yourself? A beauty pageant was also held. It can not only help Grandpa Lu get rid of the predicament in front of him, but also feast his eyes on himself. This is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. A good way. Mr. Lu, my eyes changed. Will this young man have any good methods? Alternate group 8939644460. However, he thought that young people must have more ideas than theirs now, so he decided to listen to what he said. Guest, what good way do you think? Hearing Grandpa Lu's answer, Ye Chen knew that he had trapped Grandpa Lu's heart. I think there are so many people on the beach, we can hold a beauty pageant, and then we charge the ticket fee, and then the people who participate will have a reward at the end. Hey, do you think this is a good way? Everyone pays for the ticket, so we have income. As for the prize, we can all have various methods. I feel that people care the most nowadays its rankings rather than prizes, not to mention that it's a beauty pageant. Did Grandpa Lu's eyes shine when he heard this? Ye Chen knew that Grandpa Lu was an old man. In the original work, Grandpa Lu stared at Zioxia's chest for a long time. He is definitely willing to accept this kind of proposal for beauty pageant. Not only can he make enough money, but he can also feast his eyes on things, so why not do it? Transfer Group 37, 72, 1. What you said is very reasonable, guest. Then we will hold 657. Grandpa Lu agreed with this proposal very much. When Ye Chen heard this, he also smiled on his face. Sure enough, he read that right, Grandpa Lu is all fellows. Now let's go and distribute the advertisements for the beauty pageant. Come out, compare the eagle. When it comes to advertising or flying elves, it is more suitable. In the original work, Xiaoxi's BBBB is going to distribute these advertisements. And I have a more advanced eagle than a bird. Bai Dio flew to the beach with these advertisements. Crash, rash. Bai Dio kept wandering back and forth on this beach, emitting countless advertisements from him. On the beach, the few men and women were seeing these flyers floating in the air. Oh, what is this? It's an advertisement for a beauty pageant. It is said that the reward seems to have a mysterious reward, which looks good, so let's take a look. It is better to act than to be moved. These men and women immediately came to the place where Ye Chen and Grandpa Lu arranged the beauty pageant according to the leaflet. Dear friends at the scene, welcome to the Lamperkai beauty pageant. On the court, Grandpa Lu treated it as the host and hosted the beginning of this beauty pageant. He became a little expectant, looking forward to the beautiful girls appearing in front of him in cool swimsuits. Everyone was really looking forward to the beginning of this beauty pageant, when a loud bang attracted everyone's attention. Boom! When the person's face changed when he heard the explosion. Realizing that something seems to be happening. Dear friends, all the audience, don't worry, I'll hurry over and see what's going on. Now that there is such a violent explosion, the matter of this beauty pageant can of course be played out. Lan Perchi is where everyone lives, and of course they don't want any damage to the place where they live. Finally, I heard Grandpa Liu's voice, and followed him to the place where the explosion came. Everyone came to the beach after the explosion. I saw a dark area in the sea. Everyone looked at the darkness in amazement. What is that? I don't know, it seems like a group of elves gathered together. I'll go, what's going on? Why are so many elves appearing? Looking at this scene, these people were a little scared. Judging from this posture, when these dark people were crowded, the elves seemed to be bad and wanted to attack them. Ye Chen also narrowed his eyes in the crowd and stared at the darkness ahead. Through the exploration of the power of the waveguide, he saw clearly that there was a group of stinger jellyfish ahead. This black piece is full of poisonous jellyfish, and the number is not ordinary. At the same time, everyone also heard the explosion. It is a cruise ship. Hurry up, go and save people, it was the cruise ship that exploded. On the beach, someone shouted that someone would go and save the people on the cruise ship. But no one dared to take action. Because there is still a crowd of black eyes on the other side. How dare people on this shore save them? Seeing this, Ye Chen shook his head. He couldn't say anything, after all, there were some of his own lives that were very important. If you are successful, you will be good at the world. Only when you have the ability to preserve your own strength can you help others. If your own safety cannot be guaranteed, you will save others, then you are not a hero and you are a fool. It seems that this time I have to rely on myself. Come out, Kuai Long. The first thing Ye Chen thought of was his fast dragon. If he saved humans on the sea, the fast dragon was undoubtedly the most suitable Pokemon. You should know that when Kuai Long is wild, he will guide the lost and drowning crowds on the sea. And he can fly, his speed is very fast, suitable for this rescue. Quick Dragon goes up and save these drowning crowds. Roar! Kuai Long shouted, shaking his wings and insisted on going towards these people who fell into the water. However, the dark group of poisonous jellyfish did not have the intention to successfully save Kuai Long. They radiated rays of energy from their foreheads one after another. When there was time, their rays were shot out like thousands of arrows piercing their hearts. I was shocked when I saw it and thought it was not good. Quick dragon! Be careful of attack! At this time, he took out all his elf balls. Come out, my babies! White light flashed by. Dark lay, giant swamp monster, lizard king, flame rabbit. Bai Diao, you can also help Kuai Long save people. Baiyu is also a flying elves, which can help Kuai Long save these people. Daklei, you use your skills to attract their attention. At this time, we can only let other elves attract the attraction of the large group of stinger jellyfish first, so that Kuai Long and Baiyu can save the drowning people. Ahaya! When Ye Chen's elves came out, they caused shocks around them. It's him. It's the boy who attracted a lot of little girls. He actually owns so many rare elves. Look, that's a fast dragon, that's a quasi-god Pokemon. I didn't expect that he was so handsome and had such a strong elf. I'm going, it's really him. I didn't expect it. I thought he was so handsome and not a trainer. I would have known if he had any girlfriend. Among these men, the men were even more jealous of Ye Chen. Not only was he so handsome, he also had so many powerful elves. However, they dare not do anything bad because they are jealous, because they know that life with such a strong elf is definitely not simple. At the same time, those girls who asked Ye Chen to help apply oil were also 10 minutes of regret. They just wanted to have an intimate contact with Ye Chen. After all, there were too few boys who looked so handsome, but they didn't expect to be so strong. If I had known, I would have asked him if he had a girlfriend, maybe he would be his girlfriend now. They also know that if they have so many powerful and rare elves, their family background will definitely not be too bad and they will definitely not suffer. This society is a real society. Ye Chen is powerful and handsome, and is naturally popular with everyone. Come on, handsome guy. Come on, little brother, you look so handsome when you save someone. After you save these people, I will be your girlfriend. Various yelling appeared in the crowd again. However, Ye Chen ignored the words of these people. Now, not only do we need to save these drowning people, but we also need to solve this large area of stinger jellyfish. These people are really aware of their own. Such a great danger has not been solved in front of them, and they are thinking about other things. Through the power of the waveguide, he found that there was a very large body behind this group of black stinger jellyfish. Poisonous stinger jellyfish. The power of the waveguide is truly a magical tool for exploration. Be able to clearly show the other person's appearance in your mind. After seeing the appearance of this huge stinger jellyfish, such a picture appeared in Ye Chen's mind. That really happened to them, Zai and his group in another port in the original work. Grandma Jin's cousin there has built a water park and destroyed the place where the stinger jellyfish live. The huge stinger jellyfish comes to destroy you because of anger. Where humans live. What kind of anger is it to let humans know that the place where they live is destroyed? In the end, if it weren't for Zioxia who really moved this disaster, it might not have ended. Thinking of this, Ye Chen realized that it must be the reason that appeared here that angered these stinger jellyfish, so they came to attack Lan Perkai just now. Because he knew that all the elves would not attack human cities for no reason, all had his original intention. The elves I saw before at the port of Zhengzhen town attacked the port for a reason. They were frightened by the elves who suddenly broke in. The elves are all peace-loving, and you will not attack the places where humans live for no reason. It seems that I have to find the huge stinger jellyfish and let her retreat. Everyone retreated. Things are not that simple. After seeing a few drowning people being rescued by their own Kuai Long and Baiyu, Ye Chen shouted to the crowd behind him. Run away, don't watch the show here, everyone will get into trouble. However, his words did not have much impact. Only a small number of people listened to his words and left here. With such a big picture, how could we run away? Yes, there is such a big bustle here. There are still many people who stayed there and refused to leave in order to watch the fun. I even shook my head. These people had no choice but to be looking for death. I wonder if you are curious about killing the cat? But for everyone's safety, he shouted loudly again. Everyone should not continue to stay here. It's really dangerous. I'm not kidding. Ye Chen's expression was very serious, and this kind of person could tell that this was not a joke. So he left here reluctantly. Fanhe ran away to the city behind him. At this time, the dark group of stinger jellyfish also began their own actions. The dark figure began to move slowly, and the entire sea surface seemed to be dyed black. Only this black figure. After a while, the dark figure came to the beach. And those who escaped looked back at the dark group. I'm going, there are so many stinger jellyfish, but fortunately we run fast. Fortunately we ran fast, otherwise we would be in trouble now. Everyone realized it later, and at first everyone felt what Ye Chen said. Too exaggerated. Thinking about it now, they really blamed Ye Chen for his mistake. Transfer Group 8, 3. 444. 0. If Ye Chen and the others weren't now, they would have been flooded by these poisonous jellyfish. They saw Ye Chen standing alone on the fast dragon. Just like the warriors in ancient times, a person faced a huge threat. Is he really okay with it alone? Although Ye Chen's Pokémons look very powerful. But facing so many stinger jellyfish, those who escaped were still a little worried about Ye Chen. It should be fine, right? Let's run away quickly. Now there is no time to care about other people's opinions, it is important to escape by yourself. After saying that, the man immediately increased his speed and ran behind him. At this time, Ye Chen did not escape these people, and now he wants to solve the crisis here. If these stinger jellyfish are allowed to destroy the city, the innocent people in the city will always be hurt. Although the stinger jellyfish will attack, there must be some reason here. But as a human, Ye Chen's first consideration is to protect the safety of human cities. Even the stinger jellyfish have thousands of reasons to destroy this place. But he still has to stop it. Because he is alone. He could ask why the stinger jellyfish attacked here to help solve this cause by himself, but he would not let the stinger jellyfish destroy the place. He stood on Kuai Long, feeling like he was facing millions of enemies alone. At this moment, he felt majestic, like a general on the battlefield. Dak Lei, are you ready? Everyone responded to him. Okay, let's go now. Quick dragon, take me to their heads. Kuai Long brought Ye Chen to the head of this stinger jellyfish. Quick dragon uses to destroy light. After hearing the order, a huge energy continued to condense on Kuai Long's head. Well, let alone this huge energy, rushing into the alone water below. Boom! This destruction of death is very powerful. The energy that destroys the light hits the center of the stinger jellyfish group, causing a violent explosion. They want to escape, but the speed of destroying time is never something they can react. Because there are so many of them. After being attacked by this blow, all the stinger's jellyfish could not react. The bad dragon in the sky was the hand that attacked them. Everyone was looking at Ye Chen and Kuai Long in the air fiercely. They shouted from their mouths, and then their heads kept condensed from their energy rays, shooting towards the fast dragon. Quick dragon, please dodge it, Dark Lei covers. Ye Chen asked Kuai Long to keep dodging to avoid the attacks of these poisonous stingers. Just then. Boom! Rolling waves surged on the sea. A huge figure emerged from the sea. It is a huge stinger jellyfish. I went, there was such a huge stinger jellyfish. This stinger jellyfish is very tall. The cities behind him are not as tall as him. Seeing this huge stinger jellyfish appear, Ye Chen knew that this was the leader of the stinger jellyfish. If you want to solve this incident, you must talk to this leader. I hadn't seen this leader appear before, but now I finally forced him out. The huge stinger jellyfish leader also saw the Kuai-Long and Ye Chen in the air, staring at them fiercely. A buzzing roar was constantly coming from his mouth. Human, who are you who actually block us? However, Ye Chen has the power of a waveguide and can understand what the leader of the poisonous stinger jellyfish is saying. At the same time, Ye Chen used the power of this waveguide to communicate with him. Chief of the poisonous stinger jellyfish, I want to ask what is the reason for your attack here? Hearing Ye Chen's voice appearing in his ears, the poisonous stinger jellyfish was stunned. The young man in front of me is extraordinary, and he can understand what I say. You must know that he not only said it once before, but humans just can't understand what he said. He was a little worried before, but he didn't expect that now he has humans who have always had special abilities. Humanity, the place where we live has been polluted by the garbage you thrown into the sea. We have no place to survive, and the place where we live has been destroyed by humans. So we come here to let you humans know where to destroy and what kind of pain it is. I want you to feel the pain we feel. Hearing the voice of the leader of the poisonous stinger jellyfish, Ye Chen understood what had happened. It turns out that it is because humans pollute the ocean, which causes the stinger jellyfish to live in. They became very angry and wanted to destroy the places where humans live. Chief of the poisonous stinger jellyfish, your attacks are useless now. Why don't we think about how to solve the pollution in the water? Ye Chen told the leader of the poisonous stinger jellyfish that the important thing is to solve this problem now, rather than to avenge revenge, which is actually useless. If you want to avenge your revenge, this will only intensify the conflict between the two sides and will not solve the problem. However, the poisonous stinger jellyfish fell into anger and obviously couldn't listen to what Ye Chen said. Humans, please stop quibbling, it's all because of you. If you don't pay attention to protecting the ocean, you want to end up in the present. I want you to remember it hard. The leader of the poisonous stinger jellyfish was very angry, and I was thinking of not listening to what Ye Chen said anymore. After his voice fell, his actions began. Seeing his persuasion, Ye Chen had no effect on the hands of the poisonous stinger jellyfish. It seems that I still can't help but fight to be useful. Standing on Kuai-Long's body, his eyes were very serious. Using the system's detection function, first check the panel of this stinger jellyfish. Elf, poisonous stinger jellyfish, mutation. Attribute, water and poison. Quality, quasi-heavenly king. Current level, LV68 level, quick king. Ye Chen was shocked when he saw the panel of the leader of this stinger jellyfish. It turned out to be a poisonous stinger jellyfish with a level of quasi-heavenly king. What's even more terrifying is that his attributes are also marked as mutants. Ye Chen probably made his mutation because of the pollution of seawater, which made his body so huge. Because ordinary jellyfish have little body size. Now this poisonous stinger jellyfish is stronger than the ancient fast dragon I encountered before. Fortunately, this stinger jellyfish has a huge body, but its level is still as powerful as a quasi-heaven king. Fortunately, it is not as powerful as that ancient fast dragon. Even though his body is so huge, as long as his strength has not reached the level of exaggeration, Ye Chen still has a way to solve this crisis. The leader of the stinger jellyfish, don't let your own men die in vain. Ye Chen still planned to persuade him again, the leader of the poisonous stinger jellyfish, hoping that he would give up the idea of attacking. However, the leader of the poisonous stinger jellyfish seemed to be unhappy at all, and ordered his subordinates to attack the entire beach without hesitation. Ye Chen seemed to have to solve it with brute force. Dak Lei, Kuai-Long, and I go with me to deal with the leader of this stinger jellyfish. Others attack the stinger jellyfish to protect the entire city. Now, there is no way, and I can only rely on my Kuai-Long and Dark Lei to solve the problem. And the other elves went to solve the remaining stinger jellyfish. Ye Chen saw that the other jellyfish had been used to see that the levels of the detector were low, most of which were around level 40. The other elves of his own are enough to deal with them. Hope to save this city. Let Kuai Long bring himself to the side of this huge poisonous jellyfish. Since you can't communicate with you in language, you can only use combat. Humph! Vicious human, you have finally shown your true face. This moment is a battle between the two races of humans and stinger jellyfish. Because of the endless pollution of the environment, humans have no room for survival because of the oceans. Without saying much, we still knew that the war was about to begin at this moment. Dark Lei, use of evil fluctuations. Dark Lei, after hearing the order, immediately applied to condense a huge wave of energy, flying straight into the huge alone water. Seeing the poisonous shock wave of the insect, the poisonous jellyfish had no time to hide. His huge body provided him with powerful destructive power, and at the same time he encountered his speed chart the slowest and had no time to react. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge poisonous stinger jellyfish was hit by the fluctuations of evil. For a moment, the huge stinger jellyfish was knocked over. Huge waves surged across the sea. The beaches around this were flooded. Beautiful job! Dark Lei. Dark Lei is worthy of being a first-level god, and the damage is very high. Seeing the overwhelmed stinger jellyfish, Ye Chen felt that the victory scale was about to tilt towards him. He originally thought that this battle would be a fierce battle, and only knew his own purpose to attack was still lethal to the huge stinger jellyfish. The tyrant poisonous stinger jellyfish also reflected it. A roar was shouting at Ye Chen in the sky. Damn human! The tentacles on the huge poisonous stinger jellyfish were killed towards the Kuang Long and Dark Lei in the air. One by one, the dragon-like tentacles hit Ye Chen's side. Depend on. Damn, this stinger jellyfish, the leader was too tricky and was attacked and actually attacked himself directly. The leader of this huge stinger jellyfish actually knew that I didn't have much defense and chose to attack me directly. Fortunately, I have the power of waveguides. Standing on Kuai Long's body, he used the power of the waveguide to protect his whole body. Only the dragon-like tentacles and the sounds of impacting the waveguide. Dong! 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 If it weren't for the existence of this wave of guided power, Ye Chen would have felt that his body would be exposed by the dragon-like tentacles. He was a little angry. The huge stinger was too much in his hand. Dark Lei. Attack him and knock him over. Quick dragon! You'll get on too. Now I don't care about justice. The one-on-one battle is the key word to solve the problem here as soon as possible. Dark Lei, use of evil fluctuations. Quick dragon! Use destroy light. Hearing Ye Chen's order, Dark Lei and Kuai Long condensed huge energy rays in front of their bodies. At the same time, he rushed towards the giant stinger jellyfish leader. The leader of the poisonous stinger jellyfish wanted to avoid it, but his huge body was his biggest obstacle, and he had no time to avoid these two attacks. He was knocked down by these two attacks. Boom! He was knocked over the sea again. Huge stinger jellyfish, I tell you, you keep destroying, there is no good fruit here. Hurry and take back your men and go back to the sea. We will definitely find a way to solve this pollution problem. I know the alliance of the Elf Alliance is the search officer and the 4 heavenly kings. I can report to the alliance the sea area here, you can retreat quickly. Although Ye Chen can repel the huge stinger jellyfish, it would be good if there was a perfect solution. You must know that if you really want to continue fighting, the leader of this poisonous jellyfish is definitely not his opponent. But this time is not like the previous 2 Pokémon riots. The first 2 times were because other elves broke into his territory, causing their riots. This time it was a mistake caused by humans themselves that forced them to come up and take revenge on humans. Ye Chen felt that this time he shouldn't have been so heavy. Ye Chen's words lingered in the mind of the huge stinger jellyfish. He thought for a moment. Suddenly he screamed. Then the stinger jellyfish under his command stopped moving forward one after another and began to move backwards. Humans, remember what you said, must manage the environment here well, otherwise I will come again. Although I can't beat you, I can bring great disaster to the city behind you. The huge bamboo jellyfish didn't want to destroy the human city like this in his hands. He just lost his mind because of excessive anger. After 2 attacks from Ye Chen, he was a little awake. He has seen a lot. After all, the master of this world is the human being who has destroyed so much, so he will definitely not let him and his men go. It is not just an individual, but a leader of a population, and the considerations are different. I can die, but what should I do if the remaining stinger jellyfish after I die? Will you be bullied by elves from other seas? Do they still have a territory to live in? You must know that it is precisely because of your existence that you will look at other elves in front of you and will not bully your stinger jellyfish. I swear with my glory that I will definitely govern the sea. Ye Chen used his glory to tell the leader of the poisonous stinger jellyfish that he would definitely solve this crisis. It seemed that I got a satisfactory answer. The stinger jellyfish had a stinger in her hand, and the mothers gradually disappeared from the coast. The original calm on the beach was also restored. And those who escaped, after seeing the black stinger jellyfish and the huge stinger jellyfish leader left, they also came back to thank Ye Chen. Thank you for saving us. Yes, the young warrior wouldn't have known what would have happened if it weren't for you. Everyone surrounded Ye Chen and thanked him and saved them. However, there was no smile on Ye Chen's face, but instead looked at them with a serious face. It is because you don't pay attention to protecting the sea area, which causes the stinger jellyfish to lose their survival areas, so they come to attack you. This time I repelled them, and I hope you will protect your own sea areas in the future. Hearing Ye Chen scolding them, they all lowered their heads. It turns out that it is because of this poisonous stinger jellyfish that attacks here. They also understood this matter. After knowing this, Ye Chen was not in the mood to hold a beauty pageant. He found a telephone booth in the city, called Yulongdu, and told him that he had promised the huge stinger jellyfish to control the sea area here. When Yulongdu heard this, he immediately agreed to Ye Chen's request. The alliance now pays great attention to protecting the environment, and then makes these elves live a better life. The demise of these elves will not be caused by environmental problems. Ye Chen expressed his gratitude to Yulongdu and hung up the phone. He thought that this vacation would end here. There are more tasks waiting for him. With the desired goal, Ye Chen embarked on the journey to challenge the next gym. On the way, he took out the map given to him by Dr. Damu. Cut your head at first glance, he pointed his finger at the destination gym where he was going. Gold Market. Golden Gym. Seeing his destination, Ye Chen received the map into the system's backpack. I sorted out my backpack and set out on the way to the Golden City. Chapter 75, 1000 Years of Ghosts. Please subscribe and support when it is on the shelves. Chapter 75, 1000 Years of Ghosts. Please subscribe and support for the list. Ye Chen sat on Kui Long's body. Set out towards this target gold market. When it comes to the Golden City, Ye Chen still has some understanding. The Golden City is a huge city with all connections in Kanto. It is also the busiest city. Speaking of the gold market, Ye Chen remembered the gold market. Nazi can use superpowers, and in the original work, her apprentice Zai and the others suffered a lot. And Zai and the others were almost turned into toys because of Nazi. It can be said to be a life-threatening death. Fortunately, Zai finally convinced him a ghost stone. Because the superpower attack is invalid for the ghost system, Zai finally defeated Nazi with this ghost stone and obtained the badge of the Golden City. Thinking of this, Ye Chen paused on the way forward. There is no ghost-type elf in my hand, so when facing Nazi, I may also be helpless in progress. It seems that I have to subdue a ghost-type elf. Otherwise, when facing Nazi, you will become particularly powerless. He didn't want the situation to happen like this. So he felt it was necessary to subdue a ghost-type Pokemon. When Ye Chen received the ghost-type elves, he thought of Ghost Stone and Ghost Stone. Ye Chen was still thinking that Kui Long had already arrived in a strait with him. "Master, we are about to arrive at the girl's gorge." Kuai Long screamed a few times. However, Ye Chen only understood what Kuai Long said because of the composition of the power of the waveguide. Hearing this, Ye Chen bowed. Girl's gorge. A picture appeared in his mind. There is a 1,000-year-old ghost in the girl gorge. I just need to find a ghost-type elves, and there is a 1,000-year-old ghost here, which really meets my requirements. Originally, Ye Chen had very high requirements for his elves, and his quality requirements were also very high, and he also looked down on ordinary elves. High-quality elves in the wild are not common, but now there is a ghost who has lived for thousands of years, and of course Ye Chen will not choose to let him go. But he knew that this 1,000-year-old ghost was not very comfortable. The matter was caused by man, so the commanded Kuai Long landed towards the girl's gorge. At this time, the girl's gorge was holding a fireworks conference because Ye Chen came very coincidental. It happened to be around the Zhongyuan festival that a temple fair will be held here. So there are people here, and it is crowded. Many people walked around here, constantly looking at the goods and snacks on the stalls. Standing at the port of Sheonio Gorge, Ye Chen looked at the statue on this building carefully. His beauty is the same as described in the original work, which makes people addicted to seeing. Just when Ye Chen was fascinated by his eyes, an old lady bumped into Ye Chen. "You must be careful of the beauty." The old lady muttered something to tell Ye Chen to be careful of the beauty. Ye Chen was shocked. "What makes me be careful of beauty? I am single, and I actually asked me to be careful of beauty. So how can I get out of singleness? I don't like beauties. Do men still like ugly girls?" I would complain in my heart, but I still asked with a smile. "What are you talking about, old man?" The old lady lowered her head and shook her head, and said seriously. "Before this time she will appear and seduce male tourists coming to visit." As he said that, his voice became low, "Then they will be sucked away from the energy here, and they will appear in a daze on the second day." Hearing this, Ye Chen felt a burst of complaints in his heart. He can actually absorb people's energy. Is it not the world of Pokemon, but the world of strange stories from a Chinese studio? This female ghost is afraid it's not nice Yao Qian. Does he have another chance to be Ning Ketichan? He shook his head and then shook the things he thought in his heart. What are you thinking? This is the world of Pokemon, where did it come from? Xiao Qian. Hearing this familiar dialogue from the old lady, his eyes twisted. This old lady was very familiar with her. He looked closely and found that she was the old lady in the original work. After reading the original work, he certainly knew that this generation of old women was pretended to be the 1,000-year-old ghost. "It seems that the fish has taken the bait," he said to himself. Before he took the initiative to catch this ghost, he came to his door. It can be said that I am urging flashlights in the toilet and looking for shit. But he was not in a hurry, and had a good time with this ghost for to let him know how powerful he was. Only by persuading him can he be obedient. The ghost stone that Xiaozai conquered was because she did not listen to Xiaozai, which made Xiaozai extremely troublesome when challenging Nazi. Don't want to encounter such a situation. He must make sure that every elf he conquered must be obedient and capable, become your own combat power, not your own burden. In his ideas, obedience is far more important than quality. If the rewards drawn by the system can be improved, and if you are obedient, I can make you improve. If you are disobedient, then this Pokemon is equivalent to being useless. He doesn't like the disobedient elf, Ye Chen just likes the obedient elf. When the old lady Gui Si pretended to be a lie, she thought that Ye Chen had taken the bait and that his annual deception mission might be successful. He didn't notice Ye Chen at all, and had already discovered that he was an elf. Because the power of the waveguide is so amazing, he can detect the situation around him. Ye Chen used the waveguide to investigate and found that the old lady in front of him was the 1,000-year-old ghost in the original play. My sister discovered that this was just a 1,000-year-old ghost in the original drama. Ye Chen's user system comes with the detection function to view the panel of this 1000-year-old ghost. Elf, ghosts. Attribute, ghost and poison. Quality, King of Heaven. Current level, LV79, Heavenly King. Seeing this ghost's panel, a look of nervousness appeared on Ye Chen's face. Today is a ghost at the level of 75th level. This is the most powerful wild elf Ye Chen has encountered. Of course, except for the divine beasts. Ye Chen didn't know how to face this ghost. For a moment, the situation became very complicated. He made a stance of fighting. The old lady opposite seemed to see Ye Chen's expression change. I realized something was wrong. Now, during the day, his combat power cannot be fully utilized. For safety reasons, Gui Si thought it would be better to retreat first in this game. Young people, remember to be careful of beautiful women. The words he finally said immediately floated away from Ye Chen. No, let him run away. Seeing the old lady in front of her run away from Ye Chen, until her performance, it seemed that this Gui Si noticed it. It seems that I have to take some effort. This ghost is not an easy character to deal with. If Ye Chen didn't care much, since he could meet this ghost for the first time, he would definitely have the second time. Since there is a temple fair here, let's take a look. Ye Chen knew that this ghost was to protect the legend of the girl. Every year, it appears on the girl's gorge at this time, allowing the legend of the girls to be passed on. The purpose is to let people remember this infatuated girl and wait for his lover to return. Only when you are remembered forever will the girl's soul not be dissipated and will always exist in this world. If others can't remember the girl, maybe the girl will disappear. Ye Chen knew that this ghost was a very important existence. The girl is a person who died more than 2000 years ago and is still remembered by people. This is all the credit of this ghost, which appears every year to make people remember the legend of the girl. It seems that the quality of this ghost is very good. Even if you subdue it, you will definitely be able to use it for yourself. He walked around the temple fair for a while, and it was night. This time he planned to live in this wild monster. Just next to the girl's temple, only in this way can you squat at this ghost branch to the maximum extent. This time my goal is for this ghost. Although I won't live in the evening. Maybe there will be another fierce battle at night, so it doesn't matter if you can't stay there. Come to the gate of the girl's temple. It was time to take out the sleeping bag and prepare to go to bed. At this time, Gui Si was watching Ye Chen tightly on a big tree. This annoying human being finally fell asleep. Let's see how I teach him a lesson. Then Gui Si used Ye Chen out of the illusion. For a moment, the whole environment was a little distorted. Ye Chen felt that he had come to another world. He looked around and found that all the 4 middle schools had turned into the sea. His eyes became wrong for a moment, and it turned out to be like this. It's impossible. He was obviously sleeping next to the temple, so how could he become a sea? The next moment he felt even more frightened. He saw 3 huge super ancient Pokemon appearing in front of him. It is the Gaaka, Goradu, and Riskyo that I have seen before. How could they appear here? Didn't they make up and go to find the murderer who destroyed the ancient times? Ye Chen saw them start a war. For a moment, it was dark and it seemed that another victory or defeat was coming. Ye Chen became very frightened. He was very worried about that scene, but now he actually saw this scene again. After a frightened moment, Ye Chen seemed to remember something. He took out his elf ball from his body. Come out, Darklay! A white light flashed by, and the arrogant Darklay appeared beside Ye Chen. Darklay, break the illusion here. Seeing these scenes, Ye Chen immediately realized that this should be the illusion created by the ghost. The best person he can break this illusion is use the nightmare god Darklay to break his illusion. Darklay immediately shouted when he heard Ye Chen's order and flew into the air. Aou! The farewell screamed, and then the entire surrounding space began to become distorted again. Returned to its original appearance. Ye Chen also saw the ghost floating in the air. It's just a good thing you did. You actually want to trap me in the illusion. You underestimate me too much. Next, I'll fight back. Ghost. This ghost is actually teasing himself like this, so Ye Chen certainly would not choose to let him go. Daklei cleans him up. Daklei. Use the fluctuation of evil. Ye Chen knew that the superpower tricks had no effect on ghosts, so he did not use ghost skills, but used evil attribute tricks. After hearing the order, Daklei condensed a huge wave of energy in front of him. The huge energy wave of ancient energy was striking towards the ghosts in the air. Gaisai also noticed this attack. Humph, do you want to attack me with just such an attack? He snorted coldly and avoided the special fluctuations used by Daklei. Since you have attacked the other side, of course he has to attack too. The fluctuations of evil. The opposite ghost also used the evil fluctuation and killed Daklei. Humph, I'm giving you this sentence too. Do you want to hit me with such an attack? Ye Chen felt that Gui Si really underestimated him in this game. You should know that after these few battles, Daklei's level has also increased. It's not at the previous level. Now Daklei's level has made a deeper progress than before. Elf, Daklei. Attribute, Evil. Quality, Level 1 God. Current level, LV68 level, Quick King. Although Daklei's level is not as good as Ghost's level, Daklei's quality is the existence of a level 1 God. When facing the King level Guis, he was not at all inferior. He can even beat him steadily. Looking at his Daklei, Ye Chen said calmly. Daklei. We will definitely not lose to him. Daklei rushed over directly and used the shadow clone. The figure of Daklei flashed for a moment, and several figures of Daklei appeared. For a moment, Jens couldn't tell which one was just the real Daklei. Damn it, I actually used this trick. Ye Chen could hear Gui Si's scream clearly. Of course he wouldn't say what he could understand. This has already left Ye Chen invincible. He could understand what the elf said. Daklei's shadow clone had already rushed to Ghost. Use evil fluctuations. After all, Daklei heard the order, he condensed evil fluctuations in front of him at the same time. Because they are shadow clones, Shadow also did the same thing, but they did not hurt at all. It is just used to confuse ghosts. However, Gui Si couldn't tell which one was which one. Damn it! He was surrounded by all Dakleis and had no way to escape. It is surrounded by all around and below. He didn't dare to bet on which one was just the real Daklei, because if he failed the bet, all he left was to be knocked down. How did he use evil waves to condense huge shock waves in front of him? Going in the direction he thought was the real Daklei. After a while, the evil fluctuations in both sides were released. The evil fluctuations of Ghost hit Daklei. A figure was broken up. It can be seen that the object that Ghost chose this time was wrong, and it was Daklei's shadow clone. At the same time, Daklei's evil fluctuations also hit Gui's. It turned out that the real Daklei was behind Ghost's. His evil fluctuations, so many people hit Wang Yuan, who was unprepared. One blow did not completely knock Gui Si out. Daklei continues to pursue the victory. Use evil fluctuations. After hearing the order, Daklei immediately condensed a wave of evil in front of him and went out towards the repelled Ghost. The knocked Gaisai had no power to resist. He was knocked down to the ground by another wave of evil. Ah, human, what do you want to do? This ghost seems to be able to speak human language. This time he used humans to communicate with Ye Chen again. I just want to conquer you as my elf. Ye Chen expressed his thoughts, just to conquer him as a little elf. I can't be your elf yet, I have another mission. Looking at Ye Chen talking about his thoughts, he told Ye Chen that he had a mission that he had been protecting. Of course Ye Chen knew that he had a task, but he still pretended not to know. After all, he once knew so many things about me as a god's perspective, but he couldn't tell others casually. What mission? Gui-si seemed to recall something, lowered his head and said lightly. I have been protecting a lot for more than 2,000 years. The souls of groups of girls. As long as she hasn't dissipated, I will keep guarding her and won't leave. When Ye Chen heard this, he was indeed protecting the girl's soul. This ghost seems to be the guardian of the girl, otherwise you would have dissipated for more than 2,000 years. If I could solve the girl's problem, would you be willing to follow me? When Gui-si heard this, his eyes shone. Can you solve the girl's problem now? For more than 2,000 years, he has been watching this sad girl, waiting for his lover's return, but there has been no feedback. He also felt sad and uncomfortable for the girl when he looked. Although he didn't know what love was, he could feel the deep longing from the girl. That feeling of longing also supports the girl, from more than 2,000 years ago to the present. This was the girl's infatuation that touched him, and he was willing to protect him all the time. If the boy in front of him could solve the girl's affairs, then he would be willing to go with this one, wanting the boy to leave here and be his elf. If the girl's wish is solved, her task will disappear, and there is also a young elf sitting in it. What's the point? He looked at the boy and said solemnly. If you can solve this problem of girls, then I'm willing to be your elf. Ye Chen was immediately happy when he heard this. This Gui-si was indeed a person who values love and righteousness. If he could solve this problem, it would be a foregone conclusion that he would become his own elf. Can you take me to find that beautiful girl? If you want to solve this girl's problem, you must first find this girl and see how to solve this problem. Of course, come with me. It was just one night and the girl could come out. Gui-si took Ye Chen to a temple. The girl's soul lives here. After a while, Ye Chen finally saw the girl's true face. With the existence of waveguide power, he firmly saw the girl's soul body. I want to see you, I really want to see you. The girl is like the ancient fast dragon looking for companions, and she also says the same sentence in her mouth, wanting to see you, I want to see you. One of them wanted to see their companions and the other wanted to see their lovers, because the people they wanted to see left, and they were waiting. This is that girl. Gui-si's voice reminded Ye Chen. Ye Chen raised his eyebrows and said, the girl was indeed infatuated. If the girl could know that the person she loved had been reincarnated or knew his bottom lane, perhaps this matter would be solved. Thinking of this, Ye Chen thought of God's power to be removed from office. There is God in this world, and there should be a fountain. If this existence exists, then Darklay, as a god, should be the one who can communicate with him. Thinking of this, Ye Chen summoned Darklay. Darklay uses your divine power to see if he can communicate with Huang Chuan. Darklay has great authority as the current first-level god. Hearing what Ye Chen said, Darklay was gathering his divine power and trying to communicate. Can you tell me about the characteristics of your lover? Ye Chen asked the girl for the first time. Do you have any way to help me find my lover? The girl turned around and looked at Ye Chen quietly. My Darklay is a god whose divine power can communicate with Huang Chuan and help you find your lover you have lost. Are you waiting here for more than 2,000 years, just waiting for his return? I promised Guis that if I can help you find your lover, he will be my elf. Ye Chen also told the girl why she was willing to help him because of Gui-si. The girl turned around and looked at Guis. He bowed slightly to Gui-si, thanking Gui-si for helping him protect him for so many years, and finally asking for help, helping him and finding his other half. Thank you, Lord Guis. Then the girl turned around and came to see Ye Chen. My lover has 6 moles on his body, and these 6 words are distributed on the soles of his feet. This is the place where I remember him the most, and it is also the place where he is unique. The girl expressed her biggest characteristics of her lover. This also facilitates Darklay to use his divine power to find the girl's lover. It depends on whether the girl's lover is still in the underworld or has been reincarnated. Fortunately, this girl's lover has very big characteristics. It is impossible for ordinary people to have moles on their feet, let alone these 6 moles. I get it, I will let Darklay search for it. Darklay heard it. Do you do your best to help this girl? Darklay nodded, then used his divine power to communicate with Huang Chuan and search for news about the girl's lover. The girl and Gui Si were waiting anxiously. They all know that gods are hard to come by, and if they can meet divine beasts, it will be a very lucky final. And ordinary gods do not use such authority. Maybe this is their only chance. After waiting for a while, it seemed that there was a result. Darklay stopped the operation of his divine power and fell in love with Ye Chen. This girl's lover has been reincarnated. Where was the place where he was reincarnated? Darklay found out that the girl's lover had been reincarnated, and the place of reincarnation was in the Shenao area. Ye Chen told the girl all the words Darklay told him. Ghost, you heard it too, you can tell the girl too. Ye Chen told the girl that if she didn't believe it, she could ask Gai Sai, and Gai Sai could understand the elf's words. Gai Sai nodded and told the girl that the girl was right. And more importantly, the girl knows where her lover was reincarnated. After she also learned about her lover, she seemed to become a little anxious. Since I know his existence, I also decided to reincarnate and look for him. The girl decided not to wait anymore and wanted to reincarnate herself and look for her lover. Mr. Gai Sai, don't bother you anymore. I decided to reincarnate and look for him, and I won't wait anymore. Over the years, he also knew that the Shenao area is far away from here, not to mention that the boy has just reincarnated recently, and if he is reincarnated now, he still has a chance. So it is useless for a girl to wait for someone here. It is better to be reincarnated and look for her lover. The girl made her own decision. So his figure gradually dissipated and he planned to reincarnate. When you see the girl being ready to reincarnate, you solve your knot in your heart, and suddenly you feel empty in your heart. You have protected the girl for more than 2000 years, and now he finally has nothing to do. I promise you, after you solve this problem, I will become your elf. Come on and conquer me. Gui Si was very trustworthy and used Ye Chen to solve the girl's affairs. He volunteered to become Ye Chen's elf. Ye Chen took out his elf ball, and after some twists and turns, he finally recovered this powerful ghost. You should know that this is a ghost who has lived for more than 2000 years. Although he has not evolved yet, Ye Chen believes that with a little training, Ghost can definitely achieve the results of evolution and can quickly evolve and improve his strength. He took out the elf ball and threw it at Gui's. A red light flashed by, and Gui's collected the elf ball. Later, Ye Chen released Gui Si again. Next, you'll fight hard. Don't worry, I will definitely assist you. Gui Si said that Ye Chen helped him solve the girl's problem, and he would definitely do his best to help Ye Chen. He convinced Gui Si Ye Chen and thought that he should train his elf well. After these few days of his battle, his other little minds also showed signs of upgrading. I believe that after a period of training, he can reach a better level. So Ye Chen decided to stay in this forest, suspend it for a while, and then go to the Golden City to challenge Nazi after training for a while. The purpose of his challenge to this gym is to enhance his strength. Now that he has the ability to enhance his strength, he will of course not let it go. Half a month has passed. Ye Chen took all his elves nearby to train for a while. All the elves have undergone earth-shaking changes. Daklay's level has been upgraded to level 69. Kuelong's level has been upgraded to level 64. The level of the giant swamp monster has been upgraded to level 74. The Lizard King's level has been upgraded to level 57. Bai Diao's level has been upgraded to level 54. And Gui's also quickly evolved into Gui's tone under the results of training due to thousands of years of accumulation. Ding! The flash sale mall has been refreshed. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to purchase. This time, the flash sale mall appeared again, but unlike before, this time, there was only one product appeared in the flash sale mall. That is a dark stone. Product. The best dark stone? Dark stone that can improve quality? The system produces it must be a high-quality product. This dark stone is not the same as usual, and can improve the quality of the user. When Ye Chen saw this product, he knew that this product was born for the ghost that he convinced him. If his ghost can be purified into Gengui, and he can have stronger qualifications, break through the strength of a quasi-champion, and reach the championship level. This is probably also his first elf who is about to become a champion. Ghost Stone has a thing here, do you want to use it? When Ghost Stone heard this, he saw that when he came, he could improve his strength. Ye Chen instantly killed this dark stone. Take it to Ghost Stone. It's this thing. Ghost Stone saw that it was a stone, but it was a huge energy contained on it. He could feel the ability to evolve from that stone. This is a purified dark stone that can allow you to evolve. Ye Chen told Ghost Stone that this was something that could improve his strength and asked him if he wanted to use it. Ghost Stone thought that Ye Chen must have used it, and that he would have more powerful power to help him. Since I have agreed to assist me, Ye Chen, of course I have to do your best. I do. He agreed to Ye Chen's request, took the piece from Ye Chen's hand, and put the dark stone on his body. Suddenly, a white light ray on his body was shattered. His body changed. Elf, Gengui. Attribute, Ghost and Poison. Quality, Champion. Current level, LV79, Quasi-Champion. After the evolution of Dark Stone, I also have a championship level name. But his level is still as Quasi-Champion strength. However, his combat power has improved a lot compared to before. Because he was fighting alone before, now he has an extra trainer. Many other trainers are also trainers with rich combat experience. Be able to make accurate judgments and let him use the correct rhythm. In this way, his strength will be even stronger. After training this Gengui, Ye Chen decided to go to the Golden City to challenge Nazi. He used Kui Long to rush the road because he had been delaying here for more than half a month and delayed his itinerary. So he used Kui Long to hurry up and shorten this trip. It didn't take long before Ye Chen came to the Golden Market. Found the famous Golden City Gymnasium. When Ye Chen opened the gate of the gym, he found that there was no one in the gym. I soon walked to the front door. Are you here to challenge Miss Nazi? A man in a white coat stopped Ye Chen's path forward and asked him. Yes, I'm here to challenge Miss Nazi. Ye Chen did not hesitate at all, he was here to challenge the answer. You are the only one? Let's challenge Miss Nazi, and don't look at what level she is. This man looked down on Ye Chen if he was young. However, Ye Chen had long been used to the expressions of these people and did not care about their opinions at all. You just need to tell me where Miss Nazi is, don't talk much. Snort. The man snorted coldly, pointed out a way to Ye Chen and left. After a while, Ye Chen found the place to challenge Nazi. I saw the mysterious Nazi sitting in her seat. Just like in the original work, Nazi was holding a doll. I'm here to challenge you, Lord Nazi. Out of politeness, Ye Chen first expressed his intention. Haha, someone dares to challenge me. Nazi, who was sitting in the seat, sneered. He is notoriously in trouble in the gold market. Generally, no challenger comes to challenge him. Now a young man with a slight head is coming to challenge him, and he still feels some fun. I won't say much nonsense, let's start to challenge directly. Ye Chen doesn't want to talk too much nonsense with these people, so it's better to challenge and take away the badge directly. Because he knew that the woman in front of him was not a normal person. It is because of a woman with superpowers, but she is trapped here by superpowers. But Ye Chen didn't plan to care about it, just show his goal, and just get the badge of this golden gem. Nazi saw Ye Chen so arrogant. Humph, let you know how powerful I am. Come out, Yongjila. Elf, Yongjira. Attribute, superpower. Quality, quasi-heavenly king. Current level, LV65, quick king. How to use the detection function provided by the system to view this. Only other panels are of the quasi-heaven king's strength. I have to say that the superficial strength is still very strong, and among the many museum owners, he actually has the strength of a quasi-heavenly king. It is worthy of being the golden gymnasium known as the Devil's Gymnasium. Because generally, if you lose a challenge, you will become a plaything for Nazi. Looking at Yongjila opposite, Ye Chen summoned his Gengui. Come out, Gengui. Nazi's eyes shone in the sun when she looked at Ye Chen's Gengui. The opposite side was indeed not an ordinary trainer who could know that he was using a superpower system and directly took out the ghost system. Humph, so what if you take out the ghost-type elf? Can you beat my Yongjila? Don't be stubborn, let's see the real tricks. Ye Chen doesn't want to compete with these people anymore, so he just crushes them with his strength. Gengui. Use sludge waves. Ye Chen directly used high-level skill sludge waves. Yongjila uses his mind power. Nazi thought of using her mind power and bounced back Gengui's skills to him. But how could Ye Chen let him succeed? After hearing Ye Chen's order, Gengui didn't send it in for a moment, but came to Yongjila behind him. If you can't call Yongjila directly, then his skills are actually useless. Gengui deserves to be a quasi-chairman, and his speed is very fast. Yongjila, who was almost at the opposite end, couldn't react at all. Then he hit Yongjila with a wave of sludge. Yongjila was hit and lost her combat power on the ground. What? You actually hit my Yongjila with one blow? Nazi was stunned. The first time he saw a challenge, he defeated his Yongjila with such a powerful blow. This is his trump card alpha. Ordinary opponents are afraid that they will not take out this elf. This time he also felt the strong strength of the challenger in front of him. I took out this specialty elf pen. I didn't expect that I could not last for a round. There was no other way, she just took out her own Golden City Gym badge. Handed it to Ye Chen. This is the badge of our gym, you won. After saying this, Nazi seemed to have grown a lot, aged several years. After receiving this golden badge, Ye Chen was naturally very happy. Chapter 76, Challenge of University Seniors. Please subscribe and support when it is on the shelves.